gets a blast off the top. Pescoa 2-0 up in the finals. It looked rough for him for a moment. The shard of the Naru was so clutch.
He tried so hard. He set up a lethal himself with the Void Shard and Shadow Form on the next turn, even if his Sethek got cleared. It was as good a plan as any.
There it is, the Battlemaster off the top for Yala.
Welcome everyone to Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call. It's week 3 here, which means at the end of this weekend, we will know all of our players who are through to the playoffs, fighting out for that one final spot at the World Championship. And Gia and I are going to be walking you through most of Group A today to find out another one of those players going through to the quarter-finals. Gia, how have you enjoyed this weekend of Grandmasters thus far?
Very much, Derek. It feels like one of the last events that I'm going to be able to cast, and it is the last week of a regular Grandmasters season as we enter playoffs next week. So this is sentimental for many, many reasons, and for our players, it is absolutely crunch time as well. We can take a look at the overview of our season here. We're already past the halfway mark, and we are still playing our lovely dual tournament system, where yesterday we got to see Group A and Group B and send forth two players from each through to tomorrow.
Indeed, yeah, some exciting games yesterday that we saw in our initial groups. And of course, the fact that it's last year standing this week is going to be playing a very big role in the players' deck decisions. We've got a couple of spicy lineups here, some very interesting ban decisions happening as well, a wide variety of the 4 or so playable classes being banned in this metagame. And as you can see, last year standing, when you win with the deck, you keep playing it, and when you lose with the deck, it's gone, which of course means if there's a top deck that you're expecting to face a lot of, Rogue or Druid, for example, if you can bring one of these hard counters to it, like the 4 minion priest, whatever we're calling it, then you could be in business to have a strong counter queue. We'll see how that goes over the course of the day. But some very interesting names we have in our group today, with another APAC versus EU face-off, with it not going all too well for APAC yesterday, it's got to be said.
I mean, we can't keep beating up on EU after the Masters Tour and the past 2 World Championships, no less. But we can take a look at what our players are competing for after all the season is said and done. The first place winner will get that $22,500, and perhaps more importantly, that 1 ticket through to the World Championship. Second place, definitely not shabby either, and simply for showing up to Last Call, you'd get $6,000, but all of our players have their eyes set on that highest possible prize.
They do, because for a lot of players, if they don't make it through to the playoffs, this is the end of the run for them in Grandmasters. We've seen heartfelt tweets from a lot of players who have mathematically ruled themselves out at this point. A very nice one from Fled yesterday, I think, basically, saying it's been a good run, but this is it. With Grandmasters coming to a close for all of our players here, this is their final chance through this system to get to the World Championship. Some players, on the other hand, though, have already locked themselves in towards the top of the leaderboard. Bunny locked in first and second. Bly's locked into playoffs already, I'm pretty sure. And some of the other players, like Habu Gabu, tweeting out 1 or 2 more wins, or I think just 1 for him in particular, and he's locked in. So much to play for everyone still in the running. As you can see, every single win you get bumps you up 1 more point, and the margins are that close. It really is just 1 point in it for a lot of these players, which is why for Judgment playing today, Chonsu playing today, Super Fake as well in this group, up at 4 points. None of them safe, but none of them locked out either yet. So all scrabbling for 1 win at a time. Even if they can just get through to the quarterfinals, that could be enough.
Margins are so tiny because we've only had 3 weeks total to earn points, and for the likes of Fury Hunter, who had an unfortunate run yesterday, even though he's had a good run so far, he just cannot afford to do anything but sit tight and pray at this point, because everybody else around him will have the opportunity to move up. Those 5 points, we'll see if it's enough to stay within playoffs. It's looking pretty good, but there's also the seedings within playoffs to think about. Like you mentioned, how Bunny Hopper is already locked for either first or second, which means that he has that free win going into that last stage to get the World Championship ticket. But if you end up in 7th and 8th here, you are through to playoffs still with a chance, but you cannot take any losses moving forward because of a default loss.
So exciting for all our players, and can't wait until we can get into the decks as well, because there's a lot on the line, and we are getting some spicy decks today, I think, relative to the field. Overall, post-nerf, it seems to, or post-balance patch, I should say, we've got a fairly homogenous meta here, most players having figured out what the best decks are, but couple of spicy priests knocking around from Judgment and Chonsu could have something to say about that. But we'll get into that soon. First of all, going into what happened yesterday, Bunny Hopper sailing through in the winning both his matches through to the quarterfinals, as we've come to expect from him. And even though his journey was fairly straightforward, Mighty in particular had quite the roller coaster along his way.
Oh, absolutely. Mighty, I think, probably didn't end up super happy with his lineup, but he did admit to not being fully spending his time on Hearthstone recently, so not making it at the last hurdle there against Oka Shinsuke, I don't think he can be too upset about. Mighty himself already through to Worlds, but for Fury Hunter, this one was a heartbreaker indeed. Oka Shinsuke, though, really persevering despite starting the day with a pretty crucial error in his series versus Bunny Hopper, but managed to pick it up, concentrate, and play very well to make sure that he could proceed through to tomorrow. You love to see it.
Do indeed. I don't know why it's jumping out at me now, but that satchel he has on his picture, I really like it. I think it adds to the profile very nicely. It always makes me think he looks a little bit like Indiana Jones. With very much the same vibe as well, I think we can say.
Well, moving over to Group B, we of course started off with Pun versus Levick and then Fled versus Habu Gabu, where Levick was the player that went undefeated in the group. I think one of the players that we have been lauding appropriately for his deck building and on-stream play, one of the breakout stars of the Masters Tour system in recent years. But of course, the other person to make it through was the winningest player of the year, Habu Gabu himself.
Yeah, playing some very, very strong Hearthstone. I think, it's fair to say we don't want to dunk on the players who have dropped out, but Pun saying he wasn't too happy with his play, didn't sleep all too well before the tournament, and was really hoping to get his head in the game in his elimination match. And you could feel how much he wanted it. He clearly adopted the mindset that players often do of just never concede. You never know when a game might get there. Even if it's 1 in a million, you just never, ever concede. And even up until his opponent literally had like lethal on board with attacking with 2 minions, he still wouldn't give it up. But in the end, it was Fled taking him down, and then Habu Gabu taking out Fled, knocking out both the Americas players from the group, which means it's been a good weekend for EU overall. Thankfully, because they had a disastrous performance at the Masters Tour, so they needed some to be made to feel a little bit better, at least.
Yeah, all 6 players in top 16, that's a disaster by EU.
It's embarrassing. No players in top 4? Cringe. Could not be APAC. But yeah, taking a look at that heartbreaker of a game for Fury Hunter, up 2-0, and then getting reverse swept on the Wig Priest. And then with the exact same lineup for Bunny Hopper, that did not happen. He 3-0'd his opponent when it really didn't even matter for him anymore, and just straight up memeing on him.
Yeah, that's right. But again, Mighty can't be too upset because he already has his Worlds ticket secured by winning APAC in Season 1 of this year. Oka Shinsuke, though, versus Fury Hunter, you can see the palpable stress on Fury Hunter's face because he is one of those players that really had so many near misses but still hasn't quite secured that world spot just yet. Oka Shinsuke, though, I'm very happy to have seen the quality of his play improve just within the day. We've seen Oka Shinsuke at his best in APAC, going for some really brilliant lines, and as soon as he's able to focus and move past any errors, we can see he's truly a player that can stand on the caliber of the likes of Possessi and Glory and Alutamu and recently Tensoku as well.
Absolutely, I expect to see very good things from him going forward. As I hope to see from Mighty, in that final match we saw from him, he got a little unlucky seeing a million solid alibis over the course of the day, but also you know, to be honest, not really up to the standard of play that's going to be winning you the World Championship from Mighty, as we've expected with him not having played all too much recently. So I hope that sorts itself out. But then I believe this was the portion that was casted with by TJ and Lorinda. We got to see a counterspelled shard there off the Priest Quest reward, which somehow didn't get tested for. Believe you me, you'll be seeing that in top 5 later this week, as I cannot believe that that happened in a GM series of Hearthstone.
That's right. Bit of a rough way for Flood to go out, but he can still hold his head high throughout all he's accomplished in his entire GM career. We did have a real banger at the end, though, with Levick versus Habu Gabu. Both those players already qualified through to the World Championship, and yet they are the two that still make it through in their group. So perhaps this is good news for the other people that managed to get into playoffs. If there's a bunch of people that already have their Worlds ticket, then it gets passed down to the next highest placer that hasn't made Worlds yet.
And there, Pun just fighting for his life, never, ever, ever wanting to give up no matter what. But in the end, he's forced to. He lost the game and fled, coming down to it on the Rogue, so close here, but unable to take down the Rogue, which finally, the Mage, which finally ended up getting the win for Habu Gabu.
Very fun to see the pop-off from Habu Gabu, but of course it is at such stark contrast with Fled's reaction as well. For Habu, this is another player that's, you know, in a similar position to those that have already secured their Worlds ticket, but it's nice to see that he still cares about every single game there. Fled really going up against a Titan among one of his last series in Grandmasters. But of course, we have a whole new group to get through today, Derek, starting off with Possessi versus Judgment.
That's right, Possessi, our boy, making another appearance in the Masters Tour last weekend, making it through to, was it top 8 or top 16 that he got eliminated in? I can't quite remember, but either way, making it through to the top 16 100%, alongside Tansoku and Glory, I believe, to represent Japan in the end of that Masters Tour. Very impressively done. Again, we had a couple of weird plays from him when he did end up on stream, as we expect from our world champion. But I think overall, you know, he's shaking up his decks a little bit, which is generally a good sign for Possessi. Like, I feel like you can tell if he brings the same decks every week to GM and Masters Tour, it's an indication that he's not playing as much. He's just relying on his good, same old tried and true strategies, but like deviating away from Boar Priest, which he's been relying on a lot recently, having the most up-to-date versions of Rogue, Druid, Mage, all these very nice tech inclusions, I think bodes well for Possessi. But speaking of Boar Priest, on the other side, Judgment is the one player to bring it this week, which seems so wild in this particular meta that we're in.
It is a very bold choice, but this is LHS. If there's any format that lends itself to risk-taking, I think that this is definitely one to look out for. But we also have Chonsu versus Superfake. Chonsu himself with a very bold choice of Priest, the combo Priest, or whatever you want to call it, with 4 minions, which is supposedly a very strong counter to Rogue. And it's pretty surprising, honestly, to call out Chonsu in the Chonsu versus Superfake series as the one that has the weirder deck, because we are so used to seeing Superfake going for very off-the-wall strategies with Flood.
And then Group D to round the day out. Blaise Pascoe, Zloy Gruzin, and Dmitry Kazov. As you can see by that big, intimidating 16 next to Dmitry Kazov's name, that means he's in stone cold last place. So this has to be, I think, at least the second place, but realistically a first place finish for Dmitry Kazov to get the full 5 points if he wants to make it out, because tiebreakers are going to be looking so rough for him overall. And so who knows? It starts now. He could get it done. As you said, maybe he's been focusing more on the old BG's half of Hearthstone as opposed to constructed recently. But it's possible. Even in a tough group like this one, miracles can happen.
And over on the top side of this bracket, we also have Blaise versus Pascoe. Both players have been doing relatively well. Blaise, I think, by a bigger margin. He's second only to Bunny Hopper at the moment. Really looking to just secure that second place seed, or potentially first if he overtakes Bunny Hopper and get that free win going into playoffs. But Pascoe did tell me that he got a pretty good read on Blaise's lineup and likes his position, feeling a bit favored in that one based on how the decks shake out. So I'm super excited to watch that.
As am I. That's going to be good stuff. I think that'll be the other casters bringing us that one, but we'll be there to watch alongside, I'm sure. As Possessi vs Judgment, it's an exciting moment for Judgment, of course, being in Grandmasters here. It's not a position I think he would have thought himself to be in a few months ago, as he really did just come out of nowhere, take the Masters Tour system by storm. But as I talk about, as we'll hopefully get to see on his player sheet, you know, I'm not afraid to say it. When I first saw him, I really did believe him to be a one-hit wonder. Like, you see a lot of these players who you've never heard of. They're not in any practice groups, especially for me with him being a UK player. Like, I feel like if anyone knew who he was, I would be at least have heard of him from the other UK players. But I really hadn't. But to be fair, after his one strong performance, he followed it up with some consistently pretty good results in Masters Tours. His win rate is still pretty high as the numbers start to grow and grow. And now having made it through to Grandmasters as well, I'm fully willing to eat humble pie on this one and say that Judgment has massively not exceeded my expectations, but my expectations have risen to his level of play thus far. As we can see, 60% in Masters Tours. It's a very good year for him so far.
That's right. He's a player that maybe hasn't had the breadth of experience that most of the rest of the GM field has had, but he wins when it counts. And that's why he's here to begin with. And this is going to be one of the ultimate tests to truly prove whether he has what it takes to stand on the same stage as these giants, because he's going up against no less than the current world champion. And Judgment has quite an exciting lineup to do so, because there's not only the Boar Priest as a bold choice in there, but that Imp Curse Lock, which actually turned out to be the highest win rate archetype in the Masters Tour. Although it hasn't really seen that much play since then. I'm not sure if it's because of the nerf to Vile Library, or maybe if people thought that high win rate was just a bit of a fluke of people not really knowing how to play against it. But I certainly think the deck has a lot of merit to it.
Yeah, it can. I made no bones about it during the Masters Tour that I'm not a fan of the Curse Imp version of the deck, mainly from a moral standpoint. It should not work. It should not be allowed, this deck that just does two such disparate things, and yet somehow, time and again, I am proved wrong. But right out the gate, both players queuing their Druids, I believe, and both players banning the Rogue, which does make sense based on what Judgment is going for with the Boar Priest, right? Given that most players have kind of earmarked Priest either to be Wig Priest, because it's just a good deck, as some players have done, but a lot of them Quest Priest or this Combo Priest that Chonsu has gotten for a hard counter to Rogue overall. Whereas both these players saying, I don't want to go for that, I'm going to instead try and find these counters to the slower decks for Judgment with the Priest and the Warlock. And Possessi, to be honest, looking like he's just gone for 4 strong decks in the metagame. I don't think there's much counter queuing going on here.
Yeah, he has just gone for 3 decks that have that triangle relationship to each other. The Wig Priest being good against Druid, Druid against Mage, and Mage quite decent against the Priest, although it's actually not quite as polarized as I thought it would be. The Rogue also just comes in there as the overall strongest deck in the meta. It does have some viable counters, but the nature of LHS with a ban being that if you do not bring at least 2 counters to the strongest deck in the meta, then you're not allowed to leave it up, right? Because your opponent can simply ban 1 counter away, and then that deck could take a sweep very likely. So with either of these players not really having the double target on Tempo Rogue in mind, like we've seen from players like Bunny Hopper and Fury Hunter, it makes sense that that Rogue just gets banned away. I'm really just looking at the Imp Curse Warlock from Judgment, where it will slot into the lineup. I tend to believe that has a pretty good matchup into Mage. Into Wig Priest, I'm honestly not quite sure, but I'd wager it's not the greatest, especially since your setup of just Fiendish Circle is very weak to Shadow Word Devour. But into that Mage, I'm excited to see it get work done.
Interesting to note the differences between both players' Druid lists here. Neither of them running the Naga Giants in the list, which is, I think, a big difference, because that can give you, in my opinion, a real leg up in the Druid mirror, just having instant big threats that, as long as they don't get insatiable devoured, are very, very difficult for the opposing Druid to answer. And instead, both of them going with the more I don't know, I guess like the nature spell package. Possessi even more so in the early game, because he's got the living roots and the natural causes, whereas Judgment has got the Flipper Friends, but he's kind of going with more of a dragon package, I suppose, with Kazakhstan slotted in there at the end. Do we see that becoming a factor?
Yeah, I don't generally think the Druid Mirror comes down to that pan out, but the Kazakhstan being included in there, I feel, is sort of a failsafe against Theotar if your Denathrius gets stolen away, because both these decks have the capability to OTK their opponent from hand, even without the guff sometimes, just by going Bran, Kael'thas, Denathrius. Especially in Judgment's case, with the Denathrius in the starting hand, he has so much capability to juice that up to like the upper 20s of damage, maybe even 30 plus with all the tokens in there, and then the Bran doubling that up can be the win condition. But if that gets stolen away by our friend Theotar, then suddenly he has no win condition. So that's where the Kazakhstan comes into play. And of course, to activate that, he needs to run the double Amalgams of the Deep to go alongside Raid Boss Onyxia and the Alexstrasza.
Ooh. Spicy option here with Taupe available off the Moonlit Guidance, meaning that there's now 2 of them available, theoretically, over the course of the game. And I do like that Possessi opted to go for the Moonlit Guidance on 2 instead of the Thorn Growth Sentries. Because it can be relevant, getting that a little bit of extra chip damage in for sure. But playing this on turn 2, the Moonlit Guidance, so you're more likely to hit Guff on turn 5 or something big after the Nourish, is a play I really like.
Yeah, definitely would agree. Judgment has had a pretty good run of the ramp himself, even without Nourish. Just Wild Growth into Seedsman is looking decent. He doesn't quite have the cleanest turn 7 mana, but even if it just comes down to Renathal and Amalgam, it's not the worst in the world. He doesn't necessarily need the Amalgams to discover dragons in order to activate his Kazakhstan, because these 2 plus Alex plus Onyxia is the 4 that's required to activate the Kaz. Whether or not we actually get to Kaz as a win condition, again, will depend on the quality of Possessi's eventual Theotar. I will say, though, that between both these players, I think Possessi is more vulnerable to Theotar himself, because he doesn't quite have a backup win con if his own Denathrius gets stolen. It's worth noting, though, that he does have double Insatiable Devourer, which is a pretty important card in the mid to late game in the mirror, because sometimes that doesn't get answered and can simply run away with the game.
Holding back on the Thorn Growth Sentries is interesting, because obviously it synergizes well with the Topior. It's really just about how quickly he wants to get this Devourer infused. Because getting all of these minions down, these cheap little tokens, is a very big deal. And, you know, the next turns are not necessarily so obvious, because if he goes Topior, Coin, Thorn Growth, as is, I think, the expected play, if that gets cleared up, then your composting is maybe left a little bit high and dry compared to how you would like to just instantly get 3 cards drawn off of that.
Judgment here had the option to just play 3 minions, but I do like the Nourish ramp instead, and doesn't choose to use the remaining mana on a Renathal because he wants the maximum size of Miracle Growth on the next turn. The fact that he has double Miracle Growth in the hand currently means that I don't think he's too upset about having to use a Nourish for not split value from Jerry.
And this is kind of how I feel like a lot of the time with Druid right now, is you both have access to so much ramp that ramping up to 10 kind of feels like, Like, if you don't do it, it's bad, obviously, and you're probably going to be pretty far behind. But without Guff, like, you're doing strong things at 10 mana, but you're not doing completely broken things at 10 mana. Like, it's not like Scale of Onyxia plus the Denathrius in the same turn, or Bran Denathrius, or, you know, whatever these crazy combos that you're trying to set up, most involving Denathrius, interestingly. 10 mana is just not quite enough to get there.
Yeah, that's right. The Guff unlocks so much more potential for the strong combos later on, but there is something to be said for board presence still, because as it happens, Possessi, while he does have the Topior active, would rather not, I would say, sink 3 of those 3/3s into the Miracle Growth token just to remove it. If he can get ahead on board and push some chip damage and get a big payoff on the composting, then that would be the ideal situation, because not only does he stave off pressure, he's also able to cycle faster towards his own Guff. Devourer not quite infused yet, and while he does run 2 of those Devourers to Judgment's 1, I still think it's a very important resource that shouldn't be used so willy-nilly if possible. I really like that he's taking the turn to go for a composting setup.
Yeah, pretty good one too. The composting here, you could end with even just the Renathol at the end if you don't find anything better to do with your remaining mana. But leaving the coin open means that were Guff to be found, still able to coin it out and play it on this turn. Potentially even with the coin into the aquatic form to find it right now. I like it.
Yeah, I like this. He needed to empty some hand space anyway, because if he misses on something good to play from aquatic form, he would most likely go for the Widowbloom Seedsman, but now he has found a better way of spending his mana, so just build a 6/6 here, I would assume. Pretty important to note that his other Nourish is at the very bottom of the deck, so there's not actually that much card draw beyond this composting unless he pulls it with the Widowbloom Seedsman. There's the first Theatar of the game, which obviously it's not a good timing to play it for Judgment because there's so many other things he wants to do here, like considering Silence to remove the remaining composting effects, but then that doesn't leave him much mana to actually deal with the board itself. Like, Judgment is losing on tempo big time here.
Yeah, that's right, which is what's leading me towards just second Miracle Growth to find Onyxia, find Scale of Onyxia, anything basically to answer this.
Worth considering. If Possessi removes that and pushes, how much damage is this on board? 16? Not the end of the world. There's still plenty of health to work with and Earthen Scales to be found later on. But the consideration is he able to then use the 10 mana only that he has next turn to clear all of that? And the answer is most likely no.
Wow, okay. Trying to find an answer from his opponent's hand rather than his own, and were he to find Onyxia, he could get it, or maybe even the Devourer. Both very tempting.
I do like the Onyxia pick. The Devourer, I think, especially if Possessi has seen it given away, he'll have a bit more liberty to play around with positioning a bit more. So Onyxia just provides a bit less. Oh, there's the Guff. Onyxia is a bit more difficult to have a fail-safe against, but now things are looking up for Possessi. He can get that Widowbloom down, and it continues to ramp now that Guff has entered play.
Yeah, absolutely huge draw. Knowing that there's a Nourish at the bottom of the deck is interesting though as well, because we could consider get the Nourish, ramp with it, ramp with the hero power as well, and then start drawing on subsequent turns after you've gained 1,000,000 mana.
Ooh, but now he has pulled that Nourish. I think that was the only one remaining, so
right.
We're gonna see 2 new cards from the aquatic farm. The other one was the other Flipper Friends. Ooh, goes for draw over ramp here. Okay.
I guess his hand, to be fair, was actually quite dry, unless his opponent does play a huge threat that demands an insatiable Devourer. His hand wasn't doing all too much.
Fair enough. He kind of knows that this turn from Judgment has to be an Onyxia in response, though, right? So,
yep.
In order to respond to Onyxia, Possessi would have to allot 9 mana from Devourer, and he can't really draw immediately after that unless he wanted to maybe fit in an Earthen Scales. He could still, on 13 mana, ramp, play Devourer and Earthen Scales. For Judgment, though, I really don't think this is negotiable. The Onyxia needs to happen. Trying to figure out if Denathrius is ever worth it, but it's hardly juiced at this point.
Now, how about...
Yeah, I agree completely. We're going for we're going for Onyxia here. He does know that there's a Devourer, which is the big problem, right? Because he also saw that from the Theatar. But anything else you do isn't much better. Like, if you just go for Miracle Growth, say, to draw through your hand, try and find Bran to go with this Denathrius and Kael'thas, they can just Devour that anyway.
Okay, Scale now gives Possessi the option to not necessarily play his Devourer because he could go ramp and then still play Nourish and Scale. I assume the Nourish would be for... I was going to say draw, but actually he has Miracle Growth, so he could play Nourish for ramp.
Yeah. You could even go ramp with Nourish, Raw
With hero
the
power.
hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or, you know, even again, ramp, right? With Miracle Growth in hand, like you say.
Could be. He's gonna go for Miracle Growth first. Can still remove the Onyxia with just the Shrubagazer tokens.
Yes.
I cannot pronounce that word, I'm sorry. Shrubagazor?
Shrubagazor, yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And the early Topiary in the mirror is just so backbreaking. If you don't have your own to combat the amount of value that your opponent gets, it just feels you fall so far behind. On top of that, Possessi also has his Guff. But now we're looking at the Kael'thas Denathrius Bran combo for Judgment. Nowhere near lethal, I don't think, but it's something going for him.
It's something. Where do we think Denathrius is at now? He hasn't played a scale, has he? So
What if?
probably
Yeah,
only
but-
like between 15 and 20.
18, okay. Long ways off, but it does need quite a bit more juicing, so I think your head was in the right place thinking about Scale of Onyxia, so Miracle Growth to go and dig for that as Judgment. He has a decent amount of health to play with.
Yeah, and there's even more health to work with, but still no answers, man. His deck's just not doing anything.
It really isn't. I think this does end up being Earthen Scales. If Possessi decides to devour that Judgment is in a whole world of trouble, but on the off case that Possessi even takes a value trade instead, Judgment would kind of be forced to go for the Denathrius combo, I think, and then he just gets checkmated by the Devourer eating up the Denathrius.
So Possessi at this point, I think, hard drawing for Denathrius, obviously, and Theatar being the other very, very big one. As Theatar is found, your opponent having a Denathrius is pretty likely at this point in the game.
Look at this power of the wild. He's just token druid now.
Oh my lord. Did he clear a space first because he thought it would summon a
Nature
token?
spell.
That's not nature, Possessi.
It's fine. I mean, no. I think this is on purpose. The breakpoints still work out nice with a 4 and a 3 to kill this.
Sure. Wait, that one can attack
Wait,
face.
yeah, why? Huh?
It has 2 health, but like, come on, we want face damage here, right? That's way.
Absolutely.
That rope's burning again.
Wow. Full respect, says Possessi.
Alright, this is admittedly extremely difficult for Judgment to clear up now, as the best he has is single Devourer, which could be done alongside like Kael'thas and Bran if you want to Giga Juice its stats. But then once again, the problem is you start playing Devourer tennis, they just start sucking each other up back and forth, getting bigger and bigger.
Oh, is that how yours got to 95 attack?
It's not. That was against Priest. Like, everyone sent me
Oh.
screenshots of bigger ones, but it's clearly just that they devoured a Devourer who devoured a Devourer. Mine was just straight up, he played a giga big Radiant, he Kyrion'd it, and I ate him up for dinner.
Yummy. Well, Judgment is very dead. He's just been checkmated by Possessi. Like you said, if it's just a Devourer here, he kind of dies to the board. Not necessarily next turn. Oh, wait. Yes, next turn. There's just going to be 30 on board if you eat the 13-12, right? And if you go for the Denathrius combo, even if you're lucky enough to clear up the big minions, Possessi simply uses his own Devourer on this, and then that's kind of the game.
Oh, it doesn't even clear. Oy, oy, oy. Well, I guess good news for Possessi, or bad news, however you want to look at it. The Theatar has very little good left to actually steal.
Yeah, you can simply devour this and then slot a few minions in the middle of the board to be less weak to an opposing Devourer, and that sets up an insurmountable board from this
This must be
position.
the way.
Yeah, Bran would be a good find to go with it alongside Theatar. If he'd found Bran here, it would have been exactly playable with Bran and Theatar and Devourer as well.
I see.
But Roots, yeah, that's fantastic. Just fill up this board, get that positioning.
Yeah. Eat it all up, play a Renathal for good measure, and he can ramp at the end of the turn so that he goes to the full 20, because that's necessary, right?
Of course.
Insanity is no excuse for bad manners.
Take the Devourer, give a Roots or a Renathal, sure. Poor Judgment, really nothing to be done with this game. Didn't hit the Guff, and he didn't hit the Topior.
Yeah, it just didn't really hit anything. Oh, there we go. He did.
My mistake.
What's he
did hit the
complaining about? Yeah, he could go Toad, Amalgam for Starfish, and he'll be dead if he'd like.
Correct, correct. Can't even get that new Hunter card with the infused Hydro Rush effect.
The Gargoyle, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. Possessi taking game one, as we knew for quite a while there, and an important win. You know, any of these mirrors in game one of a Last Hero Standing series put you obviously in the lead, given that you're 1-0 up, but very firmly so, I think, as for these both players, there's not hard counters all the way back and forth straight to the end here.
And I would say that between these two druids, the more painful one to have lost with it is Judgment, because I feel Possessi still, even if he were to lose his druid, had a good counter queue into the opposing druid with his Wig Priest. Whereas for Judgment, the best he has going into Possessi's druid is, I don't know if he'd rather have Boar Priest or the Imp Lock. My guess would be Boar Priest. But again, that is a deck that is still super vulnerable to Theatar. If you are brave enough to bring it in this meta, though, you're kind of just saying, these 40-card decks won't draw their Theatar. But I'm mistaken. He's going to go for the Warlock, which I'm a little surprised about, because I don't actually know if this deck is effective against Druid. At least the curse portion of it feels a lot weaker than it would be versus Mage. But of course, you still do have the Imp portion of it, which is very good against Druid.
Yeah, just draw that half. That'll do. The problem is, of course, with Val Library having been nerfed with the most recent balance patch, losing its innate +1/+1, just giving stats for imps on the board now, means that it's going to be a little bit tougher for Judgment to get off to this rip-roaring start that will be able to actually take down the Druid before he hits this terminal velocity with all the ramp, the scales, Onyxia, Denathrius, all this good stuff, especially when he guffs in the starting hand. Whew.
Yep. Pretty good opener for Judgment too, though. Oh, but Possessive Man has the Wild Growth. The Denathrius is not even too upset to see that in the opener, because that can be a big blowout way to just prevent your Imp Warlock opponent from maybe refilling their board with a Rafam. If you're able to clear that first wave with Denathrius, it pretty much just ends the game on the spot. For Judgment, though, he drew the portion that we wanted to see. I mean, by library into Fiendish Circle, that's exactly what regular Imp Warlock wants to do, let alone Curse.
The one question is, do you use the library on this turn? Just because Natural Causes is pretty bad for you here if they have it. Like, they probably don't have Roots because they just passed the turn. But if they have the Natural Causes here, you're not attacking face with anything next turn.
That's true, but I kind of still value like having a bigger buff immediately on the next turn. Even if your minion cannot get the attack right away, it just feels like lost stats in the long run if you use one of the two precious charges when you only have one imp on board.
Oh, that's not a Natural Causes. It is an Innovate, though.
Yeah,
which
I like that.
allows for coin growth, Vate, Guff.
It does. The scale, of course, is super tempting, though, as well. Even if he doesn't immediately draw it, it is part of the win condition for Druid against Imp Warlock, in my opinion. Just having to make sure that you have clear potential. Because Possessy still has his curve intact, right? Wild Growth next turn into Guff Coin, Hero Power into Scale.
And Judgment just getting the best of both worlds here, attacking face immediately, given that Possessy missed on the natural causes, and getting the full amount of stats at the same time. Which means Possessy's going to have to hope for a miracle off of this Scale, which is admittedly, you know, a very good card at this point in the game, with both Insatiable Devourer and Denathrius in hand. This is certainly salvageable.
It's so funny to look at this. This card got nerfed.
Yeah.
I mean, we can do the math, right? He's got 12 on board right now. It's gonna be able to attack again the next turn, plus the Flustered Librarian, which I think is going to hit the board. And that represents not necessarily an immediate lethal through Guff, but the thing is, the library will be active again by the second time that this board can attack. So Possessy doesn't get out of this one unless he can turbo out the Scale a bit earlier.
Oh, I just hate that this deck does this, man. Like, the fact that it's spent almost every point of mana on proactive plays in the first 4 turns, and now its hand is Zakul, Abyssal Wave, Dark Vein, and Tamsin. Like, it shouldn't do this, but it does it every goddamn time.
I mean, you can make that complaint about any curve deck, right? If the Druid, they start off with their Living Roots into Natural Causes, and that's their good early game, and then they go ramp, and then they have the powerful stuff.
But it's different because I like to play Druid, Gia. That's what I
okay.
understand.
Apologies. I do like the Mischievous Imp option here, even if it's not infused, though, just to make sure he gets more value out of the library. Possessy's already down to 5, hasn't had time to play Guff, and he realized that he never wins that game if he plays Guff on the previous turn, and he doesn't get to clear the whole board with the Scale, so he's kind of just dead.
Yeah, he is literally just dead on board with this play.
I can see.
Yeah. GG. Possessy taking the loss there very, very quickly indeed versus the Warlock. And the little smile there from Judgment, I hope, implies that he knows that's not going to happen every time. He got a little lucky to get that exact ban out where he just got the perfect Imp Warlock hand when, like, over half your deck is just not Imp Warlock things. And so all on Possessy here to find the counter.
And he can choose either his Mage or the Wig Priest, neither of which I feel he should be like over the moon, like this is a solid hard counter into the Warlock. But I do kind of like the Wig Priest chances, because one thing that the Curse and Imp Warlock deck struggles dealing with is singular tall minions. They have their tons of AoE. There's the one of Starfish, which can be scary for Priest, but a lot of the time, if the Priest just has a Shadow Word Devour in their opener, and the Warlock is always still gonna try and attempt their Fiendish Circle, then the Wig Priest just runs away with it. The Mage, if it were against normal Imp Block, I'd feel has good chances, but okay, I'm wrong. He is gonna go for Ping Mage. I was gonna say that I feel that Mage is a bit weaker to the Curse version because they really don't have great ways of healing their health total, and the Curses stack up very quickly.
Very standard list, though, all things considered, for Possessy in terms of XL Ping Mage. Couple of the techs that have been getting more and more popular recently not finding their way in. Mass Polymorph was one of the winning cards for Tansoku last weekend at the Masters Tour, I believe. And generally, we're just seeing a trend with mages overall. I feel, whether they're ping or big spell, that they are tending towards the more control side of things. They're all sticking Renathal in now. We're all seeing double Solid Alibi. We're seeing a lot of Blizzards. All these cards starting to creep in, which is an interesting trend. Like, what do you pin that on?
I think it is a lot of having Rogue in mind, even if you do end up banning it in some series. The Mage actually does have a pretty good matchup into Tempo Rogue when they have that extra 10 health padding and a couple more cards that allow them to stall the Rogue's game plan. Dungeoneer in the opener, amazing for Possessy, but Judgment has the potential to get underneath that with only keeping the Librarian, I'd assume.
Not tempted by Reform?
I'm honestly more tempted by the Mischievous Imp, but We'll see. Because especially with this curse variant, I feel like it might be more difficult to infuse the Rafam on average. Oh, okay.
Oh,
And he just hits the
why?
circle.
Yeah, why would you ever doubt this man? Oh my god.
Oh, and the catastrophe as well.
Disgusting.
And Possessi never clears that the circle if it's coined out on turn 2. There's just nothing in the deck that can clear all of those up. Oh my god. I don't think he goes circle into circle though. I think he goes circle into catastrophe.
I don't know, man. We'll see what happens. Like, if it's just a ping here, like, catastrophe is pretty strong.
Yeah, it's just so scary into Reckless Apprentice though.
That's true. That is true. Yeah, sure. I'll take my 2-mana draw 5.
All right. So the choice of how to trade here is actually a bit tricky. Do you want to play around Reckless Apprentice? It's a very expensive triple trade to make though.
It does infuse your imp though, right, in hand, and you could just go trade flame imp, which then is kind of the most solid you are against the potential for Reckless Apprentice.
Ooh, or you could play deeper into it. Okay, he goes for a halfway play where plays the shipment, which does maximize the damage from the Flustered Librarian on that turn, and then takes the trade. And there's the Apprentice off the top.
Oh, man.
You still take it here as Possessi, I'm pretty sure.
I guess, yeah. You're so afraid of the library at this point.
The Queen's trove is forbidden.
Ooh.
Treasure God, really? Okay. Hard digging for that wildfire, I suppose, off the top to synergize with the Apprentice.
I feel like he's trying to dangle a juicy value trade in front of Judgment. You know, one more imp played, and then the Librarian takes a nice clean VT into the 1/5 and then dies to the Reckless.
Oh no!
To an extent.
My treasure guard.
Yeah, but of course Judgment makes it so that if there is Reckless Apprentice, Possessi still has to take a bunch of damage to the face. Wildfire is an amazing way to fill out the rest of the mana, but it doesn't change the fact that 9 can still pummel him next turn, and that would put Possessi down to 15 already. 15 is so easy to do with curses, even if he never has to like refill the board again, but he will refill the board.
And so with 5 mana available here, the play that's leaping out to me first of all is just Library, Circle, deal a million.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I do like that order, even if he misses out on one summoned imp. Just making sure that he can attack with the most immediate damage possible is the priority here.
Exactly. Yeah, 9 damage, that's a joke for this Warlock to be able to do. Incredibly easy. Basically forcing now, I think, Possessi to be able to find just a Dawn Grasp to pull this one back.
And we've entered the point now where the mage has cleared 6 mana, which is when they can generally chain their freezes back to back or play alibis and just hang in there. And against normal imp warlock, they actually struggle to deal that last bit of damage if their board can ever go face, especially if they're not running demonic assault. But in the case of curse warlock, even if somehow, let's say, Possessi had another stall effect to this board, a Dawn Grasp or the second Blizzard, like for Judgment, he's still absolutely chilling because he could just rely on the curses to end the game. As it happens though, not necessary because the zoo portion just got there so quickly.
I hate this deck so much. Why does it do this every time? I keep thinking, right, this is the time that it's gonna stop. It's gonna stop being the nuts. Like I first saw this at the Solari event where Tars was bringing it, and I was like, okay, it's a Tars deck. You know, he's getting lucky with it. He's drawing all the right cards on curve. But out in the real world, outside of this made-up place called France, it's not going to be doing quite so well. But it turns out it's just the nuts, and I'm wrong again.
Yeah, insta-piscine for you, Dirk.
Insta, yeah.
You need to eat your words. Imp Warlock is real. I mean, Imp Curse Warlock. I just kind of go my real thoughts on the deck, which is that the Imp portion just kind of gets there. But yeah, I'm pretty excited to see whether this deck can take the full sweep. Honestly, I thought that Possessi's first counter cue into this would be the Wig Priest, so a bit of a shame that the Mage is not able to get anything done in the series. But as far as, you know, Wig Priest being able to take the last two matchups, if it does beat the Warlock, I think it still has a good chance against the Boar Priest as well. So Possessi isn't in that usual disaster situation you would expect of losing 2 in a row in LHS.
Agreed. Yeah, I think the Boar Priest overall is just going to be a real weak spot for Judgment this weekend, if I'm perfectly honest. I appreciate that it's not as weak to Theatar as you would expect at first glance, is what Boar Priest players have told me. But even then, I just don't really see the thing that it does in this metagame. What decks is it hard countering, even when played super expertly? Like, it's at the point where Pocket Train wasn't bringing it to the Masters Tour last weekend, which should tell you everything you need to know about the deck. But for right now, it does, I think, mean that it's going to be a much more board-based game. Both players struggling for that early control in turns 1 through 3. And right now, Possessi's in a decent spot, right? This is a really nice starting hand.
That's an amazing hand for the matchup. I do really like the Radiant Keep. It's not usually something that I would gravitate toward in other matchups, but against Zulok, or at least the first half of the game, which is playing against Zulok, the most important thing is to just stick a minion that can continually value trade. And if you have a Radiant that can suck up some extra HP, it is not going anywhere and going for the insta-devour here. Even if it's not into a Fiendish Circle board, I completely respect, because this plays around library into value trade.
Justice! Your impending catastrophe draws 1 card.
Radiant for, Amalgam for Elemental. That's where we are in the tempo train. Heart Creeper. Wow.
What a
Who's that guy?
throwback. That card really playable. It attacks for 1.
I mean, it defends for 5.
Defend? What is this word you speak of?
Taunt?
Admin?
Oh, he picks up the second. Oh, sorry, that's the first swing, my bad. He actually play it on the previous turn, which I was a little surprised about. I appreciate that having the flexibility of what to buff is pretty important in these board-based matchups, but I feel like that little bit of face damage pushed if he had played it the previous turn is still relevant as well.
Judgment finally starting to pull things back, though, with an activated Mischievous Imp, or Infused, I suppose I should say. Plus plenty of removal coming in. Like, the curse half of the deck could end up being pretty relevant in this battle, because if Possessi doesn't really break out of orbit and start getting up to 10, 12 health on all his minions, Wave plus Tamsin should be enough to clear a lot of this off.
But with this pickup of an additional Naga, he can really pop off this turn. I'm thinking Treasure Guard, wig the first Treasure Guard, bless it up, send that bad boy face. No?
I like where your head's at.
I mean, there is the Starfish, one of, in Judgment's deck, which is something to be very afraid of. But he does go for half of the play that I was talking about. Uses the wig to get 2 value trades instead, which is a pretty nice middle ground.
What mana breakpoints do we want to leave open? If you start Impending Catastrophe, you could hit that Starfish that you were talking about, which would be a pretty nice way to round out the turn. And I think because of that, I do like starting with the Catastrophe rather than the Flame Imp.
Tamsin Grimoire. Grimoire's too expensive here, so he's not dead on board, and he knows that Wig would not leave him dead on board. If there were 3 Naga in hand playable for 5 mana, then it would, but that's just not possible because he knows the Discover is an elemental. So the question then becomes, how does he set up for a Dreadlich Tamsin? And it's really difficult to do because Possessy can play around it with how he uses his wigs.
Great point.
Maybe a preemptive Grimoire puts everything low enough.
Wow.
Okay.
Dragged below. I mean, as I was saying, I was thinking about that on the Radiant Elemental, but maybe I'm overemphasizing how crucial of a card that is at this point in the game.
He does just decide to take the most damage off the board. Definitely reasonable as well. And now Possessy has picked up one Naga and can now get the Radiant out of range of Tamsin and Abyssal Wave. Big deal. Can thrive for the second wig as well, right?
Yeah. Or the other bless. Yeah, it's not quite going to get there. You can get it up to 7, 9, 11 plus 6. You can actually get, if you hit bless, 1 damage off lethal here, I think.
Oh. Second wig over Boon, I think, is still a prudent option. It's actually pretty relevant to weave in the hero power here, I feel. Because you can put one wig on the 3-1 and heal it up. And then the other wig on the 3-3. And this plays around all of the relevant 6 damage AoEs. But he's going Boon instead, which also creates another minion that's out of range.
I mean, the really awkward thing is just no Bless effect with Pelagos or Bless itself to really ramp up this damage. But like you say, this plays around the AoE that you're really afraid of. It plays around triple Grimoire as well, even potentially. Even though there's not enough minions to even play all that on.
Yeah. I mean, if Judgment had some imps sticking around, the quadruple Grimoire even was the way out of this. But of course, Possessy was not so careless as to leave that as an out. So now we're thinking Tamsin just to gain the armor. You get rid of 6 damage on board. You're technically not dead on board.
I agree.
Sorry, Dreadlich Tamsin, I should say.
Yes, sorry. Skeleton Tamsin.
Nothing else quite gets there. Even if he were to tap and immediately hit the starfish, he would be dead on board. Hanging in there by the skin of his teeth, and Possessy still doesn't quite have the lethal yet. Oh, no bless effect, like you said.
That's not the draw you're looking for. No way to sacrifice off this treasure guard as well. So it's just going to be Dark Reaper for 1. Get him.
Yeah, and if he wants to get both of these 4/4s out of range of Abyssal Wave, he has to commit the wig. I mean, he could have devoured first, maybe before playing the Dark Reaper, but I guess that's just not worth it. If it's just Abyssal Wave here without a touch of the Nathrism, which is in the deck, actually, then it's generally not going to be enough.
Oh, man, it's so close. Like, if he does go for... Wait, Abyssal Wave's just not an option, right? It will leave him...
Yeah, he'd be dead.
Dead for sure to the Serpent Wig.
Uh-huh. So, Tamsin, Flustered, Flame Imp, Grimoire, Grimoire, Grimoire. That's the way to survive.
God, you're actually right.
I mean, it deletes his board and he goes down to 3, but he'd be alive.
That's
And
so
as long as
ridiculous.
there's nothing on the board against Wig Priest, that's stabilizing.
What about dragged below instead? Could go Tamsin, dragged on the Kyrian and the Radiant.
And then just Grimoire. Okay.
Yeah.
You leave a Tar Creeper, but you're not dead on board to that, and you don't take the 3 from the Flame Imp. That's pretty reasonable, but it's always scary to leave a minion alive.
Thank you for your
Yeah.
service.
There's no way. Judgment's pulling this back?
It's so close, dude. Oh, that has to be game, right?
If that's the bless, that is the game. Now he attack for 7. if it's the Bless. Might as well start with Radiant. Yeah, I like this.
Sure, yeah. Okay,
Oh,
there we
the
go.
Bless. That was actually so close.
It really was. It honestly looked like Judgment was going to be able to stabilize at the end there. Problem is, like, again, it's this half and half, right? Like, if you're playing a full-on Curse Warlock, at that point in the game, if he'd had Entitled Customer, he was probably just winning that game. He could have cleared the board, started stabilizing things, and then just healing up, dealing a bunch of damage. But because his AoE tops out at 3 and then 4, it's good against this smaller style of decks. It's going to be killing off anything that... you know, any of the aggro decks are playing right now. A lot of Shaman boards die to that, and Imp Warlocks on the other side. But Rogues, Wig Priests, all these really, really big minions, they're just not dying to that much AoE, which is the weak spot, again, of this this Curse Warlock deck if you don't hit that perfect Imp start.
Counterpoint, though. If he were running Entitled Customer, I don't think he'd even have beaten the Druid.
But, sure.
Wouldn't be in this position.
Damn it, I'm wrong again.
I mean, you could just say, play that card and not draw that portion of the deck for that matchup. Reasonable.
Great point. I say that. That's what I say. As it comes down now in the end to Priest versus Priest. Even though Priest has not lost a game this series, it's just because... well, that's last year's standing anyway. Sorry, ignore what I'm saying. Priest for both players, and it's the Wig Priest. Sorry, the Boar Priest once again for Judgment here. Pretty much just classic Boar Priest, right? No new cards making their way in, except for one, the Light It Burns. Okay, a little tech card that is, I think in most instances, just a better 30th card than Holy Smite.
Yeah, I would completely agree. It even gives it a little bit of game against Rogue if you were to end up in that Nightmare position, but Judgment has been banning Rogue here. It's not a terrible card against Wig Priest. They are often able to somewhat play around Light It Burns because of the asymmetry of the buff from Serpent Wig, but if you pair that Light It Burns with a Pyromancer turn, sometimes you can clean up a big minion board in the end. Now, we can talk about how some Boar Priest players say that Theotar is not actually so bad for this deck. Which is generally the timing of trading your amulets. Like, you can get into a position as Boar Priest where, oh, you don't just leave any amulets in your hand and you're not that weak against Theotar, but there's potential to just play that on curve and, you know, eat up a very important clear or draw piece of the combo. But that Theotar will not come into play into this matchup. It really just is that OG Wig Priest versus Boar Priest matchup, which is still very intricate in its own right.
So, to start things off, Judgment in with a pretty decent start. Trade into Thrive into Switcheroo. It's about the best you can really hope for in these setup turns for Boar Priest. Now finding a Handmaiden as well in very good time. Okay, we're chugging along here. Good things are happening.
Right. Considering whether to play the Illuminate here, and I think it's pretty merited because he doesn't have a turn 4 that he wants to do otherwise, so maybe digging at the bottom of the deck for a spell that can cycle a bit more, maybe a board to just get it on the board, or an amulet to trade away. I think that's fine. And because he already has the Handmaiden in hand, I don't see a problem with cashing in an Illuminate.
Agreed. Oh no, sorry. No, ignore what I was about to say. Yeah, I mean, if you can hit the amulet, that would be the best case scenario. In this instance, feel like you're taking the shard just because you really don't want that to be the bottom card of your deck.
Right. Not necessarily going to trade it because this is Wig Priest.
Wow, okay. Very interesting.
Meanwhile, for Possessy, it is a Wig start with plenty of Naga to back it up. There's the temptation to get the location down, though, and just get that long-term benefit rolling as soon as possible. But I kind of like the idea of solidifying the current threats even more.
Barbaric sorcerers. Yeah, I don't think in Wig Priest. The Queen of Jara, though, is an interesting deviation from like the baseline good play of Crush Claw.
I don't know if it's justified though. Maybe there's some Colossals that would be good enough, but you're not guaranteed to get that. Zalatath is something to consider to maybe catch Judgment off guard. Copying a wig is also a consideration, but maybe less so with no Radiant in hand. So in the end, he does just go for the baseline good pick of Crush Claw, and I think this gets there on average.
Now things starting to become a little bit of a problem for Judgment in terms of which spells you're allowed to use. Because Gift with Wild Pyro in hand, you really want to hold on to that because that is your mega draw turn with Cleric once that enters their hand. So I think that has to be earmarked away. Flash of Light, or Flash Heal, sorry, sure, you can play that quite happily. But then you still need one more to activate the Handmaiden, in which case, is it just the Light It Burns, essentially just to activate the Handmaiden, deleting one of your best removal cards from the hand?
Really close, because it depends on how fast Judgment thinks he needs to go, because Possessi has clearly taken the stance of not attacking face, and he really shouldn't, I feel, to give Judgment like more outs with Zyrella. Better for Possessi to just take his time, build the board, and always be threatening an eventual bless. Judgment knows that though, so looks like he is going to take a bit of a quicker approach to get the Handmaiden down, throwing away a couple of resources. Not the end of the world here.
It's not. But what all of this means is that even though Judgment's draw train is moving along at full speed ahead, his removal options are extremely limited. As you said, Possessi not attacking means Zyrella's not going to be doing anything anytime soon. The silence is at the bottom of the deck, as we know, until he finds another dredge. That's not going to be going anywhere. And now that the Light It Burns has been used as well, he's kind of out. He just needs to hope that Possessi doesn't find Bless, doesn't find Pelagos, doesn't find Boon, any of these ways to really beef up the damage in these mid-turns, because otherwise he is supremely vulnerable.
All right, there is another copy of Shard for Judgment somewhere else in the deck, but oh my goodness, this Cleric changes everything now. At the moment, though, it can really only afford him 3 draws maximum because, like, that, unless you go double Gift, but that probably has some hand space issues to it.
I wonder.
But that Boon you mentioned is such a big deal. That's the difference maker in this matchup as it was to previous metas, because that's a minion that Possessi can put on board that isn't vulnerable to silence and will pretty much stick around forever if it gets big enough.
So if you go Pyro, Cleric, Heal, you draw 2, because none of these are damaged more than 3, which gets you up to 7, and then you play the other Gift and you draw 4.
And there's a decent chance you hit a 0-cost card to not overdraw. Right now. I like this.
Okay, there we go. That's huge.
Ooh, the other amulet.
I will take that. Wow!
Shard, okay.
I guess he's feeling the pressure now, huh?
Yeah. Starting to get a bit scary with the health total on the Treasure Guard. And now we can see Radiant in hand for Possessi. Looking for the other wig now. There it is.
It really is just that one final damage buff. Pelagos, Bless, and Possessi is laughing in this game.
Yeah, still plenty of cycle as well. So perhaps this Shard pick for Judgment is going to be very clutch. But again, even if he silences this board, he can't quite clear it.
Yeah.
I must consider.
And he is looking, with the way this game is heading, to be very easily able to hit a turn 8 sword swing, I think. You know, he's drawn almost his entire deck. He just needs to start trading these amulets, making sure that's all sorted, because I think he's only traded once so far this entire game. So long as he can sort that out, though, then I think it's still winnable. The problem is, or at least I should say, he'll be able to get the combo off. The big question is, after he gets that combo rolling, will that be good enough then to actually be able to win the game with all these stats still in play?
Yeah, that's always something to consider against Wig Priest. It's not like other matchups where sometimes as soon as you swing the sword, there's nothing left to be done. The Wig Priest can smell exactly the turn that you're trying to go for that sword swing and build an appropriately sized board to punish it. Is that Pelly or Bless? It's not. It's another school teacher.
Yeah. Huge amounts of stats obviously available on this turn with repeated wigs, one after the other. But Possessi is, you know, he's acting out what we're thinking here. You need the attack buffs, not just the health.
Also has a bit of a shot to find Valish this turn with the Crush Claw Enforcer if he decides to go for that, but it's going to be School Teacher. So still biding his time. I think he also has turn 8 earmarked as the end of the, or basically his time limit against Judgment. Doesn't need to commit any wigs because he's not going to attack anyway.
Yeah, the board's never getting cleared anyway.
There's a shot that the Radiant might, which does sometimes make holding back the wigs feel a bit painful, but the fact that Possessi has a second one, I think, should justify the restraint here. Now Judgment knows that the other amulet is the very bottom card in his deck, right? It was the rightmost from the Dredge.
Which means it could be found with the Thrive, importantly. But that's just a lot of mana to be using up.
Yeah, both the amulets are still in his deck.
Okay.
This is the untraded one.
Yeah. So now he is there, I think, right? He's done all the trading he needs to do. One's at 2, one's at 3.
So now it becomes a question of how to survive against this board, that Radiant looking so intimidating on the other side. But he can't just silence and be done with it because we've seen how fatal an early silence can be against Wig Priest.
All the minions drawn from his deck as well now that the Lish has been found. So Switcheroo doing literally nothing. And he does let rip with the shard. And that means even if Possessi can't actually kill him on this turn, he can make the mother of all boards and then hope to kill him over 2 turns, even factoring in the sword swing.
Right. The one thing that Possessi has little to work with, though, is board space. The location not active here, taking up a lot of space, and nothing else can really die on board because there's just a boar on the other side. There is, however, the double devour, so he can kill off the 1/3 after it trades into the boar. Oh, how much damage is that's the bless?
It is a lot, isn't it?
You gain 6 and then 5.
Yeah, you could fit in.
That's plus 11.
Water as
I think it's lethal. Yeah.
I feel like it gets there too. Yeah. Drawing for Valish as well, which would be like Omega lethal. Yeah, I think it just gets there no matter what.
That's right. Possessi finds the line, takes Judgment down with the Wig Priest. Now, this has historically always been favorable for the Wig Priest, especially when they know what they're doing. It's only gotten better with the Boon of the Ascended added into the deck, but as it happens, the only new card that Possessi really utilized here was the location, and that consistent cycle got him to outpace a pretty decent Boar Priest start from Judgment there. So, World Champion taken down yet another series.
Yeah, I think that was just a pretty exemplary game of Wig Priest versus Boar Priest from Possessi, which is not a matchup you're expecting to see all too much nowadays with very few players playing Boar Priest, which makes it all the more impressive, of course. Like, saving all his threats, like the implication of threat rather than actually putting all your cards on the board. The fact that there was a treasure guard in play for that entire game, always threatening that one pop-off turn that he finally hit to close out the game, meant that there was no big removal option. Like a silence always felt preemptive for Judgment. It never felt like it was quite good enough. And then on the other hand, the fact that he never attacked face meant there was never even a good Xyrella clear until he dealt 30 damage all in one turn. Really, really good stuff from Possessi as he who looks to be very much back on form, taking that first game and advancing through to the winner's bracket match against either Chonsu or Superfake.
Right, not the last we've seen of Judgment yet, though. He'll be on to the elimination match against the loser of that second match that we mentioned. And for Judgment, that is a pretty painful one to take. He was very much on the cusp of defeating Possessi there, had 2 shots against that Wig Priest, but we did mention it, both his remaining decks didn't really have a great matchup into that. We'll see, though, if he can have better luck against Chonsu or Superfake. Super excited to cast that one, Derek, because it's time to see a third different priest archetype for the day, and we haven't even seen Quest Priest yet.
That's right, yeah. As this one that we're going to be seeing. Well, speaking of the ranking of priests, I think Casey's been flaming it on Twitter, saying it's not even the second best archetype of priest right now, which I'm sure we'll get into more when this series begins. But for now, congratulations to Possessi. We're going to find out after this break who will be facing him in the winner's bracket match between Chonsu and Superfake. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters last call here, where we're finding out who the other player joining Possessi will be in the winner's bracket match. And as we were laying out just before, Chonsu versus Superfake, and you were telling us that it's a bit weird that Superfake is the player without the wacky lineup here, which I fully agree with. That is not something I would have expected.
Although, to be fair to Chonsu, he has been taking more risks than we had seen in previous iterations of Grandmasters. You know, this year, even in the earlier season, I remember him going for some crazier builds of Druid in particular. But now we have him on the Combo Priest. We could call it Bless Priest, Dravo Priest, I don't really know. But this deck has only 4 minions in it, 2 Radiant Elementals, and 2 Handmaidens in order to just very consistently get that Radiant and buff it up to be as big as possible and have a real fighting chance against that Rogue.
Yeah, he is as pure can be. Like, most players, as soon as they saw this list, they were like, okay, you're obviously supposed to run Valish in this deck. I'm just going to stick it in. I don't care what you say. Chonsu not even running that. It's 4 minions, nothing else at all. And right out the gate, he's got the matchup he wanted, Priest versus Rogue, to kick things off in game 1. Didn't even have to counter queue as he just managed to snipe it game 1, which means it should theoretically be a great start for Chonsu, because we've heard Dravo saying on Twitter, proclaiming to the masses, that it's a 90% favorable matchup for the Priest versus Rogue, which is surely just nonsense. It has to be, right?
Look, even Freeze Mage, Control Warrior into Freeze Mage back in the day was not 90%. Yeah. What is this I? Or is that a 1 on the Priest? It's just I, the Priest.
Oh, that's interesting.
Robot. I refuse to leave this. Oh, you killed me, Derek.
Keycards didn't upload. I had a joke on that too. I only did 2 because only Radiant and Handmaid and other cards.
Well, maybe that's why they didn't show up.
Yeah, I guess so. But as you can see, like, I was scrolling through the list, like, oh, okay, what have players got? Okay, Chauncey's bringing Boar Priest, interesting. And then I looked back and I was like, what is this? With the Radiant, all these buffs as well. Like, what is this deck even trying to do?
It's trying to build one huge threat all at once. No incremental minion curve, no trying to, play out and spend your mana in the early game. No, you do not want to give the rogue targets for their backstabs, for their serrated bone spikes. All you want to do is put one big threat on board all together on the same turn so that they cannot kill it. And you hit them in the head with it a couple times, and that gets there before their usual Draka, Edwin, location game plan can. In theory.
In theory, yeah, this is all very, very theoretical. I will admit, I played 1 game of this deck on ladder. I queued Rogue. I did win. It didn't feel especially close. Say about that what you will. I did draw all my minions and then like the perfect double Power Word Fortitude starting hand. But it's a very specific tool for a very specific job, which is I think why it looks so strange. But then Superfake on the other side, who is not focusing on them all too much here because he does just have the very, very standard build of Rogue. But I did get to know Superfake at the Solari party a couple of weeks ago. A little bit too well, because we ended up having to share a room together in the hotel. So he saw me at my absolute worst at 8 a.m. Having to get ready to head to the venue. But he's a very, very friendly guy, and we had a good time together. I hope. I did, at least.
Yeah, that is not surprising to me that he is as friendly in real life as he appears on camera. Even if he were a fraction of how friendly he appeared on camera, he would still be one of the nicest people in the Hearthstone community, because it's no secret that Superfake has been one of the most emotive and fun players to watch whenever he appears on stream. He's also brought fun to the broadcast in terms of wacky lineups, usually accompanied by Fled. But for this week, the last possible week to earn points, he's toned it down a little, brought a very standard lineup with that Tempo Rogue in there. He has the the 40 card Ping Mage. He has Quest Priest as his chosen counter to Tempo Rogue, and then he has Ramp Druid as well. He is choosing to go for a different ban than Chonsu. Superfake has banned away the Druid from Chonsu and hoping to just get a couple good wins, maybe into Chonsu's Rogue as well, because that Quest Priest does have a good matchup there. But Chonsu, with both the big Spell Mage and this wacky Priest, also has the potential of beating Rogue.
All right, let's head into the lab and put this theoretical meta breaker to the test through its paces here. As Chonsu has in his starting hand what are, I think, two of the best cards you can have, right? With Radiant and Switcheroo. That's, what, 3/4 of the minions in his deck guaranteed to be drawn at the start of the game.
Whereas for Super Fake, this is also the beginnings of an explosive hand, right? He has the tradable, he has Shrouds to pull the Knolls, pull the Edwin, and the Draka very likely. There's only one other minion than that in his deck. Like, we've been calling this the 4-minion priest. Rogue doesn't have very many minions either.
True.
He's gonna throw one Shroud away, okay. I was wondering if it was worth keeping both, because you expect the priest not to give you any targets for the likes of your removal spells anyway, so might as well get your minions.
Good point. I guess it's just another card that guarantees only draws you minions, and it doesn't draw you the location, which is a little bit more what you're after at this point, I think.
Right, so we're in for a whole lot of passing in the early turns, but Chonsu going to take his time and figure out what the game plan is. Is this Thrive on turn 2 for a specific spell? Is he going to hold it for when the Radiant has hit the board and he has a bit more knowledge of what he needs exactly? But we're certainly going to see the Switcheroo on turn 3, picking up either Handmaiden or Radiant. In some cases, 2 Handmaidens. And with that one power word Fortitude in hand, he could definitely build a huge minion in no time at all.
Yeah, the one thing I would consider as a deviation from that is that you could potentially look at Radiant plus the Fortitude on turn 3. After you've drawn a couple extra spells, it would go down to 0 with the Radiant effect as well. Because I'm still a little unsure as to how you're supposed to play this deck, whether it's the full-on combo where you try and go Boon of the Ascended with already 10 health on the board, and you make this unbreakable wall for the Rogue to try and beat through, or if you just go Radiant Fortitude, that's already up to 8 health. That's tough for the Rogue to clear, and then next turn you put on a little bit more, and then a little bit more, and a little bit more. It's tough to figure out how much of a combo deck this is.
Right. I think it will all depend on what mana break points are available to Super Fake. Now that Chonsu has seen Shroud, he will be considering, okay, let's be generous and say Super Fake already has 6 damage from hand from double Knoll rushing. If the Radiant hits the board and only has 8 health, that means Super Fake only needs a Wicked Stab or a Tooth to then kill the Radiant, so it feels a little bit risky.
Super Fake, I guess, wondering here whether it's worth Tempo Knoll. I don't think you're ever looking for prep gone fishing. I don't think you're under that much time constraints. You have a little while to get rolling.
Yeah, I don't hate the Tempo Knoll. He doesn't have like Draka or location in hand that really benefits him from holding on to one extra card. But then again, does he expect to get there with just this Knoll going face a couple times? We'll see how this pans out. Now that Chonsu has seen the Knoll, though, I think there's almost no chance that he goes for Radiant this turn. Also, he's just drawn not a spell, so the Fortitude isn't even playable with Radiant.
Yeah, in this instance, I am 100% on board with the slightly slower line of approach.
Oh, sorry, my bad. It was playable, but took up all his mana there. There's the 2 Handmaidens now.
And the Draka on the other side. In this Rogue deck, this is kind of a point I always reach, right? Where you have Edwin and it's like turn 3, like turn 4 or 5, where you have the potential to get up like a 7/7, maybe a 9/9 if you're really lucky. But is it worth it to play it here, or should you be waiting until you hit the mega pop-offs later on?
I would wager, because this is such a specific type of priest that has a very transparent game plan, maybe trying to get underneath all that and go for pressure even if you don't have like the maximum combos on your minions is the way to go about it. Because in terms of removal, there's not that much for the priest. There's the one of Lighted Burns and there's Shard of the Naru, but they don't have the usual package you would expect from this type of priest of Pyro or even Samuro if it were to be Wig Priest.
True.
Deciding whether he wants to hit in for gift.
Yeah, that's the only break point.
Here we go.
Oh my god, is it just time right now?
Not that much mana to work with. But
Right.
the Radiant does help a lot of that.
Okay. You're guaranteed a wig off the top, so you have Radiant, Coin, Wig, or Devour, yeah.
Devour. Yeah, I think he definitely wants to play a Handmaiden before the wig.
Oh, good point. Yeah, yeah.
The Fortitude is not green though. That could be an issue. Again, no Valish in the deck.
Big issue, yeah.
The train just kind of ends there. Huh?
Huh?
I mean, can we just call this huh, priest?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the name. Just all caps HUH priest. Maybe LUL priest would be more appropriate. I mean, it's still okay, right? He's guaranteed a spell next turn, so or even without that, Radiant plus Fortitude is playable. So
Right.
you have Radiant, buff, 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 boon to round it out. That's pretty big.
Right, right. So we just have to look at this and say this was not the pop-off turn. This was a preparation for the pop-off turn.
It's the pre-pop.
How can Super Fake capitalize on that though? At the very least, he could take the Bone Spike and clear the board using that Weave in the Draka, but is that a big enough dagger to justify? He says no, it's going to be Shadow Step instead.
Interesting. I was wondering if that would actually end up Step Edwin in this instance, which, you know, I know is a shaky play a lot of the time because you lose a lot of stats immediately, but it really bolsters your card draw at this point in the game.
I do like getting the Draka down though. This is a lethal setup. Now it's a flimsy one because Chonsu can theoretically get a taunt this turn as well.
But he has no Valish, man. Like, he doesn't even have that much mana to work with.
That's true. Like he can't play the Handmaiden if he wants to play Boon as well, but all the rest of the spells except Bless can be expended this turn. So how big is the Radiant? +5, and then you probably just cash in the wigs because you're going to go all in on this boon, even if they don't refresh. So that's 12, and then it gains another 3 from the Devour, and then it's 17 with the boon.
That's pretty big. Fair
It is. Is it enough?
We should have to see. Superfake has the opportunity to infuse this door, should he desire so, or both of them actually for that matter, which could be a big deal.
Yeah, if he just gets through this board, that's it. Chonsu's gassed out. I mean, he has Handmaiden, but he can't buff it to anything relevant anymore after all that. But it does have to be both minions cleared because of this Bless that's hanging around.
Correct.
So for Superfake, if he can find Tooth off of door and get that to be honorably killing something, that could be a way out of this in a much simpler fashion.
Not phased about the much. It's kind of close to say, like you said, if you infuse and you hit Tooth, that's a big deal.
He doesn't have the breakpoint to get honorable kill on an opposing minion here, does he?
Oh. Shadow Step? Oh my goodness, okay.
He has to.
Yeah.
So you're hoping for a chain of preps and bone spikes, I guess.
Oh my god.
Oh, location!
Oh. Cutlass, no! Oh, disaster!
No!
Is he gonna overwrite? Oh, he does not know what to do, and I
There's
can't
no
blame
way.
him.
Yeah, just play the temporary extortion. He's not dead on board.
Even with the Bless, he's not technically dead yet.
Correct. Oh, Fortitude though, and that's down to 2 mana. That's another Bless. Not all of it is playable, but if Identity Theft pulls 2 spells, no, then he still can't play both Bless, right?
Was he 1 damage off lethal with 16 and 13 with Bless, and he can't fit in the hero power as well?
I think so.
Which is a valid play, you know, just punch them for for 1 million, and then identity theft the following turn is a really good shot of just closing the game out.
Fair, fair. You can even just light it, burns the Edwin, get rid of it.
That works.
Give your
too.
minions the highest potential of sticking around. And that does mean that the only out for Super Fake is some sort of tooth outcome that I don't even know how he's gonna get honorable kill from it, and I don't know what's good enough at how much mana he'll have remaining.
You have trade into the Kyrian down to 7. He needs to hit.
He has extortion his own 6/6 and then tooth it. Then you have 4 mana left.
Sure.
And he doesn't.
Yeah,
He
okay.
doesn't have the tooth though, so I don't know what I'm saying. Like, there's no mana. There's
There's
nothing.
tooth. Okay, so
But he'll have 2 mana left after he gets the honorable kill from it. So
okay, now he has less mana to work with.
there's nothing. Even Alibi wouldn't have worked.
Yeah, I mean, it was like if he had enough mana, Shadow Word Ruin could have gotten him there, maybe. But of course, the identity theft really.
What about
knocks it out.
Flurry? No, he can't even freeze all 3.
Oh yeah, true.
I'm out of ideas, but we're just gonna see what's in the tooth.
Yeah. Wave of apathy doesn't exist anymore. Oh, he hit the flurry!
Oh, he actually did it! Wait, so if he didn't trade at one point? No, he wouldn't have had both teeth if he hadn't traded, right? Oh man, in the end it's the Handmaiden that clutches it out as the 3rd minion on board.
Who'd have thought it there? Yeah, as Chonsu gets the win. If nothing else, it did what it's supposed to do, right? It beat Rogue, and it didn't look that close. I don't know. Like, obviously he was behind at the start, but that's what's supposed to happen with that deck. The Edwin was not an amazing pop-off turn for Super Fake. He did miss on a good location at the start of the game, but it wasn't like he had a terrible hand. He was doing fairly standard Rogue things, and he just didn't have a chance of getting through all those stats.
Right, Chonsu recognized that he needed to start with 1 Radiant, 1 Handmaiden to have enough resources in hand to make the second pair of those and the boon truly insurmountable. It's just such a weird deck to look at because that type of game plan in most Hearthstone matchups should be very flimsy. There should be so many ways to play around that, but against Rogue in particular, and if you have the solid read that everyone in the field is going to bring it, and it's LHS, and you just need to snipe that matchup, then the Priest ends up being a pretty solid bring. However, I don't think it's going to perform very well against literally anything else in the meta though, and Super Fake is going to queue up his Ping Mage to try and beat it now.
Yeah, if it can take down literally any other deck, like Druid included, which I originally thought would be a good matchup for the Priest, has proven to not so much be the case after some testing. I will be astounded because it's like the ultimate glass cannon, this Priest. It just has one all-in push. If you remove that, the game's over. They just die, which Rogue cannot do, which is, again, why they're pretty good. It's pretty good against the Rogue. But for the Mage here, you know, if it's good against the Rogue, which is weirdly similar to this Priest in terms of its kind of pop-off for a lot of big stats all at once, it should be fantastic against the Priest.
Oh, Super Fake with a pretty solid opening hand with the Shivering and the Dawn Grasp. There's some merit to thinking about Flurry because it is, you know, the out he needed in the last match, and you know that this game is all about just getting rid of those 4 minions, and if you remove literally those 4 and they haven't gotten something insane off of identity theft, you have already won. But he is not going to bother with that, instead keeping a more proactive game plan, which I like, gets rewarded with Wildfire Sivara in the opener.
Wow, both players actually finding some really juicy starting hands, as Chonsu doesn't even have to pick the switcheroo now. He can just go boon, I think, quite happily to guarantee he has those extra stats.
Yeah, just a little bit awkward for Super Fake that he can't just straight away coin Sivara next turn. He still needs 1 more spell in the pool. And I wonder if he will just throw the Alibi in there to make sure Sivara's already active next turn. I don't hate it.
I don't hate it either. Coin Savara plus Wildfire on the following turn.
Uh-huh.
Does mean you're delaying the Dawn Grasp for a whole extra turn, which you don't love. But actually, I guess you get the coin back, don't you? So it's not even that much of a problem.
Right.
Sure, let's do it.
Super Fake once again at odds as to whether he wants to give Chonsu the breakpoint to draw with Gift of the Naru. I honestly don't think it's that big of a deal in the long run because it's very likely he already has a Handmaiden in hand. Keeping Mage now.
Okay. That's a backup game plan.
It recasts a Holy Spell.
And a
And
Shadow
a Frost spell if you take the Cold Case.
Oh, true. Busted. Or a spell with Frostweave? Oh, bad.
Yeah. I really just don't know whether Chonsu is supposed to lean into that alternate game plan of playing his own Dawn Grasp. Because the upshot of taking Cold Case is that if you can wait all the way until 9 mana with Dawn Grasp and it replays the Cold Case for sure, because that'll be the only Frost spell that Chonsu has played, he can level his hero power instantly by pinging one of the skeletons. Do we ever get to that point in the game? I have no clue. No one's ever played this matchup. Definitely not me.
Oh, there's no shot it's Tempo Savara, right?
Okay, so the last spell in Savara is going to be Coin next turn, most likely.
Is it the pre-pop-off? A little amuse-bouche?
The fake food from the fake country.
I mean, I wish I could laugh, but like the 1 weekend I spent in France, I think I ate better than I have in my entire life of living in the UK.
Same, except living in the Philippines. But God, their food is something else. Okay. Gonna commit a wig. This Radiant hardly ever dies, to be fair. This is Mage we're talking about, not Rogue. I honestly would love to pick Chonsu's brain as to where he actually views himself in this matchup. Does he genuinely believe this is a winnable? Or is it kind of just like, okay, my priest has done its job, just kind of nice now if it does anything extra, but he doesn't expect to win?
I mean, if I know Chonsu, he'd tell you it's like a 97% win rate for the priest.
Against Mage.
Yeah, against the mage, exactly. He just believes.
Can't stop this snowstorm.
All right, so Super Fake really committed to not putting the Savara down just yet, which makes sense with the shortage of hand space that he's currently facing. Still has access to Coin Dawn Grasp. Next turn if he wants.
Second Radiant? Oh my god. Okay. We're all in, baby.
That's right. Boon happening this turn as well. Maybe Boon times 2.
I'll do Blaboon. I mean, he's wondering about buffing the Handmaiden, because then you get to trade in the Radiant and draw a card off of the gift, I think is the difference.
Right. You do miss 1 health from Devour this way, but I think it's worth it for the extra card.
Agreed. Come on, it's got to be time to go in, right? We've played almost every minion in our deck at this point.
Yeah, commit the Bless as well, I think. And then Boon Boon.
Boon Boon.
And this is it. This is all the deck does normally. But we are looking at Dawn Grasp as the backup game plan. I really don't think gets there for Chonsu, but currently this board for Super Fake can be frozen indefinitely. And I mean a long, long time. Like, the Savara doesn't even have the last spell in her yet. It can be Flurry, it can be Solid Alibi, it can be Blizzard. All of those just put a wrench in Chonsu's game plan.
I mean, you could even curate the Dawn Grasp to just cast another Blizzard. If you just go Blizzard on this turn, Dawn Grasp next turn, that'll stall them even further. Solid Alibi, like you said, is good enough here as well. I have to imagine you'd be able to chew through this eventually.
Quickly checking if Boon of the Ascended is a holy spell. It is. We're so in sync, Derek.
All right,
right.
boon me, dude.
What if it boons the Radiant? I'm ready.
Oh,
Well, that's the bad
actively
one.
bad. Man, that sucked.
Dawn Grasp is a Dawn Grasp. And it's still going to be Cold Case Ping for Chonsu. He's going to be working with a 4 damage hero power. He has the second Identity Theft. Just scoop himself up this Mordresh. It's happening, you know.
Much to
Wondering about fitting in
ponder.
the coin first because of Overdraw. Doesn't need to first. It's just going to cast AI, and then he goes up to 10, and he can play the coin after.
Match wits with me.
Or more likely, yeah, but whatever.
I have an idea.
This matchup just feels so miserable for Chonsu. What can he do? Super Fake out here thinking whether it's worth dumping the coin. I think it's worth it. Certainly not the flurry, though. That's pretty
agree.
essential.
Also, whether it's worth
Sun sets.
pinging, because he doesn't get the honorable kill anymore because of the Blizzard. In which case you could save it while it has the freeze effect for one of the following turns, just like ping plus flurry. However you want to go about it, to be honest.
Sure.
Unless this sets up for Mordresh next turn, which I don't think it does.
Not quite yet.
Okay, that's a decent draw.
They're actually all still damaged. Look at the size of these minions.
All right, Identity Theft into Mordresh for your
Right.
new fancy hero power.
And Theatar for their Mordresh. Okay, he's gonna do it next turn. Just get the scale on the hero power this turn. I think that makes sense. Still don't know what I'm watching, but it's cool.
Oh, there's no shot the hero power gets there, right? Like, no shot.
I mean, it depends on what's in the second Identity Theft.
Yeah. I mean, the big headline here is sheep, sheep, sheep everywhere.
He's really under no pressure to do it this turn, though. Like, if Super Fake sees more merit in, for example, scaling the hero power, he could go for a Starfish, ping it. I think the hero power is at 4. Could Solid Alibi to stay alive.
If my calculations are correct,
For now. Okay. We are Thief Priest now. Are these game-winning cards? That's a Mordresh!
Let's go!
No way!
Let's
No
go,
way.
baby.
Come on,
Right, and
Insta, Chonsu. Insta.
What's in the deck? What else can you get that's good?
Theater, man. Theater.
Yeah, it is just Theater, isn't it?
The best one.
Parrot doesn't do anything. Apprentice is like okay.
Brand doesn't do anything because
Brand
this
is-
handmaiden only draws air at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is just Theater is the best outcome. But not found. In which case,
No flurry? I don't know, man.
yeah, or like
Sunsets.
Brand to hope it sticks so that you can deal 20 damage. With
Oh, actually, you take the brand, so you just ping it because the hero power is 4 right now,
Oh.
right? I think.
That's so BM to 4, bro.
What do you mean? Not your brand.
Yeah, it's true. It's your bonus Brand.
What are we watching? Why does Super Fake have less health?
He's just dying. Okay, 4 health minions he's looking for. He's got his own Renathal that he could use to upgrade the old hero power.
Correct. Or actually, the Starfish is less valuable at this point. Like, the board's been sheeped. You don't need to silence anything anymore.
It's kind of true.
The Deathborn's kind of clean, but, you know, Super Fake is, like, you can see his reaction. He's kind of like, there's no way Hansu races me down here, right? There's no way. Right? And I'm inclined to say there is no way, because he also just has a solid alibi as well.
I can take him. Wait.
Okay.
All of them?
Sure.
Plays the Renathal. Like,
I think...
quite appropriately lands to the slaughter.
As opposed to pinging it and scaling the hero power. I really don't know if this is more damage in the long run. It really just depends how many more pings you think it's gonna take to win the game. But I think Super Fake's priority was clearing up some hand space to get the Sivara down. He also just has active Mordresh now.
And now there just really
go.
is nothing for Chonsu, right? He's got no more Discover effects.
Oh, it's not a sacrificial brand. He respects the brand. Yeah, obviously, because there's a 3-4 now to ping on the other side. But yeah.
Big buff Bran instead. All right, once again, we're all in.
Once again, I am still shocked.
Oh.
Chonsu's hero power is bigger than Super Fake's at the moment. Super Fake has played 2 Wildfire. I mean, 1 normally and 1 from the Dawn Grasp, and he's going to get another from the Sivara.
Okay, now, surely, this is enough. He's got ping.
Yeah, I know.
Maud on the board. To try and get there ahead in the damage race, but he knows for a fact his opponent has the Mordresh as well.
Yeah, now Super Fake has seen all the stolen cards, right? So as long as the Mordresh is frozen, he knows he never dies the next turn. And he has Alibi, he has Cold Case, which if the breakpoint remains at 6 damage, which I think it will, it just gives him turn after turn. So the math is pretty simple for Super Fake here. He can just go Mordresh ping face, he never dies. If he, you know, forgot something, he could commit the Alibi. It's fine. It's fine.
However, if there was no Cold Case and no Alibi here, if we just want to live in a made-up alternate universe here, it was a little bit closer, right? Double ping just ends the game.
Yeah, but Super Fake quickly recoups the race because his Mordresh will stick around and actually attack next turn. So
Sun sets.
if he wants to play it this turn, I think he's just going through one of those moments like, wait, I've already won, right? It's just one of those, like, this is such a weird matchup and you can't blame him for being as careful as possible. Because it's so easy to miss things when you play against a deck you don't have much experience against.
Exactly, yeah. And he knows he doesn't have to solid Alibi here. He knows that he can just get away with the ping because there's no more stolen cards in the hand. But he's just trying to justify it to himself. I don't know what's going on, man. I'm just going to ping here, and he takes the win in the end. He seems almost annoyed that he won that game of Hearthstone.
Maybe annoyed that he stayed in it that long, that Chonsu did a little bit of, like, what's the meme you like posting whenever APAC gets top 4 but doesn't win a Masters tour of the guy with the skateboard, and then he just ends up whacking himself in the head with it? I mean,
yeah.
Yep, this is what Chonsu was kind of doing with that Dawn Grasp pickup, but of course it still doesn't get there in the end, because I really think the only real shot he had in that game is if that second identity theft was exactly Mordresh Theotar. If not that, no way.
Also, I can't believe you slipped in that meme you always post whenever APAC does this. I don't repost memes, okay? They're fresh, hot off the press every single time, and you know it.
Dang, I thought I could slip that in there, but nothing gets past you when it comes to memes.
When it comes to memes, and specifically only memes, then I think it's but yeah, moving on over now, we have the priest through, the rogue lost for Super Fake. The priest now lost for Chonsu, which means the counter that he has to mage, as far as he sees it, is the rogue. He'd rather go with his own rogue than the mage mirror, which, I don't know, feels to me like a bit of a awkward spot to be in with these current builds of mage that have more and more defensive tools to be able to stand up to all these big minions that come off Edwin and the locations.
Yeah, it is a little bit jarring to look at because I generally feel like the mage is favored against rogue just a little bit, especially this version that has the flurries in there. But I think this is maybe a line of thinking from Chonsu where like his rogue doesn't really have any good matchups remaining, so it's not a big deal if he just queues it up and loses with it. He did ban away the druid from Super Fake, if I'm not mistaken.
The priest.
Oh, he banned the priest. Okay, so the rogue did have a remaining good matchup. Okay, now I'm confused.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just saying on the other hand, there's no good counter queue if he does manage to get the win here, right? Like, he's going to have to win an awkward matchup at some point, like mage mirror or rogue versus mage. I don't know. It is a little weird. But he's got himself a reasonable starting hand to get things rolling at least.
Yeah, nice mix of cycle and of course the win condition card in Draka. I do think Draka is more of a win condition versus mage than the location because your minions, even when stealthed, have the chance of being frozen by Super Fake with Blizzard, with Flurry, and he's even running the mass poly.
Okay, getting AI played for the Dawn Grasp makes sense to me. Increasing your chances of finding Cold Case as well, just any of these clutch health gain cards versus the Rogue.
The choice of that over Dungeoneer, I think, is also maybe trying to delay giving the Rogue targets for their spells as long as possible.
Maybe not the spell that Chauncey was looking for with Prep, because he has so much discount, but no actual fuel to really make his hand work right now.
Right.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, that's all the fuel you need. And that's the crossroads for Super Fake, right? Because his only playable cards are minions. The leftmost one sometimes gives several targets as well. Does he think the cycle is worth it for giving Chonsu targets for the spells? I would honestly answer probably not.
Agreed.
Much
I
to
think
ponder.
last kind of game.
That one extra spell drawn could be a big difference maker, though, because he hasn't hit those freeze effects. Blizzard and Flurry still somewhere in the deck. If he can just clear the line to Mass Poly, though, then he definitely gets into a more comfortable spot. The question is when he thinks Chonsu will do the pop-off turn.
And what is his response when that does happen? Because like turn 7 onwards, sure, you have the Mass Poly. And then you have Varden with potentially another Mass Poly afterwards, depending on if it hits the Poly or the AI. But basically, I think no matter what, you're fine with just passing until you do hit something that actually demands an answer.
Here we go. There's the Edwin into an immediate shadow step, but Chonsu is not going to step the Edwin himself, going to step the Null instead. Wants to maintain that big threat on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you do have a really good chance of carrying on with some real pressure with 2 preps in hand. You just need to dodge the clunky minions and you'll be fine.
Cutlass is all the mana spent, but again, almost any spell can be prepped out if drawn. A bit awkward that the Serrated doesn't have a good target, unless he wants to kill off his own Null. That's honestly reasonable with the backstab. But maybe not this turn. I'd be interested in doing that on a Draka turn. But this could still actually be a Draka turn, right? If you prep the Serrated and then coin out. Sorry, not that order, but you coin, prep Serrated, you can play Draka.
Wow, you're actually right. I didn't even consider that. You could go coin Prep Wicked Stab. Prep's rated. Oh no! Oh, did his mouse disconnect or something?
I think so. Something happened.
Oh,
Okay, he's pointing face. Did he get the Draka? I think so. But Chonsu looks stressed.
Okay, he got the Draka. Did he get the attack? Okay, we're in business. Man, that's like the one thing a Hearthstone player hates to hear more than anything else, just doo-doo-doom, the disconnect sound on your PC. Like, oh god, please no.
Yep. And this is what we were talking about. Superfake has the answers turn 7 onward, but this turn, it's nothing. He doesn't even hit the 1/1s from the Dungeoneer. Chonsu just has the cleanest 2-turn lethal setup you've ever seen.
And it might even be 1-turn lethal setup, depending on the draws here.
I mean, Step Edwin, is he feeling brave?
It has to be, right? It's just such a strong play with 3 mana left over.
Yeah. I'm on board for that. Just guarantee that you hit your other Tooth or your other Wicked Stab on the off chance that Superfake can freeze your face and deal with the board.
What else is this Shadow Step for? It's always going to be bigger than a 5/5 at the end of this turn, or at least equal if you just get the... I don't know. I think it just always ends up bigger than a 5/5, basically. This deck is so fluid.
You can argue for Step Draka after the last dagger charge has been used because that's technically guaranteed damage, but the Edwin just has so much higher of a power ceiling. He's going for it now. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Let's keep going. Keep going. Sinister Strike. Null. Oh, it's so close. Ran out at the end. Yeah, sure.
That's just it. Superfake can't do anything.
That is game. Throws it down. Man, what a win for Chonsu. Such a cool spot on the Draka line. I honestly didn't even see that.
It was a bit... Like, it wasn't intuitive to me either. I kind of thought you start with Edwin, your turn is fully committed to Edwin, but very well done by Chonsu to realize that with the double prep hand, Edwin was only there to play like 2 additional cards in the turn, add a minion to the board, but the real star there and the real priority was getting that huge dagger online, 11 attack, representing 33 throughout the course of the game. Superfake, I mean, that was just not a hand that was doing very much at all. Hasn't had the opportunity to find the Snow Flurry to delay a little bit, but certainly the Draka part of this deck is what Mage struggles to deal with. The location minions, sometimes you can deal with it. As it happens, the hand that Superfake drew couldn't deal with the location minions either. But it does mean now, though, that Superfake is down to his last deck, and it's Druid, which is not a great one to go up against Tempo Rogue with.
Yeah, it's a real rough position to be in. He has to win against Rogue and then Mage as well, which is a little better. You know, Mage, I do like that matchup as the Druid pretty heavily. But the Rogue, it's such a tough one now. I think with the old Lambie list, with Krakatoa and Scabs in there as well, I felt okay as the Druid, maybe not favored necessarily, but if you hit either an aggressive ramp start or something that is not really available to Superfake, a very heavy minion start where you hit the Living Roots plus the Sentries plus the natural causes as well. Just basically all these early plays, you could kind of run away with the board at the start before they popped off. Now that just doesn't even feel like a possibility. They hit null on turn 4 at least every single game, basically without fail, and their pop-offs are just too big. So Superfake in a really rough position now, unless Chonsu draws very, very dead.
Promising opener for Superfake, though. In other matchups, I advocate keeping Topior, but this is certainly not one of them. You need to ramp very, very quickly here just to survive, to be able to get to Scale of Onyxia, because that card is usually necessary to kill off one of the location minions, because this is certainly a matchup where the Rogue is happy to play location for a 5/5, a 6/6, and just have it attack face several times. That gets there in the matchup. Oh,
Okay.
insane draw for Super Fake though.
Yeah, it smooths things out very, very nicely here. You just go your Wild Growth into your Widow Bloom, hope to hit Nourish, and then like Devourer on curve. Are we talking?
Potentially. You can play around Devour a little bit because the location and, you know, the nature of the minions being stealth, so untargetable. But still one of the cards that can turn the corner here. For Chansu though, early Edwin can continue with the prep of the Wicked Stab. I think it's completely worth it.
Agreed. There's so many cards that allow you to carry on for an extra one with the coin still in there.
Very fortunate to start with the Gul'dan hero power as well.
That's always the best one to be hitting. Okay, it ends there, but it's a very respectable early board for turn 3. This is a real problem for the Druid. Ooh.
That's the Onyxia picked up, but Super Fake is hitting a whole load of nothing until then. The Theotar isn't even particularly good for him here. I almost wonder if it's Moonlit, so you can just have another shot at hitting a ramp card.
That is the big one, isn't it?
Now, how about...
Very specific, though, because he won't have 5 mana, so Guff and Nourish are out for the moment, which means you're looking at the second Wild Growth or second Seedsman.
Correct.
Or maybe Planted Evidence to try and hit Nourish with the 1 mana discount you get.
Like the two lines are to just take the Nourish so you guaranteed play it next turn, which is obviously very, very scary. Or take one of those playable spells and just say spend more mana with your Moonlit. But there is the Nourish, the exact out you were talking about, Derek.
That is absolutely insane. And now Devourer available next turn just to chomp up this Edwin. All of a sudden, things looking so much better here for Super Fake.
Wait, alignment? Isn't that... Oh wait, sorry, it's nerfed. I forgot, it's nerfed, it's nerfed, it's nerfed.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying, is it still good even factoring in the nerf?
I mean, it does let you get Onyxia a turn earlier, but at that point you might as well just curve Devourer into Onyxia, and yeah, it's not disrupting the rogue at all, so forget what I was saying.
Ladies and gentlemen, your dev team.
Battlegrounds!
Yeah, whatever you have to tell yourself.
Right? I mean, doesn't go Devourer. I am actually pretty surprised by that. I kind of thought Devourer into Onyxia was enough of a stabilization play to take the game from there.
I agree. Especially with double scales in hand. Like, there was a decent chance they just ignore that Devourer and pray that you don't have the scales. Which would have just ended the game if you got double scales the turn after.
If Super Fake is trying to greed the infuse on that, that's the only reason I could think to not play the Devourer this turn. But it's not as though these two minions are enough to infuse it, right? He would still need to play Onyxia and have some whelps die. But as it stands, in a decent spot. This is not an insane Draka from Chonsu, but I still think it's the Draka turn.
It's not insane, but against a turn that's neither taunting nor healing in the form of Onyxia, it may just be enough. You're dealing 4 here, plus the 10 on board.
Yeah, plenty. Onyxia can be a full clear at the expense of all but 1 whelp. And Chonsu doesn't have lethal from hand. He would need both Wicked Stabs, actually, to close this out.
And he's already played 1.
So yeah, I think Super Fake still comes out on top of this unless Chonsu discovers something amazing off the tooth. Actually, he could get the temporary Wicked Stab copy if he's very lucky. But it's not playable all in the same turn with the teeth to get lethal, and now that means Super Fake can play the scales to fully stabilize.
Yeah, the other thing to consider is whether you can kill the Onyxia. Which doesn't seem likely, does it? Or worth it, to be honest. Close. Backstab. You have like backstab, extortion, trade, like some really horrible plays like that to kill off the Onyxia. But
Yeah.
I think from his perspective, the best play is just to say there's no scales in hand.
I would agree. Gonna commit Graveyard here. Can play Extortion on the Onyxia but not kill it just to juice the location a little bit more. Okay, but Super Fake, he knows what's happening. Onyxia sticks around, he's not dead, and that means he turns the corner.
Yeah, growth plus scales, dole scales, whatever you want to do on this turn. I think it's pretty much just always getting there. Which means it looks like we're going to game 5 as Super Fake gets an unfavorable, well, I won't say it too soon, but looking to be getting an unfavorable win here, unless there's some real miracles from Chonsu.
Yeah, I mean, there's tooth opportunities. He can get the honorable kill this way with the swing first. He is at 9, but let's ignore that for a second. Nope.
Evidence is a very good card, a lot of damage, but not here.
Just not enough. The doggy biscuit lets him take a value trade on Onyxia.
Ah.
Yeah, just not seeing it as Chonsu throws it down, and we are gonna go to game 5 now, where it is Druid from Super Fake up against is it the Mage remaining for Chonsu? So that's pretty good for Super Fake in most outcomes.
Agreed, yeah. Taking a closer look at Chonsu's Mage as well, we can see it's the 30-card version, interestingly enough, of Big Spell Mage, which I feel like we don't see all too much of, but specifically against Druid, this has to be the version you're looking for to just get that absolute consistency on Belinda or maybe Barbaric on curve, and then let the cheese commence.
Yeah, I agree. I think this matchup is actually a lot closer than the 40 ping mage, for example, or even 40 big spell mage, because the consistency of hitting those 6 drops is one thing, but another huge thing is actually the far watch post. If you manage to land that on curve versus Druid and they don't have exactly Druid of the Reef to remove it right away, that wrecks their entire ramp game plan. As so often happens with Druid, if they're just one turn too late with their Scale of Onyxia to stabilize, they just die.
We'll have to see whether or not that can be achieved. The rest of the deck filled out with, I mean, pretty much just the standard stuff. The Nightcloak Sanctum, the only card that's busted enough to bust its way through into this pretty tight list. Once again, for Super Fake, I think his particular build is like probably not ideal versus the big spell mage. This version that runs Kazakhstan and the extra amalgams in there, probably a little bit too late game oriented to actually come online in this matchup. I'd rather have either the full nature package in the early game or the Naga Giants and the Battlegrounds Battlemaster, like Bunny has been opting to go for, and Fury as well.
Right. I will admit to not being a huge fan of Kazakhstan either. In fact, I'm going to throw out a hot take. I don't think we're going to see one active Kazakhstan played throughout the rest of this entire weekend.
Hot takes. It's back.
Well, Super Fake with the full keep here. Keeping Nourish is a hotly debated subject. I feel like I'm enough of a pessimist to keep it when you have Wild Growth and just say this is the guaranteed curve. I don't have Jerry to play on turn 2, but it's fine. It's going to get there. And Super Fake even goes as far as to keep the Miracle Growth, which is the ideal follow-up to Nourish. I think it's very justifiable in this outcome, but you're really hoping and praying that there's not a Belinda or a Barbaric to disrupt you.
Okay, I mean, it's a hand he full kept because he had a plan, and the plan is still very much intact, with Chonsu currently having no way to majorly disrupt it. That is until he picked up Bran to play on curve alongside the Akani on turn 4, which really does start to wreak havoc with Super Fake's game plan.
Yeah. The Brokani. Bruff and Brokani.
That's a combo.
Okay. Planted Evidence can get Feral Rage here to kill Bran, or the spell, the Naga thing. Like, it deals 4 if you played a Naga while it's in hand. You also have attack for 4, but this is not those.
Help laser or whatever it's called.
Job's done.
Kelp Laser?
It's something like that. Gotta picture some kelp.
Uh-huh. This is just so backbreaking for Super Fake. He doesn't have good ways to test.
I thought he was just gonna jab Miracle Growth like, he never picks spell, go on.
Yeah, he just double picks minion like a Giga Chat. Yeah, the problem is he can't even test for spell with scales because the minion he would use to test, the Starfish, just goes into the void. So he has no target for scales. Scales only goes on friendly minions, and he's just kind of trapped.
Just go Starfish Nourish, just deal with it with like 2 of your least important cards in the hand.
I guess so. Oh, completely deleted turn. The Brokani is too powerful.
Brokani is brusted.
And then Chonsu's follow-up is honestly just piling more minions on. I don't hate. He could go Starfish to deny the coin to Super Fake.
That's true.
Oh, actually, does Super Fake want to hero power the Mailbox Dancer over 2 turns to get the coin? No way, right? And have the coin to test Okani? There's no way. Yeah.
Did he not get it in? Did he not want to play Starfish?
I don't think he wanted to in the end, because next turn he can just scale and kill the Okani.
That's true. Oh, the real Giga Chad play. Watch post Starfish to silence it away.
Now you're talking. Coin, Starfish?
Oh, yeah.
Kill off your Okani. It's so bad.
Alright, scale will do just fine for now.
Uh-huh. Really a bit annoying that he can't weave in the hero power to kill off the watch post as well. But I guess you just sacrifice all the whelps instead. Could technically earn scales. I actually think it's worth it to scales here.
Yeah, it's not Ping Mage, is it? Which you would really want the armor. It's Big Spell Mage where it's a little bit less important.
And the fact that it lets you kill off an additional minion and leave only the 2/3 on board.
Yeah.
It's pretty much healing almost as much as a Scales on a Miracle Growth would.
Like, if you're going to Miracle Growth next turn, you kind of have to kill the watch post.
Agreed.
Alright, there we go.
Time goes short.
So, Super Fake has survived phase 1 of Chonsu's game plan pretty well, and currently Chonsu doesn't have the big power spikes to follow up this curve. No Belinda and no Barbaric. This is just all of the kind of neutral minions thrown together to have the curve be somewhat more consistent. But next turn is the start of the rune train.
It is, but it's also the turn where Super Fake really starts doing powerful plays of his own. Like, he's just been sat there playing Solitaire while his opponent plays Arena on the other side with just minions on curve. But now with Miracle Growth, and then just like anything after that, like Guff would be fantastic, obviously. Any way to juice up a potential Denathrius, Theatar, so many good draws. It would be tough to imagine him full whiffing.
Here we are, the Tempo Starfish. Starfish really gets little to no utility against Druid, so finding a spot to tempo it out is not the worst. Ooh.
Yeah, that was...
Kind of still think it's Miracle Growth. Oh.
It's just big.
It is. And the growth is weaker to the Pelican Diver, which you know is waking up next turn. But somehow I feel giving a bigger board into a potential rune is a little bit scary.
I think Rune is like a fear for the rest of the game, though, right? Like, if you're going to want to play this Elixir at some point, so I think you just force them to have the Rune, which they don't necessarily have. And even then, like, it's far from a guaranteed kill.
Fair enough. Sometimes the argument for not playing Onyxia is to save it for a board that's more threatening and you need to clear it, but there aren't that many of those from this position for Chonsu. Oh, that's already 14 mana spent.
What, 17? None. Oh my lord, terrible.
Didn't even kill the Onyxia, just sheepified it. And now Chonsu has nothing. Can't even play the Build a Snowman because it would disrupt his parrots from this point, right?
Well, that's true, yeah. Oh my god, this draw, Chonsu, you poor boy.
By my calculations, you need to chill out.
Whole load of nothing. Shrubby Starfish. Yeah, sign me up for that. Okay, this is fine as well. Technically, more immediate pressure on board. That draws nothing, right? He got both nourishes already.
Yeah, and he's not playing flippers.
So probably
don't hate
just
it.
play Druid of the Reef.
Now,
Oh, you
how
can still play
about-
the Starfish, like if you Druid of the Reef to kill the Mailbox Dancer and then coin bait the Starfish. I'm just interested in pushing the 9. Complete air! This is so sad for Chonsu. Not a single Belinda or Sorcerer is seen. Not even the big spells themselves, which are playable at this point.
Yeah, it's just been the worst spell and the worst card in his deck, top decked for like 4 turns in a row, I feel like.
No Evoker.
I mean, I don't know what Superfake's getting so agitated about here. Like, he's Omega winning this game right now.
No Convoke, no fun.
Boo.
Weave in the hero power, push it all face.
All right. We need a box, and we need it right now.
In the box. Better than pirate things. It needs to be. Okay, Super Fake playing another nature spell just to protect his 10-7 and 8-7 on board. Makes sense. It's really only box or pirate at this point, right?
Yeah. I think those are the 2 outs. The hero card, does that cast any freeze effects on the frost spell? I don't even think it does.
No. Yeah, it's big spell mage, so you don't even run.
Oh yeah, of
frost
course.
spells.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Arden's already been played as well, right?
You win.
That is not even going to be seen. Oh. 8 points? Is that what he's saying?
5 points, I think. I can't remember what score he's at, but he's happy with it anyway. It was a weird combination of fingers. I couldn't figure out exactly quite how many he was actually holding up there.
It's like a 5 and a 3. Maybe he's going for 8 points.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I'm a caster. Counting was never my strong point.
Yeah, that's what game devs do.
Oh, yeah, so I hear.
Yeah, congratulations to Super Fake. Very well fought at the end there. Chonsu, I honestly feel so bad for him that last draw. Even Super Fake knows that there was almost no game after the Okani happened. But commendable, Chonsu's choice to bring that priest, and he did take the win with it, to be fair. The rest of the lineup not really panning out though.
Yeah, it did what it was supposed to do, straight up, very simply. That's the one deck that seemed to be a good part of his lineup, whereas the more classic ones not doing so well. But a huge congratulations to Super Fake. It means we've got a very spicy-looking winners bracket match between Possessi and Super Fake, whereas down at the bottom, the elimination match that I think you and I will also be casting today between Judgment and Chonsu. I don't know how things are going to go for Chonsu down there versus Judgment. I guess he does still have the Rogue that he can try and counter. And then, who knows, maybe it'll come down to a battle of the weird priests between Boar and I refuse to believe this is good priest.
I refuse to believe. I was trying to make an acronym out of it, but there's too many consonants. I like the I priest that we shortened it to, or the priest.
Priest?
Well, so far, priest has a higher win rate than Boar priest, so good job.
Yep, good job, Priest, on getting the job done so far. But we're going to go to a break now. Possessi versus Super Fake will be our winners bracket match, and it will come up in about 10 minutes' time. Welcome back, everyone, to Hearthstone Grandmasters for our winners bracket match. It's going to be a very exciting one between Possessi and Superfake after a very, very narrow-biting close series between Chonsu and Superfake to get us up into this position. And Gia, taking a look at these two relatively similar lineups, all things considered, in terms of the classes at least, how are things looking for both of our competitors?
Well, as it stands with Last Hero Standing, when the lineups are very similar, you're generally expecting to see mirrored bans, and then it comes down to queue order mind games.
Hey.
However, the decks are not completely similar, right? We do have differences in the archetype of Priest. Here, Possessi has Wig Priest, and Superfake has Quest Priest. And so that could account for differences in bans, and we are seeing not mirrors here. It's the Rogue band away from Superfake, whereas Possessi no longer has his Druid to work with.
Exactly, yeah, and I think that does come down to, as you said, the subtle differences between the decks, because Superfake is rocking the Quest Priest, right? Which I think was the one that we didn't get to see in the previous series, because Chonsu was kind enough to ban it away, spare us the trauma of having to cast it. But in this series, we most likely are going to be seeing it, unless we get a sweep of some kind. But to be fair, you know, we haven't really been seeing all too many sweeps so far this weekend. You know, a couple of actually, sorry, having said that, looking back at the games that we didn't cast yesterday, yeah, Mage. Okay, I guess there were a couple. But for the most part, it's not like some of those old Last Hero Standing metas where there's just one or two classes that just have the capacity to steamroll your opponent all the way through. So I do expect, for the most part, this to be a little bit more back and forth for both our players.
Yeah, that's right. Our players are very much experienced and know the inner workings of LHS as well. They're not going to leave a lineup that's really open to just getting swept by one deck, or if they are, that's going to be banned away, and they are building the lineup factoring in that ban. And so far, we've seen the factoring in of a Druid ban or Rogue ban most commonly. I think, at least in the matches you and I have cast, those are the only two classes that have been removed most of the time. Superfake is going to start with his Ping Mage here, which we've already talked about, has some pretty solid game against Rogue, even though it didn't quite pan out so well from him in that last game versus Chonsu, I think. There is no flurry that he drew to really stop that onslaught, and of course against Draka you have very limited ways of really stopping that dagger damage, the snow flurry and the alibi. But overall, the deck still has quite a few good matchups. It's considered to be weak to Druid, but I think definitely still winnable if you get a timely Dawn Grasp.
Yeah, agreed. I think that for Superfake here, the main thing is to make sure he's not overrun too fast at the start of the game, which is, of course, easier said than done. But any kind of early pressure allows you to keep the board a little bit more even, force rogues into plays that it wouldn't necessarily otherwise want to go for, having to go for their combo maybe one turn earlier. And then the main thing is this super teched late game with double mass polymorph to survive even against the largest of boards that Rogue can generate, even with stealth factored in there as well. And so with this hand right now, I don't think Flurry is quite worth it, even though you talked about how good it could be in the mid game. I just want to focus more on the powerhouse early game cards.
Yep. Let's keep the amplified Snow Flurry, and I think he did just keep Flurry itself, though. So Superfake does recognize the importance of these cards against the expected pop-off from Rogue. And to be fair, it's still a 2 and 4 curve, which is still above average, I would say, even if you don't hit the 3. But Superfake has hit the 3. So this is the makings of the anti-Rogue hand that Mage wants to see. This Ping, however, going to be saved for a very, very, very long time. This is exclusively of the 1/1s that you get from Dungeoneer, the only effect that lets you actually freeze the Rogue's face.
Turns from Possessi, where coin into Shroud would make his nulls cost 0, so it is a play you're allowed to make because he traded away the extortion on turn 1. But even though you're allowed to make it, it's still far from guaranteed that it's the correct play because you're using the coin while you have the graveyard in hand, which is usually a pretty cardinal sin.
That's really tough to say because even though you can make the argument that if you pass this turn and you generally would over playing Graveyard just to maintain the null discounts even more, you can say that that passing of a turn is more wasted mana in the long run. That's not necessarily true because of the nature of the rogue deck, where the coin functions so much more than just as one mana. It's, you know, helping your Edwin chain grow longer. It's getting more buffs on the graveyard, on the Draka. But Possessi recognized that it's not as though Mage is doing nothing in the early game. He saw the 2-3 and he's gotten the worst case follow-up from Super Fake, which is the active Dungeoneer, and I think he'll be happy that he got the null sooner rather than later, so he can now commit a couple of resources into killing off the 1/1s. He could go for second Shroud and very likely pick up the other null.
Very likely pick up the other null, and very likely pick up the Draka, or at least one of the two, with there being 3 minions left in the deck, I believe. You know, you talk about how versus Mage the Draka is more important than the Graveyard, which I do agree with. Is it to the point where you would go for Shroud here and then next turn pop off with the Draka and just miss out the location completely?
It's really tough to say with the context of the rest of his hand, because if the Draka can't get to the lofty heights of 10-11 damage that it did last game, maybe it's not quite good enough here. And also the Draka is not particularly effective if these 1/1s are sticking around. So I think the main priority for Possessi here first is to control the board, stop the early curve from Super Fake, and with the second null picked up and the backstab committed, he is achieving that goal.
And I do very much like that he's killing off the, like you said, the 1/1s to make sure that the weapon can go face as soon as possible. Wow, okay. Just a pretty good disruptive curve for Super Fake. Like, if things go really disastrously wrong and there is a massive board generated next turn, Alibi Blizzard Poly pretty much answers that.
Yeah. And he still has that Snow Flurry hero power saved up in case of Draka. Choosing the turn to commit it on is always difficult, though, because on the turn that they pop off with the Draka, they're immediately going to swing. And so you are generally going to prevent later swings. I don't think Super Fake needs to go in with it just yet, because Possessi doesn't have that many cards in hand.
Stone by stone.
Trying to draw a bit more with the Edwin. Yeah, you've got the
Step it
potential.
back.
That's true. Yeah, you could start with the step right now. And if you find the Bone Spike, then you're looking at a potential Draka plus Graveyard turn next turn, even without even having to wait until turn 6.
Sounds very reasonable to me. And once Super Fake sees the swing from just the Cutlass, he knows what he's in for. There's a Draka coming up soon. Now Possessi deciding whether he should trade with the null or not. Didn't do it last turn. And
Okay. No step either is very interesting.
yeah, I think there's not a high chance that the nulls actually get killed off this turn. There's a decent chance they get frozen, at which point you're able to still step afterwards. So I like the face attack, actually. And because he's playing Edwin again, there's also plenty of chances to draw Serrated Bone Spike and other removal options. But Super Fake does take some very disciplined trades here.
Okay, this is looking to be a little bit more like the big push now for Possessi. He gets Maestro off the top. Okay, that's finally the last minion found.
No preps, no Bone Spike though. I mean, he has one prep in hand, but you don't really want to prep a 1-mana spell. The problem is if you don't hit Bone Spike after playing this Extortion for 1, then the locations are not playable this turn.
Oh, that's such a bad draw.
Yeah, pretty terrible. I still think he preps it out though. The face.
I'm just trying to imagine what the next couple turns look like if you do that, and it's really just not very pretty. You have double location plus a Draka that's realistically not going to get above like 6 attack if you
That's true.
use the prep.
And now Super Fake really begins to turn the corner. Whether it's just Blizzard this turn or if he wants to Flurry. I do think it's Blizzard though to spend the mana better, and Blizzard's a better spell to get back from Sivara.
Agreed. I was going to say you can use the ping to freeze the Edwin if you want, but the ping's just going to sit there just the same as the Blizzard would, so you may as well hold on to it that way.
And the ping is precious to freeze face, I think.
Death Edwin again. Okay, so now we're looking for those bone spikes as you talked about, with double prep in hand and a 3-1 on the board.
The thing is, only one bone spike would get an activation at this point. But it's got to be good enough.
It's something.
Base, prep bone spike. I was thinking it's prep bone spike location Draka here, but maybe Possessi is just going to skip over the locations entirely, go for the biggest dagger possible.
I think it's reasonable. There's not a very good chance that they ever get to attack face this game.
Yeah, fair enough. There it is, the big push from Possessi. How big is the dagger? 10? Okay, reasonable. This is a breakpoint that gets there theoretically if he's able to connect all the attacks, but he already knows at least one of them is going to be frozen by the hero power, and he'll soon get the bad news that Super Fake has solid alibi as well, which is essentially a freeze to face.
Yep, just buys you a full extra turn more or less, unless you're, really down to the 3 or 4 health range where they can just burst you with 1 damage, wicked stabs and things like that. But until that point, it's an awkward couple turns again for Super Fake. Like, Mass Poly is fine on this turn, but it's a very, very valuable resource to use. And so instead he's just stalling out and hoping to find something bigger on the Poly in future turns.
I don't even know if he has to bother with the Poly. If he can just chain Alibi and Sivara.
That's true.
These locations aren't even getting that big. I do like the spot to weave in the Parrot, though, because if this doesn't get cleared and it connects face, that's just a couple pings and more Dresh away from lethal for Super Fake, even. Doesn't get to connect face, though, so temporarily back to the drawing board for Super Fake, but he has so much time.
Really, don't want to have a wicked stab there. Or even Tooth.
I think he potentially gets up to 10 mana with these and ranks them up. Okay, so the Sivara currently only has Blizzard.
You have Alibi, Apprentice, Ping Face. Blizzard, Flurry, Sivara, Alibi, Ping Face, and then Mordresh Ping Face.
I can take him.
Yeah, it's plenty. Not quite lethal just yet, but I think it gets there given all the alibis that Super Fake has.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't clock that he was still on 1 damage. I thought he was actually on 2, but that still maybe gets there.
I think it does.
Yeah. They're just dealing no damage to you. Like 5 a turn is fine right now.
The awkward part is that to activate Sivara, Super Fake has to commit a Flurry, which is only essentially saving him 2 damage because he would have to Alibi as well. Because if he only double Flurries that board, sure, the board is frozen, but he's still taking 10 from the dagger, which is far too much. So you'd have to play the Alibi. Actually, maybe Super Fake doesn't have as much time as I thought, because even if we completely deleted this board, like the dagger plus all the spells in hand for Possessi are all that matter. The Wildfire though.
Oh, that's so big. Now he actually sets up the 2-turn lethal with Mordresh.
Yes, and he gets a better spell back from
Oh my
Sivara.
god. That's the absolute giga nut straw. And you don't need me to tell you that. Super Fake with a deep C. I think tells you everything you need to know.
Is there anything toothable even? There isn't, is there?
I can't find it.
Like,
Or maybe you can make a location.
one. Yeah. That sounds terrible, but
You get your own alibi.
yeah. But realistically, I don't think Possessi will do it. Just pray they don't have the Mordrash. But they do. And that is going to be game 1 to Super Fake. Very nicely piloted. He obviously had a great opening hand. And the flurry that we argued about him keeping at the beginning actually never ended up being super weird. But certainly there are other pan-outs where that card comes in clutch, so I still don't fault him for the keep. It's just really cool to watch the pan-out of this mage because it truly reminds me of old Freeze Mage, like the way that you would sometimes time Ice Barrier in a way that it would give you an additional turn. If you're a bit too late with it, it doesn't give you an additional turn, but Ice Block always does. It's very similar to Flurry and Alibi's relationship, I find, these days.
That means that things are getting a little bit tricksy now for our friend Possessi, who has to, in his estimation, queue up the mage as his best counter to the mage on the other side, which does mean we are ending up with just straight up ping versus ping on both sides of the board. Very similar lists, all things considered, with double Blizzard available to Possessi as well. The difference being, I guess, no Parrot and no Polys for Possessi. And instead, he's got himself slotted in. What's he got? A little bit more early game, I guess?
Yeah, he has multicasters, which is something that I've actually thought was falling off a little bit from the mage lists, but we have seen quite a few lackluster cycle outcomes from mage. You just really rely on being able to have arcane intellect into Varden in particular. If you miss out on either of those two pieces, your game plan really starts to fall apart in consistency, so I don't hate the multicaster in there. And we are going to see a pretty fun mirror, in my opinion, when both players either don't hit the Dawn Grasp or both players do hit the Dawn Grasp. Because I feel there's a deceptive amount of importance that the board has in the early game, but it quickly falls off in the late game. Once either player has access to the mass freeze effects, then you should really start prioritizing just pinging face, even if it's just 3 or 4 damage every turn.
Yeah, I fully agree. And so I think for Super Fake, even though, as you said, Dawn Grasp is by far the most important card in the starting hand, this is not bad. You get yourself any kind of decent spell, and then Sorceress, Coin, Dungeoneer. That's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, this is almost the perfect opener for Super Fake. Whereas for Possessi, he has neither the early curve nor the hero power ramp. No Wildfire early on.
Stop shattering.
Like, I sometimes ask myself playing Mage, would I be happier to see Wildfire on 1 or Shivering Sorceress? It's honestly pretty close. But this huge board onslaught is going to represent so much early damage that even if Possessi had found a Wildfire of his own, he'd be falling far behind.
I guess the cold case to wrap it up as well at the end, if the Evoker isn't the way to go. Oh!
Both of them activated! Oh, Possessi, I feel your pain.
This is brutal. He's got potentially to be looking at like Dawn Grasp on curve just because he's dying. Oh.
Imagine having to do that. Okay. Stalling a little bit before. The funny thing is, if Possessi had played Dawn Grasp on curve, I would actively advocate for Super Fake to play Starfish to just unfreeze and go face more.
Oh yeah, damn right. Like this early damage, even if it's not winning you the game, it feeds into that late game you were talking about, where it does just become ping tennis back and forth. This 10-15 health differential is enormous once that stage of the game comes around.
Huge though for Possessi that he buys essentially a completely free turn with this Dawn Grasp. Now Super Fake can, still react, ping his own 1/1 and play the Starfish. If he thinks it's worth it, I think it's worth it. Because if he doesn't unfreeze this board and take some trades, he's walking into very Deathbornable territory.
Oh man, I'd be so tempted to unfreeze and just launch it all face here. It's what?
I mean,
It's
you can make that
30?
argument. Yeah, if you go
11.
face and their best punish is trade Deathborn, you actually, as Super Fake, have the counter Deathborn, which just immediately
Yeah.
gives you a full board of 7. Then you start to worry if they have the second Deathborn, but at worst, Super Fake then has Mass Poly. So I think it's worth it.
Yeah, and then you're both dealing 14 back and forth to each other, and 14 to to Possessi is a lot worse than 14 to Super Fake right now.
Completely agreed. Best Starfish in Mage I've ever seen.
Come on, launch it. Send it straight upstairs.
Oh! Okay. So this is pretty good news for Possessi, I think, because he can just use his Blizzard now. Order, though, he didn't attack with those skeletons. Unless he meant to? I don't think, though. I think you just go face with both those skeletons before Blizzard every single time.
I agree.
Like, you can say in some worlds, if both skeletons live, then you kind of want them to trade with the 2 ones that are left on board, but not really, right?
Nice easy death ball, no setup. It's not a million damage, but it's enough. Even if these are just, cleared off by a Blizzard or a Deathborn from his opponent, it's still 6 more damage to get you back on the damage race.
Deathborn tennis. I mean, the only other play to remove this board, I mean, there's both Blizzard and the Brand Apprentice, but Brand Apprentice is too precious of a combo in this matchup to use just like that. Now, if Possessi were in a bit of a healthier position in terms of life total, I would say it's reasonable to go for the multicaster Arcane Intellect first. But even just taking the 6 feels so scary that I kind of want to just Deathborn again.
Yeah, and even the alternative clears you have, like Brand Apprentice or Blizzard. Like, Brand Apprentice maybe soaks up some damage, but that's not really your biggest concern right now. Possessi, though, playing fast and loose here as he just draws, tanks the 6, and potentially yet more to come when these skeletons die off.
Okay, huge that he draws Flurry, though.
That is big.
Problem is, can he get a clean Dawn Grasp setup? He has no Deathborn in his own Dawn Grasp pool, but he has Flurry.
Yeah, Flurry, Cold Case, AI.
No Wildfire of his own, bit unfortunate.
Always top deck it.
This is certainly not the Starfish turn. You want those Death Rattles. Ping and play Snow Flurry seems reasonable to me, but probably just going Evoker to cycle further. Any way to thin your deck and get closer to the Dawn Grasp feels like the priority here.
Fully agree. That's his, I mean, as we said many times, the only thing he really cares about at this point in the game, aside from getting in chip damage where possible.
Yeah, Possessi not going to dilly-dally with the Dawn Grasp. It is a decently tempting ping. Oh, sorry, his hero power is still at 1, so it would have to be trade Deathborn. And that doesn't really seem worth it, floating the 2 mana at the end as well. I think just get the Dawn Grasp down.
I agree. Yeah, I was going to say that if you play Deathborn, you get it in the pool for Dawn Grasp, and it potentially sets up for another good Deathborn afterwards. But if you play Dawn Grasp, you have Deathborns to go afterwards anyway. You still have 2 of them in the hand, which you'll be able to use later on as well. But Possessi, again, deviating from the lines that we expected.
The upshot of this is that his Dawn Grasp has, you know, still an immediately available ping on turn 9 and very likely to have a target as well because he has Deathborn and Cold Case in the pool. Yeah, this parrot is kind of brutal. Possessi not having a low pressure turn to get down the Dawn Grasp, and that's often the case in the mirror. Like, your opponent is, if they can help it, not going to give you a nice easy turn to have a low tempo.
Now he's really hoping for that Deathborn to come off it again here.
Oh, the Wildfire too late.
Okay.
Okay, Blizzard. So now he just goes double Wildfire, I think.
Can't stop this snowstorm.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got
He's
some...
at 20, but he's doing much better on the hero power business, obviously, with the Dawngrasp. But double Wildfire and Sivara will give back one of them. With the Bran Apprentice in hand, Superfake could die very quickly here.
Yeah, he really could. I really like what this hand is doing for Possessi right now with the Denathrius to buy him a little bit more time. You just have so many numbers that you can work with 2 Wildfires in hand, the Bran Apprentice. You're almost guaranteed to be able to find a way to upgrade it in some form if your opponent plays any minions at all.
Yeah, that's the clever part of holding on to the 2 Wildfires. It just lets you choose your breakpoint at will.
Now, finally... He plays the
dome.
Starfish. Yeah, I mean, it's going upstairs, but this is for 6 damage instead of 11. Like, this is more price. Okay, being at 4, sorry, at 2 means very big top deck. The Wildfire Bran Apprentice is a possibility. Of course, just for max damage on this turn, but it does mean you miss out on your actual hero. Honestly, sorry, it costs 0, so you could actually just go for all of that at once and deal
12 total.
Yeah, 4 and then 6 and then 6. So I think it's actually 14.
Oh yeah, sorry, he
Total it
would
would
get
end up
that
as?
honorable kill.
Or 16 actually, sorry, right? With 12 plus 4, yeah. Almost right. Unless we want to save the Bran Apprentice combo, in which case it could be Wildfire, Sivara, ping away the
just think it's a super clean setup, right? You deal 16 this turn, so Superfake is down to 16, and you have ping Mordresh, and your ping deals 6 next turn, which is lethal. So just a very nice spot.
Yeah, it's so clean. Agreed.
Yeah, Possessi sees it. Nicely spotted. And just like that, Superfake has only alibi to stay alive next turn. I guess technically cold case, but not good enough.
Yeah, and he does first of all need to actually answer this board, because that Bran is very threatening indeed.
The Brodrush?
The Brodrush?
Hard to everything now. Sorry.
My god, is that Sire Branathrius?
Bravara? Bromander? Bravar. I have done Bran Sivara. It's such a good feeling, especially when you have a coin in the pool. Oh.
How perplexing.
Well, from Superfake's perspective, he certainly has to kill the Bran, and the only 2 ways of doing that are with a 6-mana spell and ping, or with mass poly. Neither of which feels amazing. Cold Case would actually let him survive at 1 HP against the Mordresh ping.
Yeah, he knows he's got to do it.
And because Denathrius deals its damage in chunks, not in a Cthulhu one at a time way, this is not lethal for Possessi. But wow, that Okani is a nice way of just locking it out as well.
Yeah, for... Yeah, I guess just minions.
Minion,
around
right?
the,
Or Mordresh.
the Mordresh, agreed.
This is remarkably close that Superfake got, despite not finding his Dawngrasp, and mostly off the back of his early game push. Really makes me wonder if this would have been a different pan out if he had unfrozen that wider board in the earlier turns.
If he goes Varden, Cold Case? Oh no, the minion counter, yeah, sorry. He could have survived, but yeah, there's just not enough mana with the Akani fitted in. So yeah, Possessi is going to take it. No way out for Superfake.
Whether with Denatrius or Mordresh, it's going to end out the game. 12 damage. Nicely done by Possessi there. It was such a clean setup, even though we weren't initially looking at Denatrius lethal and it wasn't necessary. Like, the spot on that Bran Apprentice turn that you pointed out, getting the honorable kill straight away and then dealing all that damage to set up the ping with Mordresh was super duper clean.
Very, very nicely played by Possessi. I still wonder for Super Fake if taking the hyper damage route might have gotten him there a little bit quicker, because he obviously didn't know that his opponent had Dawn Grasp, but he knew he didn't have it in hand, which immediately means you need to start thinking of backup win conditions. It's tough to do so in a deck that doesn't run Freezing Touch. That's when you really start opening up the possibilities of just face, and locking out the game with pure burn. But even then, I think it was probably the best setup for if you don't top deck the Dawn Grasp, and it was kind of the best setup for if you do top deck the Dawn Grasp as well, because then your opponent's just lower and you finish them off really quick.
Yeah, I would agree. It's just so cool to watch how quickly the Mage Mirror can turn from a heavily board-based matchup into just going over the top and then freezing there. Very intricate one to watch, but for now, no chance of seeing that mirror again. It's going to be Super Fake moving on to his Ramp Druid now. No surprise whatsoever. It's the best matchup he has remaining against that Mage. Although, I think we have seen it already a couple times throughout the MT and this weekend that the Mage can still just get there against Druid. Generally, once again, if they find an early enough Dawn Grasp, but the Druid also has to be careful not to give free ping targets and easy ways to scale that hero power.
Yeah, I was thinking about this actually, about why I sometimes end up losing to Mage on ladder, because because some of the games you miss all your good draws and they hit the nutty start into Vard, and yeah, you're going to lose that game. But a lot of the time I feel like I have a decent hand, but I'm just not really getting anywhere as the game progresses. And I think what it comes down to is, like, first of all, finding Guff is a very big deal, as Super Fake says, calm down, dude, to himself with this disgusting starting hand. But I think for Possessi, like, this game probably it's not going to happen. This is too good of a starting hand for the Druid to even be having a chance against. But using your freezes very liberally, just getting in these little bits of chip damage with your early board, I do think makes a really big difference.
And I was really into the tempo brand from Possessi there after he saw his Okani draw.
Oh, damn right,
Curve's pretty nice, but especially when you see the coin wild growth, you're almost certainly going to be hit with a Widow Bloom on the turn after, so not much chance of the brand getting killed off. Discussion for another day though, but your breakdown of the Mage versus Druid matchup is very, very true. Like, the Druid, it's not a free win that some people like to laud it as on ladder or whatever, just looking at matchup statistics, because Druids still rely mainly on board to actually kill the Mage. And if the Mage continuously freezes that board, that doesn't get that much done, which is why we're seeing like the Starfish Giants version, which really has a bigger leg up against Mage in my opinion. But here from Super Fake, he has the Kazakhstan version, which I really am not a fan of. I don't even think it's better in the Druid Mirror. He still has the Starfishes, which can help, but they're not necessarily pushing the immediate lethal that the Battlegrounds Battle Master and the like would. So he mostly relies actually on Denathrius to deal big damage to the Mage. And if the Mage is able to simply Theotar that away, the Druid, they can have 20 mana, but they're still not winning the game.
Super Fake gotta be looking at that Bran Theotar combo. The one way he's losing this is, of course, the Varden on curve, but instead ending up with Bran plus the Widow Bloom. He still has one turn left where he could just play Theotar next turn, of course, in order to try and steal it before it's played on turn 7. But I don't know, I think you're winning this game so heavily at this point that you may as well just try and insta-clutch out the one chance they have to pull it back.
Gotta be careful though, that is a pretty decent Deathborn setup from Possessi. No big deal for Super Fake to clean this up with an Onyxia turn, but again, a lot can turn on its head very quickly against Mage. Just has to play as if the Varden is already there in hand for Possessi. So I am looking at the Theater, like you said, which can still happen after this Miracle Growth with the ramp slotted in as well.
Yeah, which is why I think he did end up on the Miracle Growth instead of the Alexstrasza. Oh, sorry, instead of the Onyxia, even though it was the stronger play immediately. Let's see what's offered.
Oh.
The two best cards right out the gate in Bran and Denathrius. Honestly, the Alibi as well. This is like the three best options, but it's always just Insta Denathrius there.
And just ship over his scales to the other side.
Agreed.
And just like that, Superfig has his Kael'thas Denathrius combo in hand. Doesn't really achieve that much with the Bran already used, but like with all these cheap minions, he could do 2 Kael'thas cycles in one turn. Like it could be like a Alexstrasza and Denathrius in one turn.
Oh my god, you're right.
And there is really not much Possessi can do about it. No cycle, even as in his list that runs additional multicasters. Feels pretty terrible.
Can't stop this snowstorm.
Yeah. There's just very little you can say. He just kind of is getting steamrolled this game. The outs that we can look for, again, as we said, Magister Dawngrasp is a very, very big one to find as soon as possible. Theater of his own, which could steal Denathrius back. If you go Bran Theater, it could steal Denathrius and Onyxia? Kael'thas?
Yes.
Are there any stupid combos you can pull off?
I mean, not as Mage, but I really don't even think the Theater would be enough for Possessi at this point, because even if he were to have a Denathrius of his own, he's quite a long way off from using it. And there's still that 10-8 on the board and all this other stuff that Superfig's gonna play to contend with in the meantime. Another Alex.
Oh, yeah. Fire the cannons.
I am just tunneling now on finding a way for Superfig to play as much cheated mana in a single turn as possible. Oh, pre-committing the Kael'thas? That's a way. Oh, yeah. Let's go Alex now.
That is a lot of cheated mana.
Big fan, big fan.
All right, answer this.
Resting.
Oh, the Sorceress. Oh, man. The Alibi is a must on this turn, and then you top deck Varden, which replays the solid Alibi. Great.
Correct.
Sorted for next turn. Then you get Blizzard to survive another turn while activating your hero power. Then you get Apprentice to go with your Bran, at which point your hero power will be big enough to probably clear up the board, maybe even get a couple more upgrades with perfect honorable kills that your opponent's just walked into like a drooling noob. And then you top deck Mordresh after they don't clear your Bran. You're actually just winning if you think about it, Gia, for a second.
These last couple sentences, I'm honestly upset that you laid on the sarcasm so thick, because these are real outs that Possessi still has. Like, Mage can still do these things. Obviously, it has to be perfect top decks, but I feel like you're underselling how good that actually would be if that was the exact series of outcomes of his draw.
No sarcasm. No sarcasm. I'm on board. I believe.
Oh, alignment again? No.
Oh, Seaweed.
No,
That's it. Not Kelp Laser.
Kelp Laser. I hope they print that card. It sounds so cool. Let me put it in BG real quick.
Hey.
Yep.
Oh, that's true. Actually, now that you're going to be designing BGs, can you get me as an alternate skin for Togwaggle now that he's in...
Oh my
BG?
god, you're right.
I would pay any amount of money for that, I guarantee.
You're a pretty good hero, Derek. You should be proud.
Thanks.
Yay, a couple skellies.
Woohoo! There we go.
Yep, that was a nigh on unstoppable Druid draw, and Possessi himself didn't have too much cycle to work with. The Denathrius being stolen was just insult to injury at that point. I'm gonna go ahead and say that wasn't even necessary for Superfake to take the win, but it does mean that Possessi is down to only his Wig Priest, which he looked very solid on in the previous series. In fact, he was in almost this exact spot, right? Needing to take 2 wins with the Wig Priest, and he did it. So we'll see. Superfake cannot afford to be comfortable just yet.
He cannot, because he does have a tough matchup first, having to queue up the Druid again after he won with it here versus the Mage. Priest versus Druid is a tough one. The Wig Priest, sorry, because you... Unless you're hitting a hand like he just hit in that game, you're going to be too vulnerable to all the buffs, the early development, one of the big combo turns, whatever it is that Wig Priest decides to do. Druid is fairly weak to all of it. But then the Quest Priest, to round it out, I think should be a pretty good one, actually, for Superfake. With all the removal you have access to, all the value, all the silence as well. Wig Priest is going to need to do a lot to overcome all of that.
That's true. If we do get to that matchup, I have a lot of thoughts on it because on paper, Quest Priest does have all the answers, but just like the priests of old, they don't have the time or the card draw to actually hit all of those answers, especially the specific ones you need in a 40 card deck. But we will start out with the Wig Priest versus Druid first, which we have seen be very one-sided before. Opening hand for Possessi is not looking too promising, though. When this deck first came out, was a big fan of keeping the location, but I've kind of realized that in matchups like this, you really, really, really want to hit that 1-drop on 1, and this card is not a Naga, it's not a 1-drop, it's not a Wig, it's gotta go.
Yeah, I even find as well, like a lot of the time, especially when you're on the coin, I will say, but Handmaiden becomes a really big part of any starting hand that you get hold of it in. And, you know, you'd rather be playing Nagas and replaying Wigs or playing the coin than playing the Cathedral a lot of the time. So I fully agree with full mulling on this turn. Ugh.
Yeah.
I see you.
Not the worst. He does have a minion that can stick and then buff it with the Cathedral. And Superfake's hand, also not the worst, I would say. It has a Seedsman.
It does. It has Brand Seedsman as well. It worked from last game, admittedly. Well, it was probably actually about the same turn. I think it was about turn 3 he played it, but he had 20 mana at that point.
This top deck, though, that's insane.
That's huge.
Be its own treasure.
Means that Superfake can land the Seedsman proactively. Okay, never mind. Possessi drew a playable minion this turn. Good for him. Still gotta be Coin Seedsman, though, I think. If you hit Nourish, it's just perfect.
I think I agreed with you because you had Aquatic Form into 5 mana on the next turn for Guff or Nourish, even if you missed, which is a breakpoint I often really like to use it on. But Superfake here being very, very brave, kind of forcing his opponent to find an answer to this Bran, which there are a few in the form of Devour primarily, which is a monstrous top deck for Possessi to be able to deny the double Seedsman.
I appreciate the bravery from Superfake, though, because I think Possessi was giving a no Wig read on his hand at that point, so it actually had to be Bless or that combination of the location plus Devour. And the payoff was huge potentially for Superfake. It's actually difficult to sometimes answer Tempo Bran as Wig Priest, especially now they're cutting Najak Hexen.
All right, so this is identity theft off the Nagaling. First choice, coin, makes sense. Second choice, Aquatic? Makes more sense than Innovate, I think, to me.
I agree. You can make the argument that you have no shortage of cards because you'll have the active Handmaidens by then, so maybe it is Innervate.
But it gives you a chance at more specific draws. Like, you're really going to want to hit Radiant, you're really going to want to hit Wig, and I think just having more targeted draw is worth it for me.
So close, honestly.
It is close.
And I'm leaning Innervate to maybe just have a turn where you can play both Handmaidens. And not run into too many hand space issues. But it was certainly close. Like, both of them were very reasonable.
Let's see how it goes. Super Fake looking for really any kind of cheap minion at this point with having both Kael'thas and Denathrius in hand. But how he goes about these next few turns is really tough because Coin Aquatic is something I would consider specifically to find scale, with it being really strong on this turn after you've already seen one Shadow Word Devour already having been used. But if you miss, that's a really crucial coin that you've just eaten through there when you have potentially coin Miracle Growth next turn.
Right, or even saving coin with a Kael'thas minion that's a bit more expensive to activate Denathrius.
Yeah.
But we see Super Fate taking the shot on it, hits another aquatic. I didn't even see the other two judges, but we'll get another shot at it. So Devourer, oh, okay.
Wow, really?
I mean, that is the one that he actually draws, to be fair. So Moonlit still has a chance to hit Gov, but I think you just take growth here. Actually, maybe it's Trabagazor. Oh, okay.
Option number 3 again.
Yeah. Honestly, super close. I was thinking he was always going to play a Wild Growth this turn. And then that would let you play the Shrubby the next turn, but maybe that's too slow. Anyway, here's the turn we were talking about. Handmaiden number 1 and most likely number 2 played as well this turn. Surely he finds a wig, right?
Surely. Oh, I mean,
Let's go again.
without a wig, this hand is starting to shape together. You've got Bless and Pelagos with a few pretty robust minions on board to help with that game plan as well.
And he still has the Murkwater to play a wig immediately this turn and have it come back, but he misses!
Okay.
So now the question is, how does he play best around scale of Onyxia? And I just don't think there's enough stats to do that cleanly.
Yeah, I do think you can have a reasonable read on no... Maybe not necessarily. They did play a Moonlit Guidance after they went for the aquatic form, but they were clearly digging for scales last turn, so they didn't have it in hand at the start.
A bit surprised not to see the location activated though. Like one more chance at drawing wig I thought was huge there, but that is an incredible top deck for Super Fake. The whole board cleaned up very nicely. Composting as well, and he can curate exactly how many he wants to draw with this.
Oh, that's so filthy, man. Oh, poor Possessing.
So you take 4 draws, so trade in 3 and then play the composting. I think.
Are you going to be trading all of them away, all but one? Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. You just take your 3 draws. Or your 4 draws, sorry, with the composting gone. Yeah, he knows how to count.
Oh, could have been 5. Wow. Never mind. Shrubagazor justifies holding on to an Innervate. Okay, 2 Thrives. I think they're guaranteed to find Wig by this point. I could be wrong though.
I think it's guaranteed. There we go.
Hey, it is in the deck.
So, in terms of Nagas, there's not much going on this turn, actually, to be fair. Okay, now it's a little bit better. Wig number 2 does miss there, though. Ooh. That's a big whiff.
It's, yeah, pretty terrible. I'm thinking Bless?
Yeah, you don't have mana for double boon, do you?
Right. Like, he could say take a medium-sized boon this turn and go for a bigger one next turn, but I really don't think without the second wig that there's a way to get a good enough payoff on both boons. But Possessy disagrees. A really rough go of it.
Well, oh, sorry, Slither Spear, Wig, Boon? That's really not that good. Yeah. I agree with holding back on the boon here.
It goes look.
Yeah, I think so. Sow the soil for the plus attack, probably. You don't have much mana to work with this turn. Oh, I thought she'd timed out. Yeah, I think Gia just lagged out of the call, but she'll be back any second. Hello?
Back. Sorry. My internet.
Not long now, Gia. You're almost out.
Okay, I'm back in time to see the shrubby though, and it looks like that super fake is just completely running away with this.
Yep. Oh, even finds the other Devourer. That's so big. In time to juice it up as well.
Yeah. Once the Druid turns this corner, they safely land the Shrubagazor and they're able to like infuse a Devourer. There is simply no way back for the Wig Priest. Zessy's gonna do the best he can though.
Devourer is big. What can he set up for? He needs another one. He needs the second one to have any chance. Radiant, Wig, Nargling. There's no mana. There's just not enough to work with, even with all the discounts.
Yeah, I'm really not seeing it.
Okay, so you allow them to keep the board this turn, right? This is not the turn you go in.
Right.
Next turn, now especially that you've found the... Oh, wow, interesting bless there. Okay, now that you've found the Samuro, you can get some kind of a board clear, or maybe just a mega pop-off next turn with the Radiant Elemental. Hope to find the other Devour that's still in the deck.
Good as a plan as any I could have come up with. That Bless, I think, only to create some hand space for Possessi.
Nice.
It's crazy that Bless was the most dumpable card there, but it really kind of was. Meanwhile, for Super Fake, I think racking his brains as to if there's any way to get lethal immediately. Like the Denathrius is pretty juiced, but I think it's just a bit short.
That way, doesn't it? Like trading in the Treants doesn't actually equal any more damage because you like... Or maybe equals 1 more, sorry, because you take 2 health and add 1, but not enough to deliver lethal.
Correct. We're just going to stock the board up even higher. Having a huge taunted minion also prevents Samuro Blast from getting a big clear. That's the other Devourer, so...
Whoa, okay.
We can clear the board with Samuro.
I'm just wondering if that's what you want to spend your mana on. Do you accept that you're clearing like a bit of the board? And leave up the 6/6 and the 10/10? A lot of stats to leave in play, admittedly.
Yeah. I think he's just going for a huge boon instead, which is very reasonable because the boon minion can't be silenced.
Yeah, Wig first. And to be fair, it is absolutely enormous on this turn. Like, he can get up to really astronomical heights.
And he can play both boons, right?
Yes.
But it looks like he's not going to if he's committing the Slither Spear. That's fair.
Does need to be thinking about positioning. Oh, I guess you just don't beat Devour anyway, actually, do you?
Yeah, and he cannot really play around it that well because the boon will always spawn to the right of the minion it buffs.
Yeah, you'd have to like do some... I don't even know if there was mana, but like waste a bunch of wigs and then play like both these Nagas in between the two, which is, yeah, kind of defeating the purpose anyway.
Right, and the Devourer not only removes the taunt, but lets Super Fake deliver lethal with the 16 on board.
Yeah, that'll do. And it's a big Devourer. Not the biggest I've ever seen. But good enough for Super Fake to take the game and to take the day, winning both his series. A real nail-biter, a really tough first one of the day versus Chonsu. But that second one versus Possessi, got to be honest, looking a lot cleaner overall. The Mage one, very little he could do, given that his opponent had the Dawn Grasp, but he did not. But those last couple games, just so clean. Druid just drawing the goods.
That's right. Very impressive stuff from Superfake, taking a couple of unfavorables on the way as well. We did see him put up those hand signals, I think, aiming for the 8 points. He has secured himself 2 already for a maximum of 5 throughout the weekend. We'll be seeing him tomorrow after our top 8 are all decided, but we still have to figure out who else from Group B will be joining him. Possessy gonna get a small break while he waits in the decider match for the winner in our elimination match.
Indeed, and the elimination match is going to be Judgment versus Chonsu, yes, which will be an interesting one. Again, the 2 players with their own very unique builds of Priest, the only player in the this entire week of Grandmasters to bring their respective archetypes, and I can't wait to see how that one is gonna shake out on either side, what picks and bans may end up being chosen. But for Superfake, that's a really big deal to get the win. I think that just locks him in for playoffs with an extra 2 points that he's gained already this week after a solid first couple of weeks. What, like 6th place? Yeah, like he was in the top half of players, and now after a decent performance, I'd be surprised if he doesn't make the playoffs. Same story for Possessy, honestly, even if he takes the loss and just walks away with 1 point in the decider match. But for Judgment on Chonsu, not the same story at all. This is very much do or die for both of them in the elimination match.
That's right. In Grandmasters, we are sort of having the story of the rich get richer. A lot of the players that are already qualified to Worlds are also looking in the best position to make it to playoffs as well, which happens to work out very nicely for whoever gets to slide in there that doesn't have the Worlds ticket just yet, because there's a lot of chances that the ticket gets passed down even if you don't end up winning the whole thing. So for the likes of Chonsu and Judgment, clawing their way towards those last open slots is going to be a very big deal indeed. And personally, I'm super excited to see Superfake playing in playoffs, because that's usually the week where he really brings out the weird decks, when you can get the good reads on a much smaller field of players.
Yeah, the real freaky stuff that I'm excited to see what he can come up with. But we're going to go to a break now, and when we come back, the elimination match between Chonsu and Judgment. We'll see you in a minute. the final series of the day for Gia and myself here at Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call, but plenty more to come as we work through all of Group C and Group D with the other fantastic casters here waiting to take you through all the action. But Gia, for this final match for us of the day, what have we got?
We have Chonsu versus Judgment in our elimination match, or perhaps the battle of the weird priests, as we call it. And it's really not as catchy as I hoped it would be. We have the priest versus the boar priest here. And on top of that, there's also a bit of an off-the-wall choice in terms of lineup from Judgment here in that Curse Imp Warlock, which we have seen take down Druid earlier on today.
Yes, which, memes aside, my own personal bias, I can see why you would want to bring it. To me, it kind of seems more like a Conquest deck than a Last Hero Standing deck. I don't know if that's stupid to say, because it feels like it has less like hard counters in the same way, and it's trying to be like a jack of all trades. But at the same time, that does open you up to sweep potential a little bit more, rather than just going back and forth, trying to take out one very specific archetype, because you have that extra game versus Mage, even if you're losing a little bit of that percentage versus Druid. I would argue. But in terms of the bans, as we can see, it's one of the priests actually banned away. Judgment does... Judgment banned away the priest? Yeah, sorry. Judgment doesn't even want to see the priest from his opponent there. The potential threat of 4-minion priest? Too powerful.
Yeah, he just took a look at the list, let loose the biggest of his life, and decided not to even bother with that. He respects its power and wants to have potentially the rogue coming out to play. He has a lot of confidence in the deck, and he has an interesting tech choice in here with that Silver Leaf Poison. Buff to 1 mana, buff card seeing play. Let's go.
Design team hard at work as always, fixing the metagame one step at a time. With the Silverleaf Poison, instead of Backstab, I guess, would be the direct swap out. It's interesting because, like, Backstab is clearly a very good card in the deck when it allows you to pop off, right? You have free mana to work with. It gives you a little bit of extra board clear to catch up, swing the board all at the same time. But a lot of the decks, I think, and a lot of the good players when piloting those decks are clocking onto the fact that you don't really want to play minions a lot of the time versus Rogue, unless you're actually smorking them down and they're really going to suffer against all that aggression. And so maybe Judgment making the judgment call that Backstab is a little bit too shaky. You don't want to be backstabbing your own Knolls, your own Draka, in order to juice up the rest of your minions. Potentially. Lag or dumb point? That's a fun game to play. Is my answer not worth mentioning, or is Gia in the middle of a typhoon? I think
sorry. Yeah, I wouldn't ignore you that badly, Dara. Come on.
I would understand. I'd respect it.
Now, I'm not exactly sure what the question you asked was because of my brief disconnect, but I was just going to provide some very, very smart insight about how the huge weapon from Draka plus a Silverleaf Poison, doesn't that remind you of the old Shank days?
Please, no. Don't take me back. I hated that deck so much.
Okay.
The SSS? No. Never again.
Actually, the first rogue mirror we've gotten to cast this weekend, isn't it? Which is honestly a bit surprising given the prevalence of this deck.
Yeah, it's a matchup you're going to be seeing all the time on ladder if you're piloting it. And it's a very interesting one. It's one of the kind of matchups that I really like, where they're very similar every time you play it, but there's really subtle differences, and it feels like you can really figure it out unless you just get destroyed by a really, really bad draw. And I think the main question I was asking myself right at the start, which is pretty core to the pretty crucial to the core of this deck, I suppose you could say, is like little pop-offs earlier versus big pop-offs later on. And it's very matchup dependent when you go for which. And for the longest time, I was just really unsure what the best way to go for was versus specifically the Rogue Mirror.
Yeah, it often comes down to the exact breakpoints of the minions you can put together. Or if, for example, as Rogue, you have double location early, if you can get those to 5/5 times 2, that is just creating a 3-turn clock against your rogue opponent, and I would say that is worth it. If the Draka Dagger can get to 10 damage, or okay, let's be a bit more generous. Let's say 8, and then you get in there for 3 swings. Generally, your burst spells over the top is good enough, then that is very, very warranted as well. So I just kind of think it comes down to whether or not you can math out how many turns it takes to get lethal. And if it comes up a little bit short with the damage, then I would say hold off. But if it gives you a realistic breakpoint, then go for it. Chonsu right away on turn 2 already with a difficult decision as to whether he even wants to totem as Shaman, because like you said, you don't often want to give your rogue opponent targets, but they also work as targets for you. If you feel like you're going to do the pop-off turn sooner, then you get to use that totem as a backstab target potentially.
Great point. Yeah, Chonsu's the player playing backstab. Judgment is not. But things getting scary now for Judgment. A shadow-stepped Edwin, especially now that it costs 1 mana when in hand instead of 2, is a very, very scary thing to be facing down on subsequent turns. And so for Judgment, at the moment, if he can find himself Draka, we could look at that as a potential game plan. But now without even that as an option, we really have to start scrambling for any way to pull ourselves back into this game, because this is like DEFCON 1 now. Things are starting to go really wrong for Judgment.
And there is the argument to play the Knoll this turn, the one on the right. It's stealthed, so it can't even be abused by Chonsu thanks to the Shroud effect. But does that 3 damage that you preloaded on board even amount to anything significant if you expect Chonsu to have a big pop-off turn? My instinct is to say no, but the problem with Judgment's hand is he has 0 payoff cards, no location, no Draka. So what's the point of even holding on to the cheaper Knoll? It feels very likely that next turn he even goes for Dagger and Silverleaf to keep cycling, and by that point he might have to dump a card even.
So Edwin, obviously the first thing you would consider on this turn, but there's some really interesting lines with just ignoring that, going for Graveyard plus all your cheap spells effectively. And then Edwin to follow up next turn because it's like an individually powerful card and needs no fueling from the rest of your hand.
It could even be Graveyard past this turn. Just let the location sit there, have your 2 mana banked, and create a big Edwin and a bigger location minion the next turn. But it's honestly difficult to say. So once again, you have to ask, if you play the location now and you dump all the rest of the spells, how big does the minion get? And actually not too big. It's like Shadow Step, Door, Backstab, and the Extortion that he would have been able to play. It's a 5/5, a singular 5/5. I don't think that really speeds up his clock in most circumstances, so I like just the location commit.
Yeah, I'm on board with it for sure. For Judgment, the Silverleaf, I guess, is performing decently well just as cycle in this instance, and then you could end with Coin Pass, Coin Maestra, but honestly, you'd probably rather just have nothing on the board, even if you're just going coin nothing.
Sorry, misspoke. I think it would have been a 7/7. Actually, forgot to account for replaying the Knoll from Shadow Step. But again, I still don't think that was necessarily big enough to warrant. So it is going to be the waiting game for both our players. Judgment committing his tech card to cycle a little bit more, but he has to dump a card after this, and all of these are painful to part with, honestly.
Extort your own face? Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, he's got coin trade now, that's fine.
Sure. Boy, oh boy, does he need a location of his own.
Don't start with that, you wait for that next turn.
Stone by stone.
All right,
Go.
I'm on lapdogs.
Kind of expensive way to start, but sure, you can
Right.
just tooth Judgment's face.
You've even got an honorable kill.
Okay,
Oh,
now
we're talking.
Yeah, I do like starting gun fishing. Maybe he can prep something more expensive.
Yeah, I do. Ugh.
Yeah, so the Edwin train ends there, but he can still do a lot to buff the location.
Yes. You can look for prep here, I guess, and then you could theoretically keep going with the Shroud. But without that, okay, yeah, just pure damage. Makes sense.
Choose soon.
Yeah, I like this a lot. So now he goes null, backstab the null, shadow step, replay the null, and that is now certainly enough pressure on board to warrant the location cash in. And I'm just gonna go ahead and say that's the game, because Judgment can't do enough to clear this board, nor race it. Because the 11-11 sticking around, most likely the Edwin also gets to go face, and then it just gets a Wicked Stab. Okay, maybe the Edwin dies. There is double Serrated in hand and a Wicked Stab, to be fair.
Oh, trade. It's discount after discount. And if he can clear the Edwin and get a big pop-off, then maybe we're talking. But it had to be location as like that card for there to be even a glimmer of hope.
Yeah.
You have like null. Oh, sorry, yeah. Trade in the null, Edwin, prep, bone spike, like some real nonsense like that to try and find the location. He'll have with Edwin on this turn.
Time's ticking.
Which I do think it has to be.
Yeah, to maximize the discount, I think Wicked Stab again.
The honorable kill. Wow. Okay. Plague. Yeah. Okay.
Oh. So it's not a huge Draka, but even if you get like a 2-attack dagger, is that enough? Essentially, Judgment's at 13. Let's just say he's at 9 because you have the Wicked Stab as well. So no, that dagger is not good enough.
Yeah, you have to assume that the 11-11 is going to be cleared off. However, if you trade in with a null, then I think it becomes a lot less likely that they're going to be able to clear off this big minion.
I actually think he leaves this null stealth though. I feel like it's a bit valuable as a 3-attack that always goes face the next turn. I mean, not always because you don't know what the tooth spell is, but decent chance.
True, yeah, good point.
Probably doesn't commit Gunfission though, because that's a cheap card that can go with Wicked Stab the next turn to let Draka actually get to a 3-attack dagger. Ends up taking the trade. Okay.
I think in the end, I like the trade here because it makes it that they have to have a pretty specific hand to actually be able to kill off your ghost. And even if they can, they're sinking in so much damage into it to be able to clear it off now that realistically they're going to struggle to actually kill you this game.
And even Stab Stab Devouring Plague is 1 damage short of clearing the whole board.
It's true.
And he would have to commit a prep to make that play. So instead it's digging with Edwin, but I just don't think there's enough to get there. He's used both Serrated Bone Spikes, so in terms of mana cheat, there's really not much left.
There's just nothing.
Oh, location so late. Wiggling the camera, trying to look for something that he didn't see in the hand.
Yeah, valiant effort. Obviously, for Judgment, he had so much of the fuel, but none of the actual get up and go. No way to make the hand actually do anything in that instance with discovering location so late, never finding Draka.
That's going to be a clean victory for Chonsu on the Rogue. Judgment, with his choice to ban the priest from Chonsu, was obviously looking to go for a very bold strategy of just getting out the gate with the Rogue and potentially sweeping the entire lineup from Chonsu. Of course, Chonsu still had a failsafe even if he lost the mirror because his mage, I would say, is still a decent matchup into Rogue, but clearly the risk Judgment took is not paying off at the moment, and such is the volatile nature of LHS. He does have 2 more decks that he could use to beat Chonsu's Rogue, but my goodness, I don't feel like any of them is a particularly good matchup.
I agree. I haven't obviously seen much of Boar Priest versus the Rogue, but I doubt it's great, right? You have very little removal. You are going to struggle to get a Xyrella up to the heights of clearing like a 10 or 11 health minion, especially if they're going for the kind of plays that we could very well see from Chonsu of deliberately not damaging you for a good portion of the game as well, before you have one massive pop-off turn and kill them all at once. And getting to turn 8 versus Rogue to do the combo is pretty tough to do.
I would say so. The one thing that Boar Priest maybe has going for it is that they're another one of those decks that doesn't really like to leave minions on board. So maybe it's a bit tougher for Chonsu to actually build his location minions to the heights they need to be to survive some type of weird pyro gift Xyrella clear. But if Chonsu is prudent about his timing of when the damage actually goes face, I can only imagine that it's a huge struggle for Boar Priest.
Well, we shall have to see, because clearly he thinks this is his best counter, more so than the hybrid Warlock Imp/Curse, which, I mean, like I said, Boar Priest is kind of an unknown, so I'm willing to trust judgment on this one, that he thinks is able to clutch out the win. Like you said, no minions on, or very few minions on board, so Chonsu will be hard-pressed to get off the kind of combo that he might need. Not a bad hand, though.
Yeah, location is very important for Chonsu here. Of course, Draka as well. I want to say that Edwin as a threat is one of the easiest for Judgment to deal with because he has Shard of the Naru. The Lighted Burns also can deal with a location minion, but it needs to be unstealthed first, whether by attacking or being silenced. So there's not zero game here against the Rogue, but Chonsu has a pretty strong opener to make sure he doesn't gas out quickly.
Null still costing 3 and nothing to actually trade or draw, which is quite a rarity for Rogue at this point in the game. So we are just going to see a lot of chilling for Chonsu right now. Potentially finding some kind of target for Tooth if he can, but more likely just praying for Shroud or any kind of tradable.
First Boar has been committed, which I think Chonsu is just going to leave in play for as long as he possibly can.
Yeah. Maybe even stop hero powering just so you miss out on the steering totem or attack totem.
True. Wondering if it's ever worth it to location here, but that of course stops the null discounts in their tracks. And that's probably not worth it.
Yeah, I feel like I'd rather just pass a turn and then play Edwin next turn if I was to do that, but wow, tempo null I did not see.
Fair enough. And Judgment has this problem again of how to activate that Handmaiden. I guess he's in no rush to do so.
Kind of is, though. Like, it's getting scarier and scarier as the game goes on because Judgment is really not progressing his game plan at all.
Just so awkward. Like, he could technically use the Lighted Burns to draw with Cleric this turn and heal the null. I hate it.
It's a lot.
So if it's not that, it's just Boar Pass.
Quickly.
Lighted Burns is it's just such an important resource, right?
Yeah, I agree.
To answer an Edwin maybe later on.
They devoured.
Pretty terrible.
Really wanted to, but yeah, you may as well just play it next turn with the Handmaiden if that's your game plan.
Now for Chonsu, it's not a particularly strong Edwin pop-off either. He only has like the coin and then after that 2 mana left to work with. There's a Serrated somewhere in that equation, but I do like the idea of waiting a bit, just commit the graveyard here.
Yeah, I think one thing I've consistently done with this deck is underestimate the power of preemptive location with Edwin next turn, because you really just do get to play a quite absurd amount of cards off the draw most of the time. But a big draw being found for Judgment in... Wow, okay, I was going to say in the form of the Flash Heal to be able to activate the Handmaiden, but the Light It Burns deemed less valuable.
Right, it does let him kill off the null at least, and Light It Burns is pretty situational. It's good at dealing with Edwin by itself, but if there is a stealth location minion, you even need to silence to immediately kill it off or just wait until it attacks. So I can understand this from Judgment, maybe hoping that he could get a Xyrella clear instead by saving the Flash Heal. But that doesn't look that likely, although Chonsu did pick up the other null, which still cost 2 from the Edwin. Not too nice.
Yeah, very wry grin from him there. Like, well, if it isn't the consequences of my actions. That one, not so much. That's just unlucky.
Yep. That's a Xyrella-able board, except Judgment only has 3 health to heal. Oh no.
Oh, come on, you can heal the durability on a location, right? That's basically
That's so awkward, man. He can't play the other Handmaiden. Can't play a Cleric. This is just like hero power face pass.
Deck sucks.
Realistically, though, it is just a pass, right? I don't feel he can afford to throw any other resource away.
I mean, I'm wondering if you go Flash Heal just to play it to activate the Handmaiden, but you need more spells for if you top deck like Pyro or something, so yeah. As much of a nightmare as it is, I do agree.
And here we go. The Edwin gets to be stepped and see another day, and then most likely a Draka at the end of this. Or he's not even going to step Edwin, just play everything else in Draka. Is this lethal, in fact? It might be.
Oh, no shot, right?
How big is the Draka? Oh, he's not going to. Okay.
I'll get it down on this turn. I guess just saying you need to have a pretty specific draw in order to be able to both clear and heal enough to survive this tracker.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Which he does. Probably.
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 We'll go to a 17 minimum. 22 with Desperate, but he's taking Switcheroo, which is understandable.
Judgment is not having fun this game.
What knowledge?
Okay, 14 health. This is doable for the rogue on this turn.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's nothing. This always is lethal.
Always?
It's like a prep off the top, yeah. Always. I guess he doesn't have a Shadow Step target, but I mean, maybe the Edwin, just depends.
What was that? Was it a 4 there? You played 3 cards, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, extra 9. I think you get to 1 off if you go Maestra, Depth Maestra, play it again, Coin Draka. That was very quick maths. Probably.
We are. He's just looking for something cheaper off the stepped Edwin.
Yeah, sure.
This may qualify. Anything 0 cost.
7, 8. That does it. That's lethal.
Yeah, that does it. Oh! Even 1 over with the backstab now.
Tough game for Judgment. A really, really rough draw. No hiding it. Struggling to activate the Handmaiden. No Pyro. The Xyrella clear not being anywhere near strong enough at that point in the game. But I've got to be honest, I kind of feel like even with a good draw, something like that is going to be a very reasonable pan out for Boar Priest versus Rogue. When there's so many such strong counters, specifically with Priest to Rogue right now, be it Quest or Priest, I don't think the boar is the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny that the two ways we've seen Boar Priest lose throughout the day didn't even involve Theatar, which was originally hypothesized as the card that kills Boar Priest. And I can understand the thinking behind, okay, if you don't expect a Theatar heavy meta and Rogue doesn't run that card, Wig Priest doesn't run that card, and those are both heavily represented this week, then maybe there is room to play Boar Priest. But then you have to ask yourself, what is its actual matchup spread if you deleted Theatar from the meta game? And with Shaman falling off a little bit, there's not actually that many good matchups for Boar Priest, I would say. So, bit of a rough one for Judgment, but he still has the very slim chance of getting there with the appropriate halves of this deck at the appropriate time. 3 matchups in a row.
Oh yeah, this can do it. This can very, very much take the win versus Rogue. Like, before we get to the other decks, we'll worry about those. That's all in the future. For now, Judgment just needs to get the win versus the Rogue. And it was I originally thought that, like, Lambi Rogue, the previous iteration, I will admit, not this one, I thought it would be fantastic against Warlock because you have so many strong board game tools, 0 mana nulls, backstab, prep, removal, all this stuff. But the problem is that when they hit the location and it gets any kind of a decent buff, you're having to make very awkward plays to actually kill it off, and it quite rapidly becomes difficult to, like, activate your bone spikes whilst also killing off the minion that matters. Their aggression could just be a little bit too quick. You have to go on a pop-off turn 1 turn too early a lot of the time.
That can be a pan out. I still think that the Tempo Rogue is favored overall, but there are certainly spots, and most often the ones where you don't hit a timely null, where the Zoo can overrun you in the early game. We do have Judgment starting with Flame Imp, which is not too shabby, but I find the Zoo really does require location and a wide board because individual minions are so weak to all the removal that the Rogue has to offer.
I think you can know that the Imp is safe for the moment because Rogue isn't going to unstealth on turn 1 with a backstab or an extortion. So I do like just getting max damage out the door as soon as possible with this line.
So while Tap does spend the mana cleanly for Judgment here, this is technically a curve if you just wanted to go Shipment or Fish. Perhaps your Mischievous Imp is activated by then. You will always draw something to do on turn 5 by then, and then just go straight away into Rafam. But he is shooting a little bit higher, looking for that Fiendish Circle.
And he has a decent shot of finding it now with the Catastrophe waiting to come down.
Yeah,
alongside the Wicked Shipment.
Looks pretty clean to me. Draw 4, and even though this isn't the fastest Imp Warlock start ever, it is a decent cycling start that maybe gets him towards the curse half of his deck if he feels the need to shift over to that game plan.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, and even right now, the Imp half of his deck is actually doing some pretty good work. Draws are nice.
It begins now for Chonsu.
Oh, it
both.
really begins.
Both nulls found, location, decent amount of work as well.
And this is kind of, I guess, the extension of what I was talking about, is that against Imp Warlock, yes, they kind of force you into popping off earlier than you would like. You are just, quote-unquote, getting a 6/6 out of this location instead of the really ridiculous heights you can reach. But you don't need to get much better. This is, like, good enough to be beating this version of Warlock.
Yeah. Big boohoo, 6/6. Going to be the Mischievous Imp here, I can imagine. For Judgment, 2 of them getting value traded is super painful, but I feel like at this point he just kind of needs to rely on top decking Grimoire of Sacrifice or something. It's pretty effective because of the Tamsin in his hand.
I think I'm happy sacking Tooth into a minion here.
Fell Barrage.
Yeah, that's damage, man.
I don't think he plays it this turn, but there's a very real world where, like, Judgment becomes the lowest health enemy in the near future, even with a board. Then again, just Fel Barrage to clear off an additional 3-3 is also super reasonable. If you're going to play Maestra, it probably just makes more sense to Fel Barrage. If he ever graveyards, probably not. I think too greedy.
Yeah, it's unlikely to be a big pop-off next turn, even if you have 2 graveyards on board.
Just like that, Judgment is already in dire need of an AoE effect.
And he don't got one, which means Tamsin is not doing enough right now. This is to be dragged below with a trade into the Ghost.
So draw 2 first, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Assuming he survives the next turn, he does reach that crucial 6 mana breakpoint where a potential Abyssal Wave is available. So it's something.
Okay.
Okay.
And like Tamsin plus Touch of the Anathema as well.
Uh-huh. Kind of wish they unnerfed Touch, honestly. This needs to heal 4. 3 just hits different. So different.
Yeah, it's not right.
And no way of getting a decent attack total on the dagger for Chonsu here.
So many options.
I was thinking it would just start off with Door, because at least then you've actually played a card. But wow, what are we looking at now? 11 damage on this turn? Not quite, but a good setup nonetheless. Is this a world first 1-attack Draka?
Definitely not a world first. That's been Theatard many times and played for 1 attack.
In GM, though.
Ah, fair, fair, fair.
Get him, baby Ghost.
Is
Yep,
this
lethal
set up for
setup.
lethal? Yeah, if it's just Abyssal Wave. Tamsin? Not enough to kill the Knolls.
Not there.
Tamsin touch is not enough. Doesn't spend the mana cleanly. He does just end up on the Abyssal Wave, but the Draka after Wicked Stab is just going to close this out. Chonsu taking a sweep with the Tempo Rogue, which is a phrase that I actually feel like I should have been seeing more often this weekend, but hasn't happened that we've cast until now.
Exactly, yeah, but there's, I think, a reason why we haven't seen it in other series, and we have seen it here. It's pretty simple. Other players brought a counter. They had a hard counter to Rogue available, whereas Judgment just did not have that. Like, the deck that was banned away from him was Druid, which is another deck that's very weak to the Rogue, I would argue. And it's not like he didn't expect Rogue to be a deck, because he brought the exact list that everyone else was bringing of Rogue, plus a Silverleaf Poison thrown in there as well. But I just think for me, maybe his testing said otherwise. It's a very small sample size we get to see on stream, which is the benefit of the doubt I'll give him. But Boar Priest, that deck just had to be earmarked for a Rogue counter, as almost everyone else went for.
Yeah, I would agree. No mage either, as sort of the soft counter that a lot of the other strategies have been including in case the rogue counter got banned away. So a pretty unfortunate way to close out the season for Judgment. I do believe that's the last we are going to be seeing from him because he didn't have a particularly good first 2 weeks either. But huge congratulations to Chonsu for moving forward. He still has a chance to proceed, still a slim chance to make it through to playoffs. But first, he will have to face Possessi in the decider match, and I think it's no secret that this match means a lot more to Chonsu than it does for Possessi, who has had a good point total, who already has a world's ticket, who already has a world championship under his belt. We'll see if Chonsu can prove what he has in this David and Goliath story.
I believe. I called it a little while ago now. I think it was last year, the summer of Chonsu, but now it's finally back in full swing. It's hot Chonsu summer, and I fully believe that he'll be able to get the win over Possessi. As much as we both love Possessi, come on, he's already got his ticket to Worlds. He already blooming won it last year. It's Chonsu's time, and I believe our boy can do it.
Yeah, he's got the Priest in full force, playing pretty cleanly throughout the day as well. I'm excited to see what Chonsu has to bring. But Derek, sadly, that is it for you and me today. We'll be passing off the reins to a different set of casters, which I feel very weird about because it's an APAC versus APAC match coming up next.
Yeah. Yeah, your own region. Leeching off of us. We win one Masters tour and all of a sudden they all want to cast APAC.
Right.
Despicable. But yeah, it is going to be Raven and Jambray taking over the next few games, I believe, with him being our special guest caster. Very excited to see how all the excellent analysis they bring us from here on out. Because yeah, it's going to be Possessi Chonsu, and then the final group of the day will be Group D with Blaise Pascoe, Zloy Gruzin, and Dmitry Kazov as well. A lot of players in interesting positions towards the top and the bottom of the leaderboard, respectively. So we'll be back tomorrow with the quarterfinals and then the semi-finals and grand finals, just running it all the way through top 8 to crowning our champion on Sunday. However, for all of our players now, still more action to come, as I said, with Raven and Jambray. So from all of us, enjoy the rest of the show.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters. It's our time to take over. I'm Raven and joining me once again is special guest Jambray, and we'll be taking you through some more matches today. Yeah, welcome back Jambray. Did you have a good time yesterday? No pressure to say yes just because I'm here asking you.
Oh, I did have a really good time actually. There's some great games, a lot of emotional moments, which is always fun to see, and some great Hearthstone overall.
Yeah, we definitely saw a lot of players no doubt suffer from some of the high pressure that they're feeling in this kind of final week of Grandmasters, right? It's the week to make it to playoffs, so it's the final week for everyone. But we are going to very quickly be able to finish off this Group C. It is Saturday, not Friday, that Gia and Derek started. It's going to be Possessi versus Chonsu. And again, this is going to be the final decider match here between the two players to see who makes it out of the group. And me and Jambray were talking in the break then. We were excited to see what Chonsu's Priest could do, but it's been banned. And we were talking a lot about it, Jambray, but I understand at a base level that this style of Priest is dangerous versus what Possessi's expected lineup would be after the ban. So logically it makes sense, but this specific build from Chonsu didn't seem scary in testing, did it?
Yeah, so this deck's been generating a lot of hype on Twitter over the past 2 days. The Priest, that is. The build on Twitter has Princess Felicia in it, but Chonsu's build does not have it in. It's only running 4 minions, which is the Radiant and the Handmaidens, looking to buff them up and then copy with the Boon of the Ascended. But without the Priest, the Princess Felicia, you just don't have a chance to do it all on one turn. So when we tried it in the casting, it was just very, very bad. So I don't know if people are just like, oh, this is a new scary deck. I don't know how to play against it. I'm going to just, ban it away. People say it's good against Rogue, so I'm going to take the word for it. Or say it's good against Druid, I'm going to take their word for it. But I don't know if these people noticed that there wasn't the Princess in the deck, because I feel like that is an absolutely key part to it.
It really just changes what you're able to do, right? Like it has such a dramatic effect on any given turn that it's kind of hard to ignore. But like I said, that is banned away, and it does mean that Possessi is going to start on Mage, and Chonsu, I believe, is jumping over to his Druid to kick it off with. So again, this is the matchup we keep going back and back to time and time again. 2 of the most popular decks and classes, not even just in GM this week, but just in general. If you queue ladder, you're probably going to face Rogue, Druid, or Mage. That's just how it is most of the time at the moment. And this is a matchup that really feels like it could easily go either way, even though we've seen multiple times where one side completely destroys the other. It's just one that if both decks have easily the ability to just overpower the other one. But which one would you like to be in this scenario, Jambray? If you were playing a game for like all the marbles, would you prefer to be the Druid side or basically any of the big spell mages?
I would personally prefer to be the Druid, but I think the way the matchup goes actually plays into the fact that a lot is on the line here. The Druid's actually the aggressor in this scenario, and if you give the Mage enough time, they're going to ramp up their pings, ramp up off all your big stuff, and eventually win. But what you want to do as a Druid is just max pressure, max pressure, max pressure, force them each to have all the cards they need. And if they don't, you will secure your lethal. But what we keep seeing in this matchup time and time again is just hesitation from the Druids to just fully commit.
Right.
And I think that's just playing right into the Mages.
Yeah, and just a quick one, let me just scan this. A single Starfish in this list from Chonsu, but he is running the Naga Giants as well and the Battlegrounds Battlemaster, because I think that, I was literally playing this matchup about 20 minutes ago right now, but that's one way you can really just snap a lot of damage.
Yes.
And one way I've seen quite consistently is set up big minions, whether it's through Miracle Growth, the Giants, or whatever. Set them up, let yourself be frozen, Battlegrounds, Battlemaster, Starfish, hit them hard, and then sort of fall back on the, Brandon Athreus or whatever to actually finish out the rest of their health. So that's one of the more consistent ways I've seen, if you can dodge Theotar, of course. But as we get into game 1, your favorite Topia and there for Chonsu, but not a lot of ways. Oh, never mind. I was going to say not a lot of ways for him to get there quickly, but now he has the double 4 drop, which is pretty spicy, actually.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice hand. You have just the coin ramp into Topia start, which is just ideal for the Druid. you don't really need to pick up like your Guff until later on, but as long as you have this start, it's very strong. Don't actually need both the
Wild Seeds or whatever.
Wild Seeds in this case, actually. I mean, he could choose to go for it simply because it draws them a nature spell, and then maybe you can use this Nourish for actually drawing instead of ramping because you don't have your Guff yet.
Yeah, that's the only small downside with this hand from Chonsu, right? Is no Jerry Rig. So you just can't get that like double split Nourish that you want to be able to have best of both worlds. So no surprise though, we are going to see coin. It's a Wild Bloom Seedsman, a Wild Seed or Widow Bloom, whatever. It's, you know, we all knew what we meant. It's fine. Possessi though does seem to be going quite aggressive here. Just going to ignore the 3-2 completely, cash as much damage as possible, and almost certainly hold on to at least one of those little freeze elementals.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually playing quite nice for his hand because he does have that Siren there. He does have a Deathborn as well. So if he can get to the Deathborn and have a reasonable amount of board still intact, and as we see from the expected curve of ramp into Topia, that is going to be the case. This side, the Archerist down the line, is going to be very scary, and the Druid's health total might actually be quite small.
Chonsu was thinking about the Widow Bloom again, but he decided to just commit the Nourish. And I think I like that, honestly, especially with this Miracle Growth that he has available. Yeah. Like, he could just go straight into Miracle, even if he wants to, you know, slow down on the Topia. He does still have the Planted Evidence anyway, so I imagine it's still Topia. But having the Miracle Growth just there, you just know it's going to be big, right? And that's something the Mage will struggle to deal with.
Yeah, it was a great pick up the Growth, because it just removed the concern that you would run out of draw if you had to use the Nourish for ramping there. And we're going to see the Topia come down and deal with this board damage, but it will be met with a Deathborn. So all these value trades, you know, you're not really value trading, you're kind of just juicing the Deathborn. And no minions killed from the Death Rattle, it makes it even stronger.
Yeah, this is a freebie, this one, isn't it? Is that like full board?
Yeah, 6.
Wow, and Denathrius is just chilling.
Yeah. This is awkward. Get a few nature spells here, you might be able to consolidate this board a bit.
Hey, he did pick up the Innovate, right, from the Discover the previous turn, so that's something. Oh, another Planted Evidence, okay.
Okay.
Well, you've got your skeletons, I've got my Shrubbery Dragons. Like,
yeah.
What a great game this is. Frozen skeletons versus dragons made of plants.
Yes. Is it plants versus zombies?
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Ansu does have Devourer, but a little bit frustrating because in this specific matchup, it's not often that big, right? Like, you're never really going to make it huge.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's quite unlucky for Possessi how strong a start is. That is, the board's been swapped so rapidly here. It was looking quite ideal for him.
Look how early it is. I always get baited by Druid because we sat here, right? Staring, oh yeah, Druid 9 mana, glance up, oh yeah, only 7 for the Mage. That's awkward, because I was going to say, Possessi doesn't even necessarily have to get overly fancy with these plays. He could just survive till 10 and just play Denathrius regardless of what it's on, if this board still keeps looking a bit dangerous. Because he's pressuring Chonsu a lot.
Yeah, and if he's got a lot of skeletons in the pool in the graveyard, I guess. So if he does pick up Kel'Thuzad at some point...
Get Theotar high fives. There's like 2 good outcomes here for Chonsu, right?
Well, 3 actually, really. There's a Theotar as well.
I was counting the Theotar.
Oh, okay. I thought you were counting the Mordresh.
I mean, Mordresh is good, if that's the 3rd one we were talking about.
Actually, there's so many good ones.
But I think, like, game winning, I think the other Theotar, because you just get to re-roll again, and you know you're not going to get Theotard back. And then
True.
Denathrius, of course, because it's just already juiced.
Yeah, you do need a lot of mana to do that, but luckily we are a druid who have got. So I think we'll be okay.
Luckily, Druid does cheat.
Wow, another death one, and the Kel'Thuzad picked up. So you can theater, but there's so many finishers in hand. You can't theater them all.
Oh, is this just going to be Ivers? I was looking at Theotar Ivers, honestly. I think it's still big enough to soak a lot of the damage.
Yeah, I mean, the thing if you want to try and snipe a Denathrius potential, you don't need to do it until turn 10. Or into their turn 10, so
Yeah.
maybe this is why there's the delay. Obviously with Kel'Thuzad that's a bit different. Oh, he's going to go for it, okay.
Oh, insane. Wait,
Oh,
what does he pick? Still got time. If he possesses Theotar, he's still got another go at it, right? Because there's still that one turn gap. He did choose to play it. I'll say play it safe.
I mean, you know that they have a chance to just yoink it back. Is the thing.
Yeah. What would you have done there? Would you have just gone, you know what, I'm going to rely on it missing? Or would you have taken the Theotar?
In that scenario, I mean, I wouldn't have gone for the Theater this turn, I don't think, to begin with. But in that spot, I think I would go for the Theater. Because, again, we can do that turn that you said where we have the Ivers for a lot of tempo.
Right.
So we are allowed to have sort of the tempo next time. We're not going to take too much of a hit because we spent 8 mana on Theater twice. I think we'll be okay.
Kel'Thuzad, which is pretty beefed right now. They drop the Theotar and...
Oh, I missed.
Moonlit? Go for, like, double Dawn Grasp? I don't know. Like...
Okay, you're on 39. Maybe you take the Devourer.
Time runs out on me.
You're on 39, your opponent's on 21. You're not going to be dying to the Denathrius, and you have a lot of pressure from the Kel'Thuzad. So, if they don't do it now, maybe they're in trouble. If they do it now, you can just eat it with the Devourer you have.
Then Chonsu can eat that with his Devourer.
Yeah, we didn't know there was 2. There's always 2. There's always a bigger Devourer.
I quite like this, you know. Get it down, heal back up to full.
Yeah,
You basically switched health totals now, right? Which is kind of great.
and it's a 10-10. I mean, you know that there's a Devourer from the other hand, but I think, like as we said, you're fine because you have the second one to just eat it back. So with the expected like Devourer into Devourer, you're just absolutely fine. In fact, it just makes yours even bigger.
Yeah. Did you see the one Derek posted?
I did.
It was like, what happened in that game of Hearthstone?
Yeah. Against the priest, he said it's the world's biggest Devourer, and I wanted to comment, was the world's biggest boon of the Ascended coming up next turn? Just as an answer to it.
And that'd be pretty great, actually. Until I saw it, it didn't even click for me that you can boon enemy minions. And I don't know why, because obviously that's what it says. It's just, it never really clicked until I saw it happen.
Yeah, it's actually like a really big counter to Devourer if you just hold a boon and a silence. Because you can't silence the Kyrian, but you can silence the Devourer. It's like...
This must be the way.
Oh, this is nice. This is such a big swing turn.
Yeah.
Battlegrounds Battlemaster and Silence in hand. He can make 1,000,000 Sea Giants and still devour the Devourer.
And has the Starfish as well.
Wait, what?
Oh. He's not devouring?
Gets 2 Ivers, so he can probably double trade, but...
I mean, yeah, this works as well.
Oh, yeah, sorry, he's got
it just kills it.
Okay, sure.
Okay, it's just bigger than a Devourer.
And now... Zessie just has very little, right? I feel like he has to alibi.
Yeah, I would say that the Devourer plus double Giant leaves you with a board space, whereas here you can't Giant. So if your plan is to, I guess, Starfish, you'd push a bit more damage. If you actually go for just having the Giants on board, but I mean, it's probably going to be enough anyway. Even if you silence these Ivers, it's down to 1/1s.
Yeah, because it also still involves, like we've said before, right? Like, Possessi does have to freeze them all first. We do have the habit of acting like, oh, everything's always frozen. It's like, well, sometimes it isn't. It's going to be Alibi this turn here for Possessi, so going to take what? He'll be able to ping off the Priestess, but going to take, what, a minimum of 4 this turn? Oh, he didn't have the mana to ping. Okay, never mind. Ansu will be really after the scales, right? And that would make him feel incredibly safe.
Yeah, still got a bit of time to find it if he's concerned for his total. I think...
Oh yeah, smooth 17 mana floated. Oh, welcome to Druid things.
Yeah, I think holding back here is just a nod to Mordresh. It could have Mordresh plus a flurry, for instance, and then just leave the big guys there and your Giants are all dead.
Yeah, I like this a lot because there's no reason, right? Like, what does adding more things do, right? If you're either frozen or you're not. And I guess it helps with things like Flurry, but again, as you quite rightly mentioned, if Modresh wipes anyway, then the Flurry only has to hit the 219s.
By my calculations, you need to chill.
Yeah.
Oh, didn't bring down full freeze.
Maybe just playing more things, like, if they Flurry, you can just silence and I'll master anyway.
Earthing Scales on the lethal turn. That's fine. Why not? Grab the extra armor just for good measure. But yeah, plenty of damage. And that is textbook play from Chonsu of how you want to win this matchup, right? Like, that just ticked the box. And yes, he stole the Denathrius. Generally, you assume you're going to use your own Denathrius in this sort of 2 kind of hit combo that you try to set up. But that is exactly how you want the game to go, right? Set up the big minions, threaten silence battlegrounds all the time, and have some extra burst with the Denathrius if possible. But as you can see there, right, there was a lot of damage extra anyway. So yeah, really good game there for Chonsu. And again, just like that, it feels like he's in such a good spot because he's just won with Druid. Mage is gone now from Possessi because this is last hero standing, and you just get to play Druid again.
Yeah, I really like the way Chonsu played that last game as well. Just constant foot on the pedal, never gave up, just the aggression, which is what you have to do as a Druid to really force the Mage's hand.
Yeah, because you can afford to as well, though, right? I think that's the thing that looks weird sometimes, is like, see some Druids holding cards and oh, I'm just going to draw more, so I've got loads of stuff. It's like, right, but you have like what feels like infinite threats, especially if you get off the, you know, the Giant Priestess or Oracle, sorry, combo and stuff, which basically gives you 2 extra Giants. You have so many threats, just chuck them out and make your opponent deal with them. Definitely a good plan, but it does mean now Druid is going to be going up against Possessi's Wig Priest. This deck does play more than 2 minions, so it's got that going for it, at least for now. But again, this is a matchup that, yes, the Priest, as feels like since the beginning of time, you want to play minions early, make them big, and punch Druid in the face, but it's not quite as simple as it used to be, right? Because Druid has many more ways to not only fight for board early, but also just recover, mainly with the Scales of Onyxia.
Yeah, it's not only just the Scales. The Scales is obviously fantastic in the matchup, but it's the Insatiable Devourers later on. A lot of the time before the Wig Priest, you get a clear of the Scales, and then the next board's just massive, and the Druid just doesn't have a great answer to it. But with the Devourers as the top end, you've got a Raid Boss Onyxia as well. There's a lot of like removal.
There's also just the one Starfish, right? Which I think in this matchup, because of the nature of, well, if you Starfish and can't clear the minions, then yeah, they're still there, but you can just wipe buffs away for a turn and just say, well, you've got to just replay everything and have more of these cards in hand. So definitely a lot of options here for Chonsu as we get into game number 2. Opening hand looks pretty solid actually for that early game, right? Just get some minions on board. Yes, a little bit weak to devour here from Chonsu with the 2-1, but still, you'd rather have it than not. But how's Possessi's hand going here, Jambre?
I mean, he's got 2-drop wig, which is basically the ideal start for the priest. One thing that can happen in this matchup is actually on-curve Theater is very strong, just to steal the wig, so they can't keep buffing it.
You also get very early knowledge of it being there as well, right? Because the priest will play it. You know, as long as they can, they will play it. So, yeah, we'll see how this one goes out. Chonsu, go on.
I was interesting that what he decided as his turn here to possess it. He could have played the scribe plus the wig instead, save the coin, and you get overall one more wig played. But instead went for the 1/5. I guess it's a little stickier.
Yeah, and this did allow him to go wig, scribe, wig, right, this turn, all on the 2/5 or 1/5 at the time.
Yeah.
He wants to, you know, like just say, this has the highest health base. I want to stack this, you know, as opposed to starting to stack on a 2 health minion.
That is true, but as long as your opponent's got an early board, you kind of don't want to put your stacking minion as the first one because it's going to be the one that takes damage, right?
Right.
So, yeah, you kind of want to get the board first through maybe like the smaller one, and then you play the big one whilst you have no threat of it getting killed. And then that's when you can start like putting the boon of the Ascended on it, maybe.
Once he went for another aquatic form, I kind of like it. Like I do like having Denathrius in hand for a while there, but just thinning out the deck. And Denathrius isn't really going to come into play 9 times out of 10 in this matchup, right? You've often either already are winning, or the Denathrius on curve doesn't really deal enough damage against the average big priest board to make a difference. So I do like Chonsu going a different route here.
Yeah, goes to Theater and misses the wig. I was curious about the second aquatic there because you know what's on the bottom, and you've got a decent turn here with the Theater. So do you need to do it straight away? What if you actually do want the Sire?
True. Yeah, I guess there was. If this was going to be the turn anyway, why not wait? Sort of thing, and just hold it. That's reasonable.
I mean, unless he really wanted to just find a card to give with the Theater, could be the case, and he didn't want to give them the aquatic form.
Yeah, here with Possessino, he is sort of walking the tightrope of he's not popped off yet, but he does need to stay on board, otherwise he'll be behind for most of the game. So he's just working out exactly how he wants to do that. What happened there? Does he not like about that turn? I'm confused. Did he just decide he shouldn't have traded?
I think that trade was reasonable because he protects your taunt. Maybe it was where he'd put the buff, I'm not sure.
Or did he cast the buff first? Or, sorry, was the buff already active, then he played a Naga, and then he cast it?
Oh, that might have been
like a reactivation of it this turn, maybe?
Yeah, that's it, the wig's not active, right?
Yeah. Cathedral's still in hand, Gembrate. We don't like this.
Yeah, it's not the cleanest looking turn. This is the turn you're scared of scales. One thing you can actually do when you're scared of scales is not put out enough board for the scales to completely kill itself. And then you have the potential swing turn with the Devour.
Right.
What you don't want to do if you're expecting the scales is like put out like exactly the right amount of health for it to clear. Because then you're just wasting your resources and you don't have that swing turn afterwards.
Yeah, this is good. Stacking on the Elemental now. If their scales is there, Chonsu has to decide whether he wants to kill the Radiant Elemental and maybe 1 or 2 other things, or whether he wants to clear the potential wide board. And it's difficult because although the Radiant is a huge threat, of course, the Slither Spear can really get out of control on the big turns, right? Because of the stacking buff.
Yeah. It's just he's put out too much health and too many threats basically for scales alone to stop the priest. I mean, he still really wants it. It's just he's going to need scales plus something else. Or just going for the chomp now.
One single chomp. It's 13 health, right? It's quite a lot. The 9 attack is going to threaten most minions, even after a few buffs.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually quite reasonable, especially because it was a Radiant, which is not only just the stats were a threat, but it's just a tempo tool for all these whips on the next turn.
Anybody?
I mean, you already have a Bless. You could actually draw a minion because you are lacking Nagas here. Especially a Radiant would be a good pickup again. I don't know if you really need 2 Blesses. Like, you don't have a big minion for it to go on to anyway.
Right.
And, like, it's not a great spell, the Horn, but 1 extra minion's 2 extra buffs from the wig.
Yeah, it's
Potentially.
tricky, though, because, like, are you spending 3 mana on Horn? Sorry, 3 mana. What am I talking about? It's on the Nargling.
Yeah.
Like, do you want the Horn for the extra draw? But a 1 mana just throw out a Bless could still be okay if Possessy wants to keep this sort of low and wide board, right?
Yep.
Like, that is a decent option as well, because he's wide, he hasn't seen scales. So he might be like, okay, well, I'll just buff a lot of minions now. The AoE clear is only going to get worse as he keeps buffing them.
Yeah, no, it doesn't make sense. Like, you're pretty close to closing out the game.
Oh.
So, oh,
Convoke.
oh, he took the innovate on the previous one as well. I thought the other 2 options were reasonable. This can do a lot, or it can do not a lot.
Yeah, Druid's very weird, isn't it, with these spells?
Not usually good at removal unless you get Scales of Elixir. But it's very good at making boards. Oh, another one. If we can survive. Oh,
Another composting.
oh. Just
Oh! Earth and Scales on the other one would have been huge.
good. In Raven, I don't think he believed enough.
I concede.
He didn't. And then, yeah,
I could tell.
there's the insta-concede because he knows there's already the way because there's so many buffs still available in hand. And Possessy manages to even up the series. The Priest doing its job. A noticeable lack of scales available there because, again, if you rewind on that turn, the Devourer came out. The turn could have very easily been scales to clear the wide board and then Devourer the buffed elemental as long as you lived. And then things could have really gotten spicy there for Chonsu. But I appreciate the Convoke play. I think that's just something he had to go for, but just got a little bit unlucky there and not quite hitting any of the sort of key cards. But honestly, that's why the card isn't really played in Druid at all, right? Because the selection of spells available just isn't that good, isn't that reliable. It's not like Mage where you can rely on like maybe draw a few cards, freeze or clear the board, and maybe deal a bit of damage, right? Like that's generally what Mage does. But with Druid, you'd be like, gain a mana, make a 2/2 and buff your board. Like that's kind of what you expect. It's kind of awkward.
I do actually play a version of Druid, which is primarily around the box.
Of course you do.
Yeah, but it looks a bit different to these ones because it actually you get on board a bit quicker so that you can utilize some of these buffs.
Right.
Just minion things because the box is just really terrible at removing, or when you're behind. It's really something that just kind of snowballs your advantage rather than, like you said, the Mage box, which is just a comeback tool most of the time.
Here we are jumping into game number 3. Chonsu locking in the Rogue, and Chonsu's just come off the back of a 3-0 Rogue sweep against Judgment in the previous match, so must be feeling confident on the deck after that. I am shocked. I know Rogue has the ability to just win any game of Hearthstone, but I was very surprised it 3-0'd. Something that I did not expect to see.
I mean, we saw Rogue yesterday and it looked really awful, and I think the stats reflected that. It just had a very low win rate yesterday, but I guess things have switched up a bit today. I don't know. I've lost a lot of belief in the deck from watching it yesterday, especially because people aren't running the Crab. And I think the Crab, yes, it doesn't help your pop-offs, but it just gives you like a bridge to give you enough mana to get to those pop-offs, I think, or just a bit more burn at the end of the game or something.
It definitely feels bad when you're in top deck mode because your opponent's cleared your board, and your top deck's like a prep or a sinister strike, whereas you just think, oh, this could have been grab a tower and I would have been back in the game. It's like- You know, Possessy getting off to a solid start here. Scribe and Wig, the first big hurdle here for Chonsu to deal with. He does have the ability to deal with it, but oh,
Huh.
is he popping off now?
Wait, this is... It should have started with the Door of Shadows, surely. Oh no, never mind. Sorry, he's already turned into a rogue.
Oh yeah, sure. He has now the spike, the null, the location. Okay, I like this actually. I thought he was going to hold for another turn, but I guess to be fair, you just don't know how big that health is going to be in the next turn, right?
Yeah, and you're against Naga Priest, which really wants to be on board, so... Not only this face pressure, but it's just stopping the opponent doing what they want to be doing. It's like, this isn't the Miracle Priest we're facing, where they have one big turn off board usually. They actually, you know, just have a lot of little turns, and a 5/5 and a 3/5 definitely can deal with whatever they're trying to do around these turns.
That's huge though.
Samuro pickup. It's not enough. I wonder if it was the term for it. Because you could have waited and used a bless on it, right?
Yes, that probably would have been a little bit more convincing, wouldn't it? Especially because there were still other turns to do. Also, he would have been able to hold off on the location and really made it big.
Yeah, and also the rogue's location was waking up this turn. So if Chonsu got a bit greedy and, like, you know, popped off a few spells and pressed the button, then he does a huge punish with the Samuro.
Now, does Chonsu press the buttons now, or because of his hand, does he wait?
What if he presses one button?
Oh, I feel like the meme,
what?
the guy's sweating with two buttons to press, and it's like, it's like, what?
Oh, it's exactly that. I mean, it makes some sense to press one button to deal with, you know, a threat, maybe a Radiant or something, and then the other button just to give you more on the next turn, because you can have Edwin, maybe Drakra as well. Do you really need this many stealthy boys?
Yeah, and you know Edwin's going to be big as well, right? It's unlikely that Edwin is disappointed. It's already, what, 5 is that? Yeah.
Oh, the concern is if you go too big. There's Boon of the Ascended on the other side.
Okay, backstab helps.
Yeah, okay, it's a bit
Stab your own
smaller.
Edwin. Extortion his own face? Weirdly enough, there is an option where if he's scared of Boon, he could actually step the Edwin,
Ooh,
not put it on board as a huge minion and play Draka or something. You know what I mean? Like end on
honestly,
Draka.
that doesn't sound too bad because you have these stealth locations, so
Exactly.
there's no target for the Boon.
Yeah.
I mean, he is kind of small now anyway. The Boon wouldn't be a problem. But he doesn't have the Draka down. He's just going to kill stuff. I think that'll be enough though.
Okay. Oh, gets to prep Wicked Stab D63, I guess. Oh my, it's disgusting, Jambray.
Definitely was in need of a buff.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. There's just, let's be honest, Rogue need.
Oh yeah. Did he get both buttons? Oh, he did. Okay. I think, yeah.
Crazy for being scared that this Edwin stayed on the board as 15 health. I mean, it's probably fine with the 2 stealths anyway. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying, well, did it need to stay on the board?
Yeah, that's the thing. I think he's got so much board that it'll be fine, but say if he only had one location, maybe it would be a problem.
Yeah.
But I think in this spot you'll be okay.
Possess is not even playing it, which, yeah.
I think, yeah, I think you had to go for hitting Princess Felicia here.
Well, that's where he's going to stop, and that is going to be the next game going to Chonsu. That is 4 games in a row on his Rogue today in Grandmasters that he's taken victories with. That's pretty impressive. And again, it's one thing, you know, whether regardless of what state you think Rogue is in right now and what you think of the deck, I do think it's fascinating to watch. So I like it from a casting perspective because the volume of decisions you have to make in such a short period of time with, you'll understand what I mean, but limited resources. I know that sounds ridiculous because Chonsu just played about 100 cards in one turn, but you know that if you mess it up, your next turn's going to be trash, right? And you might well just lose the game. So you have like very just limited options, but you can make the most out of it. And I think it's really, really fun to watch. And I imagine pretty difficult to play under pressure.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of those decks where it's just the decision of when to go in is the most important, because you have realistically like 2 pop-offs, but if you pop off too small, you're not going to be able to secure the game. If you pop off too late, maybe the board state's a bit too much of a problem, or the opponent has maybe some of their better removal options online at that stage. So it's really just one of those decks that rewards just careful planning and knowing the matchups, knowing when to go in.
And now that we move on to Possessi on his Rogue, what do you make of the mirror match? Like, and again, you can be as honest as you would like to be here. I would want nothing else. But like, is it led extremely heavily by just what your opening is, of course, whether you draw Van Cleef or not versus your opponent? But is there any comeback mechanics if one of the rogues is behind, or is it normally the one person who pops off first wins?
It's about breakpoints, I think. If you pop off enough to set up a 2-turn lethal, you'll be okay. The thing is, if you go too small and you attack with your stealth minion and you don't have much reload, there is a fair amount of removal from the opposing side, and they are actually able to go for a defensive route because both decks don't really have like late game options. So it means you're not going to be like outvalued in the late game if you're playing defensive, because the opposing deck just will run out of threats. So it is often about who goes first with the pop-off, but the pop-off does need to be big enough.
Right. Yeah, it's not just, oh, well, I played Edwin in 2 cards, so I win.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, no, it has to be correct. What's really funny is this game is looking quite even so far. Obviously, Chonsu does have Sinstone in hand, but the Possessi has way more removal. But at this moment, both players having a 1-mana, well, now 0-mana Wild Paw, Edwin, and Draka in hand. So they have all the base tools, at least, to start going off.
Yeah, and we even see Chonsu deciding not to hero power here. A little nod that he doesn't want like a backstab target for the opponent or something like that, just to enable their turn a bit more. Because the 1/1's not really going to help you too much.
Right.
More meat.
Seeing the null come down straight away. Kind of interesting.
I'm just cashing it in now. Huh.
Yeah, it's a bit weird when you have Draka in hand. Like, it does have Rush. He wasn't going to overdraw either.
Though, isn't it? Because although, yeah, the minions can get massive, we know this, of course, but it also comes down to, well, like a player's half a turn behind in damage sometimes, right? If both players are even, so maybe Possessi just wants to push 3, doesn't want to overdraw and things like that, right? So just throw out the minion.
Yeah, he does have a lot of his burn cards already, so some of the face damage hitting now and finishing with Draka plus burn is completely reasonable. I don't know, you push maybe 3 this turn if it doesn't get removed. I mean, it won't because it has the stealth, but you get -1 from your Draka over 3 turns.
In death.
So I guess it's the same damage, really.
Not the biggest dagger I've ever seen, I'll be honest. But Possessi going for more of a tempo play here. And again, like I said, fascinating, because I'll be honest, it looks weird from Possessi, but I cannot tell you that this is just wrong. You know what I mean? Because It all depends on what Possessor's plan is. He does have that double Wicked Stab and Tooth for the next turn and a half. So, like, he is setting up a lot of damage. It's just, you look at now Chonsu's response, and it's kind of ridiculous.
Oh, that's a huge pickup.
Right, Jambray, you're on your own for 1 second. I'm just going to close my window because the dog.
Okay, go for it.
You've not cast GM until you've been left to solo cast. So here you go. It's my gift to you. 1 sec.
Yeah. So looking for a backstep hit, the damage break points work. There's 8 damage from the weapon combo possession plus 11 damage in burn over 2 turns. It means it's going to be 1 damage short of lethal. But it just looks like lethal set up from Chonsu, and there's not enough mana to deliver all this damage from Possessi immediately, so he has gonna have to prevent lethal for a turn and pick up more damage.
Yeah.
Looking rough.
This is not looking great, is it? And I think that's the difference, right? I think Possessi had the option to go just a little bit slower, but decided to go for a bit of a more tempo play and start forcing damage through, which again does make logical sense based on his hand. But I think the biggest problem was Possessi just didn't have Sin Stones, right? So he knew his pop-off. As soon as he saw that Sin Stone, even the first one come out from Chonsu, he knew his pop-off would not be as big, right? Because there's just no other minion behind it.
Yeah, and a slight downside for going in early, if it's not enough, is that you just give targets to your opponent to use some of their removal spells on. Like the big one is the Bone Spike. It needs a target to die. If there's no targets, you have to use it on your own minions, which is sometimes difficult.
Right.
If you just give gnolls chances to bump into each other, you just open up a load of more ways just to boost up these graveyards. I think he had enough damage to go for it, but he also needed more mana. So maybe if he delayed a bit, it would actually worked out better, because then he just has naturally more mana to spend on these wicked stabs.
Yeah, this is the thing as well. On one hand, good turn from Possessi, because he's asking his opponent for 9 or 8 with a 2 mana on the dagger, right? But Possessi also had to use that burn, which means it's like a good chunk away from actually killing his opponent anyway.
Oh, is this lethal? I think it might be exactly lethal.
Was that enough?
Yeah, I think he had 4 cards, right?
I've mastered the art.
Yeah, nice.
Okay, Chonsu is feeling rogue right now, right? That's kind of insane, actually. 2 series, and he's won now 5 games straight. Well, at least 5 games straight when he has queued rogue. He has won 5 in a row, which is pretty nutty, honestly. That's kind of ludicrous, and he wins the series with it. What a great day. This is the kind of day you want to have as a Hearthstone player competing, right? You're taking a deck like that Rogue, which is not a simple deck to play, and you're just dominating with it. What more could Chonsu want?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very impressive play, and it just looked all really natural to him. Like, he wasn't like, I'm not sure what to do. It's just every turn he was confident with what he had. He immediately spots lethal at the end of that game, just another testament to that fact. Yeah, it's really impressive play from him overall.
And I think that's something that's a little bit tricky, because you look at like all the loads of top players, right? We know many good and great Hearthstone players, but when you take a deck like this where it does feel like you play on a razor's edge a lot of the time, it's all good and well, like saying, oh, loads of people have done well with this deck, they're saying it's great, I'm going to submit it and play it. But if you've not got the experience, you don't have that sort of pattern recognition and just that kind of stuff to rely on to just know how to play each matchup in each situation. Because if you've just not jammed 100 games before today, then you are just sort of making it up as you go along. And I imagine that's a lot more difficult than, for example, I would guess that Chonsu has put in a good amount of time on that road, because as you said, it feels like he's just going through the motions, doesn't it?
I mean, yeah, you can take that to the extreme with what you're saying with like a deck like Boar Priest, where everyone was ranting and raving like it was the best thing ever, and the win rate didn't really reflect that. But it maybe even an ego thing comes into it, like everyone's saying this is the best deck, but if there's a skill gap to it, I want to be the best player, I need to play this deck and just show that I'm good enough.
It's something I do like as a bit of a meme. As we take a look at Group C, I'll do my job just a little bit before we just slowly roll into just chatting about life. But Superfake and Chunsu, of course, getting out of Group C. So a huge congratulations to them. We will see them tomorrow in the final day of this GM week, of course. But yeah, I agree. I think it's really a funny excuse people can use sometimes when a deck's doing badly. It's like, oh yeah, the skill gap. Though you wouldn't understand. You wouldn't understand. You're not good enough. It's like...
Yeah, and there's no real discernible way to tell whether it is actually a skill gap thing or
the deck's just bad.
Yeah.
I love it as well when it's like, oh, well, look, I won a game with it. So it's good. It's just you can't play it right. So, okay. But anyway, as we do have to progress the day at some point, again, congratulations to Chunsu taking the win there. Really looking forward to seeing what he does tomorrow with that rogue and see if he can continue the streak. But for now, we're going to go to a quick break before we kick off Group D. We are going to be starting with Blythe versus Pasqua, so it's going to be a good one to start that group. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We've got more Grandmasters coming up for you. Group D is about to kick off, and we've got Blythe versus Pasqua coming right up. And it's going to be an interesting one as well, because we're going to see different bans across the board, slightly different lineups as well, and even different lists within those lineups. But take a look at Group D as a whole. This group will be played out till its end today, with, of course, TJ and Lorinda taking over a little bit later on. But for now, Blythe versus Pasqua, and and Zlogruzin versus Dmitry Kazov. So some pretty interesting matchups coming up as well, because Zlogruzin and Dmitry Kazov both bringing basically the same class lineup. We'll get into the decks a little bit later. And then Blaise and Pascoa bringing similar-ish lineups, of course, with Mage Druid being very, very popular right now. But then the Warlock from Pascoa as well being a bit of a difference. I'm honestly a bit surprised that Warlock is as popular as it seems to be this week. I'm not saying it's the most popular deck, but I'm surprised we've even seen any, because it just doesn't feel like a sort of meta breaker. But do you think it's just there for counter picks because of the format, Jamboree?
Yeah, I think it has its niche, which is to counter Druid. It's not great in a Conquest lineup where you have to get a win. You might be playing against Mage, you might be playing against, in the past, Shaman, but we see there's not much of that this time. But against Druid, it was very, very strong. And in LHS, when you really expect a lot of Druids, it's nice to have that in your arsenal just as a counter pick.
Yeah, we can see that reflected as well, because Pascoa has chosen to ban the Rogue away from Blaise, choosing to leave Druid up, and that's clearly why, right? Got the Warlock, his own Rogue to play, and his Mage against Druid, so you've got to think like, yep, Pascoa is going to be very comfortable regardless of what he has to pick into Druid, because sometimes, again, in LHS, of course, you will want to pick into certain matchups, but you don't always get that choice depending on how the series goes, right? So you don't want one deck that's good versus Druid and all your rest are trash, right? Like you want to have at least some ability,
especially when a ban's involved. So you need some sort of backup in case your big counter to their scary decks just banned away.
Oh, I just can't beat Druid now. Oops. But yeah, we see some of the Blaise stats here, and again, just incredible player in many different ways. Of course, won back-to-back Masters tours, just a feat that will never be forgotten because it's so ridiculous that happened. Of course, been very, very close to getting to Worlds, and is looking to get a little bit closer this time. But again, for me with Blaise, it's just impressive how strong his overall play is and how intuitive it feels like the game is to him. He does just sort of turn starts. He just knows what to do. He just makes the plays and wins a lot of games. So we'll have to see how this one goes out so far.
Yeah, what actually impresses me a lot about Blaise, he's so fast at figuring out the play. When you watch him stream, he spends most of the turn just guessing what the opponent's going to be doing on the turn. He just does his play, instantly ends it. All right, okay, they're going to do this.
Yeah, it's kind of silly, isn't it? Because at first, it's very easy, to say, oh, he's just throwing cards out and just hoping it works. But then when you actually look at the plays, it's like, yeah, it's just the best play. Like, it's making the best play pretty much every single turn and doing it in such a rapid fashion. It's kind of cool to watch. But he's going to have that ping mage for him there, going up against Pascoa's mage, which is just that slightly different one. It is going to be the big spell mage, and this seems to be the two key differences we see across the board now. And I've not done the numbers, Lorinda has, and I've just not got anywhere to look at them at this moment in time, but it feels like it's very 50-50 among the players, right? We've been seeing, I feel, just as many ping versions as we have of the big spell, and I do wonder how that's going to develop going forward, whether it's going to stay that way because it's dependent on bans, or whether one deck will just become, this is the mage deck you play.
Yeah, and it's not like one mage is doing better than the other. They're both doing very well over the course of the weekend. So it's really not clear which one you want to be picking. It's kind of interesting, this matchup though, it actually tends to turn into just a ping mage mirror where both players are trying to ramp up their pings more than the big spell mage doing big spell mage things.
Yeah, a lot of the time with Rune of the Archmage, for example, you're like, please get Ignite. Wildfire, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Please get Wildfire. But buff mine so I can try and catch up. You do see there, of course, the Drakefire amulets and such. But like I said, with no Wildfires in the deck, your ping buffing isn't as reliable. But one extra damage or two extra damage here and there versus if you just get to Dawn Grasp first and ramp better, it becomes negligible, right? Unless your opponent is doing everything at the speed you're doing it at, the wildfires themselves don't normally make a huge impact.
Yeah, that's the thing with the Dawn Grasp. If you both have it, you tend to be able to ramp up to 6 quite easily, and then beyond that it's hard. So if you start with some wildfires at 4, the opponent can just catch up quite easily, and then the wildfires effectively didn't really do a whole lot.
Yeah, we'll see how this one goes, though. It's going to be interesting again. A lot of it reliant on those pings, but there are other things that can make an impact, especially with some early damage. Even though Mage has the ability to gain armor, there's also a lot of chances, depending on what list they're playing, that they actually don't gain that much armor at all. So we'll have to see how this one goes as we get into game number 1. Bly's already scaring me, as his background is not completely the void. I can see light there, which is very odd for Bly's. Deep in the Theotar, though, what do you think of this?
I mean, it's interesting. Like, obviously, I was talking earlier how it devolves into a bit of a ping mage mirror where you're just both ramping off pings. Minions don't really do a whole lot. So, I mean, if you can get the Theotar before their hero card turn, you can see whether they've got it. If they don't have it, you don't have to deal with it for quite a while. If they do have it, maybe you don't have to deal with it ever. I can understand it.
Already, Wildfire number 1 there for Bly's. It's at least going to help get a potential quick Modresh, right? Which is probably the key difference between having the Wildfires and not, is that you can actually pre-stack Modresh earlier if you need a curve play on it.
Yeah, definitely. In a rope coming out from Pascal.
Deep in the tank on whether this Pelican needs to hit the board or not.
Yeah. I wonder if there's some mind games. Bly's is used to playing so quickly, so maybe, I don't know, if there's a way to frustrate Bly's by slowing him down a bit. Probably not, but...
No, I think Bly's does not care at all.
I think I know what. Bly's plays so fast, you need to spend your early turns thinking because you're not going to get extra time later on.
Yeah, that's
Bly's
true. Because whenever you press end turn, it's weirdly your turn again.
Yes.
You're like, wait, what happened? I need to think about this again. Actually, very funny.
Yeah, so wisely taking time to think here, probably just for his future. Most likely already locked in the watch post this turn. But
Runs out on me.
can't push damage, but I think you have to just play the watch post, surely.
Yeah, looks good to me. Hit for the first one. Again, I think watch post is so perfect for what it wants to do in this kind of matchup, where it never just wins a game, right? But it is always annoying. It's just that it's just a thorn in your side, isn't it? It's like, oh, right, now Blizzard 7, that might mean my turn's less smooth later. But it's not like, oh no, my one card got increased by 1, the game's over, I concede, right? It's just that like annoyance going to be there for Bly's. Looks like Pascal is just going to keep on the pressure here, looking at that Renathal.
Yeah, not the best looking hand for Pascal. Just got to kind of play what you can at this stage and then just hope to draw into your bigger threats later on. I mean, chip damage does matter to an extent. I mean, we've seen time and time again these mage mirror just come down to a clock when it comes to the pings later on. If you've got a bit of early damage in, your clock's going to be a bit easier to reach 0. So, not irrelevant these early turns, but obviously not too his hand's not looking the way he wants it to at this stage. Oh, going coin theater now. This surprises me a lot, actually.
For bad manners.
Very interesting, right? Because we can see he's, and obviously Bly's can understand that it's unlikely he has a big hit because it's so early in the game, only 3 cards in the hand. But Bly's does now have a full knowledge of the hand this turn, right? Which is at least useful going forward. He knows there's a Barbaric Sorceress. He now knows he's given them the Blizzard, so Bly's is likely to, going into that turn 6, will have want to get that Flurry out the way. Because even though you could argue it's just a Blizzard, there could be other cards drawn by then, and also you'd still rather not give your opponent a 0-mana Blizzard, right? So
yeah,
it's some level of knowledge at least.
It's just,
What to do?
what are you trying to hit from the theater realistically? It's the hero card or the 6-mana plays, generally speaking. So timing wise, the best chance you have is the turn prior to them playing them, because they're going to get rid of some of their other cards. They're going to draw more cards. And you don't actually need to go for it until they can play them anyway, because they can't come out of a hand. So it's kind of like mutinous timings, I think. Like, when do you time the mutinous? You do it just before they do their big play. So it's a bit strange to see it now, especially because a 3-3 on board is not like particularly scary, especially facing down a 3-4.
Right. Yeah, if anything, it might save you 3 health in the long run, right? But that's
Tusks won't stop
Because
shattering.
there's going to be several cards drawn before turn 7, so there's several more chances that the hero card's going to be there. So it's curious. So, something to think about this turn. It's not completely clear. There is a ramped ping from Plies. So if you do play this mailbox dancer, you do give your opponent access to a coin. Which, I mean, if they have the hero card, it's going to enable them to get out earlier. You don't really need the coin too much yourself in this spot.
So he does have Sorceress, right?
He does,
Would
yeah.
probably make Blythe play the coin anyway next turn, I think. Because Blythe knows the Sorceress is there.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, that Blythe will know the hand, though. He knows it's Sorceress Blizzard by now. Maybe he is okay just letting his opponent play a 3-7 that gives him a 0-mana Blizzard in this matchup specifically, right? He's going to get rid of him. Doesn't want to give him any value there from the Sorceress.
It's funny with the... sorry, what's the name of that Naga called? That they just picked up?
Oh, Savara?
Savara, yeah. With the Savara picked up, it's actually just going to put the coin and the
Flurry back
into... Yeah. So if he wants to play that, he's just going to have to get rid of them again.
I wonder.
Okay, so you know he's just played around the Barbaric Sorceress. At what point are we actually going to play it? Is there some stage in the game where they're forced to play into it again? Because it's certainly not this turn. Like, are you just supposed to throw out for the stats now and just say, I'm not going to get the effect off this game, but it's just the best play this turn anyway? As a 3-7.
I think I like it as well because it does potentially protect the watch post. And I think, like I said earlier, even though the watch post isn't game winning, hitting this many cards is making Blythe's turns worse, right? So looks like he's going to protect it a slightly different way and go for the trades or the freeze here. Yeah, okay. So he's going to still make it a little bit awkward for Blythe to try and kill, but I do like protecting the watch post in some manner.
Yeah, I mean, this Apprentice is actually quite a valuable resource in the long term because of the hero card. If you're going to pick it up, it just offers a lot of ramped potential and a lot of face damage down the line. And I'm just curious whether it's actually better to hold this Sorceress. Like, well, we can swap with the Alchemist maybe. Ugh. I mean, Deep Breath looks horrible with your hand. You gotta consider maybe these cards are so not useful for you that maybe you just don't want to give your opponent any sort of resources because you're so low on them. Like giving them a Blizzard, for instance, in this scenario would be terrible.
Hey, snap freeze because you have a Blizzard, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe because they're so bad, you just give the Deep Breath because they never pick it. I mean, if you take Snap Freeze,
Time runs out on me.
they can't really hold on to it because you have the Barber, right?
Right.
So maybe you're fine with giving them that one. It's just how useful is it for you? Oh, goes for the Blizzard. Oh, Oh, this is...
Swaps now. Okay.
No, he's going to know it's Blizzard now, though.
Yeah, and then he just gets to play
He
it,
always,
right?
yeah, he knows it's Blizzard now.
That's the one.
Oh, this seems like a horrible turnout, because the Blizzard was very good for them.
Yeah, I guess it's like Pasco is just thinking, well, I still just want the best card myself, as opposed to giving you picking a bad card to give my opponent a bad card doesn't even help Pascoa, right? Whereas maybe he's just thinking, I'll just pick the best card for me in general, and yeah, he gets it as well, but at least I got it.
Yeah, but just look at the board state. How good is a Blizzard for you opposing no board versus how good is a Blizzard for Bly's when you have this wide board? We could see there was no AoE at all for Bly's in his hand, but now he's been given one.
Oh,
And you gave the info.
okay with sacrificing sheep.
To do.
I don't know. They are just getting away. They're just getting away with it. Just one
Oh,
a
yeah.
turn.
You never suspect the sheep, do you? You always suspect the
don't.
wolf, but really, it's the sheep all along. They were the true evil characters in that story.
Oh yeah. Maybe they are wolves in sheep clothing secretly, pushing so much damage.
They just slyly deal 2 each instead of 1. You're like, hey, sheep don't deal 2. Is it all face?
Yeah. What would Blythe do though if he didn't have this Blizzard in hand? I was trading. Oh, just to get the 2/2. Oh.
What's board space, I guess?
I mean, he knows there's a Blizzard from the opponent.
Ah, true, yeah.
I mean,
Does have coin to do this with as well if he really wants, but he's going to hold. And now, Blythe has Ruin of the Archmage. Who's the big spell mage now?
yeah,
And a parrot, Jamboree.
yeah,
He's have coin to block this Okani as well.
yeah. In terms of resources, Blythe just has so much more, and his resources get him more resources. Pascari's just got nothing right now.
What to do? What to do?
If he's been tracking, he should know that the coin was brought back from the Shavara. The Akani's like not looking fantastic.
I mean, there's always just Okani for minion.
What to do?
Yeah, I mean it doesn't die to a Blizzard.
Yeah,
I
and
don't know that there's the rune in the hand.
even the rune, right? It's I would put Okani as unlikely to die to the rune. I think that's okay to say. Like,
He's probably going to get transformed instead. But yeah, it's reasonable. He goes for spell anyway. I mean, if you're facing down on Akani with a coin, you're probably going to test just to be safe anyway.
oh, especially if you're doing it into Rune of the Archmage, right? Like, you never want to be like, you know what? He knows I've got coins, so he's never going to use it on spell. I'll just play Rune of the Archmage. Fails. This is even better.
Yeah.
Best of
the
both
hero
worlds.
pick
Guess
up.
what? There's no hero counter for Okani. He needs a third option. Counter hero card.
Yeah. You always pick the counter hero card. What did I say? It gets transformed?
Always the sheep. Oh, Pasco's just had nothing to do this game, has he?
No. No card drawn, no hero cards drawn, no big spells drawn. He was just given a big spell from Blythe earlier, and that's the best he's been offered. His list does run double treasure card as well. So it's not like he's a ultra greedy big spell mage with no card draw options available.
What does he even do here? Because, like, the Reckless just feels like a big waste of time, doesn't it?
I think
It's,
at
'cause
this
it's not even good tempo, right? It's just a 3-5. Like, who cares?
Yeah, I think at this stage you've got to just sort of dig in that you hope you're going to draw your own hero card soon. And given that, you need to save this Reckless because it's
Yeah.
so much better post-hero card. You need to like start not offering any ramp available. You can't play any minions that allow Blaiz to ramp up. I think he's on 3 now, so he's going to ramp off his own minion, it looks like. Oh, and this is going to box.
Who you're dealing with.
Curious he didn't ramp first.
Yeah, anything can happen.
Oh, was it on
right?
4? It might be on 4 actually. He did play the wildfire, right?
Oh yeah, it would have played the other wildfire, wouldn't it? Or like played the second wildfire, should I say? Back in the game, Pascal could just suddenly win after doing nothing for 20 turns. Oh, Rune of the Archmage.
There is a secret. Are you that scared of counterspell? Like you could Blizzard this turn, just so you can get the box off for sure next turn.
It's true.
I mean, that's a whole turn slower. And you have to use the Blizzard. Maybe the Blizzard has some uses later down the line. Or do you just do the Fled and rip it into the secret?
What to do?
Oh.
What to do?
Oh, he's gonna play around it.
Yeah, I like the Blizzard because it's his only hope, and he still needs this Rune of the Archmage to still be the ultimate infestation levels of power here.
Yeah,
He just wants card draw, really, right?
Yeah, you're hoping for card draw, but like a lot of the time it's going to clear boards anyway. So why not just delay a turn and have it do both, ideally? I mean, you don't want the rune to actually give you board because of the opponent's got the hero card up. You really just want card draw and removal on the board so you can find your own.
Oh, it's so much damage. Already down to 18. The hero power for Blaiz is only on 4 for now, but again, any opportunity that Blaiz has to ramp, he will almost certainly take.
Yeah. Options of Varden and Evoker here. Evoker is a 4 health minion, so if you were going to go for that, you probably would have to ping it.
Right.
I think the box is just fine here, though. You have the freeze if this 8/8 remains at the end of the turn.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, they're quite big. Maybe you can't ramp off those.
Blaiz will find a way.
Do you use your freeze? I think so. Like, even trading into one of these big minions to enable
Runs out on me.
some way to ping them down would be a problem. What are you saving it for, really?
Yeah. Especially because, of course, Pascoan knows he's not got barrier, right? So do you really want to take 4 or give your opponent spell damage? Maybe like it's just not worth it, right? May as well save the 4.
See the mass polymorph.
Yep, Blaiz okay with this. And he knows he does have ice barrier, which means that these sheep basically buff his health at this point.
Kind of want to play the barbaric, but if you do that, you leave a 4 health on the board.
Is he okay with it here for this order, though? To get the almost certain reduction on Drakefire?
I think not. The thing that's keeping you in this game right now is the fact that the ping's on 4. If once it gets to 6, it's incredibly hard to catch up, even if you do draw your hero card. And
because then you have to find the right level pings, and Pasco is starting at 2, right?
yeah, so I imagine how it plays out. You get a great reduction on the amulet. It's unlikely to be playable this turn. Blaiz ramps off your 4 health minion, and then you your plays to play the amulets and then maybe allow him to ramp even further. This is very smart from Pascal, not taking the bait here.
I was just going to say, I mean, it's no problem with Blyze, you never get time to discuss things, but I was going to say, is 6 mana acceptable for Arcane Intellect based on where Blyze is in the game right now? I think so. Right? He still gets to do things anyway, gained a bit of armor, drawn a load of cards, so he has more options going forward. He misses a ping, but again, it's only 4, so although frustrating, definitely not the end of the world.
Yeah, and he just wants to draw into ways to ramp his ping or find just a Reckless for board clear / burst damage down the line. These spells that he has in hand are just stall you can use, but the board's really not a problem right now. The game plan really is just ramp up the pings. That's the Evoker next turn, which he can use to do so, regardless of what Pascal does. Like once you get to 6, then you can start just directing it to face every turn, and you should get there. For Pascal, what do you do? Just go for the dragons?
I think so, right? It's the only thing that's really gonna do him any favors. I mean,
yeah,
it's all kind of bad as well, right? I mean, they're big, but it's got no spells anyway. Does get a Deathwing though, so that definitely helps. Something that Blyze can't ignore.
The thing is with these dragons, they're not going to connect. They're going to sit on board and eventually... Oh, never mind. They're good turning into sheep. I was going to say, something that Blyze could have done was just freeze them and eventually use them to ramp up the hero card.
It's a little bit spicy, right? Because there's still a Starfish. There's 2 Starfish in Pascoa's deck.
Oh, that's true.
So with a Deathwing exactly, I think it's one of those, like, do you need to take 12? So I do like this from Blyze, but if it wasn't a Deathwing and it was, 2 4/12s, I could definitely see him freezing instead there.
What to do?
There's also kind of reason you could have just Evoker ramped off your Evoker, played the Alibi, if you want to go down the ramp route. But with Pascal quite low and you're already on 5, I think this is completely reasonable as well.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward maths, right? 19 health, you have 5 damage ping. That is only going to get bigger if you want it to at some point, right?
Yeah, and you still have
quite good.
Still have both the Reckless in deck. So as soon as one of those comes down, that's just an extra turn faster that you kill your opponent.
Also, Pascal is not playing Alibi in the list, so Blyze doesn't have to worry about that either. For me, I'll be honest, I've not been playing tons of the Pascoa's sort of, and the style we've seen from these players of that big spell mage with the amulets. But after playing a lot of Alibi, I can't imagine wanting to play mage and not play that card. Even if there are reasons not to, I just think the card is so insane.
Yeah, it took a little bit of time for people to realize this. I think it's certainly better in the 40 card mage, where you have just that health cushion so you don't have to Alibi early. You can just save it for once you've got all your resources and you've got, like, your fireball to face every turn from your hero power. That's when it's really, really strong. And then you can just say, all right, do whatever you want to do. I'm going to just ignore your stuff and shoot you in the face. But I don't think it came into deck lists like early on. It took a couple of weeks for these 40 health double Alibi decks to emerge.
Yeah. Yeah, though, Pascal does get the other deep water, but he is in a deep something right now because this Alibi means that Blyze is just not going to care about what happens this turn in terms of his own health, and he gets to just press the button again. This is going to be, what, +9, so it is going to mess with the numbers just a little bit, but these skeletons might be able to at least put Pascal in the, the 4 pings or below region, right?
Mm-hmm.
As long as one of them goes face.
Yeah, and there's just not any more life gain outside of the hero card available for Pascal. So once you're down here, it's really just a random rune that can give you like an extra turn or 2, or it's the hero card.
By my
Yeah, the rune just casts Alibi, right? And that
Yeah.
can change things.
But there's no reverse clock right now from Pascal, so I think
I have an idea.
And no mystery Reno.
yeah. I think you're fine as Bly's here. Just keep pinging face.
Pascal have been doing a good job at least of keeping off top of controlling the health of his minions, right? Pinging his own treasure guard before to make sure it wasn't more ramp for Bly's.
Yeah, it's getting the hero power's getting to the stage where you almost prefer them to shoot your minions rather than your face.
Right, yeah. I think now, definitely, because, as you said, Pascal is at the point now where it's very difficult to even survive a couple of more turns, never mind do it and make a win condition for yourself.
Yeah, I think one more ramp here would make sure that Pascal can't win the game. So it is still a good idea to prevent that. I think like the breakpoint's like 7 or 8, where it's not worth pinging minions anymore.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, I really like this Alibi as well, because I'm a big fan of not doing it too early, but if you've got the mana and you could take a lot of damage, just play it, right? Because you can never always say that, oh, I definitely, can take this next turn's worth of hits, right? Because again, Pascal could Rune of the Archmage and Pyro face, right? And you just don't know. And if you've got the mana and you've set up your next couple of turns, just play it. Just be ultra safe here. So I do like it a lot here. It's going to be Rune of the Archmage from Pascal. It does have the Modresh in hand for that extra 10 damage when he needs it. But again, this Rune of the Archmage is drawing some cards, but unless it's exactly Magister Dawngrasp, I don't think anything else is good enough.
To get a wildfire at the end.
Oh yeah, he can start doing the ping plan now. Wait, how much damage is... Oh, it's only 5, okay. Full board of skeletons then.
Yeah.
He's at the point as well now with that new secret, right? Like, he can actually hit through a ice barrier if he gets to swing with enough minions, so that's a nice little extra as well.
Yeah, I think even at this stage, the hero card might just be like, it's too late. Like, you still need to catch up the health disadvantage, which...
Right.
I mean, we've not even seen the hero card drawn in this stage.
I was just thinking with, like, hero card for armor, it would cast, like, Blizzard and Wildfire again. And there's Modresh in hand, right? Like, that can do it sometimes, but you are right. It's a grim situation for Pascal here.
I mean, what can you do this turn?
Cry.
My opponent got the hero card on turn 5 or 6. I've got 14 cards left. I still haven't drawn it.
I need to work this out here because he can play Reckless and other things, which can clear the board with a ping. But at that point, is Modresh just better because he can go face with the 4-1 as well?
What to do?
Yeah,
I mean, he's probably dead, let's be honest. But I'm just thinking of, like, putting health. Does he play, like, Mailbox Dance and Modresh and just try and soak all the skeletons?
Yeah, it's a hard balance because you do need to think about the face pressure the other way as well. I mean, you can trade the 4-1 into the 6-8, play a bunch of minions, then Reckless, and then ping the 6-8.
Right, yeah, that's the other option, isn't it?
And then hopefully these skeletons don't hit your face, because if one of them does, you're just dead.
Wait, not all of them.
I mean, there's
This is tense.
barely enough health on board for it to soak up every hit.
I thought Pascal was going to get away with it then, but he didn't. It's going to be the old coin hero power there from Bly's. It's going to end the game at 5 health, exactly 5 damage hero power. And that's going to be game 1 going to Bly's. Really solid game there overall. I do think, again, Bly's was in control for the majority of it, mainly because he got Dawngrasp early, and he also just pressured the board, right, and had full control of that board. Pascoa did get locked out a little bit early on with not the best opening hand.
Yeah.
And it's also the sort of the risk you run with a more sort of varied big spell mage deck, right?
Yeah, and we don't have access to Arcane Intellect or even the 3-mana minion that draws a spell. So you are going to have those less consistent draws in exchange for these big spell scams, I suppose, against other decks. It's just this in this particular matchup. It's just one where the Amulet and the Rune actually don't do a whole lot of work.
Right. I think the way Rune does work is if you end up doing like Rune and then Parrot, right? And you start doing like,
Yeah.
3 of them will probably get some kind of job done. And we are going to be jumping over very, very quickly to Pascal on his Rogue going up against the Mage now. Another matchup that can look quite one-sided, depending on who's doing the broken things, because Mage has the ability to just completely shut down a lot of what Rogue's capable of. Especially because Pascoa isn't running Starfish, so he's just weak to freeze if it comes to it. But also, I just wanted to ask you, what do you think of Sprint making it to the list? We've discussed some of the cards that people are bringing in, whether you can say it's for Krakatoa or not, whatever. But yeah, what do you think of Sprint here?
I think it's very good against the expected Rogue counter, which is Quest Priest. When this rogue deck first sort of emerged after the patch on ladder, Quest Priest came up to counter it. But I think it was actually Luna who came up with this Sprint edition, which just gives you a lot more resources. You don't really run out of burn, run out of gas as much when you have that Sprint in the deck. So it just gives you a lot of pluses in the expected counter to your deck.
Yeah, it feels like that perfect time, right? Where you pop off, your hand's empty, and then you play Sprint. And you're like, okay, let's carry on. Because normally, the one sort of breathing moment you have against Rogue is when they pop off, they normally don't have great follow-up apart from what's already happened, right?
Yeah, exactly. We see that time and time again. They have like one push, and then the rest is like a burn spell here and there.
Yeah, hero power.
Hero power, just dagger one each turn. It's not without its downsides to the Sprint. It's just something, a card you really just don't want until you've already done your other stuff.
Right. And you don't really want it off Edwin either, right? It's one of those other cards, very similar to Krakatoa, actually, where it's the card you don't want to pull when you're trying to pop off, because it will just stop you 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think I saw at least one null in Pascoa's opening hand. Does have the Shroud as well. Not too bad so far. Bly's does have the Amplified though, so that's going to be really nice just to bank that hero power for if the Draka comes into play early.
Yeah, it's curious what game plan you go for, because...
Look at Bly's. Look at this rope. This is not the speed Grandmaster Bly's likes to play at. And he just presses enter.
Yep.
Pascoa gonna rope again. I'll be honest, if I was a player like Bly's, I don't think I would have the mental game to not be annoyed by this. I'm sure Bly's has. I think Bly's just plays the game, even though he's clearly sort of making a joke about it. But for me, I would not have the mental ability to not get frustrated when my opponent roping to, and really, it is just to rope.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's not too much to think about that would require this. I mean, for me, when this happens on ladder, it does happen sometimes. Someone will just rope every game. I just move on.
You just concede.
Yeah, I just let them have it,
You have your little bit of MMR. You have a great day, but I'm not involved.
Yes. Don't think Blythe wants to do that here. Probably wants to try a little harder to win this game.
Yep.
Oh.
Right, is Blythe roping back now? Oh no, the meta's developing before our very eyes. Blythe, don't fall to the dark side. You were supposed to save us.
Yeah, I think he might have actually fallen asleep.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
No, not like this. Yeah, Blythe stroking his chin deep in thought on what to do on turn 2 with a turn 2 play. Oh my god.
Blythe, be the bigger man.
Amazing.
Wait, Pascal, insta end the turn, come on.
Wait, I will be confused if we just swap roles now and Pascoa just plays like absolute lightning. We'll be like, whoa. Oh no.
Oh.
Now he's got to rope his decision of whether to play null or not.
It's an actual decision. I mean, next turn you have null, step, Draka.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. The steps. And I think you could even argue that next turn you have Shroud of Concealment again. And
Yeah, you could go.
you keep going.
Yeah. How big? You have a lot of zero mana cards actually with this Draka, so 40 health is a lot to get through. There's freezes. You can't. There's like mass polymorph and stuff. You can't really expect minion damage to connect a whole lot. Especially we already see a freeze ready to go with the ping. Maybe you do need to go for a huge Draka this game.
Yeah, I think for me, even though the ping from the minion is normally kept for the face to stop the weapon swing, it doesn't destroy the weapon, right? So the weapon's still there. So I do still think a huge, like 10 attack weapon is the best play here for Pascoa, because even if they freeze you, well, fine, but this mage deck isn't one that kills you by turn 5, right?
Right.
If they freeze you once, great. If they freeze you again, okay. You still probably got 3 weapon swings in you at that point anyway, so I do like holding off and trying to really go in on the Draka.
How long can we delay? I mean, there's not much pressure.
How much longer can this go on? Pickaxe. I mean, Blythe is probably thinking the same.
Yes.
We need Chonsu back with this smooth, clean, happy rogue play.
It was so good.
I do think I like the concealment, though.
I think I agree. I think this.
Because is this dagger going to be big enough? He does have the bone spike now on the 2/3, so that's definitely a nice bonus.
I wonder, what if you... Here's a crazy thing. What if you instead step the Draka at the end?
And then have concealment for like the reload after.
Yeah, so you get one less damage, like you get a 6/3 dagger here instead. But maybe the Shroud picks up an Edwin and you have a 2 mana Draka in hand. So once you've got through like the 6 damage weapon swings, you have another reload to finish them off.
I can definitely get behind that. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's like 3 less damage initially, but later down the line maybe you get quite a lot more.
Also pretty... again, I'm using the word interesting again, but I am. The play to actually ping the minion and not the face here, I think it does lead back to what I was saying before, where Blythe is taking the weapon swings this game, right? He's taking that damage every single time.
Yeah.
So, better to just freeze the minion, bring its health down, make it more killable in the next few turns, as opposed to use the ping on face and just stop 7 damage for this one turn. I think I like it.
Yeah, it's just like you're not closing out the game within the amount of time.
Yeah.
These weapons are going to eventually unfreeze and hit face. Does have the flurry speed. Maybe wants to keep them for stealth targets, since target that with the location or the flurry.
It also allows Blythe to play the other amplified as well, right? If he's not bothered about freezing face, may as well ping a minion. It's free, and then you can play the other amplified if you really want to. I am very interested in your Shadow Step play on the Draka, though. I think it's it's a really interesting idea, because you could easily see that pay off.
I mean, we see that Edwin picked up, which was quite... I think, was that guaranteed from this Shroud? Let
me check. There is...
It was just the Noel and Edwin, right?
It was just guaranteed, yes.
Yeah. You can see maybe even 6 or 7. Edwin pop off into the Draka. You can hit a prep. Bone spike to make it even cheaper. But like here with the Edwin, what's the payoff playing all these cards? You get a big minion.
It gets frozen or polymorphed, right?
Exactly.
That's the problem. Yeah. Wow, I like that a lot. Actually. I think that's potentially, I don't often say this with like what I would call subjective plays, but I think that is just a bit of a misstep from Pasco, because he shadow stepped the null, which fine is the normal go-to thing, right? Step the nulls, they're free, whatever. But by not stepping the Draka, yeah, he has a Draka on board and 1 more damage on the weapon, so 3 more damage total. But is that worthwhile? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think he has 2 preps in deck as well, so it's very reasonable that during the Edwin turn you're going to play a lot of cards.
Yeah, he's got 2 preps, 2 Sinister Strike, 2 Gone Fishing, 2 Door of Shadows, 2 Wicked Stabs, all still in the deck, and the Sin Stones, of course.
Yeah, seeing the benefit of the sprint in the deck here, when you're just trying to find the burn, the minions really, you can't expect them to do a whole lot at this stage, so extra resources definitely going to come in clutch here.
You wish to match wits with me.
Going Dawn Grasp, I think, guarantees a freeze in some respect, right? So that's good.
Yeah, Flurry comes down, I think.
I have an idea.
Oh, I forgot even with the Intellect in. That's huge, actually. Oh, whenever Dawn Grasp casts Intellect, oh, the card's just insane. Full freeze on the board once more, still building up the bits of pressure. Still has a Flurry to play, has a Mass Polymorph. Even Deepwater Evoker can be powerful here, right? Even though there are some potential low rolls for Blythe. Just gaining any extra armor, maybe making him live 1 more turn, is the difference between winning or losing in a matchup like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you do have all the tools necessary to never take any minion damage again, all you're concerned about is the amount of burn available. So a little bit of extra health to get outside that range is definitely welcome.
I wonder.
And what do you pick here? I mean, one of them says damage on it.
I mean, I've got to read the card on the right.
It's actually not too bad, the Shadow Waltz, right?
Yeah.
A lot of board, and you already just killed a minion now.
Choose soon.
2, 3, 5.
It's actually not bad at all, honestly, yeah. And there's still, like I said, I think there's still the Wicked Stabs and Sinister Strikes in the deck anyway, right?
Yeah, just choose
like
the damage
one
option.
of the Sinisters, yeah.
I mean, the damage option makes sense here as well, just because
Expensive, though.
it is expensive, but it is damage. 2 might just be enough.
That 2 damage. Oh, is Blythe really going to commit the Mass Poly here? I cannot believe that's true. Okay, good. Because like, that is not a big stealth minion to be scared of, right? And he can probably do enough freeze with this Flurry. Freeze 2 of the minions out. Only takes 6.
Okay.
Oh, he got the Blizzard, right? From the Deepwater. That's pretty good. 6 armor.
Yeah.
Especially when there's still 2 wildfires in the deck.
Yeah, and picked up the Solid Alibi, which is going to be really good later on.
Oh no. Oh, he has the other Sin. You can only make 1 spot, which actually is enough. This was getting a tricky turn, actually, to try and pop off on, because 1 Sin Stone is on cooldown, the other one has to be played, but luckily he can trade the Stealth Minion away.
Yeah, I mean, this is maybe a weird question, but like, is the Stealth worth missing 3 face damage?
Well, it makes him a bigger Stealth.
It does, but like...
Doesn't trade it. How does he ever... I mean, I guess he can, if he holds, he can make another big Stealth next turn instead and make 2, I suppose.
Oh, I mean, he might go face and then kill his 3/3 with the extortion.
Oh, okay. Wait.
There's also a reason why I'm not going to do that. He's going to trade.
Oh, he's actually going to trade to kill. Okay.
I mean, we are running out of damage a bit anyway, so you're going to have these minions connect, I think. Like what we have in hand, we have 2 Sinisters and the Wicked Stab.
So there's what, 14 damage right now, just in hand, not including the dagger.
Yeah.
Because you assume this board's getting polymorphed, but maybe not. Maybe Blythe is... he knows he can Blizzard, right? Like I said earlier, there's no Starfish, so... He can just Blizzard and that's the job done as far as freezing the board out's concerned. Could
Yeah, you have Blizzard. Blizzard.
what if he
Mass Volley.
evoke an alibi to get the armor instead? Although I guess at this point he's just not taking 20 from spells, right? You're never assuming you're taking 20.
No, I mean, he doesn't know about the Sinister Strike. There's still the Door of Shadows. Oh, that's a bad pickup for Pascal. That was his last burn spell in deck. Oh, if a minion died and activated this door, maybe he would have got just, you know, a little bit more burn available. But now this is it. This is all the burn he has available, which is...
Well, there is 20, right?
Yeah, so it'll be 6 from the Wicked next
If
turn.
stab gets done next turn, yes.
Yeah. So maybe he needs to find more burn somehow. I guess the tooth can look search or something.
Choose soon.
Racing cold. He worried about dying himself? I'm gonna go shoulder charge instead. Use the value from the Dragonbane shot, even though it is expensive. Pascal is getting a lot out of this. Turned out to be a pretty good pick in the end.
Yeah, it's just... You
Gonna
really
go
need
get
your
an ice cream,
attack.
Jamber.
Oh, could you hear that?
Grab me one while you're there, mate.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait, how far away is Blythe from Modresh right now?
Oh, yeah, it's going to be pretty close.
Doesn't get to ping because he has to alibi this turn, which is fine, you know, completely understandable. He can't just take a smooth, like, 20 million from these two minions. This is still a close-ish game, although, again, along with the Where's Modresh is also how far along will Kel'Thuzad be after these skeletons get summoned here? Oh, 8 left, so that's never going to happen. Okay.
Yeah, you can use this.
Kel'Thuzad must have a lot in it, and is Pascoa going to spend 9 mana to kill 3 of these with his Dragonbane? Like, maybe?
I mean, what can you spend your mana on, really?
Guess.
I mean, you do have these locations active, so...
You could also shoulder check, right?
So many options.
Yeah.
With the stealth minions, if he wanted to.
Yeah. I mean, you have to hope, because there's not enough damage in hand to kill anymore.
9-3 is going to die, I'm calling it.
Yeah, there's not enough damage in hand, so you have to hope that some of your minions will connect this game for you to win.
You have to hope the sheep will make it. The SWAT team sheep.
Oh wow, we're seeing trades then. Keeping the minions stealthed, so it can potentially attack next turn if there's no freeze effect. We have seen both blizzards. It's not unreasonable.
Oh, it's just blizzard the bullet. That was his option instead of mass polymorph. Oh, well, that was good. Gets a mystery secret, which for all Pascal knows could be ice barrier.
Is it me, or was this box insanely risky?
It was, but it's working out very well.
I mean, if it failed...
Oh my god. Blythe just doesn't care. This is the punish for the rope.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's even pushing damage with the skeleton. Buffing Kel'Thuzad as well. The punish. It's so strong.
Alright, okay. Maybe he boxed just to punish Pascal, but if that failed, wasn't he just dead?
Oh yeah, with the 9-3, if the 9-3 lived. I guess...
Well, he could have polymorphed and played the Evoker, surely.
Yeah.
Surely that was a better play, but maybe this is just punish for Pascal's early roping.
Yeah, that was, again, the fact that Blythe just insta-decided it was Ruin after seeing it drawn was just crazy to me. I would have sat thinking about that for far too long. I might have even ended up playing the rune, but the fact that Blythe was like, no, it's rune, just play it, it'll be fine.
If you've thought about it, it's already too late to play the rune. You have to instantly do it, otherwise you will not get a good rune.
It works on belief.
Yes.
Now Pascoa is in big trouble. Whichever way Blythe wants to go about it. Again, I'm not 100% sure what Kel'Thuzad will do right now, but just the fact that there's Deepwater Evoker, there's still pings, there's still the Polymorph, which will bring these down to 2 attack. Blythe's gained armor from the cold case that was played as well, so again, 9-3 is definitely scary, but...
Yeah, I think the Kel'Thuzad's juiced up a lot. It might actually just be lethal here.
Yeah, or at least kill the minions, right? Which feels like lethal. I feel like it does one or the other. Another rune, and is he just going to spam it? No, okay.
Well, it can't be lethal because it's not been played yet. Oh no. Some more broken.
Yeah, that's
supplies.
with the pink, right? That's fine.
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay, Blythe takes game number 2. What a weird game it was. Started off with the ultimate Blythe's playing fast and almost falling asleep, and that's the I'm glad we've trained Blythe so well to actually respond to the camera, because I don't know if you remember, but not too long ago in GM, Blythe would actually control out like alt F4 straight out of the game as soon as he'd finished, so his winning screen would just be a frozen camera of him, but he's evolved now, even to the extent where he has no time for ropers. Big win there though for Blythe, suddenly again sitting mage 2-0 here. Jambre means that Blythe has plenty of time to win this series with, but also just good matchups. Mage seems to me at least to be the real winner this week in GM.
Yeah, I think it's just a case of like, it's good against Rogue, and people are hyping up Rogue, but it's not one of those decks that's only good against Rogue. It's just good against a lot of decks.
Yeah.
So it's like, if you get the win with a reasonably good counter, it's really hard to just counter it back.
It's one of those things where it doesn't have an obvious weakness, right? It's not like, even with Druid, right? I think Druid's got better at this, especially with the ramping into scales, but Druid can struggle in the early game from heavy minion focus, right? But Mage has now gained an early game, right? It's like big spell Mage, you know, wind back a couple of months or whatever. Its early game could be questionable, right?
Yeah.
But the cards you have access to, especially the location, has really shored up a lot of that. So really crazy play, really impressive we've seen from Mage so far. Pascoa now is going to have to fall back on his Curse Warlock. The sort of a curse with a sprinkling of imps for good measure going on here. And it's going to be a very interesting one, because again, although the Curse Lock can get to the curses probably in the matchup, Mage has all the tools to deal with it and then actually pressure out the Warlock, because again, outside of exactly Zakul, there's no heal factor for the Warlock, right? Oh, I guess, sorry, Tamsin as well, but you know what I mean, right? No real heal factor.
Yeah. I mean, it's the case of the 40 health buffer that the Mage has is a lot to get through, but with that comes inconsistency. So if you get one of these fast starts as the Zoo Warlock and start connecting a lot of damage, this matchup is winnable. It's not something you want to be seeing, as we can tell by the queue order. Pascal really didn't want to queue this deck into the Mage if he didn't have to. But, you know, we haven't seen insane mulligan cards for Blythe so far, so definitely a window of opportunity for Pascal to get that early chip damage and then just rely on the curses to close out the game.
Right. And Pascoa, weirdly enough, been offered a lot of the curse cards, which he definitely won't want right now. Does get rewarded a little bit, but again, if your first push is a turn 4 imp, then doesn't feel fast enough to really cash in that early damage, right?
Yeah, interesting. We see the library mulliganed away. It was recently left, and we're against a class with a lot of freezes, but typically that's like the best card you want as this deck in the early turns.
Even if you just bank it, right, and just say, you know what, turn 2, instead of life tapping, I'll play that, and it's probably going to have pretty good value later on. Blythe's getting the turn 1 Wildfire, going to start pinging down this Librarian. Will be interesting to see what he goes for next. I imagine he could go Frostweaver. just because it does the double job of contesting the 1-1 and also keeping the tempo on board, right?
Yeah.
So many possibilities.
I mean, it's just a case of how much pressure you're facing. Like, it's a bit scary to play this this 3-drop if this sorry, I forgot the name of the card. Librarian gets a lot of attack going, because you really want to get that ping in. I imagine we're going to see the coin circle here. It's just so much damage and pressure for next turn, and it's like not possible for the mage to remove all of it this early in the game.
Yeah, it still fits, right? Coin circle, then drag below a minion the mage might play, and then you still have imps into refarm, right? It ticks the boxes. Bly's obviously deciding that he doesn't want to take another 5. He's going to ping away the librarian. Now another awkward turn for Pascoy. Just has to look at that live tap, unless he wants to like drag below one of his imps just to use the time to start ramping up the curse. I don't hate it, but it's not good.
It's not, yeah, it's not awful.
That's why, yeah.
I think the tap's a bit more.
I've definitely suggested worse plays.
Yeah, I mean, you do want to infuse your minions as well. So, like, say Blythe just went for a ping play on the next turn. If you did actually remove one of your imps, then that would mean your mischievous imps actually are infused with the 3 minions killed. Kind of unlikely to have a turn 4 ping play that doesn't remove most of your board. Just thinking.
Let's go considering the Grimoire now.
I mean, you remove a 1-1 now to gain a 3-3 if this fringe scenario plays out, so I feel like it's not worth it.
I can take them. Wait, not all of them.
Does mean now that Blythe will almost certainly be facing down a board of 3-3s, but even the Reckless itself does well versus them, right? With no location. So you know you can actually make at least a trade or two for that to happen. Refarm is, of course, infused fully now. This might be the moment where it gets to be a bit of a problem for Blythe, because right now he has some good tools, but not actually board clearing tools is his problem.
Yeah, he has a bit of stall, but there's nothing that removes the stats.
Right.
And if the stats stay there, you're eventually going to run out of your stall, at least as it stands so far.
I can see this being one of the instances where Blythe might consider what looks to be a very early solid alibi, but if his board's kind of empty anyway, and there's loads of imps, and you know, and they're potentially going to get buffed, he could just say, you know what, I won't take all this damage. I'll just play alibi and just draw a card, you know.
Yeah, it's a lot more reasonable against this specific warlock as well.
Yeah.
Against the regular imp warlock, you know once you deal with the board, you're done. But the damage does matter in this case, because the curses can just finish you off if you take too much early chip damage.
Yeah, especially because you can't solid alibi the curses, right? Because it happens in that window between you being able to do anything.
Yeah. Pascal choosing how to end his turn. It's gonna go for the no hands approach.
Blythe's cam makes me laugh so much. It annoys him so much, the roping.
The wails of these cowards chill.
And not to the extent where I think it's affecting his play, but you can tell he's like, why are we doing this? You know, like, what is the point?
Yeah, it's like maybe they both just understand that it's just not actually doing anything, you know?
Yeah.
That makes it even more annoying. You're like, this isn't affecting me, why are you still doing it?
That's the thing about Blythe as well. He often, in the past, has queued up the worst matchups first in like Conquest to reverse sweep, because he's like, time is money, as Gadget Zan Auctioneer would say, right? So like he's just very optimized with his own time, and he's like, I don't know, there's no point wasting all this time. So yeah, things like this is kind of hilarious to me. There is a Vow Library now for Pascoa though, so he does have the option of at least getting it down this turn. So maybe his Imp King Refarm turn is really going to pop.
Yeah, the library you do want to get down, but you also want to get this Grimoire down. It's kind of hard to fit both of them into the turn. You kind of got to choose between one or the other. The thing with the library is as soon as you get a minion to attack, maybe that's the turn you can just play it. So maybe he does a curve of just Mischievous Imp plus the Grimoire into a farm, and then with the full board, you go for the library.
A cold case ping, I imagine here. Oh, Wise. A little bit unsure there. Decided he needs something else.
Yeah, he has the Brand Varden next turn, which will full clear these 3/3s if he wants to go for that.
And that's Blizzard as well. Okay, is coming together. Again, I do like this sort of early-ish game solid alibi here. Just stops you taking 12.
Yeah, it's just such a good card, because normally, like, you want to play these intellects, but you can't, because it's the board. You're trying to find the answer to deal with the board, but you can't take the damage from the board. It's just such a good card to play on these turns.
Right.
I wonder.
Again, could be a turn that's just worthwhile making a big imp, even though it's not going to hit face. Like, it still needs killing, right? Like, like Bly's, yeah, you can freeze it, and that's annoying, but guess what? You can freeze it any turn of the game.
Yeah, and if you do it now, and the freeze comes down, when they're ready to attack again, the library is also ready to be buff again. So it is a reasonable turn to do it, even though you're not pushing any face immediately. I go for the curse, ramping these up as well. That's reasonable.
Who knows what secrets will.
Yeah, this is huge as well, because after seeing that drag below, this brand just living is pretty sick. Like,
yeah.
Because, I mean, does this force out an Abyssal Wave? Like, is playing Rafarm into this board as good as you want it to be? I honestly don't know. Like, Pascal
So
would have to.
what battle cries? What battle cries are punishes?
So, Modresh is definitely not ready yet, right? Oh, saying that, how? Wait, it did ping. Reckless was played, right?
I think it is ready, because the Reckless was the hero powers upgraded and it killed 4 things.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he pinged them too. It is definitely
Pascal
ready.
has to clear, right? Like, you just cannot die to this.
I mean, the question is, do you beat a Mordresh? Right? So, yes, you can play around Mordresh now, but are you realistically beating the card later down the line anyway? If your best play is like the Refarm coming up, that just gets answered by the Mordresh anyway.
True.
So whether it's doubled or not.
What you're saying is Pascal is just lost. There's no point trying, is what you're saying. Hey, nice message of hope here, Jambray. Why try if you're going to fail eventually? What's the point?
I mean, there are some pluses. Okay, let's find some silver lining. He does have Bran double curse, a generator in his hand, which is a lot of damage if the hand space is available. So if he pushes here with the Vard library, he's got 2 Vard libraries. Is that more damage than going for the Imp King? You can double Vile Library and play the 1/1s, and then, or you can just go.
I think this is better just for the turn that the Modresh isn't there, right? In the world where Modresh isn't there, I think this makes more sense.
I think this is maybe a slight slip up from Pascal. No, he missed 3 damage face to damage this to a 3/1. Because the Refarm filled up the board, but if he went library first, he would have been able to send it all face.
That's not looking good here for Pascal, because Blythe gets to freeze, and the board cannot be emptied unless there's a self-killing way to do it, which there is for Pascoa, right? But it's not really what you want to do as the imp side of the imp warlock. It's like, oh, I made this big board, now I'm going to kill it for no reason.
Yeah. And because you kill everything at once, you actually take the damage from these death rattles as well. It makes it even worse.
It's basically a perfect setup because what it does block is that card, right? Because Blythe now sets this up, can play Modresh next turn and pretty much just guarantee a win, especially with the ping. And the only thing that was really going to stop him was the Tamsin or Zakul with like Bran, right? So by freezing, he's just said, well, you can't clear your own board and play Bran Zakul, so unlucky.
Yeah, but this pickup does allow a non-Bran Zakul and a board clear. It's actually pretty nice for Scoa. Yeah, the early curse plays have ramped up a little bit.
It's going to be enough, though.
Depends where these death rattles land. You shouldn't be dead.
Yeah.
And you still do have the quadruple curse activation.
Yeah, Pascoa got away with it. Heals for 3, so he's going to go up to 15. Blythe probably pulls the trigger on the Modresh now, right? Just say, you know what? You've just committed all of this. Get gone. Right, get rid of the board. Nothing in the deck here for Pascoa has charge, so he doesn't really have to worry about that library coming off cooldown this turn either. And he saw Tamsin burnt, right?
Yeah, how much does he have? It deals 4, 5, 6, and 7, right? 9 plus 13. He's just dead. He's gonna rope it as well. He knows he's dead. He's roping it. He knows it's lethal. He's countered this already. There's a hand space available. Right? That was a 3, so it'd be 4 plus 5 is 9. 6 plus 7 is 13.
Yeah, he's got there.
22. And he knows
the AoE.
He knows it.
That's so huge. He actually needed the way to kill his own minion to play the Zakul to even live. That's so huge. Oh, come on, Pasqua. Come on. Sort yourself out.
Do you know what's funny? I think if he mass polyed last turn, rather than the Mordresh, he wouldn't die. Because there's no board space to do this play.
Oh, that's funny, yeah.
Drown in your sorrows. Drown in your sorrows.
No crazy as well. One solid alibi would have changed everything. But yeah, so going to be a big game there for Pascoa taking the victory and taking his time to do so. But again, it's still going to be an uphill climb because Blythe still has plenty of game left. He's got his priest, the quest priest, and then the druid as well, which again I think is a really solid matchup. Yes, there is the imp opening against the druid, but you don't get that all of the time, right? You can't just open like an imp block every single game, so not necessarily going to happen there. And I think Pascoa did a good job here of, or at least maybe even a fortunate job, of just getting enough damage with the imps through early on, you know, getting hold of that sort of package and doing it.
Yeah, and it was a great transition from, I mean, it's what the deck wants to be doing because it's this hybrid, from going from the early chip, put the pressure on, force out some of the mana from the opponent, and then getting them with the curses.
It reminds me a lot of like previous versions of Face Hunter, right? You want to push with the minions first, and then you have burn spells to just end the game, because you will generally lose out on board, right? Against a lot of these decks where there's all the AoE and freeze available. But yeah, does look like Blythe is going to be jumping over to his druid just to try and get the job done. Again, druid can really just stabilize, can gain so much health that even that kind of turn that we saw from the double curses won't cut it, right? If there's, you know, I've seen druids go up to 60, 70 health at times. So definitely can be a little bit scary, but Blythe has to make sure he doesn't get run over by the imps there, so we'll have to see how this one plays out. Pascoa still in with a chance, but the main question we all want answering is how long can this roping game plan go on for? Because is it just done now, Jambray? Are we done with it? Was it a bit of like haha, or is Pascoa really going to stick to this wasting everyone's time plan?
Well, I think Blythe has joined it because he's queued the worst matchup into the Warlock, so he's essentially roping a game here. I mean, it's good for all of us. We get to see some more of this, what turns out to be sort of a grudge match going on now.
I know, yeah, it does feel like this is starting something, isn't it? Planted evidence being kept there for Blythe. Definitely a lot of a kind of surprising amount of early options for Druid, right? With spells to be able to fight back versus aggro right now.
Yeah, the planted evidence is one of the huge ways to do it. Traditionally, these ramp druids, you just stay off the board for several turns, but there's a lot of spells in Druid that are good at early game, which you can just discover for evidence. And if those spells cost 1 mana less, even against the best aggro decks around, they're going to do a lot of work. Things like Thorngrowth Sentries, very good. There's the new Planted Evidence, I believe it's called. Or is that the...
That's the
card, the Natural Cause.
There's the deal 2 credit 2/2, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Natural Cause, I think it's called or something.
Okay, base level plan for Pasco was there. 1 drop into Vile Library, but is there going to be the imp follow-up? That is the question.
Yeah, he's in terms of mulligan win rates, I mean, look at this hand. Double Vile Library, Refarm, and 1 drop. And then you've got Tamsin for later on. It's like all the payoff cards, and then none of the imps.
Yeah, you just need an imp.
Yeah.
An imp needs to show up to work today, and Pascal will be happy.
Absolutely.
Oh, Seaweed Strike. Okay, that's pretty good. Like I said, there's a very weird number of cards that Druid has access to in the early game. Oh, he got the imps as well. What's the order here, Jambray? Is this just Vile Library and then just naturally play Circle and hold the coin for Refarm or Tamsin?
I think the difference here is that you miss a whole wave of attacks if you do not coin the 1/1s here. Mm-hmm. The downside is you open up them being able to hero power them. I don't think you're too sad about that.
Also have the potential of playing a really weird curve, right, in the next turn also.
Yeah, it's just like a case of how much do you value the damage versus how much do you value keeping your curve nice and keeping the overall board state that's going to come down in a few turns as large as possible. Yeah, I'm really not sure which way is best to, like, the most aggressive one. And if you could see both hands, I'm sure he would have coined the circle here.
Right. Now though, Blythe is moving quite rapidly closer to that raid boss Onyxia, right? I mean, it might not look like it, but Flipper Friends does work versus Implock a lot of the time.
Oh, yeah.
And then there's the Nourish, there's more ramp and card draw from the Widow Bloom. And as soon as Onyxia comes down, it's a hard card to come back from, especially with how early it comes down from Druid.
Yeah, and it's such a good card at dealing with these Vile Libraries because you just tend to have one buffed minion and a bunch of smaller other minions, which,
right.
I mean, it's just perfect.
Turns out
Onyxia.
That's exactly what Onyxia's good at dealing with. Perfect.
Yeah. She's kind of like a big swipe, if you think about it.
Oh, God. Just like Battlegrounds, Battle Masters are low theb, right?
Yeah.
Raid boss Onyxia, it's just a big swipe.
Here's just 10 mana swipe. With spell power, of course.
Maybe Nourish for card draw here. Blythe's not going for the ramp. Oh no, he did go for... Wait, he did go for the ramp. I'm just an idiot. I just didn't see the mana go up for some reason. I think I don't know, I'm losing it.
It's... The downside of like clearing now, you can see, you could just have a Mischievous Imp come down.
Right.
You've not really taken off tempo, you've just kind of increased it for your opponent, so... As long as you like clear up the board a bit before the second buff of the library comes down, I think that's the key amount. So it is an okay turn to just take the ramp. You're not quite there for the elixir, but you're going to need to spend mana on this to nourish anyway at some point to get to it at a reasonable time.
Honestly, now with Flipper Friends and the Druid as well, of the Reef, like, that's a pretty good selection, right? Even with a hero power as well, that you would expect that to do work versus most boards on turn 4.
Yeah, but the second bar library is going to cause a slight problem for that. Flipper Fan's very good at clearing off small wide boards, but it doesn't actually pack that much of a punch against the big ones.
Yeah, I wonder if it's even ever the big boy in Flipper Friends.
Oh
wow, Blythe is
going
just
for an
saying,
elixir.
yeah, Blythe's just saying, nope, it's going to be an Elixir or bust. And you know what? It's still going to be a good amount of stats, right? There is coin refarm. Is that infused? It's not, right?
It's not, no.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, you can still play it if you want to just get more buff for the library.
Yeah, there is now Impending, though, and that is quite a good card.
Yeah, I think you just take the gamble here that you just pick up some more imps.
Oh, there's some imps. You said it.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Wait. I was looking at whether it's like imp, coin Impending.
I mean, I like it. It's just...
I'll just work out, he's got enough hand space, right? It'll be 3, draws 5. Yeah, he's got plenty of hand space, actually.
Oh.
Really?
Surely this isn't as good.
Really? Would you not like to draw your deck?
I mean, you have the Tamsin, but do you really want to play with Tamsin? You're trying to be the aggressor. You missed.
Also, with that play, what does the Widow Bloom trade into that you bothered about, right? Because you still make one massive imp or another massive imp? Huh.
Yeah. And even more than that, the quality of your imps that you're playing is relevant for the refarm. If you have 2 flame imps in the pool, it's just a bit more stats when he gets rezzed.
Right.
Like when are you playing this flame imp? Like at best, that 3/2 was going to trade into a flame imp. So if you don't play the flame imp, it's kind of it works out the same, right? But now,
Yeah, though, does Pasco take this turn to play Tamsin? It doesn't feel like it achieves too much other than drawing cards, but I feel like the opportunity to draw cards was there last turn for Pasco. It does mean now that Blythe might actually get one of those turns where he just feels a little bit free to do stuff.
yeah.
Because this Elixir does not die this turn, right? There is, I'm pretty sure, nothing that can happen that makes Elixir die. Maybe Blythe even just goes with Miracle Growth next turn.
Yeah.
Drop a taunt, refill, even though you're not playing Guff, but still.
Either way you do it, it's hard for you to deal with the Elixir. If you go for Tamsin, you kill the Whelps. But you might not just have any board at all.
Yeah.
And then you got to deal with a bit more next turn. And there's nothing really in the deck that deals with one big minion. At least at these mana costs.
I'm even wondering, like, Pasco holds the location here, right? Because whatever he buffs, Elixir just runs into, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, I do like the hold on the location there. Oh, he is going to go Guff, okay. Oh!
This is a reasonable play to go for the Guff because you do have that Flipper Friends.
Yeah. Not...
You just go ramp Flipper, I think.
I was even looking at the Ivers now.
I think you want that next turn. There's no start.
Okay. I guess you're not afraid. Yeah, that's fair, actually. Yeah. Like, he isn't dead next turn, right? In almost any world. So, yeah, you know what? You're completely right. Just leaving one solitary imp on the board here, and still an 8/8 Elixir. Unfortunately, the Otter is not a whelp.
There's this library available there. You think the Otters should be whelps?
Depends on the use of whelp, right? Because people use whelp not meaning dragon.
Yeah.
And the word does say whelp, doesn't it?
It's true. Maybe we should take it up with Anixia's legal team.
Yep, will do. I'll file the complaint.
Okay, we're getting a pretty sizable buff here for the location.
It is, and the card draw is definitely there, which helps out a lot. It's just what is Pascoa going to do with this? Because if he doesn't trade into the Anixia, then is he just giving Bly's free reign?
Yeah, you don't really have the burn yet.
Right.
To just close out the game like he did last time. And if a scale of an Anixia came down while this Anixia was on board, you just pretty much conceded board for the rest of the game. Good value.
There's also the fear that the other scales is available, right? Which means that the armor just shoots up. And this also feels like conceding board for the rest of the game, but at least he's not going to get hit for 8, I guess.
Surely that wasn't worth it over playing Wicked Shipment and just value trading.
Oh, wait. Yeah, I completely agree. Huh.
You leave a 1/1, but you get to save the Grimoire.
Insanity is no excuse.
I don't think you want Grimoire for your Lady Darkvein, do you?
Yeah, Bly's going to steal the Dark Vein, I think, there. Just remove that very scary win condition of Dark Vein having Abyssal waving it.
Yeah.
Oh, this is awkward, though.
Particularly with a brand, it could be disastrous.
Gave him the Oracle, okay. Decided that there's been Oracle Tamsin?
Does that work? No, is it 2 or less for Oracle, right?
Oh, right, sure. Still though, Bly's is starting to stabilize, and there isn't really the pop-off curses yet.
Yeah, this just feels like a really good Tamsin turn, right? You just do the double trade Tamsin.
Yeah, it feels too clean, doesn't it?
Suspiciously clean.
Yeah. Hard to ignore.
Yeah. Like, is this actually the play, or am I getting baited?
Yeah. Someone set this play up. I mean, anything else feels like it leaves a 7/7 up, which doesn't sound great to me.
Yeah.
Just has to happen.
Getting a few imps. What's that?
Okay. Now Tamsin double drag below is available. Pretty strong.
Yeah, and the brand's in hand with the...
Yes, that's what, 4 curses if there's targets?
Yeah. There's Guff and there's Druid, so Druid is better than most classes at keeping a large hand size.
Right.
To avoid these burst potentials.
No card draw yet, though. Maybe this is a start with a Moonlit kind of turn? Because Moonlit could really open up your options here, because Bly's has plenty of mana.
I mean, you could just play Ibis as well.
Oh, Scales.
Scales is very good. I'm just wondering whether you wanted to just play the Ibis, because you're not going to die this turn, and the Ibis is so large it's also unlikely to die. And then, say your best pickup was the Irvin Scales from the Moonlit, then you could just do it on the Ibis, you know?
Yeah, that's true. No double innovate for the old Ibis. Innovate Scales play, which would have been pretty sick.
Right. It's just like, if you wanted to go for it, it's not actually good this turn.
Oh, this is actually pretty sick, right? Just set up counter lethal.
Yeah, just a lot of pressure.
Say, you know what? Need to clear this board, buddy. How big is this going to be? Like 12? Oh, 12? I very underestimated that, didn't I? 19.
Missed an attack?
Yeah, could have killed the 3/3, right, for free. It did have rush, right? It did not dodge rush, surely.
I think it did have rush.
What hey, Tamsin, don't say what's taking so long. You're the one with Pasco here. Okay?
Okay, so Tamsin Drag Below is available to kill off one of the giants. You're on 27, so you do need to kill a bit more. You could also play touch the Narism on your 1/1 to heal up a bit more, and then you're not dead. Unless there's a way to kill this 1919 that I'm not seeing.
There's also the knowledge that Blythe isn't playing Battleground Battlemaster in his list.
Yeah.
So that's definitely important compared to some of the, a lot of the other players actually we've seen this weekend so far.
Oh, okay, does this clear off the whole thing if you use all of these? I assume it does if this way is coming through. Yeah, this seems a bit cleaner, because then you don't get as punished by nerve and scales.
I was going to take a little bit of damage here. There's still the Branzakul as well. Some burst. You can get rid of these curses.
Yeah. This is oh wow. I was gonna say this is where this curse lock really shines, is when you've got like some decent tempo as well, because you just have to spend your mana on other things other than just getting rid of the curses or increasing your hand size.
Yeah.
Could keep it as is though. I believe these are on 2 and 3.
I think so, yeah.
So
Here as well is no
5.
good target for Devourer either, to like Devourer scales, right? Because that could also be a game ender even on a single minion, but Pasco's already done the whole big minion thing, right? I think I have to play scales now.
Yeah, I think the thing, if you don't play any of your curses there, or you just play the other scales, that's fine. I don't think you can die.
Oh.
Because weirdly enough, you actually take more damage from getting rid of these curses just because of the potential for more space in your hand.
Sure. I'm just trying to think how many actual, like, playable curses there are left. So there's 2 Abyssal Waves.
I'm not getting any younger.
There's 2 Syracuse Cultists. So yeah, that's the problem, right? Brand Syracuse.
Yeah.
So this would block 1 curse, right?
Yeah, and if the curses are wrapped up through...
yeah, that's a lot of damage.
It's the last curse that gets blocked, right?
Yeah. Is this going to be Brand Zakul instead to just heal? Because otherwise, Pasco is quite dead.
Yeah, he just does it to heal for 9. It's just about enough to keep him alive.
This is it? 20?
20?
And the 2 curses already.
Oh, the curse heal as well.
Yeah,
true. So he healed quite a bit more.
Oh, can Blythe get 7? I don't think so. Oh, and those are horrible. Still has the mana for natural card draw with the hero power if he wants it. I'd imagine he wants it. Just dead again.
Yeah, 1 hand space available. It's only taking 9 from the curses in hand, but if he could fill up his hand 1 more,
yeah,
he can trade away the board and not be dead. But
and one of the weird drawbacks of Guff is the wild growth doesn't draw you a card, right? So you can't even try and cycle into something because it will just ramp him to 19 instead. Gonna clear this up, but that looks like it's gonna be the next game going up to Pascoa. The Warlock seems to be getting it done so far.
yeah, these late game curse plays are just proving to be very, very valuable in both of these matchups. Pascal going to take his time to...
It is. I mean, okay, Pasco has been a bit weird anyway, but this is easily lethal, right? There was I can't remember what the curse was at, but it was easily enough, right? 2 more.
It's on 6 and 7.
Oh, okay. I thought it was 5 and 6, which still would have been lethal, of course, but still.
Yeah.
Pasco really doing this to us?
That's
really where we're at?
Blythe has to know. I mean, there's 4 cards left.
What is taking so long?
He still has 4 curses left. You'd have to miss on so many cards here, actually, for it not to be lethal.
Yeah, shake of the head there from Blythe as well, because I think maybe understandably so that this he's probably feeling like this is getting a little bit silly at this point. But anyway, we are going to be moving on to game number 5. It's going to be the Warlock once again for Passgoer, and it is going to be going up against the Priest from Blythe. So we finally get... Blythe was trying to save us, Jambray, from the Quest Priest. But we're here now.
Wow.
Blythe has been forced into this, but it is going to be the Quest Priest versus the Warlock. And although we've seen that Warlock has the ability to pump out a lot of damage, how do you feel about this matchup in general?
I actually don't know specifically this Curse Warlock variant, because there is a lot of off-board damage. The thing with Quest Priest, it's very awful at dealing with early boards. Once those turn 5, 6 and beyond turns come down, yeah, it's great at dealing with your board every single turn. But the early imp boards, they put their damage out on turn 3, on turn 4, and that's just like before the Quest Priest can really do anything. So I'm really not sure. Like, against traditional imp Warlock, sure, Quest Priest would do pretty well. But this one, I could see it going either way.
Yeah, I mean, just quickly going over the numbers, at least on HS Replay, Diamond through Legend, bear in mind, but this is a lot of games, and or at least a chunk of games. But apparently Curse Imp Warlock is, Priest is 35% against Curse Imp Warlock, 45 versus Curse Warlock, but then 62 versus Imp Warlock. So you're completely right with your analysis there, Jambray, because versus Imps, you kind of just push them off board and they're done. That's the game. But yeah, this it does appear that the curses do have a lot to play into it. So it'll be interesting to see how Blythe can go about this. Again, there are options, right? We just saw very briefly in the deck list there that, for example, if it comes to it, Blythe could just mutinous the Zekul or the Bran, which would dramatically reduce down the actual late game power potential, as well as, a multitude of other things. I have seen games of this Priest where they actually just curve out and start beating you up, which is a bit shocking in itself, but it can happen. So yeah, doesn't mean Blythe is actually just going to lose, but it is, by the looks of things, a tricky matchup indeed.
Yeah, and there are some tools available for the Priest to combat these early boards. I mean, Zarella's the main huge swing, but the difference with this Quest Priest compared to some of the older ones, I think this one's a bit more teched to deal with rogues. Right, we don't see the dragon that deals 3 damage to the board in this deck list, which would be huge against.
Right.
Imp Warlock. It deals with any non-buff board before turn 5. Zarella is picked up, which is the best card you could have in the mulligan, I'm sure.
Especially with double thrive, right? It means Blythe can fish for heals if he wants to or needs to, right? He has that choice. He can at least, for example, turn to thrive to fish for a heal if it's offered, to say, okay, at worst, I have a 3 damage AoE with Zyrella, or something, right? So he can just have that in the pocket if he needs it. Here, though, Passgoer is not getting hold of the Imp opening, right? It might sound like a silly sentence because there's a Flame Imp on board, but there's none of the support available right now, which is a little bit rough for him. Definitely not what he's looking for.
Yeah, you can come out with this curse next turn, but it's we've seen the power of the Bran later on. You almost don't want to have to play it this early. It's kind of, this is the drawback of the deck, let's say, where your weaker early starts are a lot weaker than they are in the other deck where you're playing like Imp Gang Boss on these turns instead.
Alright, well, there's Desperate Prayer or Gifted Anaru. Arguments for either, honestly, but Desperate Prayer obviously has more guaranteed bigger damage swings with Zyrella, so I can definitely understand it there.
Yeah, it just fits mana wares as well. Like, you don't have to spend any extra mana alongside the Zyrella, and it's just going to clear off pretty much any big threat, especially because the Warlock damage itself through life tap through this Flame Imp. So the Zorella's going to do 10 damage to the board.
Yeah, you're going to clear a board
Yeah.
in almost every instance, right? It's just a board clear. The Bly's taking his time, not feeling rushed into anything yet. Again, he knows he has the heal, he knows he has the clear. And Pascoa, again, not having good draws. The Syracuse he would much prefer to keep in hand. Yes, you can argue it's a spider tank that, you know, starts ramping the curses. That's absolutely true and fine, but he would still rather be playing imps for now.
Mischief has been picked up, which is a very good one. Not only for just refill, but activating this impending catastrophe to allow you to draw into more powerful things later down the line.
What knowledge do the stars
I
provide?
think Zerala come down very early.
Yeah, I don't mind it though, right? To me, it feels like it's tempo for Bly's, it's quest progression, and also if a dragged below is used to kill it, which is generally the answer that it would receive, it's one less that's going to be used later on with a potential Tamsin. We can see that there's Tamsin there now, so Pascoa could easily wait. But still, for Bly's sake, I think if a drag below normal is used right now, then that's one less Syracuse from Bran, one less drag below from Tamsin.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's also another little safety net that Bly's had, was that there was only 2 minions that died, so this Mischievous Imp's not active. So like the expected like scary refill, if I kill their early board, sorry, it's just not available. And like you said, you kind of want to get these curses out of them early before.
The dream. Is this the Dotar give them the curse back? Because that's what you're after, sure.
That is always the dream.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know what? It looks like you dropped this.
Bad manners.
Okay.
Gotta take drag below, right? Yeah.
Yeah. You can take the card draw, but they'll eventually find the cards anyway. Oh, wow.
Oh, that's just funny. Oh, okay, Fiendish Circle picked up Pascoa to be able to this 1-3. Whether he makes a trade with it or not, we'll find out. But I think most importantly, the card draw kicking in with impending catastrophe here.
Yeah, it's just going to set him up for the rest of the game, but he has had 1 curse played, I believe. Or was it 2? No, it was 2 curses played.
2.
And then 1 stolen. So the potential for burst damage has gone down a huge amount. Particularly because of the cards that were used. Like with Tamsin, you can go Tamsin, drag below. Or with Bran, you can Bran plus the 3-drop twice. But because those cards were used, the potential for burst is just a lot lower now.
Yeah, I think Bly's can actually fall back on the game plan of, well, now I can potentially just outlast my opponent, right? Because you can't always guarantee that when the curses can really get silly, right, with Bran things. But I think the combination of this deck not running Mithril Rod and, as you said, those cards just being nullified by Bly's already to an extent, that Bly's can just say, you know what, I'm going to try and press my hero power every turn. I'm going to try and get hold of my heals. The Leviathan as well is huge for Bly's.
Yeah. The Warlock can't just stay off the board. They have to play minions at some point, so...
Behemoth, not Leviathan. I always call it Leviathan for some reason.
Oh, I mix up the hero cards still. I think I called Tamsin Carrier like about half the time.
Oh, they're sisters, it's fine. Yeah, that's a huge heal in itself, and also a heal that's difficult for Pascoa to deal with, right? If he doesn't have the spot removal for it, or doesn't already have big imps somehow.
Right, yeah. If the board that you're making is just like a 1/1, it's not enough to damage it. That's something like one
like
of
an
your
abyssal wave or something
abyssal
would
wave.
clear it up. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to do it in 1 hit, so that means you have to trade again.
Yeah, it just freely hits face and heals even more.
Yeah.
Pascoa going to clean up the Theotar here, get some imps down and some buffs down, I imagine.
Job done.
Yeah, this is just fine, even if it hits the 6/6, which is fine, right? It's he's going to kill it. Nice, yeah, the burn.
Yeah, and it's an awkward number 7. Like, even with the Grimoire, you still need a bit more for the wave to kill it, so you're going to have to heal up again to full health for them, I think.
Yeah, the trade probably just has to happen, right?
Yeah.
There's just no other way. Yeah. Have to trade. That's an extra 8 health all the way up to 4, like you said. The Abyssal Wave gets played. And also one of the problems here is if Pascoa has to play a certain way, well, that's also an Abyssal Wave gone, so he can't set up the Dark Vein as easily, right?
Yeah. You're going to have to save the second wave almost for this Tamsin and for the Dark Vein later on down the line. And the hand size from the priest is actually really quite big, so even if you get all that set up, how many curses can you realistically put into their hand? Because tempo is going against you right now, so Blythe doesn't really need to like play a lot of cards each turn to just deal with your threats.
Light Shower Elemental just chilling in Blythe's hand as well. Extra healing. Because again, it's gone beyond the point now, I think, where Pascoa can like try and do 40 with curses, right? It's just not really going to happen. So there's minions have to hit face, and that Light Shower is going to be such a problem.
Yeah, the only potential for burst is if he somehow gets Blythe to empty his hand.
Right.
To do that, you need to force them to use their cards. So you're going to have to generate tempo some other way. But is there enough to do so?
I mean, Blythe even just has silence for all these imps, right?
Mm.
He really wants, he can just play Shard and then Light Shower.
Yeah, got the Condemn as well.
Yeah, if he
Potential
wants.
to be used. Only does 2 at this point, so it's not going to clear off the Mischievous imps though.
What, 3-4 for the curse now? There's still a 4 in hand. Desperate Prayer, Light Shower. Get poison.
Yeah. So it's a weird card to use because hand size is important. The card doesn't actually do anything other than discount your next play. I mean, we can see that there isn't actually a whole lot of removal.
This is nice as well. It's he swaps 1 card for 2 here, right? So that's definitely nice with the hand size you were talking about. Oh, he has like weird plays next turn, right? Or he could just play Renethel. We can't quite do it. But yeah, with that Grimoire, he has like interesting, even forced heal with Light Shower and then Grimoire. To get the heal that turn.
Yep. That's gonna draw 2 cards as well from this Death Rattle, so hand size again not too concerning right now.
Yeah, it looks like he's eyeing up to trade Condemn here, and that still leaves him some mana to Abyssal Curse, choosing to hold the 4. Oh no, he's not. Never mind. Just letting this go.
Okay.
From this, even though he's letting the minions go through, he's just playing more healing over time, I guess.
This is a little surprising because there is the library as well. It's going to take a lot of face damage here. Like, a huge amount, I'll say. And he also
like,
emptied,
a lot.
a lot. Like, they maybe didn't have to take... And also, like, he emptied his hand size for some of these curses to come in. And especially, you can buff up, play some curses, and then trade. And then...
Yeah.
I mean, there aren't really any available, just as a cool.
Pascoa saying, you know what? I'll draw my deck. More or less.
Like, a lot of the heals have been used. So, if you take this board damage, you're kind of close to dying.
It's pretty rough, isn't it? There is Light Shower. We saw Light Shower not picked from the card I'm forgetting the name of.
Identity theft, was it?
Sorry, it was from the Illuminate.
Oh, the Illuminate.
Yeah. That's a lot of stuff. Does that have Shadow Word Rune?
It's too full.
Oh, yep, that's annoying.
Oh.
I mean, there's no world in which he doesn't clear. Ooh. Really? Just gets hit for 10.
I don't. How is Ruin not the play here? I'm just confused. Oh.
You just get light that burn. Oh.
Yeah. Lies.
I mean, he can't not play this, right? Maybe.
Okay. I mean, tracking the curses wise, you know everything's played except the Abyssal Wave at this point.
Quickly.
You know there's Tams and Abyssal Wave available. And then there's also Bran plus Lady Darkvein. So you don't really need to keep your hand size full until the turn after. I mean, you're like keeping your hand size full now, but you're also not dealing with this 10-7.
Well, you're taking the curse damage through minions, right? I know this is definitely tricky to manage for Blythe, but it's tough, right? Because, yeah, there's a higher hand size, but you're just getting hit for 10.
Yeah, I was just like curious because he freely like used the Illuminate earlier to empty hand size, and now he's just like kind of scared to use any cards.
Right.
I mean, you're gonna have to use a card for this 10-7. And then maybe for some other stuff too. I mean, there's still quite a bit of board pressure coming out. Oh, is this just straight up lethal?
Oh, with their Darkvein Grimoire again.
Oh, what's Pascal done? He doesn't realize it doesn't always hit the 2-1, it hits any minion. It's just killed his 10-7? Oh,
Wait,
this doesn't seem like the play.
Wait. Oh! Yeah, that's why Blythe didn't kill it, because Pascal would do it for him.
Oh, no.
Now he has nothing because he used Darkvein for Grimoire and not Abyssal Wave.
Oh, I think he's just assumed it was lethal.
Oh. Oh, though that went out of control, didn't it? And now Blythe heals up for 1 million, draws cards to dodge the curse if he wants to. He's well above 20 health. Insane. And there's no recovery, right? So right now, let's have a look. Let's look together.
Okay.
Pascal has 2 cards left, so we can ignore the... Wait, which card's locked? The Bran has been played, right?
No, the drag below got stolen.
Oh, the drag below got stolen, yeah. So it's Bran, Abyssal Wave. So there's Tamsin, Abyssal Wave, right? That's it.
Oh, wow, this just got out of control. I mean...
Blythe can probably win if he just never plays a card and hero powers every turn at this point, right? There's potential.
Yeah.
Because there's no physical, real threats, especially when there's Shadow Word Rune. There's 2 Grimoires he can use as well. Dragged below if he really wants to.
Yeah, and the damage is 2 curses that are going to prop at max once because you're going to be able to remove them from your hand. I mean, I can understand what Pascal was thinking. I was like, oh, it's lethal. I have it now. But there was 2 bad outcomes, I guess. The Grimoire hitting the 8 or the 10.
And the problem was, I actually felt like Pascal was in a fantastic position that he didn't even need to go for it. And I know you should always go for it if it's lethal, but it wasn't lethal, right? That's the problem.
Yeah.
Like, it just wasn't. So, like, I think if he just held, he just wins with the Abyssal Waves and Darkvein.
Yeah, he had Tamsin double Abyssal Wave into Bran plus the Dark Vein and then just Grimoire.
Yeah, and then I think that was almost unstoppable, right? But for Bly's, because again, in that world, you just trade with 1 minion and punch him for 10. And then what does Bly's do the next turn, right? Like, he's just in the same problem with less stuff.
Oh, wow.
Unbelievable.
What a turnaround.
Maybe, just maybe, too much focus on the BM.
I mean, there's something's got to be said for it. I do feel like Bly's play this game was a little shaky towards the end to land him in that position.
I'll be honest, right? I definitely wouldn't have played this game like Bly's has in the end, but I also haven't sat and worked out all the numbers, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if Bly's has sat and counted, okay, well, if he plays this with these curse combos, he does this much damage. In the long run, this will heal me for more if I make this play. I've not sat there and done it, so I'm not going to strictly say it was wrong. But I do feel like what Pascoa did seemed to be wrong because it was very risky, and I think he was so far ahead anyway that there was no need to try and do it.
Yeah, it just seemed he had this game plan that he was holding this Tamsin for so many turns. Like, we'd seen a Theatar already. There is a Mutinous which could maybe hit your Tamsin to slow it down a bit, but you would still have access to Abyssal
Dark Vein.
Yeah, exactly. Which should be
busted in itself, right? It's so much. It's 3 curses. Like, it's insane.
Yeah, and you have the Bran as well, so you could just do so many.
And Bly's now, I think, Bly's is like, you know what? Yeah, throw that 1 curse you've got left at me. It's fine. Like, no problem. I'm on, what, 37 now?
Although, how does he kill this board? Not a in hand currently.
He's not. What does he have left here? He has Amulet to bring back the Death Rattles. He's got against all odds, right? You can draw that in a reasonable amount of time. He gets to kill something this turn as well with the hero power.
I mean, he's not taking a negligible amount of damage here.
True.
It might not be over for Pascal.
What a roller coaster.
Yeah.
Jambray, this is an emotional ride.
Yeah, all the way through the series.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought this was going to be 3-0. Blink of an eye. A Bly's special.
Yeah. It did look that way to begin with. Now, what do you do here? You can press the hero power button, get another 3/3, or you can summon 2 1/1s. If you need more damage and your board's going to go, it might be a bit better resource-wise to press the button here. And then if the board gets like whirlpooled, for instance, then you can go and just circle to get a little bit more.
I like that because I don't think he needs to be really worried about the fatigue, right? Because he isn't winning a long game anyway. So just press the button, bank the 3/3, keep on pushing.
Yeah, the only sort of caveat is if the rest of the board gets to attack anyway, is it enough damage? So maybe I shouldn't be taking this fatigue.
Well, that's a big one.
Yeah. Still gets to push 8 after the heal, but then there's another hero power.
Oh, Pascal actually is dead soon. I didn't realize he was already on 5. Like, geez. Oh, this is so close. +5 heal turn for Jambray with it for Jambray. That's you, not yeah. You know, swap you in for Bly's, tag you in. But Bly's does have the +5 heal as well this turn, so it doesn't get to push, but again keeps that sort of distance the same in a weird way.
Yeah. I mean, the fatigue damage is so high, like, there's not infinite imps. It's like 2 turns.
I'm not getting any younger.
And then, especially you got the damage hero power from the Zarella as well. That's going to be additional damage you can just point to face whenever it's lethal.
Oops. 6, heal next 8.
You have to be careful here. If you play the Fiendish Circle, you don't have lethal and you don't have board space to play Tamsin.
You can't hero power either, right?
Right, so what do you do? If you play the circle and Bly's just says, okay, I'm gonna not remove anything, I'll just shoot you in the face. Well, I'll just heal myself and then shoot in the face next turn.
Let's even it.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
Gate Stall odds. Oh, then the emote. Oh no. Oh, you hate to see it if you're exactly Pasqua, but you love to see it if you're exactly Blythe, because that was definitely a series, wasn't it, Jabray? Like we had what appeared to be a quick 3-0 potential there from Blythe with the mage. It looked good, but then Pascoa started to fight back. He did fight in a very slow and trolling-like fashion against Blythe by roping lethals and such and so on, but honestly, I can't imagine how Blythe is feeling right now, because the hold, and then the last second emote before winning the series is the exact way to play that turn. So yeah, completely agree with that from Blythe. So congratulations for him. I can imagine the series was quickly turning into one of those I can't believe I'm going to lose this series moments for Blythe, but he did manage to recover and pull it back. So wow, what a series, Jambry. What a series.
Yeah, it really just had everything.
It was.
I'm a bit speechless, honestly.
It was just a lot of ups and downs there. And again, Blythe's relying on that quest priest to finally get the job done. And there did seem to be a very clear route. And as I said beforehand, the HS replay stats have it at a roughly 35% win rate for the priest in that matchup. So a big victory there for Blythe as he moves on through to the winner's side. And that's huge, because suddenly with the insta loss, Pasqua's in that position where now any more losses, he's just out of there, and he still needs to win 2 more to go through. So put himself in a rough position there. But yeah, what a series. One thing I can say, Jambray, is I'm very glad that we're going to have a break before the next one, because I think I need it. That was a true roller coaster of emotions there for, I think, not only the players, but for us and the viewers as well. But yeah, we do have Sloy Gruzin versus Dmitry Kazov coming up to see who's going to go against Blythe in that winner's match. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back with some more Hearthstone Grandmasters.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Grandmasters. I will tell you now, 3 minutes did not seem like a good enough amount of time to recover from that series, but here we are. It is going to be Zloy Gruzin versus Dmitry Kazov for the next match, and at least Jambray and myself's final match of the day before TJ and Lorinda take over and finish out the rest of Group D, and then we'll have our final top 8 for tomorrow. So exciting to see all the players who make it to there. But for now, we have these two going out against each other. Another Europe versus America's face-off. And I don't know if you've noticed in your long Hearthstone career, Jambray, but Americas hasn't been doing terribly well across a few things overall. Masters Tour specifically is the ongoing joke, and I love it. But yeah, we'll have to see how this one goes. Zloy Gruzin, a new GM to the, I guess, European region. Dmitry Kazov has had a couple of seasons behind him now, but still one of the, by no means one of the originals for the Grandmaster system here. So two fairly newer players here looking to make a big impact on this final week.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're actually kind of seeing a similar lineup come out from both of them. Mage, Warlock, Druid, and the Rogue. Rogues both banned. Both players kind of following exactly the same strategy.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen this match before, but here, yep, we see the Curse Warlock from Zloy Gruzin here. Again, it's still when it says Curse Warlock, it still has the Imp package, because I believe, to me at least, that is just Curse Warlock now. You don't play anything else because it's just insane card draw, decent pressure, gives you options in a lot of matchups. Feels more of a waste to not bring it than anything else. But in general, yep, that Warlock is the deck we've just seen from Baskoa, pretty much. I think there's like a couple of cards difference, but not too much. But yeah, big Mage, the Rogue that's banned anyway, and the Druid, so no big surprises here, but we are going to start on this Mage Mirror, and I do think this is going to lead the way to how the series will shape up, because I do think it was a surprise that Blaise sort of took longer to win than I felt like he may have needed to, mainly because I do think the winner of a Mage Mirror in Last Hero Standing right now is so impactful.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing it all weekend. Like, when Mage takes the first game, which is often queued up first, it can just be so hard to counter. I found it more, not the big spell mage, but the more ping mage, and we're seeing a couple of big spell mages coming down here as a bit harder to counter. But still, it's just an incredibly strong and versatile deck to begin with, and we're seeing mage versus mage, so whoever takes the first game is really going to have a huge advantage going into the rest of the series.
Yep, 100%. But you are right, because both players are on the big spell mage, right? Let me just triple check before I start saying silly things, but I believe they are. Yes, they are. Okay, before we dig too deep into that rabbit hole. But yeah, they are going to be on those both on those big spell mage. So it's a bit of a trickier mirror as well, because again, even though the minions can be impactful with the amulet, it really does still just feel like it comes down to sort of ping wars, right?
Yeah, there's a huge factor in it, but it's not the be-all and end-all that it is when it's ping mage versus big spell mage, because you don't have the sort of freeze tools that a ping mage has.
True.
So some boards can actually connect to face. There's no solid alibi, for instance, to stop like the big minions connecting. But once the Magister does come down, it really does feel a bit like it's a ping match.
Yeah, straightforward, we'll say. And again, we can see there Dmitry Kazov definitely not having a bad time in MTs or in GM so far, but nothing, really blowing anyone away either, right? Just decent win rates across the board there. I think just over 50 in both, if my short-term memory serves. But yeah, as you can see, both players bringing extremely similar, if not identical, decks, with the kind of go-to big spell mage now. I think we're already at the point with mage where there's very few differences in builds, just because it might be like 1 starfish, 2 starfish, no starfish, but other than that, there are a lot of key cards even in a 40 card list that you really do want.
Yeah, I think the real key difference here is the inclusion of Mordresh that we see from Dmitry Kazov, but it is omitted from Zloy Gruzin, I believe. So when it does come down to ping battles, that is and face damage as well. An active Mordresh can really do a lot of work in the mirror.
Let's see how it goes as we get into game number 1. Again, Sloy Gruzin with his iconic, dangerously dangling earphone wire that stresses Sottle out every time he casts him. Not looking bad. And oh yeah, I was gonna ask you about this Mulligan Jambray. I do like the Dawngrasp keep. I was just wondering, do you still like the Sanctum in this matchup because it has a little bit more focus on minions?
Yeah, I mean, the freezers aside, it's just really good value in terms of early game. Like, you know, the opponent has to really play minions because the deck is just mostly minions. So
right. Even
just the stats alone, it's like 3 bodies for 3 mana and the Death Rattle. And like you said, you already have the Dawngrasp, so it's not like you're really searching for too much else.
Yeah,
it's fine to just keep a curve play.
That's it, right? There's no big turn 3 plays you're after, right? That isn't Sanctum, so why not just say, you know what, let's cash it in now. Do see a nice early watch post there from Dimitri. Can get pinged away, and I don't see a great reason Sloy Gruzin would hold this ping to not kill this off.
Yeah. The only reason is that you can hold a 0 mana ping going into your Dawngrasp to immediately ramp, but I think just getting rid of this now and having your cards cost like a reasonable mana cost in the future is just far outweighs that.
Now both players with Dawngrasp available. Kind of interesting. It's going to at least be even on that side, but it's going to be pretty telling here if Dimitri uses coin to go Belinda, which he most likely will, of course, and then be able to see what sort of impact the cheaper spells is going to make. Now slightly less chance of hitting the runes.
Yeah. I think in this
zero chance. No.
Yeah, you really actually want the amulets, or maybe one of each, because there's like not a whole lot of scary boards to deal with that a rune would require, because the minions are generally unsynergistic, sort of low tempo things, right?
And also it backs up the Belinda, right? Because the Belinda is a single minion that can hit some freezes and be sort of like pushed out the game a little bit. But then if you follow up with 2 more chunky minions, then suddenly you're like, okay. And now with the Parrot pickup as well, this could just be pressure after pressure after pressure for Dimitri.
Yeah, it does have the hero card, but like dragons are a little too big to ramp off straight away. There is some potential if the board stays like keeping tension high. If you don't trade things off here, that you can go Dawngrasp into these Recklesses. I don't think you're supposed to trade. You kind of want that board tension just so the Reckless has a chance of doing a lot more.
Tricky as well, as Sloy Gruzin took the Barbaric Sorceress but hit one of the runes instead of the 5-cost breaks amulet. So really rough there. He knows now that there's a 10-cost rune instead of 9-cost. And not the end of the world when Dimitri's got so much to do here.
Yeah, I mean, of course the 30 health from this big spell mage just means that you can't really afford to take too much damage from these huge minions. Gonna be able to freeze off the 10 damage at least, so a little bit more manageable.
What spells? Yeah, I was gonna say he has no spells, right, for this Dawngrasp?
No.
Yeah. Just going to be armor and the hero power. Things are looking just a little bit grim here. Dimitri can just drop his own now and keep everything even in terms of hero cards, but have a much better board presence.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to go back to those trades that happened earlier. Like, what is your game plan to clear this board? Dimitri, at this stage, knows you have this hero power. He's going to try to avoid at all costs giving you ways to easily ramp it up towards these dragons.
That's a secret. He doesn't have a way to clear the board.
Yeah.
He was never going to have a way. It'd be nice, so 8 damage. And it's really weird to say it feels like a bonus when these dragons get to attack, because they're massive dragons early in the game. But you do very rarely see the dragons from Amulet attack nowadays for some reason, or make a big impact. But pushing 8 now is actually huge with this setup Dimitri's got.
Particularly because he's also picked up his hero power from the Dawn Grasp, so any chip damage means he's just going to be much further ahead in the race.
Grazine is going to ramp though.
Always ramp.
20. So much damage, even with just the Reckless here, right?
Yeah, and I mean you can ramp
Reckless
with the
ping and then ping the 3/4.
Yeah, you can ramp through that. I mean, you can also ramp through pinging your Sanctum.
Oh, I guess so, yeah. Still get the free.
The thing is, you also want to. This is what makes the play really tricky, is that you want to avoid the opponent having a good ramp as well. So
I don't
you might see the Azure Drake getting trade off here.
I don't think so, right? Isn't it just better for Dimitri to just say you're dead next turn? If Zoid Cruising
yeah.
spends 2 mana pinging an Azure Drake here, doesn't he just get killed? Like, I don't know. Because there's already
Yeah, I mean, it is
so
on
much
7.
damage available with the Reckless and the ping from him too. Like, Zoid Cruising has to do a lot right now.
Yeah, and with the minions all at odd health, and there's no wildfire available, kind of hard.
Yeah, big win there for Dimitri. And honestly, Jambray, a fairly straightforward win, actually. That was one of the few mage games where we've not really gotten too deep into the game because, yeah, Dimitri got Belinda. He got the amulets. The amulets survived. Again, like I said, it feels like a rarity now that the dragons get to push damage, but they did. And yeah, it was just too much to handle there for Zoid Gruzin. So Dimitri going to take game number 1, get off to a great start, and now he gets to keep playing mage, which definitely feels like it's the crux of this last hero standing meta right now. Is the longer you can play mage, the better.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, it's just been the same story all weekend, really. The mage just tends to get 1 or 2 wins every single series.
Right. Gonna be
natural
the...
I was gonna say the natural counter would be the druid.
Correct. You win the prize.
Yes.
There's nothing. The prize is just the fact that you won. But yeah, there you go. Congratulations. It's going to be the druid. There from Zoid Gruzin. Some interesting choices here. Again, like the Mutinous is not something you always see. It's just definitely one of those extra choices in there. And even as well, like the Kel'Thas isn't a given, right? Because you don't strictly need it with Druid. So I've definitely seen a lot of players cut that too. But in general, the game plan is as you would expect. I do like the double Smothering Starfish. I think the sheer volume of upside of that card is just at an all-time high right now, whether it's to unfreeze your things, as we've seen a few times already, or to just, guess what, silence your opponent's minions. That's been pretty good throughout Hearthstone's history. It continues to be quite good, so I do think like just having 2 just feels pretty great in almost every case.
Yeah, I think this is a maybe identical or similar list that we saw from Levick earlier this weekend, where you have the Mutinous and you have the double Starfish and the Zola, which are some inclusions in some decks, but to have all of them is kind of unusual.
Surprise. Yeah. Getting into game number 2, Dimitri off to a pretty decent start actually. Got the Sanctum, got Theotar, even Deep Water along with a Mailbox Dancer to mess around with coins. Like all the building blocks are there for the deck, right?
Yeah. Well, what do you take here? You already have 2 of the cards.
Yeah. I think I like the brand. Just because you could do many things in this build, right? There's Zola, there's Mutinous, as you mentioned. But also, when is the other Nourish going to come into play, for example, right? It's going to be a long time away.
Oh, I like this play just playing the brand right now. Like, sure, it can be pinged, but that's not something you really want to be doing on turn 3 as this big spell mage. And also, a small benefit, once the Mailbox Dancer comes down, if you kill it off early, you can get rid of the coin from your hand if you want to play around Barbaric Sorcerer. But when it comes to around turn 6 and the Mailbox is still alive on board. If you play any minions into it, suddenly they can just go trade Barbaric and then just get a really, really cheap spell. So there's a couple of things that are really nice for Zloy here. As well as just, if they ignore the Bran, you just got the double wild.
Yeah, then you have a Bran, which is kind of insane. Like, Dimitri really got to work out what he wants to do here. It's one of those weirdly scary plays, right? As you said, you broke it down, all the upside downside, but what does Dimitri actually finish on? Does he just commit the ping and say, you know what, I just cannot leave a Bran on board?
Oh, it's just, everything feels so bad. What if you just Bran yourself? And you just say...
How are you thinking? We can both play this game.
Yeah. You want a double, I want a double too.
Yeah. Let's make this game fair again.
It's going to just settle for the ping. It's the safest play.
But now he gets Mega Ramp.
Yeah, it's very nice you get the coin here. You can just get the additional mana crystals straight away.
And more or less empty his hand of spells, depending on what he picks here.
Yeah, which is huge, especially with double coin available.
One thing I'm upset about is that Moonbeam card is great. Why do we not have an old school Malagos deck in the game right now?
Oh, they're saving it, Raven. They're gonna drop it on us soon. They know that they know no one's like ready for Malagos Druid all year round, but they're gonna drop it on us right at the end. I can feel it.
Yeah. Or it's the combo deck of 2023.
Yeah.
We've got away. We're not allowed combo decks in this meta, I think.
See Twitter posts complaining about Moonbeam next year. Nerf Moonbeam. Make it deal 1.
Make it deal 0 twice. That's still strong.
That'd be fair.
What to do? What to do?
Working out what he wants to hand over here, but is it really that much of a choice? I know the coin is unfun to give a druid more ramp effectively, but you can't give him Sanctum or Bran, surely.
You gotta be
Oh, what a
scrappy with
pickup.
scraps.
Oh, it's one of the most powerful things you can do in druid, isn't it? 2 spells, 1 gains you more mana, 1 gains you a million cards.
Yeah, I wonder if you just hold off on the ramp spell here until maybe you find your guff, because you have the coin, you have the ramp from the Seedsman anyway. Like, you'd need these extra 2 crystals to just effectively buy you 1 extra turn.
But what if Zolgrazin just plays Raid Boss and Ixia next turn?
Yeah, I mean, the benefit here is you can play around the Barbaric Sorceress.
Oh. I just like it because I'm not really sure what the answer is to an 8/8 right now, apart from spending 3 mana to freeze it. But if that happens, then it's it feels unlikely there's going to be a clear for the Whelps as well.
Yeah, you can't freeze it until the Whelps are gone, right?
Right.
So it's going to be tricky to even do that.
I mean, we can see there is a way there if Dimitri doesn't spend the coin, but still it is requiring it of your opponent, and then they spend their whole turn killing 2 1s and then only freezing the Onyxia, not actually killing it, and then you can just draw cards with Nourish afterwards.
Yeah, and it's kind of weirdly, if that route does actually happen with the ping still the 2 1s, it's actually going to enable the small dash a bit, so really interested to see how these turns play out.
Yeah.
Time runs out on me.
Fair few options there. I mean, the coin mutinous does look kind of appealing, but your opponent's got 10 mana. If they have a minion that's gonna be good to eat with mutinous, they're gonna play it because they know you took the mutinous, right?
Yeah, looks good to me.
Don't you ever forget!
might play around for Varden, right?
Yeah, just leave yourself a board space so you have the Starfish available.
Give yourself some options.
Also, I guess against the best play outside of that, which is Reckless, you are not ramping the Mordress quite as much.
Can't take 'em. Wait,
Yeah, I mean, it could be relevant.
all of 'em?
I'm going to spend a coin to just preload the Nightcloak better than just ping, I think. And I'd have to agree with that, honestly.
Yeah, definitely.
Ooh.
I mean, you're going to want to keep freezing this Elixir for a while, I imagine.
Yeah, what an unfortunate turn for Denathrius to be pulled. Turn before, the turn after, sorry, all you whelps get killed.
It feels like that's always the case.
Yeah.
Apart from the times where you just never draw it. If you're going to mutinous, I feel like this is the turn.
Yeah, just press it. It depends, is Mordresh active? Like, how far away is it?
Yeah.
I want to ping instead. I guess it wouldn't be active. I guess it's already active, or a ping wouldn't help.
Right.
Oh, he missed it enough.
Oh, got the Devourer there. Pretty nice one.
It is, but I think Zolgruzin's very happy with that outcome.
Yeah, with this location on like alternate, this Elixir is just constantly frozen.
Starfish.
He's looking for some draw here, I think.
Wait. Not played any minions, right? Because that was Moonlit.
Yeah, I
do
could go
this. Druid at the Reef.
then the Starfish.
Yeah.
That seems pretty reasonable. It's just extra tempo, right? And you can pick up the Kalthus #2 anyway, so you're not really losing anything.
I like it, actually.
My past
It
cannot
silences
change
down the mutinous anyway, right? So
Yeah.
kind of just ticks a lot of boxes right now.
the sea.
Trade off one of the 2/2s with the Druid of the Reef, buff the Denathrius.
Time goes short.
Yeah, very clean play. Just have to be careful that he didn't want to silence off the rush.
I don't think he needs to worry about trading here, right? Just push the 2, get him as low as possible, that even just a Denathrius out of nowhere can do it, even if it doesn't, you know, say it's only doing like 10, that there's still a chance it pushes enough with a, you know, with a hero power or something.
Yeah. And there's not an obvious punish for not trading. I think, especially like you said, you could just maybe finish off the game with a Sire down the line a bit easier if you just push this extra 2.
Michi does have the option now of Bran and Deepwater Evoker, though, to try and recover some of this and just do a few trades.
Yeah.
As these alternate freezes.
Yeah, there's really not much damage coming back the other way. Not going for the Bran.
Gonna natural castle him?
Okay, that Carney here.
Ooh, okay. Magic's gonna be minion here, right? Oh,
With a spell. I mean, it doesn't die on board.
scales, I guess.
Predictable.
I mean, it just kind of guarantees you some value, I suppose, because it won't die to any other minions, right?
Right.
Is it time? Oh,
It's
time's
always
up.
time for.
Time's up. It's taken too long. It's not going to be a good one.
No, it is. I said it's always time. You don't have to think about it because it always is true.
What to do?
It's not awful, right? Like, worst one comes to worst, you just freeze the 8-8.
I honestly still don't even hate just the brand deep water.
Time runs out on me.
I wonder what he's saving the brand for.
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? Because it's not like it's going to be for a really big reckless, right? I think we're well beyond that point right now.
Yeah, he's already used one. I mean, he could have traded both amulets and then done it.
I honestly thought just hard stacking for armor is as good as it's going to get to try and reduce the chance of you getting Denathrius, right?
Yeah, it's just going to buy you so much time that late game you just have a chance to just win through pings and whatever. If this board push doesn't really work out, you lose out on a ping and the Bran. I mean, the ping is relevant because you do have the Mordresh, and it needs two to be active.
Right.
Could do it here. Actually pretty reasonable.
Honestly, looks okay here. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
going to say. You actually push a lot of damage. Going to use the freeze just to use it? I don't know if that's required, honestly.
Hey, are you going to need 2 freezes next turn? Like,
I guess. It's just like, I think for me, it's, are you going to need 2, or would you rather have one next turn and maybe one the one after? You know?
yeah. I mean, it needs
It's tricky though, because it's pushed a lot of damage and it is just an extra potential of, 2 to 4 damage, right?
Right. Like, you have to imagine this turn has some sort of removal on it, otherwise you're going to win. So, are you going to need to free something straight away? Probably not. And if you need to free one thing, you do have one available.
Silence. That's just game, right?
Yep.
Wow, Mage, like we said, it just gets there, Jambre. It just gets there. It doesn't even do anything. There's still 2 runes. There's still the Drakefire Amulet. No hero card been played, but it just gets there. It's very scary indeed. But yeah, big win there for Dimitri, and you can see Zloigruzi now. It's like when you lose that matchup, and yet again, it's down to Mage on the 3rd game in a row to potentially take it. You're a little bit worried because, as we have seen, it's very difficult to beat, and if you're in that spot, Pascoa couldn't do it at that point to finish out the series. And I'll be struggled to believe that Zloigruzi can make this happen because he's playing the Imp Curse lock that, again, we're in a very similar situation as we were not too long ago. But I do think that it's still not easy for the Warlock to get the victory.
No. It's definitely not the matchup you want. I mean, it does, like I said before, it's got a lot more chances, and we saw that because Pascal managed to get the win with it. But it's still, the freezes are just incredibly effective. I mean, this big spell mage, 1 rune and you're just completely flipped on the head board-wise.
Yeah, and I think the problem as well is there's Druid left for Dimitri and the Imp Warlock. So I think, again, even if the mage loses, it's going to be a huge uphill climb for Zloigruzi to take this. So we'll see how it goes. But again, just this list overall looking pretty standard. I will just triple check though, because I do think, one difference as well. I can't quite see what card it's swapped for, but Pascal wasn't playing Voidwalkers in the list. So that's one small difference. Probably not going to make a huge impact in this specific matchup, but if the game continues, a Voidwalker against Imp Lock could actually be pretty clutch.
Yeah, see 1 Abyssal Wave as well, so less burst in the late game potentially, and just I guess a recovery tool in the mirror.
Actually, really bad tech for this matchup, right? Like,
Right.
Mage is not going to care about 2 Void Walkers in the deck at all.
No.
Why do you call?
The only benefit is like this exact scenario where it's a 1-drop on board just for a little bit of damage.
Push 1 damage, yeah.
Yeah.
An Elven Archer.
Yeah. Every minion's an Elven Archer onto it. It takes damage, right? If it's got 1 attack, then it superimposes into something else.
These double drag belows as well. I mean, to be fair, this deck does run targets, but again, will Zoidgrusin want to just drag below this mailbox dancer? Like, I would take a stab at no, but if he doesn't have any other option, he wants to defend his board, so he's going to have to. Oof.
Yeah. Not much choice there. Interestingly, he can go coin Darkfane next turn for 2 more curses, but likely will result in his board getting cleared up a bit.
Yeah.
He's just going to go for it.
Let the ritual of
I do think he's in the spot where he needs to make something happen, right? Like, I do like this bit more adventurous play here from Zoidgrusin, because his hand hasn't given him the input start, so he can't just tap for 10 turns and hope the mage doesn't do anything, right? Like, that's not going to get the job done. No impending catastrophe, no real way to draw cards. So right now, he's just doing what he can do with the hand he's given, and I definitely respect it. There's a big Belinda. Zoidgrusin. Cannot Adam and Eve it. It's just I just love the fact, look at Zoidgrusin's board, and then there's just a 9-10 on turn 4. It's like, hey.
Yeah.
And in this matchup, the dragons can be quite impactful, unlike a lot of the others.
Yeah, the Warlock, they just don't have tools to kill big things, and their life total with a few taps that might have to happen down the line isn't that high, so counter-lethals are very easy to achieve. And he's just got an option between which one he wants to use. Like, if the board gets too scary on the next turn, you can just go for the box.
Yeah, do you think the freeze goes on one of the 2-1s here? Stop the natural trades? Like force damage, or like removal, or self-removal for Zoidgrusin?
It's tough, because it can just hit his own minions.
If he has it, right? And if it does hit from the other one. Okay. Perfect.
Ooh.
Oh, wait.
Oh.
Chain.
Okay. Yeah, but it's like, do you actually care if he trades them off on this turn? I'm not sure. It's a bit of a weird one. I mean,
I think it's probably more because Dimitri wants to spend 5 mana next turn, not on curses. So he'd rather, if he can just delay the taking of damage, then it would be fine. But again, I'm talking about very small bonuses here, you know what I mean? I'm not saying it's like, oh, the fact that both 2-1s died has ended the game, although this is stacking up to be quite a lot of damage.
yeah, it is as well.
Or is it 3, 4, 5?
1, 2, 3, 4, right?
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, I think.
Because now suddenly he can't just play thing. I don't even know what he does play this turn.
Box.
What to do?
I mean, if you play the amulet, you have to hit a taunt to survive, because you're gonna take 9 damage from the curses.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, does Deep Water ever get him out of this? But I would imagine not, honestly.
I think, yeah, this turn has to be the box, and then you're gonna need to go for the deep water. Yeah.
Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh, perfect. That'll do. Oh my god. That could have gone wrong as well. He could have frozen touched himself, and he gained armor.
Yeah, that's huge.
Oh, and runes as well. Isn't bad.
Yeah, and there's not a whole lot of time left for the Warlock to...
That was like the sickest box ever. It literally ticked every box. You ever seen a box tick a box? You just did.
I have now.
Yeah, exactly. Insane. Because now there's potential just hits for damage and then deep water. Dragons, if he wants them, he can just spend 6 mana on removing these curses if he wants. 13, 15. He's 1 off lethal, right?
He's got Wildfire up for 2.
Obviously, this Voidwalker will stop that necessarily being the case, but still.
Okay. Take 9 here. Oh, sorry, more than 9. He's alive. I mean, the obvious play would be Deep Water Curse.
Yeah. I mean, he has to, right?
Yeah, I mean, Theatar can stop a curse, but if there's 2 in hand, then you're dead. I think this is the safest, right?
Oh, 9 armor. That's a lot of armor.
It needs
Suddenly
curses.
That drag below won't cut it, will it?
Need to draw another curse card here. Oh, does that keep him alive ever?
He takes 6 from the skeletons anyway, so the armor goes down to... No, it goes down to 6, right? It's not even close.
Right.
He needs the mage location to freeze the Belinda.
Anything you can pick up? I don't...
He's only got 1 mana. Touch? No, that's not enough, right? Because he takes 6 right now, so the armor's more than gone. Touch would only put him back up to, what, 9?
Yeah, it's 8. I think.
Oh, 8, sorry, yeah, he took 1
no,
more.
it's
Yeah,
9,
wow.
I think. Yeah.
That is just going to be the game, and just like that, Dmitry Kazov taking a win for the Americas. Nice. Going to be 3-0 with the Mage. And again, it does look like the killer of the weekend, and especially of this last hero standing format, because in Conquest, yeah, you know, Mage can probably get a win, but you also have some awkward matchups, but the ability to just sweep seems ridiculous right now. So, yeah, Dimitri's going to take the victory. Yeah, what a series in a completely opposite way of the previous one.
Yeah. I mean... It just shows the power level of Mage. I'm actually a little surprised. Like, it was like a middling deck. It felt like before the balance changes, it didn't receive any nerfs whatsoever or buffs. But it seems like the new meta has emerged, and Mage is just doing a lot better for whatever reason that may be.
Yeah, I think the fact they didn't receive nerfs is huge, because if the location got a nerf, I would not have been surprised. You know, I think it's very, very... I'm not saying it's too strong, I'm just saying it's very strong. But also, I think it's the fact that Mage definitely feels like a deck right now where its strength is it always managed to do just enough, right?
Yeah.
It's not that often that you just obliterate an opponent, right? You're just doing enough turn by turn to get there, and it just keeps on working. So it's going to be Blythe versus Dmitry Kazov for the Group D winners match. The winner, of course, will go on to tomorrow. The loser will face the winner of Pasco versus Zloy Gruzin. And what a match that elimination match is going to be, Jambray, because both players can't be in a great mood, but again, for 2 very different reasons.
Yeah.
Gruzin got 3-0'd by Mage. Pascoa had the ability to make the comeback against Blythe and then just whiffed it in the end. So yeah, I hope for their sakes that the break they have will give them the time to just, you know, it's done, it's happened, forget about it, move on. But yeah, that is going to be us done for the day. Any final words before we check out and hand it over to Mr. TJ and Lorinda?
I'm just really excited for the next match. I want to see how it goes, what Pascal does. I mean, he employed this roping strategy against Blythe. I feel like he's got to be too embarrassed to do it again.
We'll see. Imagine if Blythe loses, Pascoa wins, and then they play each other again. That match is worth sticking around for if it happens, but you have to watch the rest to wait and see. But for now, we're going to be done. We are going to go to a quick break while we set up that next match, and TJ and Lorinda will take over. So thanks for watching, and Jambray and myself will be back tomorrow.
everybody, and welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call. It's day number 2 here on the final week of the regular season, and we're going to continue on with some matches in Group D. My name is TJ. I'm joined by Neil Lorinda Bond, aka you can just call me Lorinda. How you doing today, buddy?
Doing absolutely great, as always, TJ. Been an interesting day so far. Pretty fast day with one match exception, which we don't talk about yet. And we've got an Americas player in the winners bracket of Group D. Look at this, TJ. It's going to happen. We're going to win a match of Hearthstone here in the Americas region.
It already happened, and it had to have happened yesterday because the two Americas players face off against each other in the elimination match. But we're struggling for points. We'll take anything that we can get right now. And so all our eggs are in the Dmitry Kazov basket, who is going to be facing off against Blaze in the upcoming match. Blaze had a heck of a match earlier in multiple regards. One, he was getting roped into oblivion, which is just the opposite of what Blaze wants to do. He wants to jam as many games of Hearthstone in the shortest amount of time as possible, as seen by all of his past games on stream forever. Even going back to Arlington, his first Masters Tour win, what, 4 years ago? 3 years ago?
2019, 3.5.
3.5 years ago, yeah. It was the beginning of 2019, yeah. So, also got up to a quick 2-0 lead. It looked like it was going to be a nice little sweep for him. Pascal brought it back all the way to Game 5, and it actually was looking pretty bad for Blaze, but managed to pull it out based off of I guess you'd call it a miscalculation from Pescoa. And so made into this winner's match. Now faces off against Dmitry Kazov, who's also coming off of a pretty intense match, though in a different way than Blaze is, where Dmitry just had like a steamroll 3-0 over Zloy Gruzhin. Just felt like Zloy couldn't do anything. And so here we are in our winner's match.
Yeah, Dmitry needs it as well. He had 0 points going through the first 2 weeks. The last player to have any points at all, or not to have any points at all. So probably needs to win the week. If he wins the week, he'll have fantastic tiebreakers. So that'll be a thing. But absolutely has to reach the final and probably needs to win the whole thing. So he won't want to be messing around with decider matches later on. He'll want to get straight through to that quarterfinals and give himself just 3 more matches to win to get it all done. Again, if he comes like second this week, because he would have had a second place, his tiebreakers would be good. Maybe there's a chance, but really, he's got to do the old 1 match at a time. Win this one, then win the next one, then the next one, and then the next one. Then he's good.
Then he's good. Then he's good, yeah. And that's what the conversation's been about this week, is all about the playoffs conversation, the players at the bottom, trying to get as many points as possible to move on up. Funnily enough, like the difference in points, because the top 2 players are hoarding so many points, Bunny Hopper and Blaze. Everybody from 3rd all the way down to 16th and within 5 points of each other. So they were all within like a weak win of each other. So standings can move up and down pretty crazily as we move forward. That's why, Neil throws around terms like probably and maybe, because we just don't know. There's still a lot of Hearthstone left to be played. There's still a full top 8 tomorrow left to be played. We've only actually eliminated a few players from playoffs. And so that means that the last, couple spots are up for grabs probably all the way until the last day, based on how the standings were when we came into the week. So should be fun. Dmitry Kazov's going to be opening with Big Spell Mage, and it is a 30 health Big Spell Mage. It's just the good stuff, none of the junk.
Yeah, and how do you feel about this? I like it. I think that the more I've seen of 40 card stuff, the more I got loving it. I sort of got into them, I liked them. And then you know what? I think it's time that we've started getting a load of surplus nonsense in those decks now. Time to go back to 30 and just get the good cards before your opponent gets their good cards. Win the race, because whoever gets your Dawn Grasp first will probably win the race. Don't care about the health totals, you're just pinging away.
Yeah, I mean, you have to ask yourself the question, right? Like, when I lose, am I dying because I've run out of health? I've picked up everything I've need, but I've run out of health. Or am I dying because I don't have everything I need, right? I'm not getting everything I need.
And that's the big question. Druid has no problem getting everything they need because of how many dredge and discover and draw effects that they have, and ramp. It's just about not dying and having the time, the health total to be able to get there. But I think Big Spell Mage is a deck where you really just want the stuff that you need. And because you have all of these, early game minions and ping effects and silence effects, and the cards that aren't your actual win condition cards are all just these tech cards that help you get to your win condition cards. It doesn't feel like you're ever losing because you're running out of health. When the 40-card Big Spell Mage loses, it feels like it's losing because it's not finding Dawn Grasp. It's not finding the Belinda, right? So I think that it makes sense, unless the meta is just super greedy and you need all these tech cards and there's such a wide variety of decks you're going to play. But in Last Hero Standing, just play Big Spell Mage and find the good cards.
Yeah, Last Hero Standing with a ban in a format where what has transpired, I think, has surprised a lot of people. It certainly surprised me, maybe not Raven, where Mage has been the best deck all week. Rogue has been basically the worst deck. That's kind of a function of it being left up and people targeting or having a counter deck to it when it is left up, of course. But yeah, very few Warlocks, although there are 3 in this group, so that will be a bit different, and everything else is just sort of slow, cumbersome stuff. So yeah, let's have 30 health and see how it goes. You know what's going to happen here. Bly's just going to draw the nuts and absolutely demolish him now we've given this speech, but hey.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good start for Bly's, right? But he's playing a different deck, and, this is one of those, the Bly's version is one where, you're just trying to be as defensive as possible, but you don't have much disruption. You have freeze, but in terms of the ability to swap with Barbaric Sorceress and get out these massive early plays and make a key spell in your opponent's hand, cost a ton, right? You don't have access to that. But with his version, you're kind of fine with just taking it slow, taking the time to find things. The downside for Bly's is that in certain matchups you end up with a bunch of dead cards in hand, right? Which is fine, but Last Hero Standing, I like the way more focused approach. But we have to be results oriented. I was about to say this is America's Grandmasters. It's not, but we are America's Grandmasters casters, so it's our obligation to the world to be completely results oriented. So, with all that said, if Bly's does win, we're completely wrong.
Yeah, but if he doesn't win...
40 cards every time you play Mage.
We're absolutely right if he doesn't win. Also, Bly's has to be careful. There is some light sneaking into his room. I don't know what happens if the light touches him, but...
He was lit up for almost the entire whole series until he realized it was time for him to power down for a nap.
So the week 1 he didn't do too great. Yes, he did. Oh, no, he only got 2 points week 1. He blamed it on the light. So week 2 he just blacked out the room and won the week.
Yeah.
Obviously, these important things make all the difference.
Well, Bly's is just hitting all the good stuff, actually. And this is where Dmitry Kazov may actually just run out of health. It does have a 2-turn combo here that's quite good. Can go Coin Master Dawn Grasp and get an immediate hero power on one of these 2 health minions. That'll upgrade, and then next turn could go Reckless Apprentice to clean up the rest of the board, and then boom, you're going into 8 mana with a coin in hand and a rune. So you're solid.
You know what would really help here, though? What? 40 health. just some extra health.
Yeah, but honestly, look at Bly's hand. Deepwater Evoker, Mass Polymorph, Solid Alibi. Is that another Deepwater Evoker? Yeah, Bly's isn't getting any close. All right, that's a Deathborn. Okay. Okay, but Reckless Apprentice is there.
That's fine. Bly's,
and obviously the ping on Bly's own minion is not to set up for Deathborn next turn, though it has the added benefit of doing so. It's just to make it so Dmitry Kazov does not have an easy 4 health ping target in order to upgrade this hero power. But a Reckless Apprentice will be able to clean things up nice and tidy.
He needs to think what he's going to do with the rest of his mana here, because he really wants to coin out a box next turn, but he has the option to coin Okani, for instance, here to slow down his opponent. He has the option to
you could probably
coin even longer.
You could trade away the Drakefire Amulet and see what happens first. And then, if anything, you could just go Reckless Apprentice and Mailbox Dancer, something along those lines, or Reckless Apprentice plus just a ping. Both seem like completely reasonable options to me. But yeah, I think the coin wants to be held onto. Oh, wow. Gonna get...
By my calculations, you need to chill out.
Or no.
Sun sets.
And an Akani? Okay.
Sure, yeah.
This does give Flies a...
Pick spell, right, and force them to put another minion down to test it, and then next turn you play your apprentice.
Yeah, but Blythe could just like Solid Alibi to test for spell, because Solid Alibi, you know, is not going to do anything for... Oh, Flurry, and then Deathborn. And that's a lot of things.
That is a lot of spooky skeletons.
Also hits the Blade Master Akani, so Dmitry Kazov cannot get a ping target here to upgrade the hero power. I don't know. I kind of just liked getting rid of the board while it was there last turn. Blade Master Akani is still good on an empty board. Now Dmitry Kazov's going to get some information, right? The hand, not that great for Blythe.
Yeah.
No Dawn Grasp, nothing that's really going to work to pressure. Out of these cards,
take the Evoker.
Polymorph, maybe just to deny, since Dmitry Kazov is going to be going on the offensive here soon. But Deepwater Evoker also has some merit, because that's the only card in Blythe's hand that lets Blythe find something actually playable.
Yeah, I like it for that reason. I'll give them the dance. I like this a lot. Now you've got to shut your eyes and take your damage.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage that's going to be going into places. Don't get greedy again. Come on now. Come on. All right.
So Blythe has hit the wall, but also doesn't need much more damage at all to get this done, depending where these go, of course. Has quite a bit of time. Oh my, ow!
Yeah, that hurts. Dmitry Kazov has Deepwater Evoker.
Oh no! Now he's dead in 2 turns, because that's glowing yellow. It's ready.
Yeah, he's just going to hold on to it. Oh no, yeah, I was about to say, wait. No, he's dead now, because he can Mailbox Dancer a coin.
And that's how 2 - 1 works. Yeah, absolutely. All right.
Oh, he knows he has a coin. No, you got a Deepwater Evoker here. Pinged you specifically. But he's got 40 cards in his deck.
And he's
what are the odds he has more trash? It would have had to have been off the top.
But it's Blythe. He's taking the 2 and 3 here.
Yep, so unless he gains health from a rune after swapping, this is going to be lethal for Blythe. The rune is playable. Yeah. Could just trade over the Mailbox Dancer and Deepwater Evoker.
Yeah, I mean, we know that's the right play. I wouldn't blame him for not doing that. And just hoping that Blythe whiffed.
Yeah.
This is, by the way...
Kazov is one of those players that has fantastic game sense, but not Spidey sense, right? Like, Dmitry Kazov will always make the statistically correct play, but he'll never deviate from that, even if, like...
He smells it. Look.
Yeah, even if he, like, smells it a tiny bit. He's thinking. He is really thinking.
With the amulet hitting the coin, I think maybe now there's no downside to doing this as much. Got the 0 mana... I'm sorry, the rune hitting the coin. Yeah, so he gets there. Blythe's last turn not playing the Mordresh, by the way, sort of disguised the whole thing as well.
Yeah.
Kind of nice.
Yep, and just going to keep pinging away. Only 4 more to go.
Race is well and truly on.
Yep. And Dmitry, I don't even know what you want to do here. You're definitely trading away one of these Drakefire Amulets. I don't even think you're playing one.
I think you are.
Because you know that there's a mass polymorph in hand.
True. Then you play the other one because their mass polymorph costs 5. Okay.
You can get a upgraded ping here on the Deepwater Evoker if he wants to do that, which I think is wise. I even kind of want to trade away the second Drakefire Inlet just to find something maybe a little bit better.
Now you've done the one, I think you have to do the other one. Because if you're going to play it, you're playing it this turn to make Blythe slow down. Absolutely. Trouble now is the box like blows up your own board so often here.
Pelican.
Might as well, yeah.
In hand. Okay, never mind. Dmitry Kazov has a plan for that Pelican.
Yeah. Needs to be a really good plan.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
You get Rune and then Barbaric, freeze the Mordresh. You're looking for like cold case here, specifically. No mechs here. Alright, well, you can't freeze him. Oh!
Okay. Now needs some health. Because Blythe is straight up fireballing him in the face with his rune.
I bring the muscle and
Looking to hit mass polymorph.
And
nope. No. This mass polymorph would have meant that that was all Blythe could do in the turn. Couldn't ping, so couldn't shorten the clock, right?
Yep. Yeah, because he knows the coin costs 9. That's an expensive coin.
All right. Now the Pelican comes. No
Plan matures.
Nope. This Pelican.
It's board space, right? In terms of Drake fires and runes, like it's just board space.
Yep. And Reckless Apprentice picked up, so this is going to be lethal almost certainly next turn for Blythe. Dmitry Kazov has used only one Deepwater Evoker, to be fair.
Trade the amulet, hit a box, get lucky.
He saw the mass polymorph, so what he's probably going to do is play the amulet to try and set up a counter lethal before. But there's not even. Well, you have to get like 2 Death Wings to even set it up. Okay. Mordresh.
Oh, it's not enough, but it's so much.
So if you ping and Reckless Apprentice this turn, you're dealing 12, 15. So Mordresh Hero Power next turn sets up for lethal.
Okay.
But so this game actually ended up being really close. But Blythe is going to take it with Reckless Apprentice plus ping in hand.
Imagine if Dimitri had had the same cards, but 10 more health.
we were wrong. We were strictly wrong.
Yep. Provably wrong by the exact health difference mattering. Yeah. That's it. That's settled that discussion.
Wait, not all of them.
Yeah, very close though.
Yep, well navigated by Dimitri as well as Blythe. He did dodge the accidental death to the top decked Mordresh.
Yep.
He must have thought he was in a good spot as well, going into that turn.
Oh yeah,
Blythe.
because he knew 3 cards were in hand. He didn't see the 2 cards that came off the top because he had waited 2 turns, but still, like, he saw Solid Alibi, Mass Polymorph, and Deepwater Evoker. So you got to be feeling like you're doing all right in the matchup. But Blythe's able to squeak out a victory, pushing a lot of damage in the early game with those minions. And I think, honestly, the biggest turn to look at for Dmitry Kazov was the turn right there.
he opened up a Deathborn for Bly's, even though, you know, 40 card deck, right? Can't play around everything. But I honestly would have just liked to see a Reckless Apprentice played there. You clear the board, then set it for an Okani next turn, right? When you have control of the board, it's a little bit more empty. Blademaster Okani is much more disruptive when your opponent doesn't have as much wiggle room to play around with it. So I think that was like the biggest turning point in the game, because that let Bly's push a ton of extra damage and had multiple ways to check for too, right? He top-decked Flurry, which ended up being the best way, but also had a solid Alibi in hand, which he was ahead in that game. He could have used a solid Alibi to test, because that solid Alibi was probably going to be sitting in his hand for, you know, at least 6, 7 more turns otherwise. He ended up playing it towards the end of the game just as a, I have nothing else to do with my mana, so I'm going to play solid Alibi. So now Dmitry Kazlov's going to move over to the Tempo Rogue. And I've been losing faith in this matchup.
Yeah?
There's just so much armor gain in the matchup. They have Deepwater Evoker with a lot of big spells in the deck. They play double Cold Case. You know, they freeze your big minions constantly. It seems like the way to win this is to get a little bit greedy with your Draka, right? Don't settle for a 6-7 attack dagger. Like, really juice it up. And get up to like 10, 11, 12. And then rely on that dagger in combination with your burn spells to win the game. So that's where we've seen the most victories happen. But it does all start with having that good opening, right? Tradables in the early game to get that null rolling, right? Get those nulls down early for some chip damage. And then find the Shroud, the Draka, etc., to make it happen. So we'll see, though. But again, I've gone from, wow, Rogue loves this matchup because Mage doesn't do anything, to, wow, the Mage actually does a surprising amount and has a lot of health.
I know that
For Mage.
Rogue has done a bit better today, but outside of mirror matches, which obviously don't count because they put you towards 50%, Rogue was 27% yesterday. Small sample size, obviously, but it just hasn't been getting it done, backing up what you've been saying. It's just, Mage has been dominant, and Dimitri losing his Mage in a last hero standing match, he's in a really tough spot here.
Yep. And not a great opening hand either.
I don't mind it. It's not got all the stuff, but it's got some of the stuff.
I mean, these are like the worst cards to have in the deck.
You've got a graveyard, a null.
There's no Shroud. There's no Edwin.
Yeah, that's what Gone Fishing.
There's no.
You'll get it.
There's no Shadow Steps. Like.
It'll be okay. 30 card deck, it'll be fine. But yeah, I mean, Backstab, Sinister Strike, understandable. Even Gone Fishing, not ideal, even though it's a nice way to find the things you want. You'd rather just have the things you want. Shadow Step, though. Step 1. Yep. Graveyard, Fishing, Backstab. Rated, not in that order. Make a big thing, hope it gets there. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can't go too far in here because then you won't have reload for anything else. So we're looking for Shroud here. I'll settle for a Gone Fishing, but you already see 2 of the other cards in the bottom of the deck, and they're not fantastic.
Choose soon.
Yeah, now I will accept this is a bad hand.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
I thought the fishing might get you out of it, but yeah, now the fishing has missed, hasn't caught any fish or potatoes or anything. Yeah, now it's a problem. Half your deck to make a 5/5.
It's not even that big.
No, like if it's a 9/9 or something, or a 25 attack weapon, then sure. But yeah. Oh no. Is this turn just a pass? Like obviously do some damage.
I think you still want to. I think you're still probably going fishing here with a Sinister Strike because it's always going to deal 3 damage.
And then hoping that the third card at the bottom of your deck was something good, but it's not. But Cutlass at least.
Hope it's something good, but it's not. Oh no.
So this is another reason why a lot of players have been cutting Backstab. It's great when the rest of your hand is good, right? Because it's a free spell that you almost always going to have a target for. A lot of decks in the current metagame that, one, don't play minions. So you're backstabbing your own stuff, which is just actively detrimental. And two, even though it's 0 mana and you're fitting it into your sequence, it doesn't do anything else, right? We're seeing a lot of like Silverleaf Poison, Judgment Hat, even though he didn't do well. We've also been seeing, at least on ladder, I've been seeing a lot of yoinks.
Brint from Habu?
Brint from Habu, yep. That's, you know, obviously not a cheap card, so it's not like a one-to-one replacement. It is just a way in like a turn like this, right? Where you're not really doing anything anyway to just find extra stuff. Now, Bly's is just going to absolutely run away with this game. This brand is, one, going to go unchecked, or two, is going to eat a Wicked Stab. And, yeah, I mean, this is just brutal.
Like, none of this matters now. Even if you make a 9/9, it's too slow. You're dying in 2 or 3 turns as the rogue.
Yep.
Okay, Shroud's the start. Edwin. Meet you down to just a hat in the background, by the way. That's the sole surviving item in the background, the Monsanto hat.
Well played.
Signed by Monsanto.
He's gone for clean living. All right. Bly's up 2-0. Got a very quick series on our hand thus far.
Yeah.
And, yeah, the rogue just not finding what it needs. You really need, like, that little bit of extra oomph in the early game if you want to have any shot of beating any deck with 40 health, right? You absolutely need the Shroud. You absolutely need to hit like the extra card draw, like the Edwin. Hit more tradables that you're constantly cycling through your deck, right? Hitting like double Backstab, serrated Bone Spike in the early game is just not what you want against Mage. Like you said, spent his essentially his entire hand just to make a 5/5.
Yeah.
It's just it against 40 health, you're not really doing anything. You're setting yourself way too far behind. And yes, Bly's had a pretty decent opening hand, but it wasn't like the absolute best start that you can get as a mage. It just kind of fell flat on its face. And now it means she's going to have to go over to the Imp Warlock. And Bly's has been in this position before. However, it was Pascoa's Imp Warlock, which was the Curse Imp Warlock, which is much better against what Bly's has available in his lineup than this, which is just full-on imps. Even if Dimitri's able to get over the mage, it just, I don't know, it just doesn't seem like it's... I guess Druid 2 is pretty good. But the Priest matchup, I'd be really worried about, especially with how Bly's has built his Priest, which is very removal heavy. Like early game removal heavy, early game find what you need heavy. Like, it doesn't even run Whirlpool, you know?
And first you've got to go over the mage, which originally, like back to day 2 of the meta, was built to beat Imp Warlock. That was like how this started.
Yeah.
So, and throwing that, even if Dimitri sort of gets to the later game, I don't know, Bly's down to 12 health, and then Dimitri gets a farm or something going, there's still that mass polymorph and various other bits and pieces in this deck that the theatre is beyond the basic stuff. Just slow them down, even if you don't get going as the mage, which he has.
I just hits 1, 2, 3 every game.
Yeah. When they release, like, I don't know, King Renathar, the upgrade, you can have 50 cards, 50 health. Bly's will be there, jamming 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. This hand is basically a sacrifice everything I have in order to
get a turn 6 Imp King Reform down. Like, I think you're just kind of... I guess you could go Wicked Shipment, Coin, Catastrophe, but you probably just sack the Wicked Shipment, and then next turn, maybe Coin Mischievous Imp, but then that puts your King Reform. Oh my goodness. 1, 2, 3, 4 into Theatar.
This is why he's bought Quest Priest, by the way. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 every game night.
Yeah. There's 3 fantastic hits, or 1 fantastic hit, and then 2 reasonable hits. Yep.
Dimitri's face. Just getting blized.
Kill this. Oh my gosh. Actually took the Mischievous Imp, but it's like nearly infused, right?
Yeah.
So.
And he's got the mass polymorph to answer the farm with. Because he went first, and the coin's gone.
Yep.
And he's still on 40, by the way. A bit tighter now, I guess. Kinda. Not, is it?
Okay, now the Imp is infused.
Yeah. Who's the Imp lock now?
Just winning on board.
Just looking at all this thing. Yeah, bartender. Oh, okay. No.
So, Dimitri can go Fiendish Circle, trade 1, and then Vile Library. It doesn't work out like super cleanly though, because like he'd be trading into something that wouldn't be dying, or he'd be buffing something that's not attacking this turn. So it looks like
the library first and just sacrificing a point of attack just to get a minion on board that does something.
The top shelf is extra.
Yeah, where do you even point these?
You gotta go face. There's just no reason to trade. Just force Blythe to be the one to make the trades.
I can't take them. Wait, not all of them.
This point sets up a nice skeleton trade.
Yep. It sets up just match trades overall, because if this is that doesn't really matter.
Stop this snowstorm.
Dimitri's got the farm, which may not even need to be polymorphed the way the board's going. Probably will, but you know.
If Dimitri farms right now, it could just die, right? Like.
Sorry, excuse my laughing. Like, Blythe just thought forever there, do I hit the bartender or the imp? Because one's an imp, but the other's a value trade. I know, can't decide, I'll hit me in the face.
Yeah, and that's going to be game and series, I do believe.
There are 2 Void Walkers in the farm, I guess. But it's not even active, so...
So many possibilities.
What's the freeze?
The reform is active.
Okay.
And Voidwalker's not an imp, so it wouldn't summon a Void.
Ah, that's the problem I'm having. Okay, it's just a demon. That's the problem. I knew there was a problem there somewhere. Thank you, TJ.
This time.
Yeah, there's just nothing. Even if you trade over the highest attack minion, Blythe has exactly 15 on board with a ping. So that's going to be a nice quick 3-0 for Blythe. Honestly, that's how I expected the Pescoa match to go, but Pescoa did have the Imp Curse Warlock, which ended up being a pretty good tech. Because in those situations, you could just Abyssal Wave and remove their board and kind of start over and start the Curse train. But Mage just continues to dominate. It feels like whoever wins the Mage Mirror, which has been happening in the first game more often than not today, unless both players are playing a a ban druid strategy instead of a ban rogue strategy, then we're seeing a lot of rogues in the first game, like rogue mirrors. But it seems like whoever's winning that mage mirror is the player who comes out on top more often than not. So Bly's moving on to top 8 already, quickly like that, in a firm second place now, behind Bunny Hopper. Is guaranteed 9 points at the end of the week. Bunny Hopper's currently at 11. I mean, Bly's is actually approaching territory of locking in top 2. I think if Bly's wins...
It's just Super Fake, Loy, Gruzin, and that's it. Pasqua can get to 9.
Pasqua can get to 9. Yeah, Zoe Gruzin, Super Fake. Yeah, but... So if Bly's wins one more... Oh, no, because they only started 3 points behind him.
Yes, if he gets one more, that's 3 points, and 5's only 2 more, so yeah.
Yeah. Okay, then could be locking top 2 without even a win on the week. Which is very good, because for those unaware of how our playoff structure works, if you get top 2, you essentially get a free win coming into playoffs. If you're in 7th or 8th, you start in with a loss.
A free loss.
In the group. I was about to say a free loss, but whatever. You know, you get what I mean. But you start with a loss, so you're at a disadvantage for 7 and 8. 3 through 6, you just start where you normally start. You got to win the same amount as you would in any other group stage. You start in the initial match, so a lot of benefit to being in the top 2. You have essentially 2 chances to win just one series in order to make it to the top 4. But yeah, that was a nice, quick and easy series. This is, looking at this group, again, sort of what I expected with all the imp warlocks going around. It's just the mages that are kind of the big question mark.
Yeah, I think had a 67% win rate yesterday, and I think it might have built on it today. It's just looked unstoppable all the way through. Not unstoppable, but just so powerful. So yeah, let's see if the mages continue getting it done. In the next section, I guess, TJ?
Yep, that's right. We have just 2 more matches left on the day. Coming up next, we're going to have the Elimination Match, which is going to be between Pasqua and Sloy Gruzin. And then closing out, we're going to have the Decider Match between Dmitry Kazov and whoever wins that Elimination Match. So we still got some Hearthstone left to play, but we are going to have to go to a quick break. But don't go anywhere. More action to come right after this. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call. We're chugging along here with Group D, and we're going to move into the elimination match next between Zoe Grushin and Pascoa. Both had very different experiences in their first initial matches of the group, with Pascoa going all the way to a Game 5 in a very long series against Blythe and ultimately losing. And Zoe Grushin had a nice, little 25-minute 3-0 get blasted kind of experience. I don't even know which one I'd rather be on the receiving end of. Probably Zoe Grushin, just to save some energy.
Yeah, just put me out of my misery. For these two, death is not the end. If they lose in this match, they could both technically still get through, although Pascoa would be hoping for like a run of results like you've never seen before tomorrow. Zoe does have an extra point in hand, so could lose this and still go through, but really they are both battling for survival, especially, as I say, Pascoa, and a chance of that top 8. Absolute mirror match, by the way. It's not card for card, but we've got Big Spell Mage and we've got the Curse Warlock on both sides, as well as the usual stuff with Vamp Druid and the Miracle Rogue. So, yep, all about Q order, all about tech choices, and all about who gets the stuff on the day.
Yep, double Rogue ban, which it's either been Rogue or Druid pretty much the entire weekend. Either you brought Warlock and you banned Rogue, or you brought something else, usually Priest, and banned Druid. Unless you brought like Wig Priest like Possessy did, and then you leave up Druid and you ban Rogue. But you have a different third deck. But that hasn't been working out that well.
Or you do what Habu Gabu did and just say, I don't think Rogue's as good as you're all saying. I'm going to leave it up and bring...
Leave it up, bring Quest Hunter. Bada bing, bada boom.
And that's working fine. And honestly, the more we see of the Rogue, the more people play against Rogue and sort of get the hang of playing against the fact they've only got 4 threats in the deck. Not quite true, because they've got a lot of direct damage, obviously. The more we're seeing that maybe Rogue is just a very good deck, not actually a completely invincible powerhouse like it first appeared.
Yeah, there's just a lot of powerful decks in the metagame right now. And even though I think Rogue is one of the most powerful, if you're building another powerful deck that just happens to be good against Rogue, like specifically in the matchup, not just in general, like Mage has seemed to be, then you're covering all your bases, right? But I think once we see the metagame settle down a little bit and things start to change, Rogue's going to find its place as just a top tier deck that fits within a certain lineup, and not just a top tier deck that fits in any lineup, right? So
yeah,
Zoe Grushin going to be opening with the Curse Warlock. Imp Curse Warlock obviously still does have the potential for some early game power and some mid game power. It still has all of the strong Imp cards with Vile Library, Feeder Circle, the Impending Catastrophe, right, to get the cycle. And then it has the Mischievous Imp and Imp King Rafam to get that reload. But then, if all else fails, all of your boards get removed and you run out of board, you have the curses to fall back on as a way to deal that direct damage to your opponent. So I've been liking this deck. Zoe Grushin throws away Vile Library.
Okay. Yeah, this plays a little bit like old Face Hunter, where you do everything you can with your minions and then you just throw stuff at them.
Yeah.
There's more to it than that, but that's kind of the way it goes, especially with Unleash Vultures back in the day as well.
Yeah, I think the Miracle Rogue, the current Rogue, is more akin to that, right? You go all in with your threats, and if they don't quite get there, then you use Burn. I don't think there's ever been something quite like this deck, right? Where it's half combo, half aggro. Like, I don't think there's ever been, I guess, a draw engine quite like Impending Catastrophe, where it slots perfectly into both the combo variations of Warlock and the Imp, the aggressive Imp variations of Warlock, so well that it's played in all of them and everywhere in between. And I think that's kind of the engine that keeps it going, because I just don't think you'd have enough draw if you didn't have Impending Catastrophe and you wanted to play
this type of deck.
Fast curse lock, yeah. So it's not a deck I've got on very well with, but then that's not new.
You gotta be scrappy with scraps.
Also, obviously you're losing some power against the druid here, whereas the normal imps are already just beating the druid down by now. It'll be fine. Quite a lot of stuff here still.
Oh yeah. Perfectly reasonable, and don't think you need to acknowledge this 2-1 because you don't care about your life total, really. An extra 2 damage, you have 6 imps on board. Pascoa has to acknowledge it, but not really any way to do so at the moment. No innervate, so can't coin. Could start with aquatic form, dredge, and innervate, potentially. And then coin innervate nourish for ramp. Then your play after that would be pretty poor. So I think we're just going for this play, and then next turn you can ramp, try and acknowledge the board, and then you have Scale of Onyxia to follow it up to be able to remove some things. Plus your Librarian plus Drag Below seems perfectly fine. Still have another Drag Below.
Job done.
Yeah, this puts a lot of power on a turn where you know that Pascal wants to ramp.
Okay. Sorry about that. I'm just having an issue or two, as usual.
As usual, it's usually me.
We share responsibilities. So how's Pascal going to not take too much damage here? He's going to take hasty looking 12. 11.
Yeah.
So.
Could be 12. There's another amp to pop down. I mean, I think you have to ramp. And then you could either hero power down one of these minions, or nah, you're not getting rid of the curse. You're probably hero power down one of the minions. It's the 1 damage curse, so you don't take extra damage by leaving up one of the curses. Okay, gonna aquatic form first. Oh, Druid of the Reef. So you can ramp and then Druid of the Reef away the Librarian, and that takes a ton of power off the board.
Yeah. Yeah, an absolute ton as well.
Time waits for no one.
There's less things you're scared of going into this turn as well against the cursed version of the deck, at this point at least.
There it is, and there it is, and there we go.
Be its own treasure.
Well,
Oh!
oh,
Not even enough hand space.
decision time as well. Because if you do take a turn off to do this, yeah, you have a load of lovely cards.
So
You are going into the 7 mana druid turn and slowing yourself right down.
I mean, yeah, but like, if you just play Mischievous Imp, you're only, I guess it's not infused, so you'd be getting 2 no matter what. But this still nearly gets cleared up by Scale of Onyxia. But then you can follow up with Imp King of Bomb. Okay, yeah, I like this one better.
job done.
It just doesn't give the druid that time to try to stabilize, do something nasty, get her scales down, and then you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Have you seen anybody manage to do anything with these giants this weekend?
Oh, yeah.
Relevant? I mean, I know it's really good, but actually in this tournament, I don't think we've seen it really do much.
Yeah, it happened today.
Okay.
Who was it?
I can work it out because I only missed like 2 matches. So, it must have been...
Super Fake?
Gonsu or Super Fake? Yeah.
Yeah, I think Super Fake was able to get...
It would be one of those 2 for sure. I think I saw all the other matches, so...
Yeah.
Alright. Well, Pascal needs to tidy this up the best he can. Nothing really better doing here.
He's just going to leave the Mischievous on of it looks. Clean up as much stuff as possible. Usually clearing off as many imps as possible is the best way to go. Means that you're getting less from File Library, but So Fusion just going to follow it up with a nice, large Imp King Rafam. And I feel like we're approaching the end of this game because Pescoa has no more removal left. However, Evidence could find some.
Sure.
I don't even know what you'd be looking for.
Something that removes all these as Druid.
Game.
Sloy knows what it is. Whatever it is, he's worked it out.
I don't even know. I mean,
can't
I
think.
guess like Starfish from the Nourish, like if you draw cards with Nourish, could have been okay. I mean, it would have reduced the power by 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
But now we're here.
You gotta be scrappy with scraps.
Yeah, so it looks like we're just ramping and gaining armor.
Yeah.
And you can get a Naga Giant down? Okay.
Bartender.
The top shelf.
Yeah, Bartender's lethal. Didn't even need that much more. All right, well, there you go. Not even the cursed portion of the deck coming into play much there with Dragon Below being the only card that was played. And Sloyd Grushin just using the Imp side of the deck to take that win. So a nice little quick 1-0 start for Sloyd Grushin.
You can see from his reaction how much he values this 1 point. Like, he's playing this like a final. I mean, you try and play every game like a final, but the energy and the sort of, oh my goodness, don't have a clear, and all that going on here, that's how much he values this one particular point. Obviously, he would love to win the tournament, get the bye, but he doesn't think he's safe on 5 points, as you can see, whereas 6 is probably in that top 8. Yeah, a third of the way to that point.
Yep, that's right. Still some series left to play. Warlock's going to be up again for Zoid Grushin. Pescoa has his own Warlock, which would be a mirror match, or the Mage to go up against it. I'd probably go for the Mage just because you kind of want that Warlock in there for the Druid on the other side. So your goal here would be to win 2 as the Mage. So you beat the Warlock. And then you, I guess not. You beat the Warlock with the Mage, but then you lose to the Druid, and then you beat the Druid in a favorable matchup, and then toss it up to 50-50. That's ideal scenario for Pescoa in this situation. So he's going to go with the big spell Mage. And this has some defensive tools within it. It is inherently defensive because it's 40 cards, but it also has double spammy Arcanist. It's got double Rune, which obviously can come out sooner if you get a Barbaric Sorceress or a Belinda. And it does have, weirdly enough, Treasure Guards in the early game, which can block damage.
Yep. Yeah, it can definitely get there. I think it'll be fine. But then there's the Curse element, which doesn't block damage because it's just curses that go straight to you. And that's why this is brought instead of the straight Imp version to some people.
Yeah. It doesn't take much, however, when you get ahead as the big spell mage to just kind of finish the game.
Yes.
Right? The hard part is getting ahead. But once you've done so, you can accelerate things quite quickly, right? Make big dragons with Drakefire Amulet that are out of range. Usually the Warlock's floating at like 20 to 25 health because of the damage they're taking early game from Flame Imps and Life Tap. Got a reasonable hand here for Zoid Grushin, but not anything crazy or spectacular.
One top deck away from being nutty though, right? Another 3-drop, so he can just coin 3/3 into Imps, into Bartender, Mage. Good luck dealing with that lot. I mean, it might. The hand Pascal has can deal with a lot of stuff, but yeah.
Yeah.
Could develop pretty quick.
Well, going ultra defensive here, and just getting rid of this ping right away. It does have Sanctum into Sanctum, so can essentially make a freeze a minion and make a skeleton every turn for the next 6 turns, which is quite good. So this hand's coming together for Pascoa in order to actually get through the early game.
Yeah, irritating freeze. Obviously expected though for Gruzin, because he wants to get that Mischievous Imp down. Now they just have to settle for.
So many.
Oh, it's a tough one actually. He looks like he's going for the circle, but
yeah, Fiendish Circle
does quite a lot as well.
Well, Fiendish Circle plus Grimoire seems fine also, or you know, the other way around. It really doesn't matter. It's just going for max imps, which is weird. I figured you'd wanna. Okay, so it goes both ways. If you want to preserve the highest power minion, then you'd go Fiendish Circle first. But if you want to take the highest opportunity for every minion to survive, you Grimoire first. So the skeleton has a 50-50 chance of going
right.
Just inflame it altogether.
Yeah, and that early defense from Pasqua means this watch post has come down a little late. Oh, that hurts. But it's still good. It's going to be called a watch post because Gruzin's just going to watch it and play a load of imps.
Is he though?
I think so, with a bartender in hand.
Yeah, probably. If that watch post was there and Zorku was able to go bartender into anyway, then that would have been a pretty big deal. Yeah, I think the only thing is, like, if you don't have anything to... I guess you always have something to trade into next turn to make room for the bartender, if anything, so...
Yeah, because the watch post will still be there. Then you can probably do it next turn, just put one of them in there. It's a tough call. I understand why you wouldn't want the watch post up, but I think with your bartender in hand at this board, you just got to hit him. Don't forget you've got all the curses yet as backup, so if you get all this damage out turns 1 to 6, 1 to 5, just hit him. Don't tip your hand.
Is worried about Varden?
Sure, okay. Yeah, that's fair.
Then you're board locked?
Yeah, that's fair. I like it. You're making that trade next turn anyway, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, a good...
All right, so this is probably ping plus double sanctum would be my guess on 2 of the 3/3s. Just try to reduce the amount of imps on board and freeze as much stuff as possible. I really don't think there's anything else. Be careful of what?
But the next turn.
Yeah, you have Deepwater Evoker plus another ping next turn, which is fine.
You should be fine.
And you have 2 skeletons that can make trades.
Yep. That is the consideration that's taking so long, though, I think, in this case. Your Sanctum's out of sync or in sync, meaning there is a blank turn. But like you say, the follow-up turn looks fine. I'm not sure who's got the best of this. Like, Pascal's they both got just nice turns lining up.
Oh, wait. Zoe Gruzin was worried about Spammy. I forgot that Spammy was in this deck.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, he actually set himself up to be spammied.
That was a really bad trade then. Last turn.
Huh. That's... Like, gave himself an out against Varden, but left himself really vulnerable to Spammy Arcanist, which there's 2 of as opposed to a 1 of Varden.
Agree.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one, but obviously pays off. That's not where you want that to go.
I wonder if he had a little read. That's why.
Oh my goodness gracious! 6 minions on board and went face twice.
And yeah, you were saying about this turn looking all right, but you weren't allowing for the 1 in 49 skeleton goes face twice play.
Yeah.
Oh.
Honestly, this kind of has to be a Starfish. Starfish is rarely getting more value than this. You even silence the watch post so you can trade off 1 minion and ping another minion, and then I guess maybe Drake Fire Amulet, trade away, but then you're stranding your Barbaric Sorceress. I guess you have Deepwater Evoker. But honestly, that seems like the most defensive play you can make. You're still taking a ton of damage because you're still leaving 13 power on board, but at least you have some stuff in play. You got Sanctums coming active again next turn.
Time runs out on me.
Plus Deepwater Evoker, right? You have options.
And just hope the farm was hit by your watch post.
Yeah, or they just don't have it. That'd be...
Oh, they always have it.
That'd be more ideal, I feel.
And remind as well that somewhere in this deck reside some curses with a Tamsin in hand already for Zloy.
Yep.
Oh, so much damage.
Imagine needing to rely on curses. Imagine.
Oh.
Okay, well, that's a dead pickup for the time being, because it's just a Grimoire has been played.
Yeah.
Why do you call?
Blam, 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 blam.
Yeah, cool 16 being pushed, unless Zoe Grushin wants to make some value trades here, but I feel like that's irresponsible.
Irresponsible value trade.
Yeah.
That's the word of the week. It's one of my favourite words going forward. I think you might hear that a lot.
Okay. We have an opportunity presenting itself. Both Drakefire Aimless are gone, so you could Deepwater Evoker, miss out on 1 armor, but guarantee that you hit Rune. And then all you need to do is find something to do on turn 8.
You need to not be dead on turn 8.
And not die.
Yeah. I mean, you're gained enough, but...
So you Deepwater Evoker first to guarantee that you get the Rune, and then you trade an Amulet and then see what happens.
And then you die to the farm?
Yeah, I mean, the board is still very full.
I mean, just the stuff you buff that's on the board now.
Well, you'd be freezing 2 and killing 1, and so there'd only be 1 imp that would get buffed. Right?
Okay.
Most... unless you...
I bring the muscle.
There's no spells.
And the magic.
Yeah. Yeah, the freezing, I guess.
Okay, but this actually puts more stuff on board. I don't know. I think I'd want to guarantee, but it is what it is.
Want to trade one in first? Or do you want a 5-2?
Obey me. Mostly.
Just because of skeletons was why I was...
Oh, spammy!
Must be there. Yeah, you put a 2-2 into a 3-3. Easy. 1, 2, 3.
Unless it kills it. I think you just ping one of your own skeletons. And then
Make
you
sure
need
you take this 8-8 out as well.
and then you need a 5. Oh, jeez.
And a 7. Yeah, okay.
So currently has a 2, a 3, and a 4. That went face. So now you just ping the Rafam, go face with the skeleton. Or wait, no,
Because then you haven't got a 1.
then you trade the starfish into the
3. Yeah, then you've got it. Okay. It's
no, then you don't have a 3.
Oh no.
Now you have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, perfect. Yeah. And this is honestly really good because now Pascoa has some pretty good follow-up with Deepwater Evoker and like Blade Master or Connie for disruption.
Yeah,
It has the board. It has a Sanctum for next turn. But now we're starting to get to wave territory. And curses. But if anything sticks on Pascoa's side of the board, Zoe Grushin's have 13 life.
Or you can just box him and hope it ends. That's what I'd do because I'm terrible.
No, I think you go Deepwater Evoker and Okani here. Deepwater
I think so
Evoker.
too.
could get Drakefire Amulet. I mean, you could box, right? Because then you have Parrot. Nah, you're not at 14 life.
You've got to do the Akani play.
You're essentially at 12 life.
Yeah.
And then
You've
you
got
do
to
Akani for a spell, most likely. So Deepwater Evoker plus Akani for a spell.
That's what's making it difficult, right? Because he knew there was no spells 2 or 3 turns ago, which is a while ago, obviously. But
No waves can sink this ship.
he might. This is a tough one. I can't remember how long ago he played the. The thing. Sorceress.
Thing?
Barbaric. Because he knew there was no swap.
Two turns ago. It was the turn before the spammy.
And there's been a spell played since then. I'm curious what he picked here.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is Abyssal Wave.
Let the ritual of absolution commence.
You can't kill them off.
Zakul next turn to gain some health back in this weird wet race-y mess that's going on.
You can't kill him off. Lord Grusen's at 11. Mordred's is nowhere near active.
Yeah.
Been 3 pings, I think, this game. All right, Rune it is. Base first. Here we go.
Everybody hold tight.
I like how Zoid Grusen threw his hands in the air like, oh, another rune. He saw him gain 9 armor last. Knew it was there. Oh, well, that's a big minion, but that's also an Abyssal Wave that's going to cast, which is also going to cast the other Abyssal Wave, which is going to clear off the overflow. Oh, no. Counterspell is okay.
This Zakul is going to gain so much health back, though, if he's not dead. Which he's not. It's not lethal, surely.
Yeah, so this is 2 and 3. Zakul would put a 4. So it's going to gain 9 health, deal 9 damage.
So many possibilities.
And main Pascal has to actually do some stuff as well.
Yeah.
Because next turn there is the drag below, the Fiendish Circle to prot the counterspell, the drag below, and the Tamsin. For chunky damage. And Pascal is actually going to have to spend mana getting rid of this nonsense that's going on as well.
Yeah, so you're going to deal 9 this turn.
Haven't heard of me? You will.
Oh, he was testing for explosive.
I mean,
He needs the health
perfectly fine to text for...
No, but he doesn't want it to be dead so he can gain the life. Right?
Oh, okay. I see what you're
That's not part of the battle cry. That's part of the. It has to be on the.
Part of just its effect, yeah. All right, well, I think it's time for a parrot. I mean, there's nothing else to do. Just literally nothing else to do.
I only just realised, because I'm not very clever, that parrots repeat things. That's why it repeats things.
Ice barrier, pretty useless. Wildfire, that helps you get there faster.
My hand is too full.
No spell picked up. Overflow hits the Tamsin. Okay. And now you just, oh geez, you just dump you dump the 2 highest damage curses? And freeze the Zakul?
Yeah.
Do you even
have to
want to freeze
freeze.
the Zakul? Because you have an ice barrier up. I think you want to freeze it just because you want a 2/2.
I think so too.
Because if Zord Grusen had... Oh, this is very difficult. Because there's also an argument to, like, let these curses hit you. And keep your hand full. I don't know. This is tough. Mordresh is still not going to be active even with a ping next turn, I don't think. Unless Pesco will fit in 4 pings, but I really don't think Pesco will fit in 4 pings.
And Zloy's going to gain another 10 health here.
3, 2, and 5. Yep. And deal another 10 damage. Well, we're starting to run low. No, we're not running low on curse cards. What am I talking about? There's 2 cultists left.
Tam's in for next turn, if there is a next turn.
And 5.
9, 10, 11.
Oh no, Mortis is active. Okay, it's lethal. Shows how good I am at counting. So he fit in 4 pings in the early game? Because he pinged last turn for 3 and then pinged this turn for 3. Right? That means he would have had to fit in 4 pings in the early game. One of them was he pinged immediately with the Snow Flurry. Then on 3 played Sanctum.
Right. I didn't.
And on 4 went ping plus watch post. So that's 2. And then went Sanctum ping and then Evoker ping.
Okay.
And Sanctum ping again. Okay, yeah. So it was 4 pings. My fault.
Yep, absolutely your fault, not your co-caster's fault for just nodding and smiling.
Yeah.
But I didn't think there were 4.
I thought I counted
really
3
struggled.
pings, but I forgot about there was an amplified Snow Flurry that was played on 2. And then he pinged immediately on 2 to freeze the flame in to block the damage. And honestly, that ping saved 3 damage. And he had 3 health at the end of the game. Completely results-oriented thinking because that ping may have come down at a later point and then frozen even more damage. But then that ping would have come down later and Pascal wouldn't have fit in another ping across the game because that Mordresh was exactly active. Those runes weren't that good, but one thing those runes did do was cast 2 wildfires. So they were good enough.
Yeah, absolutely. They were pretty rubbish apart from that, but they did get the game done, so I guess you call it good in that regard.
Yep.
So even though it's 1 apiece, Zloy still has the serve, as it is with Last Hero Standing. Gets to choose what he puts into this, puts in the Druid, which is a pretty good matchup for the Druid, I think. And still on that serve, then Pascal will be expected to put the Warlock into the Druid, and then we get the reverse of the Mage versus the Warlock. That's how the expected pan out is, but yeah, when you're talking about 35, 40% all the time, expected pan outs, yeah, who cares?
Lloyd Grushin kept Innervate Druid of the Reef Seedsman.
Yeah, this is a man who trusts his deck. That's exactly what you do with Druids.
This is very interesting.
Yeah. Druid of the Reef's interesting indeed. Definitely keep that, or did we miss the mulligan? I think he kept it, but...
Yeah, because the coin's not there, right? So that was 1 card.
Right.
Yeah, 1 card thrown away.
I see.
Intriguing, good sir. Indubitably.
Yeah. Can't think of any long words. I just use the short little words that I know.
Okay, Jerry Carp. Oh, God.
See? Have faith in your deck. You're playing a Druid deck. It's got 35 amazing cards in it. You can't draw a bad card if you keep all of the cards you don't want. Obviously you do. Now the Druid of the Reef could kill that if he was on the board. But, you know.
You gotta be scrappy with scraps.
I love Druid. It's so much silly.
Just... I don't know.
I don't understand the Druid of the Reef, I've got to admit.
Yeah, I don't understand the Innervate either, to be quite honest. Because you're on the coin, like, you're going to coin Innervate Seedsman into what?
I mean, whatever you drew.
Because you're not even going into enough mana to nourish. It's not hitting any breakpoints. I don't know. Whatever. Innovate's, I guess, just a good card to have, but not. I'd rather have. I can think of like 8 other cards in the mulligan alongside a Seedsman that I'd want more than that.
So, I mean, I understand your concern because obviously you're joking around. I do see why you would not want to keep it, but in a favoured matchup, I don't know. I think Innovate might just help things not go wrong. It's good enough.
I would take any opportunity to hit a Guff.
True. However, if you haven't got Guff in your opening hand, you can't get Theatard. And then you draw it the turn after.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
Yeah, Innovate's actually pretty high up there. Right, so.
I think Innovate's fine, especially against, you know, Mage, again, where you're favoured already, so you want to sort of protect your favouritism by not having anything...
Yeah.
Like, just not drawing a handful of 9 drops or something horrible.
Yeah, it's 8th in terms of kept in the mulligan.
Yeah, that's about what I've guessed.
No excuse for bad
Blade Raid,
manners.
it's like 15th. But that's expected because it's kind of a catch-all card.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
Played
fine.
win rate is a very, very badly used number by a lot of people. Like Denathria's played win rate must be massive because you only play it when you're about to win. Not quite true because you play it to sort of emergency save the game sometimes, but you know what I mean. Oh, why have I got this Seedsman?
All it takes is love, care, and death.
Oh,
The Seed Lord be the Seed Lord. Be
oh, gets a Pelican. Perfect mana expenditure. Nope, doesn't play it.
Why does nobody play their Pelicans anymore?
What do you mean anymore?
I remember in the olden days, back when I was a lad, we used to play our Pelican Divers on 1.
Back when I was a lad. There's no more Nourishes in the deck. And this is not a Living Roots deck.
Just gonna make an 8/8.
My past cannot shame me forever.
Pelicans for.
That's what the Pelican's for. There it is. Oh,
Mana, gain 7 mana. Bam.
yeah. This 8/8's going to get frozen. Slightly concerned about this Kael'thas, but, you know, Rune of the Archmage is going to take care of that next turn. I guess you have 2 Starfish. I guess you could just Starfish first, then ping the Giant, and then Evoker.
No waves can save
Right?
this ship.
Oh, yeah.
Not crazy.
That's not crazy at all, because this Kael'thas is terrifying against a Druid, surely.
Yeah, but you know that one of the cards in hand is... Did he see the Zola from the...
Yes, did I say yes? Yes, he did. I'm pretty sure. I'm, like, really sure he did, but not 100%.
Yeah. If you know it's Zola plus, like, Enrich.
I mean, Zola's pretty scary
Is
on
it
this
scary?
board.
You have 2 Starfish. Like...
Zola and Kael'thas if things get really bad.
I don't think so.
Like, this might overload your box. There's so much of it.
The Queen's trove is forbidden.
Yeah. This is good. This is fine. There's no guff.
Yet. Yet. Oh!
Oh.
Which one? Yeah. No, you just... So I'm laughing because there's so many silly choices here right now.
All it takes is love,
Look at all this silliness. I love it.
All right. This rune's got to do a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, it needs the good old-fashioned sheep, I think. Work this Pelican did.
Here we go. Wildfire. I mean, it's only 1 mana. All right, that killed something. Wait. Hot Streak. You played a Hot Streak, probably. Ice Barriers, Life Gate. Another Wildfire? Hello? Yeah, there's the Hot Streak. There's another Hot Streak. There's a Flurry. Bang the cards as I see them. There's a second Flame.
You've got really
Not a bad rune. Not a bad rune.
not a bad rune, but Kael'thas is just still chilling.
What do you even want? Wild Growth is just like 1 mana cycle. Sure.
Yeah, do that.
Turn on a Miracle Growth, probably. I don't think you want a Mutinous again. Do you want a Mutinous? I don't know. I think I just want a Miracle Growth. Draw some cards.
I like
Zoe disagrees. Zoe wants to Mutinous. Eat the Mutinous. Starfish. That's still pretty big. Still a 6/8. It's gonna get rune though.
Yeah, but you've got a bit of a board, and the mage is running out of cards, and you're still on 37. You've got Earthen Scales. There's a lot of good stuff going on here for the druid.
Yeah, but there's no Zoe not like. I mean, there's no guff. Cyrus Nathris has not been growing in hand, right? Still a long way to go. Long way to go.
And Denathrius does grow a lot slower in this version as well, because you haven't got all the nonsense like early game tokeny stuff going on.
Yep.
It's not the insta 40 that it used to be.
I think you want to pick something that you're not playing this turn, right? So they can't guess it.
Okay.
Yeah, this ping's dealing 3, by the way, so Kael'thas can die this turn.
All right, Pasqua got away with it a bit on this Kael'thas.
Base, nice. Gonna eat a Seedsman?
Looks like it.
Time runs out on me.
Fine. Everything's fine.
He's fine, but he's got a lot of damage to do, the way this is shaping up. I know the druid's not killing him anytime soon, but... Yeah.
Oh, the Kael'thas. Well, you ate a minion, and it was a Seedsman, so... Oh, what do you think it is? It's gotta be Ignite, right?
I want it to be Ignite.
If I'm Soy Grusian, I don't want any of the other stuff. Like, I don't want Vengeful Visage, so you're never picking that. You don't care. Build a snowman, I don't want it. Ignite, I want.
Takes the card he wants, and he gets what he wants.
And then
gets another one.
Yeah, then you... I don't want to give up any of these cards. That's the problem.
I think I want to draw 3, one way or another now, and maybe give one of the bad cards away.
You Ignite first, for sure.
Yes.
So you draw the 3 damage Ignite. No, you don't. You absolutely don't. You want Guff.
Just Miracle Growth or Enrich. I was just going to go for it.
It could get the Sanctum.
No excuse for bad.
Okay, Sanctum. That's an easy choice, I think.
I've done so many rabbit holes right now with these.
Unless... Oh, wait. Yeah, that was Sanctum, right?
What you gonna...
Yeah, I don't want to give up any of this.
Yeah, I wouldn't have played this, honestly, because I liked my hand. Guff, not Guff, not Guff.
Pick Starfish?
Yeah.
He's got one of those in his deck already.
Another one now.
I've just learned over the course of this series to just literally never question Zoidrusian. He always knows what he's doing.
Starfish obviously is the D freeze in some situations, I guess. Or that last bit of lethal. We saw that yesterday. Obviously, we know about that one.
Ooh, what do you think? I refresh your Springwater. He just needs cards.
I think so. Yeah.
Unless you don't want Zoidrusian to know what you picked. I don't want Zergu to have a refreshing spring water, so I'm going to pick Counterspell.
Unless.
What's the option that your opponent would least expect? Polymorph Jellyfish. So you pick Polymorph Jellyfish.
Mm-hmm. And then you play a box and everything gets +2 spell damage. No, he took the sensible. Which might hurt, honestly.
Job done.
Lloyd guesses this, and again, last time he just went with which one of these 3 cards do I want?
Yeah.
Goes on that same plan.
It's the Counterspell would be very interesting, but I don't think Pesco would want to give over a Counterspell is the problem.
Oh!
I'm the brood mother.
I see your 5 whelps invade you. Oh, whelp. Whelp poker.
That's a rune.
It is.
Probably ping rune. I think you ping. Oh, okay.
I didn't realise until recently that's called a parrot because it repeats things.
Oh no, it was scale!
Oh yeah.
I forgot!
Forgot about the scale, TJ, yeah.
I mean, scale's not bad.
It's fine, but it's not
it clears the board.
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh, that's funny.
Oh, that watch post is dangerous. You really don't want an 11 mana Denathrius in the 10.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
It'll be guff, it's fine.
Starfish. Now he has 2 Starfish. This is very interesting.
He can actually
Power seems fine.
4 Starfish this turn. Or 3.
You could really silence everything. You could you can make those minions so quiet.
I want to start emptying some of this stuff out, honestly, so I can draw some better cards, because this is just trash right now.
Yeah, this isn't. This is an okay Devourer, but you know there's a Nightcloak Sanctum in hand because you saw it.
Yeah. There we go. It's just all rubbish. Where's the ignite?
Not immediately. Oh my gosh. Just spend your mana. Just chuck the ignite.
Gotta dump the ignite again.
Just chuck it. It's up to 4 damage already.
We've got 2 of the most powerful decks in the game, and they just can't do any damage because they're cancelling each other out. The state of it. Oh.
I want to draw cards.
You gotta draw cards at some point.
Doesn't hit a spell. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
Just ping and develop a Sanctum, probably.
Just hoping it's an Arcane Intellect, aren't you? Hoping it's 3 mana, draw 2 there, but didn't get a single spell, because there really aren't many, so...
Yeah. Slight Cruiser really just wants a guff. Still 16 cards left in the deck. 40 card decks are funny.
They're funny when they do what you would expect.
Nope.
That card does
not alignment.
What you think it does, kid.
Definitely not alignment. That ain't it.
Did you have the same reaction as me there, just for a split second? Like, ooh, I like. Oh no.
Yeah. And then I thought for a second, but why wouldn't everybody play that card in their deck?
That'd be a really good card.
Has he found? Whatever this card is getting discarded.
Maybe the Starfish then, because we have 2 already.
Yeah. Oh, it's not getting discarded. Never mind.
No, because he's not drawing it.
Yeah. Probably Topior then?
Topior, get some...
It's definitely not Starfish.
Yeah.
Gale to come back on board, potentially. But yeah, it's got to be Topior. But
We want that repeating damage.
Topior is not as good here because a lot of the nature spells have already been used. Double Miracle Growth, double Planted Evidence, one of the Innervates, all of the Nourish. No, there's still one Nourish. Because one was discovered.
Turns your Wild Growth into something that does something.
There's no more Wild Growths. Has used both Wild Growths. Both of them were used to cycle. Oh, there's one in hand. Okay, sure.
I bring the muscle
Nope. Forget about the wild growth.
9 mana 3/3, not as enticing.
9 mana, make a 3/3 with rush, and draw a card.
Other scales. Okay. It's fine. This Ignite is stupid. And this lack of guff is infuriating.
4 damage Ignite. Pascoa, I mean, Pascoa's, he's suffering in the health department right now. Only 51.
Yeah, it's going to take a while, isn't it? Especially when your Denathrius only does 6 damage.
No Dawngrass for Pascoa. No Guff for Zoygrusian. Zoygrusian can draw, like, has drawn so many more cards. 10 more cards drawn. Pascoa just wants us to cast, like, 5 Arcane Intellects.
As long as he still has plenty of stuff, right? He's a druid. Just checking if he can actually win this game. There's a that always wins. There's 2 Devourers. He's stolen a Starfish. So
okay.
Stuff is hard to deal with. Got 1 more Giant. Still got the... Oh, he's not playing Oracle in this one, no. No Oracle in here. No Ivers.
Alright. Drew a card, played a solid Alibi, and cleared the board. Yeah, I don't think I want that. don't really want that one either.
Gonna play the Wild Growth.
Oh no, you can't. Come on. No.
Oh.
Oh god, it hurts.
The 3/3 doesn't even challenge the board.
Jeremy Carpenter draw. There's still a Nourish in the deck.
I think that Ignite's not a nature spell. That'd be good.
5 damage Ignite in the deck now.
Before you draw a Guff, you've drawn Ignite 3 times in your Druid deck.
Pascoa's got a turn here of... Ping. Oh my god, what is Hearthstone anymore?
This is just like the end of a really bad arena game right now. 2 really powerful decks just not powerfuling in the slightest.
Is there even a nurse left? Because I know that the deck tracker's off right now. It says there's 12 cards, but there's only 10.
Uh-huh.
One of those is scale, I think, because it's stolen. I don't know.
I think the Nourishes went really early on.
So there's a scale and a miracle growth, right, at the bottom of the deck.
Yes, we know about.
Okay,
Hey!
Denathrius. There's still some minions that can die, right?
There's loads of shrubberies coming in.
Right, everybody, right? There's still some minions.
But again, it is fewer than you might have seen on sort of your ladder builds, because there's a lot of the early stuff was cut out of this.
Heal.
Yeah.
Look at this spammy.
1, 2. Ping. Ah.
Wait, no, wait.
How do you do it?
This card. You just trade the skeleton in, and then you ping the 1 minion that survives. I don't know.
Oh, that's no fun.
Double spammy.
Yeah, that's just how I would do it. It's like, I can't work this out. I'm just going to play 2 of them.
Watch post is your 3. There you go.
You played it last turn. I think you'd be fine until... Oh my god.
The Denathrius is now up to a crisp 9, I believe.
Yay!
No!
Celebrate! In both directions. 5 mana Ignite. Just launch it.
I mean, this is how Zoygrusian is going to win the game. It's just launching Ignites. Like, honestly, this Ignite pick was incredible.
Uh-huh.
Like, Denathrius just
in a bad way.
Oh, Denathrius is 10? Did I see 10? Oh, there it is! Oh, yes! Just keep doing that over and over. This game's done. Zoidgru's has got this one. This one's over. You just ignite, guff, draw it again, ignite. You don't even need mana crystals anymore.
And then you do not.
Pascoa's drawing Pelicans. The average draw in Pascoa's deck is terrible. There's Mailbox Dancers and Pelicans and Renathal. Parrot still has a scale in it.
Yeah, Denathrius has got enough to heal him out of any danger range. Earthen Scale is just there for any more danger. He's got the mana now.
Oh, the Ignite's coming right back.
We've now got the world's slowest crawl to victory with just repeated Ignites. Unless this board actually sticks, which it could. How do you spammy this lot? I don't even know what's in the Parrot anymore. Is it still a Scale?
I think so. The rune was cast for how much mana? What does it not work like that? I don't even remember.
I hadn't realised that it's called Parrot because it repeats things.
Oh no, it's still a rune. It still takes its original cost. But what this needs to do is like create resources. Okay, these are resources. Okay. Aw. Oh, actually, Vardet's not bad. Right?
Yeah, it'll do.
You clean up the board with Vardet.
Time runs out on me.
Yeah.
By my calculations, you need to chill out.
It does.
I don't think you need to kill the 8-2. Just go face with the other one. The other minion. Alright, Denathrius is now up to
12, 11.
12?
It's so difficult keeping.
Pascoa's only got 55 health.
A lot of Ignites.
This is about as good of a starfish as you could ever possibly hope for.
He took it for this purpose earlier on, give or take. Not exactly this purpose. I don't think he exactly planned this specific situation. Oh, is this a clear? What's the Devourer on? Oh, he's got the other one anyway. Yeah, he can clear if he wants. So. Yeah.
Freeze, Brute, Ping. Mailbox Dancer.
Cool. That's your turn. You're selling that to me as a turn of Hearthstone.
Can we just talk about potatoes again?
Or parrots?
That's right.
Potatoes was good, right? Was it 9th France in potato production?
What about Brazil?
Brazil? I don't know. Have a look at the Brazilian potato output.
Yeah.
What's the word? Production, output, creation, yield, growth.
Yeah, the potato
Time runs
yield.
out on me.
Has it been a good year or a bad year for potatoes? Because it's been quite a warm year with no rain in a lot of places. You'd think that'd be a bad year for potatoes.
There are 3.5 tons a year. It's pretty good.
I hope it
7 damage. Yeah, 3.5 million.
Okay.
Not bad.
Holding on to this Denathrius as long as he dare. May have to actually play it soon.
Law be the seed law be its own treasure.
About 18 kilograms per capita
What's
per
that in
year.
actual numbers? As Americans don't understand kilograms.
Yeah, kilograms is like this this nebulous unit of measurement that, like, I couldn't even begin to fathom what it means.
Based on like some space rock or something that they keep in Paris. I don't know.
This space rock weighs approximately 1 kilogram and is used to determine units of measurement for everything we weigh. All hail space rock.
Like meters make sense because that is all the way around the world is 40,000 meters. 40,000 kilometers. Like it's actually a quadrant. 10,000 is a quadrant. So meter is a thing that makes sense. But a kilogram is just something they keep in Paris, I think.
All hail space rock.
It is now a space rock by definition. You know, I don't care what the real thing is. And then a second is like based on the, I don't know, the wavelength of a sodium atom or something.
Length of a sodium.
I don't know. I'm just making things up as I go that sound pretty clever.
I can't take him.
Well, this game is essentially over. Pescoa is way too far behind on board. There's no Sanctum anymore. This hero power is dealing 3. It's cleared up 1. There's Ice Barrier up, however. Everything else that's happening is in the favor of Zoid These Devourers just cannot be killed.
Where'd my deck go?
Zoid can deal an infinite amount of damage over the next however many turns. This turn you can just brand Denathrius and then just ignite it. Just ignite every turn. Like,
isn't this just lethal?
Probably.
You need to keep your spells around so you don't get your ignite counter spelled.
Okay, you ignite, you draw, then you ignite, then you Moonlit Guidance, and then you ignite. Wait. It's 8, so you get 8, 9, so that's 17, and then 10, 10. That's 37. It's lethal.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
This must be the way.
You can just do it this way. You have enough damage. You don't even need to go for max damage.
Only 1 card left.
Max damage would have only been literally one extra damage. Okay. So that Ignite dealt an absurd amount of damage. And I don't know. Pescoa just didn't find Dawn Grasp, which is really the only way you have to match Druid's power. We got a little bit of a face wiggle in there from Zoid Grushin.
Gotta do it.
Gotta do it.
One game away from making the top 8 for sure. Like, not the top 8 for sure this week, but the top 8 in the actual Grandmasters. Gotta wiggle that face.
Even if the Ignite wasn't there, I still think that game wouldn't have gone on that much longer. Yeah, because those Devourers weren't going anywhere. Actually, you know what? It may have, because Zoid Grushin was entering Fatigue. So if Pescoa found, like, anything to be able to answer those Devourers, I don't even know what would, though. There was no
going back to
left.
turn 6, he took the Starfish, presumably partly for that reason.
Probably for what reason?
So that Pescoa didn't have it anymore. Like, it's in his hand still, but Pescoa can't now hurt the Devourers right at the end of the game.
That's a lot of foresight to have. I don't know. It was pretty
Depends how many
early
times
on
you've
to
tested the
take it.
matchup, right? In the worlds where you don't get your guff, maybe you get fatigued more often than...
I think it was more so that their options were just terrible.
I mean, I'm not saying he sort of went, hey, I'm going to take this Starfish over your Dawn Grasp, but he took the Starfish, realising
Like,
it did
it would have been Nightcloak Sanctum. Like, because... Yeah, I don't know. It would have been Nightcloak Sanctum, which... Nightcloak Sanctum actually did a lot for Pescoa in the mid-game. Let him get away with some plays that he wouldn't have otherwise been able to get away with. But now, we move on to the first Warlock for Pescoa. So, has a good matchup here against the Druid to start things off. And then we have a match against a Mage. So, we're not looking at terrible matchup for Pescoa in order to win this one. The hard part is just doing it twice, right? Even if you have reasonable matchups, if you have to do it twice, your percentage always goes down. So we shall see what's gonna happen here the next, I don't know,
hour. The Starfish, they're back. How many of these cards will he keep this time?
So,
any number between 1 and 4.
During that match, I did some deep diving and data behind keeping Innervate, and I will say it's not terrible.
Right. I'm still going to make the argument in a favored matchup, you don't mind not terrible.
It's in the top 8 of in the Mulligan win rates across every bracket. It's in the top 5. No, it's 6th in Legend. My argument is, okay, here's my argument. Guff is so much higher than everything else.
Okay.
And Topior is so much higher than everything else. That I would rather have an additional chance to get it faster than keeping it Innervate. That's my argument.
Yeah, I think it's a good argument.
We're long past that because now we got both.
Yeah.
Now we got Innervate and Guff. And guess what?
What?
We can do them both. We're going to Nourish first. Does that let you kill an imp? And then we're going to Guff. And then we're going to Growth. Guffs and Growths. Guffs and Growths. Try to say that fast.
I can't say anything 10 times. If it's to do with parrots, then I might.
Okay, well, Bill's putting on the pressure. This is the fastest I've ever seen him play.
You have to play to the speed of your deck, TJ.
What are we going to draw? Oh, Topia. Oh, my goodness.
That'll help.
Oh.
If you're playing a fast deck, if you play quicker, it makes the damage feel more.
Ooh, but we got a lot of curse action going on here.
Yeah, a little bit early for the curses. Ew.
I think I just want to tempo out a Cultist.
I think so
I have
too.
Bran in hand, but, I mean, Bran is like your finisher, and if you don't play the Cultist here, you're not playing anything this turn, I don't think.
Yeah, and that's not enough pressure. We saw what Zloy did in the reverse of this, right? Just threw away Caution, really, and obviously had a better hand as well.
Yeah.
You just got to play minions.
Yeah, you got to spend the mana to ramp up the curses as well. Like, yes, this could be 2 curses later if you hold it, but you could still get 2 curses later if you hold it with Zaku or the second Cultist. And those 2 curses will have dealt more damage because you spent the 3 mana. So, well, Druid of the Reef is actually a nice little pickup here. We're looking for Earthen Scales. Earthen Scales would have allowed a 3/3 to come out with Topior and gain some much needed health. These do not gain health.
Now Topia is a little bit of a slow turn, so switching to a card that actually slows everything down. I like it.
Yep. Perfectly fine to fill up the hand here. It blocks additional curses come out from Pascoa, and this curse will go away at the beginning of the turn, which would allow Zloy Grushin to still draw a card. This is problematic.
And Scale in hand to pump the Denathrius and clear the board. Zloy is in such an amazing spot here. Not over, because he is quite low, and, you know, Pascua's going to have curses and stuff, but Pascua's hand's just not great. And if Zloy just keeps his hand at 9 or 10 cards, he's got all the stuff he needs anyway, even if he does have to overdraw.
Wait, hold on. This is a lot of damage. There's 1 damage from the curse in hand. This is going to push 9, 20. This is lethal.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
No, it's 1 off. Is it 1 off? 20 plus the 1 damage? It's 1 off.
Oh. Okay. Thank you for me in check there, though. I hadn't seen it at all.
But with the Abyssal Wave and Zloy Grushin having no way to gain health outside of Sire Denathrius, which is not big, I think it's just 6? No, it's 7. This should be game.
Yep.
Wow, okay.
His hand up. Well spotted, TJ. I thought that one was over the other way.
Yeah, no, that was nice enough for Pascoa. Obviously, didn't get the. Oh, it's just gonna do this little. Didn't get the curses in hand from the double drag below, but it was just the damage that he needed. And it still actually ramps up the curses, so that the curses in the future would have done more. It just doesn't put the curses in the hand. Like it wasn't completely wasted, even if that game had got on longer. Like even if there was a big minion plus an Earthen Scales and a board clear, which I never count anything out when it's Druid to happen. So.
I thought it was just over. I thought it was just going to be scared into Denathrius, into that setup. Thank you, but like you said, there was so much damage there from the spells, allowing him to get the damage through.
Yeah. My concern was board space, but I forgot that the library activation actually cleaned up a board space. Thought he was going to have to sack a minion or two in order to actually make space for the Tamsin. So my initial count was 4 damage off. Like what he left him at 5. But this ended up being quite good. Actually needed to trade in the 1/1s anyway, so I don't know where I got 5 off. But nonetheless, that's a nice win for Pescoa. We're going to a game 5. It's Mage versus Warlock. And the Mage for Zoidgrusion is like the same as what Pescoa played.
It's very, very similar. The whole lineup is very similar on both sides, just some tech choice differences.
30 cards.
30 cards, 1 spammy.
30 cards, 1 spammy. And none of the other stuff that
2 starfish
fills in. Oh, jeez. Okay, here we go.
So, like we said, like an hour ago, how this match is going to go, it could go on serve and come down to Mage versus Warlock at the end. And then we said, but it probably won't. Well, guess what? It did. Here we are. Gruzin with a decent matchup in Game 5, all coming from winning the mirror in Game 1. Or whatever it was.
Some Hearthstone's happened at some point in the past.
Winning the Cure in turn 1? I don't know. It's a long time ago.
Oh, here we go. Zoidgrusion. The benefit of only playing 30 cards is your mulligans tend to look a lot better.
They really do. Oh. Apprentice. All right, so 1/1 imps aren't getting through this game. What about the 3/2s and the 3/3s?
Ruined.
This is going to be a lot of pressure. Sanctum is good. Belinda is going to be fantastic. Having picked up the rune, though, less likely to pick up the rune. It's not as good. But Pescoa's putting on the pressure. Zoidgrusion's only starting with 30 health.
Yeah, but now he can just... He can do a lot of things, but he can coin out the Sanctum if he wants to. That'd be a bit slow.
Nah, let's just like mailbox the answers.
Mailbox
these minions.
Yeah.
Yep.
Coin Reckless in case they circle you. You're good.
Which is exactly what's going to happen. And I'm going all face. Ship it. Ship it.
Gonna get unshipped pretty fast. Oh, sorcerers.
It's not that many. I guess a lot of times
they start holding
like grimoires and touch.
Yeah.
And catastrophes and things.
I can take them. Wait, not
They're all very exciting names, aren't they?
Yeah.
Catastrophe. Awesome cards. Wow.
What's the pickup? Ooh, Grimoire. Coin has been expended, though. This is still pressure. Another 3 damage coming to face. Only 18 left.
Yeah.
And we're still a little bit of ways from a Belinda. So this is going to be a trade and a freeze. Going to take 6 more.
With the cursors lining up at some point, Mage does not have infinite time. Zoe really feeling this again. We're saying he probably will get through on 5 points, but maybe not. But 6 is absolutely pretty much locked in. You can see how much this one means. I mean, he's always pretty emotive anyway, but particularly today.
Yeah. Is that Wicked Ship? No way.
Wicked Shimon, Vile Library. You can bring out a Grimoire to address this board as well.
So much damage.
And that also gets rid of the spells for Belinda. And Pascoa is holding on to the secret 1 damage from hand. The shudders.
Secret,
+5/+5.
Secret heal. Yeah.
11 damage.
Almost out of time.
Oh, I can see what Zoid's problem is here. He's just going to coin Barbaric and try and hit the coin next turn.
Well, Pascoa's. I think it'd be very irresponsible not to.
It really would.
Like, for multiple reasons.
Yeah. Okay, there we go.
1, it addresses the board. 2, it dumps the spells from hand to make Barbaric Sorceress not just completely blow you out of the game. And it went face.
Always does.
And that's it?
Yes, because the secret 1 damage.
That's it.
Secret 1 damage.
Secret 1 damage. The cool from the top rope.
With the secret damage.
Here it is. Exacties. Also picked up an Abyssal Wave next turn, however. But there you go, Pascoa coming back from behind in that series. That Curse Warlock doing some work. It's like the majority of his wins today in his series. He's won 4 times with it across 2 series, 1 being a loss, and now this one being a win. But that does mean that Pascoa is moving on to the decider match. 1 more point, and has a chance. That means we're getting an America's player out of groups.
Hey!
Hooray! Oh, geez. We got to take the little things. And that means Lloyd Grushin will go out at 5 points, which is unfortunate. 1 point this week, a single win, would have put Zoid Grushin in a good spot to make playoffs, right? That would have put him up to 6 points. 5 points, still a toss-up, right? Pascoa is now tied with Zoid Grushin at 5 points. If he were to lose it in this next match, then that would mean Zoid Grushin would have the tiebreaker since he does have a top 8. There's other players that are at 5 points that also lost twice this week, like Fury Hunter. There's still a ton of players with not 5 points yet that have made it to the top 8, like Okashinsuke, like Chunsu, like Levick. Habugabu's exactly at 5 points in the top 8. So, like, if all of these players start losing, right, and the players that already are above Zoid Grushin in the standings, Bunny Hopper and Bly's, Super Fake now. If those players keep winning and the other players lose, then Zoid Grushin still has a chance to kind of sneak in there. But it's very scary at 5 points right now. Very scary.
Really scary, especially with the person he could have put out of the tournament. Pascoa is now one of those on 5 points with a chance to go to 6. Zoid does have him covered on tiebreakers. Of course, your tiebreakers are your best results. And Zoid's had a 3 points and a 2 points. And Pascoa's a 3, a 1, and currently another 1. So Pascoa does need this win to overtake Zoid. Otherwise, he's really in the world of please everybody lose, which isn't the world you want to be in Hearthstone, because not everybody can lose.
Nope, not everybody can lose.
Apart from
we can definitely lose. We've been losing for years, Neil.
Losing upwards all my career.
Yeah. That describes, both of our careers quite well. It's funny that we came together to just one big losing.
One big giant loss.
You came to the right region as well, right? Because
I did, yeah.
We've grown accustomed to it over the course of the forever, and many esports, not even just Hearthstone. But there we have it. Elimination match done. Zoid Grushin, first player eliminated from the group. We'll have to wait until tomorrow to see if he's going to be able to make playoffs or not. But we still do have one more match on the day. We're going a little bit faster than yesterday. We, should end earlier than yesterday, assuming this last match doesn't go 3 hours, which isn't out of the realm of possibility, but alas. Before we jump into that last match of the day, the decider matchup between Dmitry Kazov and Pascoa, we are going to have to go to a quick break. But don't go anywhere. We'll return right after this with the conclusion for day number 2 here at Grandmasters Last Call. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Grandmasters Last Call. This is our last call for matches today, as it's our final match. It's going to be the decider match between Pesco and Dmitry Kazov, and all America's decider match.
Getting out of groups, TJ. We're getting out of groups.
Here we go. There's a dark spot behind me. I fixed it. We're good. We're getting out of groups. That's right. Whoever wins this match will be the only America's player still left in the tournament, and thus the only America's player still able to even make it into playoffs.
Apart from Pascual, but it's really unlikely.
Very unlikely at 5 points with not that great of tiebreakers.
And Dimitri
win
the tournament if he
yeah. So it's still looking grim. It's still looking grim if you're an America's Hearthstone fan. But it's there, right? It has presented itself to us, and we need to celebrate it as it comes.
Yeah.
There we go. Here's the lineups. Same classes across the board. We got Druid, Warlock, Mage, and Rogue. Because both players have Warlock, we're going to be seeing a Ban Rogue kind of matchup here, I would certainly assume.
Yep, and that's going to leave us with the whole group has played the same four classes, I think, with the Warlock being basically... There's 6 Warlocks in this tournament, and most of them are in this group. So, bit of a weird way that it's all turned out. I don't know if that was because the players sort of predicted what each other would bring. Certainly, I think you could predict that Sloy would bring a Warlock, but I don't know. But here we are. Yes, you're right. The Rogues are banned. No shocker there. And the only difference really is in these Warlocks. One is the Curse Warlock. One is the straight-up Imp Warlock. One of which is better against the Druid, and one of them is not.
That's right. Yeah, funnily enough, the one player without Warlock in their lineup, which was Blyze, ended up just winning the group.
Yeah.
So, you know, it did seem like Priest ended up putting in some work. But alas, we march on. Kazov going to open with Imp Warlock. So, going to look to take a couple wins. Like you said, this is the quote-unquote traditional version of the deck, running all the imps. Basically, you just put more consistent impage in the deck as opposed to the curse package. So you have access to Sea Giants, you have access to Demonic Assault, you have access to more imps in the early game, like the Bloodbound Imp, and Imp Gang Boss. So you're really just looking to get on board quick and stay on board.
I think that's in keeping with how he's always played Hearthstone. Like, he brings the straightforward decks, the not easy to play, I don't mean like that, but if you can play a 30-card deck, you don't play a 40-card deck, as we saw with his Mage. If you can play a deck that's functional, he just wants to do the thing the deck's supposed to do, and that's what he's always played like, I feel.
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment, yeah. Makes me miss the days of Briarthorn, who did things the way the decks were definitely not supposed to do. In fact, many times Briarthorn did the exact opposite of what the deck was supposed to do. And still won games. That's the thing.
Qualified for Grandmasters his own way and continued to play throughout Grandmasters in his own way, which is something I very much miss and enjoyed. Pascal, we glossed over it because we've just seen him. He's playing the Curse Warlock. Which one do you prefer in the mirror? I know the stats say the Curse is slightly favoured, but
yeah, because you have comeback mechanisms. You have more removal. You have more options. It's like you have the best of both worlds.
But you don't... I like the option of just being in front from the start and killing somebody.
Well, that just means that you're not on the coin. So,
sure.
Is it an argument of would you rather have the coin or would you rather not have the coin? Dmitry Kazov on the play has a 1-drop. Is looking for some power to go alongside of it, though. Because one thing about Imp Warlock is, yes, if you're playing Imp Warlock without the curses, you have more consistency in finding the early game power. But like these matchups can end so fast when one player gets ahead that it feels like oftentimes it just doesn't even matter. Because if one player just has a better Imp star, it doesn't matter what's in the rest of your deck. You're just going to run away with the board. Turn 6 is often too late to go to have like some kind of board clear. Both versions run Grimoire,
and that's the piece of removal that really matters the most.
Yeah,
So
that's kind of where I was at with I'd rather just be ahead and hitting them from the start comment. It's sort of, yeah, let's not have all the clutter. But again, the stats bear out that the comeback mechanisms, it's really close. It's 48% or something. But the comeback mechanisms are a thing in the mirror that are worth having. Who else is worth having in the mirror? Imps.
Yep. So Voidwalker can be an absolute menace in the early game, which is one card that you don't play. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Yep.
Base?
Sure.
This gives a nice, with Vile Library, this gives a nice clean trade over the Voidwalker, and then you can even coin out a touch of Nathrazim on the Flame Imp and have the board.
Does look good.
So many possibilities.
I didn't notice, or I did, but I instantly forgot how many cards Pasqua mulligan. It may have been quite a few, which would have let Dimitri sort of make this play, or coerced him into making this play. I think let him wreck himself isn't necessarily the right word.
Yeah, so this play still would have happened. It's just Dimitri would have had, or Pasqua would have not had a 1-1 and would have had a 2-1 instead. And now he trades?
Yeah, because now bad things have happened, so he's behind.
Especially with Pasqua 3-keeping. I don't know. Whatever.
It was a 3-keep, was it? Yeah, then I like it a lot less. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, the only card he threw away in the mulligan was, I believe, the Abyssal Wave.
Yeah, then I like it a lot less. If it's a 3-keep, then you sort of got to assume that stuff is there and you're going to get punished, I think.
Yeah. It is what it is. And now, oh no, one off.
Oh, you want to play both? Yeah, I see.
I wanted to play the Imp and the Giant.
Yeah.
I guess you could play Wicked Shipment Giant.
Sure.
And that would leave you with 1 mana. You could trade the Bartender. Nah. Nope. I like the Imp. Imp double trade.
Imp's a lot of stuff. Yeah. And then next turn you've got Shipment and Giant, or you're winning.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or your opponent's done nothing, so cool.
You got Shipment and Giant, or if your board sticks, you got Shady Bartender. I think Mischievous Imp opens up the most opportunities for Dmitry Kazov in the future. So,
yeah, so he's doing that. Good. I feel like he has managed to sort of negate the coin quite well here.
yeah.
He's now going to be ahead on mana for the whole game. Obviously, that's what I mean by that comment.
Ooh, how much does this Imp need? Oh no, it's already infused. It says right there. Used.
Uh-huh.
It's just not golden, so it doesn't get as, like, you know.
Yeah, it
NSA.
gets me every time. Card should be like dancing around when it's infused.
Yeah.
A little fire never hurt nobody.
One mana to make everything happen here.
So Wicked Shipment, and then Impending Catastrophe.
I think so. Because you can. Boss is tempting just because it's another thing on the board, which is always nice.
Yeah, with Bartender as your follow-up.
Yeah. It's not spectacular though, so it's a really tough call because this is your last chance to get a good catastrophe probably as well. So okay.
Penny Catastrophe, if he's playing minions, has 2 more mana to work with in order to play stuff for Sea Giant.
Yeah.
So just gonna go Bloodbound Imp, Sea Giant.
Take down that
And
naughty
trade over
6-3.
6-3. And probably trade over a 1-1. Yeah.
Like it.
Try and limit the amount of imps on the board. And the trades become awkward. Okay, fine.
Taking that down means that the giant can't be killed by just the board alone.
Yeah. All right, and here's where we're entering the territory where Pescoa's hand's going to get a lot less consistent.
Less consistent, more comebacky though, as you were saying a minute ago.
Yes, because you like, let's say you pick up an Abyssal Wave, and then you have Lady Darkbane, then, like, as long as you can kill off the first, whatever they're called, I don't even know.
I can't remember. I did know. I made sure I knew, and now I don't know. They're shades. Yeah. Of some sort. Library.
Ooh, library.
Make
circle.
Big thing.
Yeah.
Hope they don't have a wave, and all is good.
Yeah, but even if they have a wave, the thing that you make big will still be there and still be big. And you're probably doing it on the 1-1 so you can get a trade over on the Mischievous Imp with the Bloodbound Imp. Generally don't want Bloodbound Imp to stick around too long. So eventually you'll stop attacking with it so you don't take too much damage.
Yeah.
But the payoff for that play, the Fiendish Circle plus Library, would be Bartender. However, it would fill up the board.
Again, I'm of the opinion that if you fill up the board and you've still got a full board when it comes back to you, cool.
True. I mean, the vast majority of them are going to be 1-1s. But
Yes,
one of them
either you've got something
be...
to trade into, or you hit them in the face for 17.
No Bartender. Okay. Play around Abyssal Wave?
Yeah, sort of splitting the difference a bit, right?
Yeah, not really though. Like, you're left with a 4-3 at the end of it.
No, but this also, I think, sets up lethal in the world where they don't have it. Might be wrong. I might be miscounting. 1, 2, 3.
So many
Not quite, but,
possibilities.
Yeah, you have 14 on board. Need 7 more.
If they do have it,
2 imps. So even if you put 2 more imps plus Vial Library, it's still not enough. If you get double Vial Library and 1 imp, it's still not enough. You Bartender, still not enough. Oh, Bartender plus Library. Yep, it's enough.
Okay.
Bartender plus Library is an extra 8. So yes.
Yes. No.
So if Pescoa doesn't clear...
Yeah, that's it. So in the world where, yeah, he doesn't clear, you win. In the world where he does clear, you've still got the backup plan of sort of library, circle, player thing. It's fine, right? Because they've just waved. Yeah. And not everything would die in that world anyway. But it's all good.
Oh, not much time to work with here. All right, just going to play the Lady Darkbane, and yep, that'll be it. Assuming Dimitri spots it, is, I believe, 22 points of damage with Shady Bartender plus Vial Library.
I think
2 imps.
Last turn.
That's +2/+2. There's 14, 16, and then Bartender adds another 6. That's 22. There you go. Game 1 in the bag for Dmitry Kazov. Wins the Imp Warlock. Kind of mirror, kind of not mirror.
Very nicely set up. I'm pretty sure this is the sort of play that he makes a lot of. That again, you know, is pretty good Hearthstone without being amazing, blow you away Hearthstone. This is what he's got known for his precise play in that regard, and that was really tiny 2-turn setup.
Just like
whilst being safe.
Yeah, he makes the statistically correct play. That's what he does. That's Dmitry. Dmitry, statistically correct Kazov. That's what they call him. Been calling him that for years.
Calling that for years, TJ. Big win, as we've talked about before in some other mirrors in this, particularly in this last hero standing setup. The Warlocks are there to take down Druids, and your opponent doesn't have one anymore, and you still do. And that's the long and short of it. So, big win, getting that first win in any mirror the way this meta pans out, especially in this group. And Dimitri trying to win those one at a time, all the way to victory this week to get into that top 8 and keep things rolling. And unsurprisingly, Pascal is queuing the big spell mage.
Yep. This deck can still get run over by Imp Warlock, as we've seen. Any deck can get run over by Imp Warlock. They get run over a little bit slower than they once did. And by once did, I mean a week ago. When Vile Library had a base +1/+1 and then +1/+1 for each imp. But now you don't get the base, it's just +1/+1 for each imp. That's it. It's the only thing that's changed. Still can make big stuff.
Yeah, but when you
Still
don't
can
bring
get
the
Mischievous
spooky
Imp on
mage.
4 and then coined Imp King Rafam on 5.
Oh, Dimitri's hand. He's feeling this, because if he wins this game, he's got the Druid to come.
Yeah, he's bobbing.
We don't see him bobbing very often.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. When Dimitri's bobbing, you know something's up. If he starts weaving, oh, geez, then
Bobbing
and weaving. Then you know something's happened.
Something's happened.
Oh.
It happened.
It's okay. He's got 40 health.
Uh-huh. And he's got a ping and a freeze and a spammy. Okay. That spammy's going to be either very well worked or very late.
Yeah, this is not a bad opening for Pescoa. Parrot, not the best, but all we're missing is a Belinda on 6 to follow the spammy. And then a Rune, and then a Parrot.
I'm looking to see how Dimitri works this now. He's got double library.
Yeah, double library is interesting, right? Because if Pescoa is an early board and can clean up the imps consistently, then like you're never getting a big library. Starfish. Yep, so we go.
This is the easy part. I can do this.
Yep. This makes it so there's no value trade available for the librarian. Makes it so you're guaranteed, nearly guaranteed, to have a library turn next turn. It's libraries all the way down.
Yeah, then imps and libraries.
Yeah. Which is funny because this expansion is based off of what, Revendreth? Shadowlands in general, for me,
right?
But Revendreth primarily. And
why is that funny?
Imps and libraries goes all the way back, Neil. Okay, all the way back to Karazhan. Right.
Right. I'm listening. Keep going.
That's it. Medivh's Castle. So imps and libraries also would have fit the theme for One Night in Karazhan.
I don't know. That wouldn't be a very good party, would it?
Why not?
Like, you're trying to party, you're having a bit of a drink, chatting to some people, and someone throws a book at your head. I don't know. That's not my idea of a fun time.
Well, what boss was it? Terrestrian Illhoof in Karazhan. Okay.
Okay.
A lot of imps inside of a library. It's a boss fight. World of Warcraft in the Burning.
Well, that's it.
Yeah.
Do they throw books at you?
Terrestrian Illhoof himself is a demonic satyr. I don't know if there's a specific word for it. A demonic
cut you
satyr.
off because this trade's really important because of the spammy.
What, trading into a 1/1?
Yeah, but if
Trying to talk about World of Warcraft lore here.
hit face and then we can carry on. Okay, now you can carry on. Go back to the satyr.
Yeah.
I'm interested again.
Now I lost my train of thought.
So you were talking about the boss, something about satyrs. No?
Yeah, that was it. That was the end. Demonic satyr, and he just didn't, like, right before him is, or in his room before you fight him, is a library full of imps.
Right.
a vial library, as it were.
Okay.
Okay. This is an easy spam. He just gets to.
Yeah. He makes it too.
Yeah. All this is the expected outcomes. So we can talk. We can keep talking. But I'm done. You can talk about whatever you want to talk about now. That was it.
I want to talk about satyrs. What's a satyr? Exactly.
A horned. Let's look it up. Satyr. One of a class of lustful, drunken woodland gods.
Okay.
A man with goat's ears, tail, legs, and horns. But imagine that just like more pronounced because also a demon, so like more demonic.
Do demons pronounce things more?
Not necessarily.
Sothel pronounces things quite.
They don't pronounce things more, but their things are more pronounced. Their attributes.
Got you.
Their horns. Like a normal satyr, little tiny. Demonic satyr, big demonic horns.
What's the difference between a demonic horn and
a normal satyr? Tiny little cute little goat tail, like poof, like little goat tail. Demonic satyr, like a long demonic tail with a spade at the end.
And what about a demonic tater?
There's a normal potato. They're all demonic. All right. Well,
has been controlling this well, but Dimitri has been trying to play around sort of key numbers while we've been talking about satyrs and taters.
What to do?
Yeah, I think we're getting rid of all this.
Yeah, you don't want any of this.
Yeah, you don't want any of it. The only problem is you know they're going to be at the bottom of your deck.
Yeah, and you do want them later.
At least the parents, right? Maybe. Actually, I don't even know. Like, one rune, it should do it. Oh, yeah, this is much better. Oh, yeah, this is much better. Oh, yeah, much better.
But awkward.
No. You just play another Sanctum. You freeze and you go face.
Sure.
Oh, cool. Whoa.
Okay, now the stuff's coming back.
Do you want a Deathborn though? Like,
yeah.
Because then you Deathborn, then your opponent Deathborns. I guess you have more health to work with. Dimitri might be thinking wide board, could be Frozen Touch or Deathborn, but I think I'd guess Deathborn here. I mean, obviously I'd guess Deathborn because I watched Pescoa pick the Deathborn. But I think even if I didn't know that Pescoa picked the Deathborn, that I would guess Deathborn.
I think I would.
But maybe that's what Pescoa wants you to think, and thus picked Frozen Heart.
I got it.
Yes, that's the one.
These guys are good.
Wait, and now Dimitri could just rip the Deathborn right now.
Yeah. Just clear up and get a whole bunch of skeletons.
Oh, no. But then Pescoa gets to Deathborn.
But then Dimitri gets the Starfish.
Yeah, but then you just staring at a board full of tutus like it's so bad.
Fine. Damn it.
Almost out of time.
All right, Deathborn tennis coming up.
Now it's just a game of Deathborn chicken. I'm not going to Deathborn first.
Yeah.
Dimitri thought about that. Like, he made that trade for the Deathborn. But then thought about it and was like, wait a second. If I Deathborn first, this is bad. All right, so we got a spammy here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 is the imp that's... Okay, never mind.
Doesn't want any of that Deathborn.
Never mind. Yeah.
That was like what you conceded. I didn't have time to like take forever and beat you on 2 turns. Well, I'll have that.
Oh my gosh. What a game. I could have spent way more time talking about satyrs.
All right, that's the Warlock's done. But Dimitri has the serve.
Yeah.
Sure. Good for him.
You go Druid?
You do.
Yeah, you go Druid.
one way or another, we've got another mirror at some point to play here.
Yeah, it's either going to be a mage mirror or a druid mirror.
Good spot.
Yeah. So. That's just funny. You're just like, oh yeah, look at this Deathborn. It's great. And then last second, wait, no, I can't Deathborn first, because then Pescoa will Deathborn. He has one too. And then, okay, I'll trade this, and then Imp Gate Boss, and then he's just like, I quit.
I don't want to work out this Deathborn stuff.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that both things result in me losing because Pascal has a Deathborn either way. So yeah.
Yeah. And that's kind of the thing, right? He was completely out of stuff. His board was just going to get cleared. There was like the juice. There wasn't even a Deathborn necessary for Pescoa. With just how the board was, no trades, there was a spammy clear. Even on the 6 health, because the Imp Gang boss just makes it, it's just like, oh, spammy fodder, right? Because it fills in every number. As long as you have a 1, if there's an Imp Gang boss, you have a 2, you have a 3, you have a 4, and you have a 5.
So this is weird because this is the version of Druid that I think a lot of people who play ladder will think, well, this is normal, but we've hardly seen it in this tournament. So with the composting, the living roots, the natural causes, and a lot of this does multiple things, keeps you alive early, but also massively fuels Denathrius for an early win. You've got the Flipper Friends as well. So all your infused stuff just goes a lot better. The downside is you don't have a lot of big stuff. You don't have so many ways to fuel the giants. You don't get to play Ivers, all that sort of thing. So.
You have a singular win condition in this deck.
Yeah.
In Sire Denathrius. Which is why a lot of players started playing Naga Giants, because even if your Sire Denathrius gets stolen, eaten, whatever, you can still just play Giants, Battle Master, do whatever, and win. Now, many times, especially in this matchup, we don't even see the Sire Denathrius. Well, not many times. Sometimes we don't even see the Sire Denathrius as a win condition, even without the Giants, right? You can just like stick an Onyxia or an Insatiable Devour, and at some point just stick enough damage. But Pescoa has Magister Dawngrasp in the opening hand, and that was the big difference maker in his match versus Zoe Grushin in this specific matchup, is just couldn't find the Magister Dawngrasp and couldn't ramp up enough to be able to get to the point where he's putting on meaningful pressure. So we'll see what the keeps are. I imagine it's just going to be Magister Dawngrasp, but I can make an argument for Mutinous and Pelican Diver. And Varden. You can make an argument for all of them.
Go on then.
No, he threw away Magister Dawngrasp. Just kept the Pelican.
This stupid Pelican. The other reason this Druid deck came about, obviously, was I think people felt they weren't abusing the ability of Topia enough. And this deck makes a lot of 3/3s if you get an early Topia. You can just win the game against so many decks. But yeah, it's not so good in this format because we are playing with a ban, and it's Last Hero, so you don't need that all-around balanced deck, which is why people have gone for a far more buffed deck that we talked about with the Giants.
What to do?
I'm posting in the opener, though.
Oh, it's a big spell. Okay.
Time runs out on me.
Yeah, that was why Dimitri...
Oh, big spell Magister Dawngrasp isn't as important, right?
Yes.
Because it doesn't have the immediacy that it does in some of the other mages, like the Spooky Mage, right? Because you're not casting any spells unless you somehow get like a Belinda and then you cast like a cheapened Drakefire Amulet. You're not casting any spells from Dawngrasp, and your hero power is just going to be a 2, which is oftentimes too slow. But you'd much rather have Belinda, Barbaric Sorceress, Nightcloak Sanctum, right? You'd much rather have those cards in the opening hand when you're playing big spell mage than Magister Dawngrasp.
This composting is going to draw so much stuff. Meanwhile, Pascal's getting is a spell away from having a crazy start of his own.
Yeah, but Dmitry Kazov is almost certainly going to coin Nourish for Rant next turn. So
Yeah.
you go for the Suspicious Alchemist and
Don't take.
pick something expensive. Oh, yes. Pyroblast. Yes, 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 yes. Barbaric Sorceress, the Pyroblast.
We could coin out a counter spell to slow down their Nourish, even though you know they've got a coin.
Yeah,
That
that's
sounds bad.
I wonder.
4 mana counter your coin, but it does slow down the Nourish by a whole turn.
Yeah, picked Arcane Intellect.
Yeah, the Druid doesn't need
I
it.
mean, that's what Dmitry Kazov's going to think you picked. You picked a Pyroblast and you swap with Barbaric Sorceress.
And you just launch it, bam, take 10, idiot.
Pescoa just uses the Suspicious Alchemist as a Discover spell, and he doesn't care that his opponent also gets it.
Yeah. I mean, do you care if Druid gets an Arcane Intellect a lot of the time? They draw so many cards anyway, they quite often try to dump cards in their hand. I don't think you mind.
I want a Pyroblast. No.
Yes,
He just takes what it is every time. 'Cause that's how Dmitry plays.
I'll just pick the best one. Oh, look, Pescoa picked the best one, too.
Yeah, no double bluffing me. I'm just going to keep taking the best one until you choose not to take the best card, and then I don't care because you didn't take the best card.
Yeah. I don't want anything that's not the best card anyway. I already have good cards.
I'm a Druid. I have loads of good cards.
Guff!
Yay!
That's a copy of a Guff. There's still another Guff down there in the deck somewhere.
That's a lot of guff stuff.
No waves can sink the ship.
First, though, I can say Dimitri's got to worry about the ball. Of course he hasn't. He's Druid. He'll be fine. God.
Guff stuff.
Comes. I just need to give to Nathrius, and that's it.
Ooh, Theatar. That's always good. I don't want to say it's always good.
Tiny turtles.
Dumping some
a lot of
stuff from his hand. Of course. I suppose in Sorcerer's range.
Ooh, Theatar.
God. There's nothing worth stealing apart from Bran.
The other Theatar.
Yeah, and the other theatre, but yeah, sure.
Bran isn't even... I guess Bran is still worth stealing.
Towards the end of the game, right? Because, yeah, it speeds up the win condition.
Yep. Oh, wow, okay. No Barbaric Sorcerers.
This Druid deck's silly. It just doesn't do anything until it does. This hand.
I mean, it clears every board until it wins. That's what it does.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bran Theatar.
Yeah. Bit weird sometimes, but sure.
You're the Rune? You're looking for Rune. Or other... oh my gosh, the two best! Yeah, sure, have this Earth and Scales. Did he pick the coin? Oh, he's going to coin Theatar? Is that what he's going to do? Steal two more! Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
Give him the Arcane Intellect. Yep.
Theatar's all the way down.
Just gonna... Take the Arcane Intellect back?
I mean, you take the spam. Who cares? It's all rubbish.
Give him another Earth and Scales. I give him a wild growth.
I might want one of those. Yeah, I'll give a wild growth too. Spend 3 mana on it. It's turn 6. Go for it.
We got one more.
Okay.
Rune. This is just... Reckless Apprentice is interesting because it represents burn damage. Oh no, it doesn't because he's Guff already.
Did he even get anywhere with that turn?
He could, if there's 7 minions on the board, he could ramp 7 times.
He's very proud of himself.
Because how Reckless Apprentice works in other
yeah.
classes is it just presses the hero power for as many times as there are enemies.
With a Bran on the board, we could beat Brythorn.
How does it work with the choose one? I guess it just randomly selects one, so you could end up drawing 7 cards, ramping 7 times, or somewhere in between.
That'd be good.
That was a Hearthstone turn right there. That was for sure a Hearthstone turn.
I don't think Pascal was expecting to start his next hand with double earthen scales, double. Oh my! All right. Of course, both hands were kind of mediocre, made it even funnier.
And Reckless Apprentice. See what happens.
Let's do it and see. Yeah. Good time to find out in the middle of one of the most important matches of your career. Just do it.
I know that it presses the hero power for each enemy, but I don't know with the choose one. I'm guessing it randomly assigns. So he's probably just never gonna play it. There's a Nixia. Innervate. Right now we're just looking for Topior and Sire Denathrius. That's...
Yeah. Something I didn't like about this deck, it's fine and you get there a lot. But it's kind of, I don't know, very one-dimensional feeling. Very good though.
That rope's burning again.
Yeah, found a way to get rid of the coin effectively. I wondered how I was going to get that done. And he's up to 13 mana against 6. We saw 16 against 6 the other day, so this isn't like a broadcast record.
Two Prince Renathals in hand.
Clear this with a spammy, but clears more of his own stuff than his opponent's, but put the 1 and the 4 into the 9.
Yeah, I mean,
What to do?
I don't think it's worth it.
What to do?
So what is?
I think this is I think you can get away with Barbaric Sorcerers here because you know there's an Arcane Intellect in hand.
Okay.
But you have an Earthen Scales. No.
Yeah.
But like Earthen Scales coin Barbaric Sorcerers.
You've got to really mess around if you want to do all that.
The time has come.
You can do it. The Renathal army. You have an 80 card deck now. And the wait for Topior and the wait for Denathrius just continues. With that in mind, I think we might just see a Nixia played after some drawing of cards.
Yep.
Just try and preserve all of those nature spells for extra shrubberies. Right.
Fine.
Yeah. Getting rid of those naught manas so that he can't get sorceress because Pascal looked like he was dumping stuff.
Okay.
Hey, there he is, the boy.
Bran is gone, however. Time for a rune.
Here they come. Box number 73292 of this tournament. Oh, counterspell. I think he's made Dimitri's board better.
This is all fine. All fine. Problem is, Dimitri doesn't want to do anything here because just a ping is going to clear up much of the board.
Presumably he'll play the Arcane Intellect to get it out of his hand this turn.
Yep. Really want to play the Reckless Apprentice. There's no minions on the other side of the board.
Not now, yeah, not now. There we go. I'm posting safer than it was. Flipper friends or scale? Probably scale.
That rope's burning again.
Scale costs more as well, which is handy. Yeah, take 4.
All it takes is love, care, and death.
I don't even know.
I mean, it's just Denathrius waiting room, right?
Just gonna pair it. And play a watch post. Beef it.
Just dumping all of his rubbish. Yeah.
Oh, look. Pick up.
Are we putting 4 friendly flipper friends into the 3-4? Because we can. You're playing sensibly because we can. Okay. Be like that then.
Still got an entire turn's worth of mana to spend after this Onyxia.
Yep.
I'm the brood mother.
Alright, just make it 6/6.
Remember you couldn't have 40 cards and 20 mana with Hearthstone? Those were different times.
Those were very different times.
No, what does Guff do when he gets to 20?
Nothing.
Out of ideas, I realise, but you know. You should complain or something.
Alright, full potential has been reached. Double pair time. Here's a rune. Brilliance. Get a Drakefire Amulet. Nice. Cold case. Good stuff. Blizzard. Oh, beautiful. No mechs. Oh, snap freeze. That's a board clear. Build a board, clear a board. Nicely done.
What I hadn't realised about parrots is they repeat things. That's why they repeat spells.
3 times today.
4.
Oh, I get it. Because you're.
Because I'm repeating things, you see. Yeah.
Time runs out on me.
I thought you weren't actually going to reply to it like for the whole broadcast. I was just going to have to keep saying it to get it acknowledged, and you never were going to.
I thought you were really trying to make a joke. And so you just kept saying it over and over again. Then I realized that that was the joke. So I was wrong. But I was right.
Yeah. The story of our history together, TJ. All right. How big is this Denathrius? It must be up to about 18. Official number pulled straight out of the bottom.
Sure.
It feels about 18.
I know for a fact the game is going to end in the most anticlimactic way possible.
Which is what?
Yeah, what do we have? What do we have left, Dex? What do we have left? Let's see. There's a mutinous.
Yeah, that'll just, yeah.
We're going to get all the way to fatigue. Okay?
Yep.
Dmitry Kazov's going to need like
3.
Yeah, like 3 damage from Denathrius, like loaded up and ready. It's like, I got guaranteed lethal next turn. Ooh, Mutant is gonna eat this Iron Denathrius.
So it's his job then, with that in mind, to not allow the board to get to a place where Pascal is comfortable playing Mutinous. Motivation not even active.
It's not even close. Let's trade this away, see what happens.
Get a different card.
Starfish is reasonable. Not many other uses for it, but what do you do after? Sorcerers? It's not like it's gonna stop the Druid. They which is like, yeah, sure, I don't care. I'll play a 9-mana
thing.
Planet Evidence.
He hasn't got his Topia, which is making getting repeated boards going to start getting irritatingly hard.
Yeah, especially considering there's not that many nature spells left. Actually, you know what? Take that back. It's actually a good amount left.
Yeah, this deck's full of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, double flipper friends.
There's a natural causes, another wild growth, another nourish.
Post.
We're gonna go spammy plus starfish.
Yeah.
Nope. Spammy plus freeze plus watch post.
And flipper friends just pumps up Denathrius by 6 more. Watch post into 20 mana seems so futile.
My body is getting sore from watching this game.
Yeah, I was going to say I've aged 20 years, but I don't think that's possible physically.
Still no Topior. So it's in the bottom 8, but not in the bottom 3.
Denathrius is getting large, though.
It is. But Pascal's health total is still large, and there's no brand left remaining.
Yeah, it's going to take a while.
So we got, in the bottom of the deck, we got Aquatic Form, Thorn Growth Sentries, Natural Causes, Wild Growth, Nourish, and Topior. Those are the last 6 cards.
Really needs to hit the Topior first. Not really, but would really like to hit the Topior first.
Yeah. I didn't quite see it.
Just doesn't fit in the right part of the screen, TJ, and it makes me sad and angry all at once. But now we've got otters, so we can't be angry anymore.
No, there's no way I can count, right? I can't.
Anyway, this parrot. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to. You can't make me.
Oh, Deathborn!
Okay.
Hello?
There's some stuff. There is a starfish on the other side.
It's another Drake Fire Amulet. Are you kidding me?
Please.
This 10 damage going face is actually a big deal, though.
It really is, because that Denathrius must be getting into sort of 30 or so by now.
Yeah, probably. All right, this Aquatic Form will... So bottom 2 is Nourish and... What was the other one?
Don't know.
Wild Growth? I don't know. I don't remember.
I used to know. Back in the day when I was younger, I knew. I actually don't know.
It was a Nourish. I don't remember the other one. Just Moonlit Guidance, the Topior. There you go.
There it is.
Then you can play 2 Topiors. Then you get 2 Whelps.
Bam.
And now we get 2 Whelps.
Yep.
Per
spell. And there's a few spells left.
There's Thorn Growth Sentries, Natural Causes, Wild Growth, and Nourish. And then we also have Earth and Scale.
That rope's burning again.
Yep. That's Arcane. Oh, that's nature. What does he think that was Arcane? What's wrong with it?
Arcane?
I don't know. You make a shrubbery, why wouldn't it be nature? I just decided to second guess the developers for no reason. It's like, yeah, they're trying to trick me with this. This shrub not being nature.
Yeah. So there are currently 4 Drakefire amulets in Pescoa's deck. There's also an Ignite, though.
But also, Dimitri only has to do 41 now, and Denathrius is getting up there.
Yeah. Still a mutinous, though. Tucked in the deck.
Yeah. I'd love to know how close this Denathrius is, because Flipper Friends itself is just going to be quite a lot. Pascal may just not play minions for that. Here we go. The old 10-10 Belinda. Surely. Yeah.
Pescoa can put a lot of health in the way for the Denathrius, right?
Yeah, but that,
like
does that help? Because Dimitri then just put more things to trade into it to make the Denathrius bigger. Like this.
Yeah, but there's not that many things left. There's also an insatiable devourer left, so yeah, I guess there is a lot left.
I don't think he needs many more. I think he must be getting pretty close. I still can't see it.
Look at the tiny turtles.
There's still 2 more left. Oh my gosh, it's 4 more juice for the Denathrius.
That's it.
49! Okay, there we go. It's lethal. 49! Oh my goodness. Woo! Alright.
It wasn't anticlimactic at all. He did the 49.
No, it was anticlimactic. We spent the whole game talking about, like, oh, it's going to come down to this, it's going to come down to this. Well, Dimitri just got it up to 49. Mutinous was never found, by the way. The Theatar was stolen and brand again by Dmitry Kazov on, like, turn, I don't know. It had 8 mana
7.
on the turn.
It was 8
or 5.
Coined out the other one. Oh yeah, it's Druid. Druid turn 8, which is like real person turn 3 or something. Yeah.
He took a coin with the second out of 4 Theatars. All right, Dmitry Kazov up 2-1 now in the series. So now we're gonna see Druid versus Druid. We're gonna see a Druid mirror. It's not a complete mirror though, in the sense that Pascal is playing the Naga Giant, Battlegrounds Battlemaster, Oracle of Elune Ibis version. I know I just said a lot of things, but that's there. Oh, look at that. We can actually put it on the screen.
We have
Amazing.
the technology. I never knew these things came on the screen. We usually talk about potatoes.
Yeah. So this one has more threats, right? You can get Naga Giants down early, and then you can end the game with the Battleground Battlemaster. It's where it lacks in terms of like head-to-head is it doesn't play as many of those like early game nature spells. Right, Dmitry Kazov plays Living Roots, plays Thorngrove Sentries, plays Composting, plays Natural Causes. None of that is in the deck for Pescoa. It's like all additional top end or like Oracle Balloon. So
yeah, it doesn't have that tiebreaker giant Denathrius. It has a pretty big Denathrius. Let's not mess around with that. But it doesn't have that absolute game breaker necessarily without a brand in particular. It'll still get pretty large.
Yeah.
But looking for Guff, that's the number 1 priority. And again, the Dimitri version, kind of more likely to find it because that composting with all those early things makes it more likely. But Pascal's having none of it. He's just going to get double Jerry Rig and draw a load of cards and get a load of mana.
remember when I said we were going to have an earlier day?
I remember that, yeah, clearly.
Assuming that the next match wasn't going to take 2.5 hours.
Yeah, how far into this match are we now? About an hour and a half?
Hour and a quarter of an hour.
Mm-hmm. That's a thing.
Term you hear you use often.
Yeah, that's a big difference actually between how you talk about time in the UK and how you talk about time in America. So 8:15 would be 8:15 as a regular, common, everyday term of speech. And 8:45 would be a 8:45. And in the US, people look at you funny
Gotta
if I
be
say that sort
scrappy
of
with
thing.
scraps.
Yeah, I'm looking at
Probably
you
because
right
my
now.
accent, but yeah. You knew this. You must have known this.
What time is 8:40 in England land?
20-9.
What about 8:35?
25-9.
It sounds like you're saying the score
Yeah, that's
of the game.
Guff. But like
Oh, it does not have a turn. Now,
8:37 would be 8:37. It wouldn't be 20.
23 to 9. No. Well, here in America, that would be 23 to 9.
Uh-huh.
A little difference between America and the U.S. there. America and the U.S. America and the U.K. What am I talking about?
And in France, like
Us Americans
5
don't
is
care.
9 minus 15, right?
Yep.
That's how they say it, except they say it in French, but I'm not going to submit the world to my
And then they go and praise the the space rock that determines what a kilogram is,
so they can count their potatoes.
so they can count their potatoes.
We're building on this broadcast nicely with a day to go. We've got it all set up for the finale. Talk about getting set up for the finale, though. Dmitry Kazov, who needs to win this tournament, has set up Guff in the Druid Mirror. In the decider match of Group D, the final match of the group stages, chance to get himself up to 2 points, where 5 will almost certainly qualify him, because to get 5, he will win the tournament, which is the first tiebreaker. And no one else on 5 points will have 5-0-0 as their layout. So really, Dimitri's played the long game here, right? He's deliberately got 0 points the first 2 weeks, so he could have the best tiebreakers.
Yeah, because that's how that works.
That rope's burning again.
You will always
He could have just won the first 2 weeks. Then he would have the best tiebreakers.
If you get 0 points the first 2 weeks, whoever you're level with is behind your tiebreakers at the end of the tournament. So it's like getting a point for free.
Unless they won the first week and then got 0 points the other 2 weeks.
Well, then they just have more points. That's different.
No, they would have 5 also.
Well, if they got 1, then 0, then 4.
No, if they got 5, then 0, then 0. That'd be the same as 0, then 5.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I see.
Who would win then? Oh, convoke the spirits. That's the X factor.
Yeah. You've got a deck full of stuff. I'm tempted. I think it might be the best card, even though it's garbage.
I wonder.
Could Nightshade Bud ever be good?
For 8?
To be honest, it's probably Flipper Friends, but that's the obvious pick, so I want to go into the tank here. Oh, man.
Time waits for no one.
This is where he just goes into the tank and then just bails, isn't it? But I want to see him take Convoke because it'd be fun. We haven't opened enough boxes today. Huh?
Yeah, convoke. We convoking.
How many cards do you want, Dimitri? As many as you like this turn. Three cards seems a good number of cards to have right now. For 2 mana. I like the number 3.
I kind of want more, though. What if you go Thorngrowth Sentries composting?
What about if you go Flipper Friends and trade in 2 or 3 of them and then composting? And and get all
What
of
about
the
if you
other cards
go?
right now.
What about if you composting and then composting?
And then just because then you haven't got a composting anymore for later. There we go. See? Say enough rubbish and
This is
eventually
7 cards though.
you can dump some. You can innovate out Thorngrove after he's gained some mana or something. Be fine. Make some space for some more cards. Lovely. There we go. Loads of cards.
There's Sire Denathrius right on time. Oh, where's the Gov stuff?
You have to Moonlit for it, I think.
Oh, how much does Naga Giant cost? Oh, he's convoking! Oh, he's convoking! Let's go!
Okay.
Oh!
Whee! Uh-huh. Okay.
Oh no. Oh yeah!
Hey.
Oh, this is good stuff. This is quality stuff.
Absolutely Hearthstone everywhere. All over the shop.
Yep. Yeah, Miracle Growth's gone. So, Dmitry Kazov knows 3 cards that are in their hand. Because there was 2 Jerry-Rig Carpenters played and only 1 Urge for Crystals. Dimitri's not even worried about this.
Yeah, he just doesn't care.
Just clear up.
Take your Denathrius up to level 18 or something.
Oh, jeez. There was only, what, 4, 10, 11, 12? Yeah, I think 17.
Yeah. I've been keeping rough track this time for the first time ever, rather than just guessing completely. I'll go with 17.
Well, like every time a minion dies, you throw a dart at a board, and then you run over and count the darts real quick?
Yeah, just like count the holes in the wall.
You just have darts, but you forgot to get the dart board. So it's just... How many holes are there?
In back you
30, but 13 were from last week.
Can't even reach the wall with back you just count the holes in the floor. How many from last week, by the way? I just caught that at the end.
There was 13 from 13 holes last week.
If you play Druid all week, there's just like 7,000 holes in the floor. Alright. Earthen Scales is tempting because health's good, but he just wants to keep drawing cards and killing things off. It's such a silly deck. Here they come. Shrub Army.
Well, some Whelpagazors. Moonbeam is arcane. There you go. Oh, he's got to pick Convoke the Spirits. Come on now.
It makes a 3/3 as well.
Actually, Pride's Fury is nuts. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, Pride's Fury is just... Because you get another 3/3 here, and then you get Pride's Fury at the end of it.
Sure, let's just make an army of things. Because with the Denathrius on about 70, probably a bit more, every damage to face is actually putting him in.
Yeah, it's always like 1 more than you think it is, right?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, this is quite a big insatiable devourer, though. Problem is, Pascoa is not progressing to a game plan, right? No Denathrius in hand. Gov's not rolling, so we're not ramping. We're not drawing cards. There's no Denathrius. Oh, there's a Guff.
Yeah, exactly, though, what you're saying. Now this catches it up a little bit, but a long way behind in terms of turns. And is getting close to dying, seriously. It does have to actually pass on the Guff and eat some of these. Do eaten minions die, by the way? Do they progress to Denathrius?
Yes.
Good. Like 21 or 22. What's this hand for Pasqua, though? I think.
Well, this play for Pescoa was, okay, I need a Dmitry Kazov to not have a Starfish.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have
Dmitry,
a Starfish. I can hit face a few times.
You can choose to play the scale before the Starfish and waste some minions. Yeah. Let your opponent kill him, I guess.
Insanity is no excuse for bad
Just going to take a peek.
I'd be very tempted for Dimitri to just take the Starfish here. Surely he takes the Nourish, you'd think, or the Enrich.
Is that 20?
Is it 20?
That
Yep.
rope's burning again.
Here he goes. Most cards. Oh my god, what can you say about this deck? Think of things to say. Oh, that's my job.
No, you think of things to say.
Alright. I'll think of something. You'll love it. It could be about parrots, potatoes, or space rocks, but hey. So, on about 21, Denathrius, with 6 minions on board is 27. With Flipper Friends in hand, that's 33, plus I might have counted wrongly. I think Lethal is getting really close now. Like, really close. And a little bit further away.
And life and happiness and friends.
Keeps checking that Denathrius, so, you know he's checking his lethal outs.
Yeah, we're at 20 right now.
Pasqua
It hasn't died, right?
I don't know. I think there might have been 160%. Pasqua's an Oracle away from an incredibly silly turn, by the way.
Oh yeah, 1 minion did die. Yeah, so it's at 21.
Ivers and Giant set up ready to go with 12 mana.
Be its own treasure.
Bran on the board.
24, 25.
If Pasqua can rip an Oracle off the top next turn, is absolutely ridiculous.
We played a Naga Giant, so won't be as ridiculous.
I mean, Bran, Ivers.
We're at 25 right now, so Bran would be lethal.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, he's getting close to just being lethal with the stuff he's got already.
Yeah, if you flip for friends and trade in every minion, it's at 33.
How big will this Devourer be if it eats 3 Iverses next turn because of Oracle Bran?
Why would Bran make another Ivus?
No, it just makes it bigger. Sorry, so I said 3, but I'm stupid.
Okay.
You know what I mean? 3 times the Iversing, 4 times the Iversing.
It'd be very big.
Large.
All it takes is love, care, and death. That rope's
This is just a
burning
Bran
again.
waiting
All it
room.
takes is love,
Yeah.
care, and death.
Just being careful he doesn't have an accident.
Probably just Thorn Growth Sentries and then just trade in the 2. So we're now at 27, 28, 29, 29. We're at 29.
And then next turn he can trade things in again from his hand. He's still got the Flipper Friends. Oh my god, make it stop. What's
again? Oh my gosh. Moonbeam. 30. 31.
Honestly, if these get the right size,
There's 3 gardens.
it could be lethal against him next turn.
The tiny turtle.
I don't think this is helping him. This is just giving things for flippers to trade into. Unless they get buffed, that might actually help him. Oh, it's happening.
32. It's the game. Bram was picked up.
Oh, I wanted to do it the hard way, but yeah, game.
32, 33. So this is 66. There is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 health on board.
He's doing the flipper friends first.
You
Anyway.
flipper friends first. Yeah, this is lethal in a million different ways. Let's see if I was correct.
I think it's
34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40.
Who knows what secrets will uncover?
It was 41. No!
Always missed that one, TJ. We talked about this.
You always, whatever your count is, +1. That's always what it is. All right. Dmitry Kazov 3-1 over Pascoa. Keeps the dream alive of qualifying for playoffs. It's a win this week or bust for Dmitry Kazov. And, you know, Pascoa put up a good fight. Every single series, Pascoa put up a good fight. But ultimately, fell short of the goal of making it to the top 8. Though, Pascoa still got a lot going for him. Still at 5 points. Probably not enough, but we'll see, given his tiebreakers. Pascoa still going to the World Championship.
Yep.
Let's not forget.
Representing an entire region on his own.
Yeah. Yep. That's right. That's right. So now it's Dmitry Kazov's turn to get a miracle run and go all the way. Still a difficult road ahead for Dmitry Kazov. Came into this week, like we talked about, with 0 points. So now has secured 2 points. And the minimum, I think, after today to qualify would be 5. I don't think 4 is going to be good enough. The minimum would be 5.
4's dead now. I'm looking at it now. 5 is currently 8th place.
Okay, 5 is currently 8th place, so it's up to tiebreakers. So Dmitry Kazov needs to hit 5th and then needs to beat others in tiebreakers. So needs to be, which would always happen if you win.
Yeah.
You would beat everybody at 5 points with tiebreakers. Because we haven't had a player win a week and then get 0 points in other weeks.
And don't forget, nobody else wins the week if he wins, so the right people would have to lose to him in the right order for him not to qualify if he won the tournament, I think.
Okay, so there you have it. Dream's still alive, but Blyze and Dmitry Kazov, the 2 players moving on from Group D, which does means that our top 8 is set. We have Bunny Hopper and Okashinsuke from Group A. We have Levick and Habu Gabu from Group B. We have Superfake and Chunsu from Group C, and now Blyze and Dmitry Kazov from Group D. So we have a nice little mix of players at the top of the standing and players very near the bottom. In fact, Levick, Chunsu, and Dmitry Kazov all came into this week with 1 or less points.
Yep.
In the top 8. And then we have Okashinsuke and Habu Gabu, who came in with 2 and 3 points respectively. So it's literally just the very top of the standings and the very bottom of the standings that made it into this top 8.
And the low ones are all in the Bunny Hopper half of the draw. So if he just tears through that, he could just put out like half of the tournament.
Yeah, I know. Bunny Hopper, the dream killer. The numbers next to them are what is their rank, their seed effectively coming into this week. So what place they were in points coming into this week. So you have 13, 13, 16, and 10, and then 1 and 2. I guess Superfake was just reasonable, right? In the coming into this week, had 4 points coming into the week. So just making out of groups was good enough for Superfake to actually make it into playoffs. I'm pretty sure is
yeah, he's on 6. He's good.
Yeah, but the rest, I mean, for Dmitry Kazov, like this is probably like the worst draw because you have players on the other side like Okashinsuke and Habu Gabu who have like 5 and 4 points, who only need to win 1, and they're not on your side of the bracket, so they're gonna pass you. Superfake's already passed you, right? I don't know. It's going to be an interesting top 8. I'm curious to see what's going to come out of it. But one thing's for certain. Okay, this was coming into the week.
Yeah, this is very difficult to pass right now because I'm looking at a totally different list with the updated scores that I've got. But yeah, this is where it started. You can see Dimitri goes off on 0. You can see that already at the start of the week, he could only get to sort of equal 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, even if he won it. I do believe he'll get there if he gets there. And after all the near misses he's had, not like heartbreakingly near, but very consistently up at the top of standings, it'd be amazing if he could just get through it all this week and sneak in. But the bottom match there caught my eye, Habu Gabu versus Blaze, because Habu Gabu is somebody that Blaze would very much like to put out of this tournament. Not because of any personal beef, just it's Habu Gabu. Like, you've got a chance to put him out the tournament. He's one of the best. He's one of your biggest threats. You get a go to just stop him.
Yeah.
I think that's a big incentive for this to pick up an extra point or two.
Yeah. I always found it funny that that graphic that we just showed, we've kept it for so long, where we highlight the player that's an 8th and show their picture, because back in the day, Grandmasters used to be split up into 2 groups. So the top of each one was actually the player that was in first place of their respective 8-player group. And so it made sense that you had the two players that were in first place highlighted, but now it's like 8th place. We're gonna show your picture. we've kept it all these years, and we haven't had 2 8-player groups for a long time. I think it was just the first. Was it season 2? I thought it might have been.
Check. Season 2 was round robin. I've got it here. Yeah, season 2 was round robin.
So it was literally just the first season. Oh no, season 2 was round robin. Okay, yeah, it was round robin within the group, right?
No relegation, I think. So.
Okay.
That's wrong.
But just as an homage to our beginnings as Hearthstone Grandmasters as a unit, we still highlight the player on the top of the second row, even if they're in 8th place. And we've done it consistently for years by not having round robin.
It fits in well with our broadcast, though, where if you didn't see the first Lorinda TJ broadcast, you haven't been able to understand any of the others, because they're all built from one foundation and they've gone from there.
Yeah. To be fair, even though it seemed like a lot longer, we've only been paired together. Is this the first year, or is it the second year that we've been paired?
Second year, I think, no?
Okay, second year. So we've only been paired.
Yeah, this is our 3rd season, so 3.5 seasons we've had together now.
Okay. I wouldn't know unless you put it in the stats, which that I know is not in the stats.
It's not, you're right. The pause where you thought just for a minute, maybe somewhere there's caster pairings, but no.
Somewhere in there. But yeah. And with that, our show comes to an end. And as is tradition, and by tradition I mean sometimes when I feel like it on random days. Neil, any final words before I close out the show?
Nothing exciting, no, just more of the same tomorrow, but with an exciting payoff at the end of it. We're going to find out the top 8. Can't wait to see what happens.
Yep, find out who qualifies to playoffs, find out who keeps that dream alive of winning Grandmasters. Should be a great day. A lot of drama to unfold tomorrow as we say goodbye for the last time for players in Grandmasters. Should be cool. A lot of Hearthstone games. But that's going to do it. So for myself, from Neil, and from the entire broadcast crew here at Hearthstone Grandmasters, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more Hearthstone action. the bless off the top. Pescoa 2-0 up in the finals. It looked rough for him for a moment. The shard of the Naru was so clutch.
He tried so hard. He set up a lethal himself with the Void Shard and Shadow Form on the next turn, even if his Sethek got cleared. It was as good a plan as any.
There it is, the Battlemaster off the top for Yala.